This little boy, trying to protect his older sister, fearlessly charged into a gang of thugs, but his small body was still beaten half to death by them. The little girl cried and begged her uncle to stop hitting him, but the man walked over and held out a spoonful of pig feed instead. "As long as you eat this, I'll tell them to stop." The little girl's hands trembled, but she had no other choice. Watching her only made him sneer even more. "Bastards with no father like you're only fit to eat pig slop." Wu Qi burst into tears. Wu Qi has a father. Wu Qi isn't a bastard. The brute immediately flung the girl away. Little Deep tried to rush over to save his sister, but they knocked him unconscious in a single blow. Then Senior Brother Wong ordered, "Hurry up and get rid of them. Keeping these two bastards alive is useless anyway." Rain still poured from the sky. Lying on the freezing ground, Wu Qi weakly called out, "Daddy." At that same moment, Lu Tianwen, Hall Master of Tian Lai Hall, was attempting to break through into the immortal realm. A terrifying heavenly phenomenon swirled around him. Below, the people of Tian Lai Hall were overjoyed. It looks like Hall Master is about to succeed. From now on, Tian Lai Hall will be able to dominate the world. Su Den Li, Dui Feng Shen Set Shou Me Ting. Something's wrong. Something is interfering with Hall Master. With a single shout, the heavens and earth trembled. Sure enough, Lu Tianwen's breakthrough failed. Clutching his chest from the backlash, he only said one sentence. "My child is calling for me." Then, ignoring his injuries, he immediately teleported away, leaving his stunned subordinates behind. At that moment, the lackeys had carried the two children to the edge of a ravine. They were planning to throw them off the cliff and leave them to fate. As long as they got paid, that was enough. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Stop!" They all froze in place, unable to move. Lu Tianwen appeared, his killing intent so overwhelming that everyone was horrified. In the blink of an eye, he sent them all flying. He gently gathered the two children into his arms. With the last bit of consciousness she had left, Wu Qi asked, "Are you Daddy?" Then she fainted. Lu Tianwen was furious beyond measure. The blue spiritual light around him thickened and erupted, spreading across the cliffs. His meridians were already severely injured. Yet he had still forced himself to use Phantom Shift, a teleportation technique. His wounds only worsened. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face turned deathly pale, drained of all color, and cold sweat poured down him. At last, his subordinates arrived and rushed anxiously to his side. "Young Master." Each of them hurriedly took one child. Tan Fong stared in shock and guessed, could these be the young lady and young master? Lu Tianwen gave a faint grunt in confirmation. When Tan Fong picked up the little boy, he noticed something strange and reported, "Young Master, it seems the young master has a problem." Lu Tianwen only called out Lai Tan. Understanding at once, Lai Tan placed a hand over his right eye, and a brilliant golden light burst forth. He chanted an incantation, "Golden Pupil of Insight." His golden eyes became clear and penetrating, and the golden light enveloped Little Deep. Lai Tan immediately reported, "Hall Master, the young master's talent is extraordinary, but his bones and meridians have been severely damaged. It seems someone forcibly stripped away his heavenly vein spirit bone." Those words only made the fire of rage in Lu Tianwen burn even hotter. His expression darkened as he ordered, "Investigate this immediately. I want to know exactly who dared lay hands on my son." Lai Tan clasped his hands and bowed. His subordinate obeys. Looking at the two children, Tan Fong thought to himself, "This is the first time I've ever seen young master this enraged." At dawn the next morning, inside an elegant pavilion, Tan Fong reported the situation. "Young Master, aside from the young master's missing heavenly vein spirit bone, both children's conditions have stabilized. They only need more rest." Lu Tianwen silently looked at his two children sleeping soundly on the bed, then sat down by the bedside. Just then, Lai Tan entered and gave the full results of the investigation. "Hall Master, everything is clear now. The two children are named Wu Qi and Tuet Deep. The mastermind behind this is Truong Tui, the fourth young master of Tan Van Mountain. He used the two children as hostages to force their mother, Tien Han, the former saintess of Tanmok sect, to become his concubine." Those words brought back the image of a beautiful blue-haired girl in his mind. Cutting through Lu Tianwen's thoughts, Lai Tan continued, "Furthermore, Today is the day Truong Tui is forcing Ti Yin Han to marry him. The wedding procession has already set out. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Lu Tianguin stood up and ordered Tan Fong, "Stay here and look after the children." "I'll go alone." Tan Fong anxiously called out, "Home master." Understanding they were trying to stop him, he waved his hand. "I will settle this personally. You all prepare for the next phase of the plan." Suddenly, a small hand tugged at his robe. Vu Chi had opened her eyes and pleaded earnestly, "Daddy, Vu Chi begs you. You have to save Mother. She doesn't want to marry that bad man." Lu Tianguin gently stroked the girl's head and promised softly, "Rest well. When you wake up, our family will be reunited." With that, he strode out of the room. Meanwhile, in a stretch of rolling mountains, the grand wedding procession carried the bridal sedan to a stop in front of Tian Han's little thatched hut. Truong Tui, dressed in bright red wedding robes, was blocked outside and cursed angrily, "Damn woman. This young master has personally come, yet you won't even open the door." The man surnamed Wang hurriedly tried to calm him down. "Young Master Truong, please calm your anger. Let this subordinate go in and persuade her." Truong Tui frowned and snapped, "Hurry up." The bride's wedding dress had already been laid out on the bed. Ti and Han sat there, silent and sorrowful. The man surnamed Wang opened the door and softly called, "Junior sister." She ignored the greeting and asked directly, "Senior brother Wang, where are Vu Chi and Little Deep now?" At the mention of the two children, he put on a sorrowful expression and threatened her. "Junior sister, the people of Tanvan Mountain are far too ruthless. If you refuse to comply, I'm afraid." His face was the picture of helplessness. He truly deserved an award for acting. Then he stood up and loudly pretended to persuade her. "Yin Han, abandon those two children and run away with me. I've already reached the Sparrow Verge realm. I'll take you to join another sect, and we can start a new life together." She looked straight at him. "Senior brother Wang, please show some propriety. I carried my two children for more than 4 years before giving birth to them. They're my priceless treasures. Their safety matters more than anything else." Her words shocked him. She carried them for more than 4 full years before giving birth. They are no ordinary humans. They must be monstrous beings. "Yin Han, don't sink any deeper into this." She suddenly stood up and cut him off. "Enough," she said firmly. "Tell Truong Tui this. As long as my children remain safe, I will go with him." The wedding procession had finally received the bride. Sitting inside the bridal sedan, Tian Han said to herself, "I have to choose the right moment, subdue Truong Tui, and force him a hand over Vu Chi and Little Deep." She tightened her grip on the hidden dagger in her hand, determined that even if I die with him, I must make sure my children are safe. At that moment, Truong Tui was still in a foul mood. He muttered, "Damn bitch, making me go through all this trouble. If it weren't for her beauty, I would have taken her by force long ago." He crudely went on about using the two children to threaten her into obedience. He even planned to toss her aside after he got tired of her, give her away to others, or throw the children into Wan Huang Mountain Manor to be torn apart by demon beasts. His subordinates chimed in, praising his viciousness. When the wedding procession reached a mountain pass, it was suddenly blocked. A lone figure was already standing there waiting. Seeing the man remain silent, one of the subordinates rushed forward and threw a punch. In an instant, Lu Tianguin caught the man's fist with one hand. He squeezed, and blood immediately seeped from the man's hand as every bone in his fingers was crushed. Staring at his twisted, blood-soaked arm, the man opened his mouth and screamed miserably, "Ah, my hand." Only then did Lu Tianguin speak coldly. "I'm here to settle accounts with all of you." Hearing that familiar voice, Tian Han, sitting inside the bridal sedan, suddenly froze in shock. Chaotic screams erupted outside. She hurriedly lifted the curtain and looked out. What she saw was a battlefield. Corpses lay scattered across the ground, and only Lu Tianguin remained, standing proudly in the air. Sensing her gaze, Lu Tianguin turned around. Tian Han cried out in surprise, "Tianguin." He softly called back the name he had not spoken in a long time. "Yin Han." She quickly walked over to him, her face full of both anger and heartache. She raised her hand as if to slap him, but just before it reached his face, it stopped. Instead, her hand gently stroked his cheek. Though her heart was filled with resentment, she still could not bear to hurt him. Taking a step back, she asked painfully, "Why did you come back? Don't forget, it was I who cut off our relationship and drove you away back then." Lu Tianguin did not respond to her approach. He went straight to the point. "The children are fine. They're in a superior room at the inn in town right now." Tian Han lowered her head in silence. then turned and ran off in a hurry. After running a short distance, she stopped and called back, "What about you?" He answered, "I need to settle a few debts." Hearing that, she warned him, "Be careful." Then she shot away like the wind, racing toward her 2 children. Only after Yen-han left did Lu Tianwen turn his full attention to dealing with Truong Tui. He slowly walked toward the young master lying sprawled on the ground. He grabbed Truong Tui by the collar, and the coldness in his eyes terrified the man. Dragging Truong Tui along, he demanded icily, "Answer me. Who is it that stripped Lu Tuet deep of his heavenly vein spirit bone?" Yet Truong Tui still shouted back, "Who the hell are you? How dare you ambush a caravan from Tan Van Mountain? Are you looking to die?" Those words enraged Lu Tianwen to the utmost. His face darkened, and he moved with lightning speed, striking Truong Tui. A miserable scream echoed out. Truong Tui gritted his teeth and cursed, "Bastard, I'll make sure you're ground to dust." His stupidity and arrogance only fueled Lu Tianwen's fury further. Killing intent began to surge in his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he sliced off one of Truong Tui's arms. Truong Tui howled in agony and hurriedly begged, "Stop, stop, I'll talk. Lu Tuet Deep's heavenly vein spirit bone, the son of Tien Han. If I remember correctly, it was probably taken by my 7th younger brother, Truong Dong. 3 years ago, his cultivation suddenly soared. It must have been because of that. Seeing that Lu Tianwen did not strike again, he quickly continued. Because of his extraordinary talent, he was accepted by the 9 Cloud Supreme sect as its 11th disciple. Truong Tui seized the chance to threaten him. "You'd better think carefully. My Tan Van Mountain is powerful, and we also have deep ties with the 9 Cloud Supreme sect. If you retreat now, you might still keep your life. Otherwise," Lu Tianwen suddenly stopped walking. Pointing ahead, he asked coldly, "Take a look. What place is this?" Truong Tui was stunned. Forced to look up in the direction indicated, his face changed in horror. "This place is..." That's right. The place where they were standing was none other than the base of Tan Van Mountain. Just like that, Lu Tianwen dragged Truong Tui inside. At the same time, back at Tan Van Mountain, the 3rd young master asked his subordinate, "Where is the 4th young master?" "The training of those half-demon slaves isn't finished yet." The subordinate lowered his head. "3rd young master." The 4th young master went out to fetch the bride. The 3rd young master flew into a rage. "Fooling around all day long. Go bring him back at once." Suddenly, a violent gust of wind swept past, startling both of them. That fierce gust was actually what remained of Truong Tui, whom Lu Tianwen had hurled forward. He slammed back first into a wall, then slid limply to the ground right in front of the 3rd young master. Truong Tui's face was swollen and covered in blood as he weakly called out, "3rd brother." The 2 men cried out in shock, "4th brother, how did you end up in such a miserable state?" The 3rd young master angrily turned to glare at the enemy. Following his gaze, Lu Tianwen slowly approached, blue light blazing all around him. The moment he came closer, he went straight to the point. "Where my Ba Tuan?" Tan Fong quickly reported. "Hall Master, 4 of the Ba Tuan are still missing." Lai Tan respectfully clasped his hands. "Hall Master, Tan Van Mountain has 1,579 disciples, 323 menial servants, and 372 half-demon slaves." The blonde-haired man added, "Throughout all of Tan Van Mountain, aside from a few cooks, not a single one of them is innocent. Their hands are stained with plenty of blood." The gray-haired man yawned and urged, "Hurry up. I'm getting sleepy." All 5 of them moved in together. The 3rd young master pointed straight at Lu Tianwen and demanded furiously, "You're the one who seriously injured my people?" He answered bluntly, "That's right." The blue light continued to spread, growing more and more intense. The man demanded again, "What are thieves like you doing at my Tan Van Mountain?" Lu Tianwen stood tall and declared, flattening Tan Van Mountain. At once, the birds on the mountains scattered in panic. The 3rd young master pointed at his subordinates and ordered, "Bring all the half-demon slaves here to resist them." Suddenly, a dignified old man with a full head of silver hair stepped out, his face full of fury as he shouted, "Who dares trespass on my Tan Van Mountain?" Seeing him, the 3rd young master cried out in delight, "Second elder." Before his eyes, a fierce battle was raging. Explosions thundered, golden flames blazed, and clouds of dust rolled into the air. Suddenly, several of the men near the 3rd young master were sent crashing to the ground, shocking him. Tan Fong appeared, holding a folding fan, stepping forward with effortless grace. The aura radiating from him alone was enough to send those minor soldiers flying. Tan Fong's eyes were icy, filled with killing intent. He casually flicked his fan, and the subordinates immediately dropped, coughing up fresh blood. Only the second elder remained standing. He remarked solemnly, mysterious energy entering the body, power moving with intent. So young, yet already at the sovereign realm. Truly a genius. With that, he ordered, "All of you fall back. I will personally fight this young man." The third young master also hurriedly shouted, "Everyone retreat." He secretly rejoiced at the chance to witness the second elder make a move. This elder had reached the sovereign realm long ago. If he had not been distracted by the affairs of the sect, he might already have become a saint emperor. Golden light surrounded the second elder. Raising his hand, he offered an invitation. "Young man, join my Tan Van Mountain. You've only just stepped into the sovereign realm, haven't you? The path of cultivation is harsh. If we fight with strength so close to the Saint Emperor realm, I can guarantee you will die here." Hearing those boastful, self-satisfied words, Tan Fong softly said, "Wrong." The second elder frowned and demanded, "Wrong?" Tan Fong did not answer. Instead, he gathered his power, and a brilliant azure radiance burst from his body. It was the Great Emperor Profound Light. The second elder exclaimed in horror, "Great Emperor Profound Light Realm? I never expected. A Great Emperor." The rest of the crowd stared in utter shock as well. Very quickly, the second elder shouted, "Run?" Then he turned and fled. But how could it be that easy? Tan Fong swung his fan to the right, and the power bursting from it shook heaven and earth. He easily swept through the entire group, and even the second elder coughed up blood from severe injuries. In a panic, the elder shouted for the ancestor to activate the mountain-guarding divine artifact. Standing amid the dense clouds of dust and smoke, Tan Fong wondered, the mountain-guarding divine artifact? He folded his fan and said with a faint smile, "I wonder if it can withstand even a single move from me." At this moment, there was no longer a single peaceful instant left on Tan Van Mountain. Cries and screams echoed everywhere, and chaos erupted. The disciples anxiously discussed among themselves, "The Great Emperor is attacking? How do we offend the Great Emperor? Have we contacted the Q Van Supreme sect yet?" The third young master ran to the entrance of the main hall and pleaded, "Ancestor, quickly activate Tan Van Mountain's mountain-guarding divine artifact. We cannot withstand the Great Emperor's power." The ancestor sat in his chair and said in a deep voice, "The divine artifact possesses destructive power. Even if it drives back the enemy, Tan Van Mountain will suffer severe damage to its vital energy." He closed his eyes, then continued, "But at this point, there is no other choice." After that, he stood up decisively and pushed all the half-demon beasts to the front lines. The disciples of Tan Van Mountain retreated to the rear to avoid being injured by the divine artifact's aftershock. Then he raised his hand. "Invite the divine artifact." His subordinates cupped their fists and obeyed. Yes, at the same time, a crowd was being driven down the stairs. Among them was a blonde-haired boy with a miserable face covered in mud. A vicious soldier kicked the boy hard, making him cry out in pain, then shouted, "Move it! Stop dragging your feet." A married couple hurriedly caught the boy and called out worriedly, "Q-Caw!" Suddenly, a figure appeared, and a streak of green light shot toward the crowd, making them recoil in terror. One of the sword-wielding men shouted, "Don't back down. Charge!" At that moment, another person stepped forward, his entire body radiating white light. The man in blue yelled, "Damn it! Whoever retreats, I'll cut him down." Chukal looked up at him with extreme fear in his eyes. The man slashed wildly several times, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. The married couple collapsed, dead forever. Chukal screamed, "Father! Mother!" Taking advantage of the terror he had created, the man raised his blade and threatened, "Whoever takes a step back, I'll kill them." Just then, a foot stepped forward, and a burst of blue and white power exploded, sending the group flying. They were flung far away, blood spurting from their mouths and noses. Lieutenant Nguyen stepped forward. His whole body radiated a terrifying aura. The crowd was suppressed by that overwhelming force and had no choice but to avoid him, not daring to confront him head-on. Knowing they were innocent people, Liu Tianwen opened up an escape route for them to descend the mountain. He said, "Go down the mountain." Those people clasped their hands and bowed in gratitude before quickly leaving. They ran past the murdered couple, and no one paid any attention to Chu Ka, who sat blankly beside his parents' bodies. At that moment, Lu Tianwen cut his fingertip and let the blood flow out. He flicked 2 drops of blood into the mouths of the husband and wife lying on the ground. The man in blue still refused to let Chu Ka go. He glared at the boy and cursed, "Damn it, you spineless mongrels." Chu Ka trembled as he picked up the knife. Looking up at the man in blue, his body was still shaking and tears streamed down his cheeks, but his gaze was incredibly resolute. He had to avenge his parents. Seeing the boy charge at him with a knife, the man stepped back in fear and stammered, "Why you? What are you trying to do? You mongrel." The boy shouted, "I want revenge for my parents." Then he rushed forward. Suddenly, a firm hand stopped him. Chu Ka's eyes widened in shock, while the man in blue was already drenched in cold sweat from fear. The person who had grabbed Chu Ka's hand was Lu Tianwen. He advised him, "There's no need to let this hatred continue." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Chu Ka was stunned, thinking he had heard wrong. How could that be his parents' voices? As if a spark of hope had been lit, he turned around. His parents had come back to life and were sitting up. Overjoyed, he cried out, "Father, Mother!" In a flash, he ran over and threw himself into their arms, hugging them tightly, afraid they would vanish. Chu Ka said happily, "Father and Mother are all right, thank goodness." Over here, Lu Tianwen walked step by step toward the man in blue. The man backed away in terror and stammered, "Why you? What are you going to do?" Before he could finish, Lu Tianwen drove his blade into the man's stomach. Under the man in blue's utterly shocked gaze, he died just like that. As for all resentment and hatred, it was enough for Lu Tianwen alone to bear them. Chu Ka stared at him in shock, forgetting even to cry. Lu Tianwen stood beside the blood-soaked corpse. A moment later, he instructed Chu Ka's family, "Hurry down the mountain. If you stay too long, you'll lose your lives." All 3 of them bowed reverently. Thank you, thank you." After saying that, the couple led Chu Ka down the mountain. Even after they had gone far away, the boy kept turning back to look at him. Now only Lu Tianwen remained, standing proudly on the mountain. A loud rumble came from the summit, and the shape of the mountain gradually began to change, as though it were being eroded by something. The ancestor of Tan Van Mountain stood atop a building, his expression grave, his gaze fixed downward as if staring directly at his enemy. He clasped his hands together and focused all his power. Golden light rapidly spread across his body. He declared, "Tan Van Mountain faces the calamity of sect destruction. Wagering all of Tan Van Mountain's 1,000-year foundation, I call upon the divine artifact to appear." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden and white light became denser and denser, then intertwined. Gradually, it gathered where he stood, and an object emerged from within the golden light. It was the divine artifact he had spoken of. Holding the divine artifact in his hand, he looked supremely confident. He set it into place, then opened it and arrogantly said, "With the Tan Van divine artifact in my hand. So what if you were the great emperor?" With that, he began activating the artifact. The people behind him burst into laughter, convinced victory was already theirs. The ancestor suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils had turned into a blazing gold, with no ordinary irises visible. In the next instant, golden light spread across the entire mountain. Tan Fong and Lai Tan watched calmly, not showing the slightest fear. Since the old man had unleashed such a grand move, Lu Tianwen naturally had to return the favor properly. He spread open his palm, gathered white power into it, and shouted, "Long Qiyet." The moment he finished speaking, a massive blade appeared in his hand. At the same time, the divine artifact locked onto his position. The ancestor said, "I wager the entire fate of Tan Van Mountain." Then he fired an immensely powerful stream of flame from the divine artifact and shouted, "Kill the enemy." The blast shot toward Lu Tianwen like a meteor. In only a second or two, it was already right in front of his face. Without the slightest fear, he planted Long Qiyet into the ground. A stream of green power spread out from the blade. He raised his face to the sky and shouted, "Mountain cleaving slash," before bringing it down. A gigantic azure dragon appeared. It opened its enormous mouth as though it wanted to devour everything. The two forces, green and gold, collided violently. Not long after, the green power gained the upper hand, pierced through the golden beam, and destroyed everything in its path, sending rocks flying in all directions. At this moment, the azure dragon had already flown straight to the ancestor's face. He had no time to defend himself and could only retreat in horror. Riding the momentum of his attack, Lu Tianwen brought down another fierce slash from above, creating a vertical streak of green light. That green power gradually shattered the divine artifact. Very quickly, it broke into countless fragments. The ancestor was terrified beyond measure. This is the power of the great emperor? Before he could finish speaking, a blade slashed vertically across his face, blood spraying everywhere. Knowing he could not survive and that Tanvan Mountain was about to perish, he lamented regretfully, "My Tanvan Mountain." A huge explosion rang out, and the mountaintop was swallowed by deep golden light, while dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Watching from the side, Tan Fong commented indifferently, "Looks like it really couldn't withstand a single move." The next morning, in the Dong Tuesday Kingdom, inside a city filled with magnificent architecture, at the military affairs office, an urgent voice rang out. "General, this is bad." A man in gray knelt and reported, "Tanvan Mountain has been breached." The general, sitting in his chair, shot to his feet in shock. Unable to believe his ears, he shouted, "What?" He quickly strode over to the messenger and pressed him. Who would dare attack Tanvan Mountain within the Dong Tuesday Kingdom itself? Prepare the instant transfer technique for me at once. The man replied, "Yes, sir." The general stood tall in the room. Then he covered his mouth and laughed with calculation in his eyes. At first, it was just a small smile, but gradually he could no longer hold it in, and his laughter grew louder and louder. "Excellent." One hand on his waist and the other on his head, he threw back his head and laughed. "Excellent." He had originally been at a loss about what to do with Tanvan Mountain. He continued laughing, looking extremely delighted. A moment later, the general finally calmed down. He began to speculate, but could this have been done by the Hall Master of Tien Lai Hall? This is much earlier than planned. After a pause, he continued, "If it really was him, I need to get there quickly. That great man truly acts ruthlessly." At Tanvan Mountain, the terrifying explosions were still continuing. Mountain rocks shattered apart, and smoke and dust rolled into the sky. A voice sounded out from midair. "If this isn't stopped, I'm afraid the entire mountain will be leveled." The figures of Lu Tianwen and his subordinates floated high above. Lu Tianwen's entire body was wrapped in killing intent, and the green glow around him continued to spread wider and wider. Suddenly, a golden object appeared near him. When General Fuang arrived, even he was stunned by the devastating destruction before him. Looking at the barren ground, with nothing left but broken chunks of stone, he sighed regretfully, "TSK, TSK, TSK. It really has been flattened to the ground." Suddenly, 3 red streaks of light flew through the air. Seeing them, Lu Tianwen murmured, "So you finally arrived?" They were 3 men dressed in red, the people from the Q Van Supreme sect. The youngest one, Truong Dong, burning with rage, shouted, "Who was it? Who destroyed my Tanvan Mountain?" The white-haired middle-aged man, Steward Thuong Van, was the calmest of the 3. Stroking his beard, he advised his disciple, "Donger, stay calm. Don't let your heart become disturbed." The other middle-aged man, General Thuong, could not help but look surprised when he saw Lu Tianwen's group. Then he immediately cupped his hands and bowed in greeting. At this moment, Lu Tianwen asked the youngest man directly, "You are Truong Dong?" Without the slightest hesitation, Truong Dong irritably shot back, "So what? Are you the one who destroyed my Tanvan Mountain?" Suddenly, a powerful force yanked him over. He opened his mouth in shock. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. In an instant, Lu Tianwen had already seized him tightly by the throat. Steward Thuong Van spoke up to defend his disciple. "Impudent! Release my disciple at once." Seeing that he was flying into a rage, General Thuong hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Brother Thuong Van, act with moderation and calm. Observe the situation first. Besides, do you even know who he is?" But at this moment, Steward Thuong Van was in no mood to listen. He shouted, "Get lost. Even the heavenly king himself cannot strangle my disciple in front of me." Ignoring his shouting, General Thuong uttered a single sentence that left him utterly stunned. "He is the Hall Master of Tien Lai Hall." At once, Steward Thuong Van fell silent, his face dark and speechless. General Thuong understood how he felt, so he remained quiet and let him calm down on his own. As for Lu Tianwen, while still gripping Truong Dong's throat, he ground out, "Was Lu Tuet Deep's heavenly vein spirit bone stolen by you?" At the mention of that name, Truong Dong sneered. Le tuye diep? That brat? Ha ha, trash like him. What right did he have to possess such a noble heavenly vein spirit bone? What right did he have to have better talent than me? Fortunately, those useless fools from Tammok sect had no eye for treasure. I dug out myself. At the very least, that way such talent wouldn't be wasted and buried in that broken shack on Hong Mountain. He kept talking without noticing Lu Tianwen's face growing colder and colder. After saying that, he asked in return, "Now let me ask you, was my Tan Van Mountain destroyed by you, you bast?" Before he could finish, Lu Tianwen thrust his hand into the man's abdomen, forcibly ripping out the heavenly vein spirit bone. After that, he continued choking him. Seeing this, General Fuang was horrified. What? Stripping a disciple of his heavenly vein spirit bone right in front of his master? Holding the heavenly vein spirit bone in his hand, Lu Tianwen muttered, "This is not my son's heavenly vein spirit bone." Truong Dong could not believe it. "What did you say?" "Impossible. I personally planned that brat's heavenly vein spirit bone extraction." Hearing that, Lu Tianwen flung Truong Dong away and mocked. "It seems you're nothing more than a pawn used by someone else." Lu Tianwen's chain of actions made Steward Thuong Van furious beyond measure. He clasped his hands before his chest and began using the Q Van Immortal arts to attack him, shouting, "I don't care what home master of Tien Lai Hall you are. Today, I will make you die here." Q Van Immortal arts. He thrust both hands forward and roared. Myriad swords exorcise evil. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of golden power shot straight toward Lu Tianwen. That sword strike even startled General Fuang. He guessed that strike has probably already surpassed the Monarch realm, hasn't it? Despite its formidable might, Lu Tianwen controlled it with just one hand. Green and gold power collided head-on. Very quickly, the green force won decisively. Steward Thuong Van was blasted far away, and the other man hurried forward to catch his senior brother, calling out anxiously, "Senior brother." After steadying himself, Steward Thuong Van solemnly admitted, as expected of the Hall Master of Tien Lai Hall, "This old man is indeed lacking in skill, but I will remember today's grudge for harming my disciple, and so will the entire Q Van Supreme sect." Looking at Lu Tianwen, he issued a warning. "Tien Lai Hall, just wait to receive the wrath of the Q Van Supreme sect." Just as the two brothers were about to leave, a voice called out, "Wait." The one who spoke was General Fuang. Smiling as if to mediate, he said, "Enemies should be reconciled, not deepened. We are all people of divine providence. With Dong Tuesday facing both internal turmoil and foreign threats, we should quickly resolve this misunderstanding." Hearing that, Steward Thuong Van's junior brother retorted, "What misunderstanding is there? Do you think the Q Van Supreme sect would be afraid of Tien Lai Hall?" General Fuang, clearly plotting something, immediately lowered himself and said humbly, "Of course not." Suddenly, General Fuang's eyes widened and he shouted, "Heavenly prison." At that moment, he stood with both hands interlocked before his chest, dazzling golden light radiating all around him. Steward Thuong Van's junior brother shouted angrily, "Thuong Chao Li, what are you doing?" He paid no attention and continued thrusting both hands forward, shouting, "Unbreakable Jade Cauldron Art." The power of this move was terrifying beyond measure. Flames gradually began to engulf the Thuong Van brothers. The two screamed miserably in agony. The black-haired man shouted in terror, "Thuong Chao Li." The flames grew fiercer and fiercer, burning away everything. Very quickly, the two brothers were burned to ashes, leaving only flickering flames hanging in the air as Thuong Chao Li stood there watching calmly. After the flames died out, he turned to Lu Tianwen and said, "If I hadn't acted in time, they would have called in the main force of the Q Van Supreme sect." After a pause, he pointed at Lu Tianwen and continued, "The deaths of those two must be counted on your head, understand? They have nothing to do with my Dong Tuesday kingdom." The blonde-haired man, one of Lu Tianwen's subordinates, angrily pointed at him and shouted, "You scoundrel, didn't you see that we deliberately let them go?" General Fuang paid no attention and instead spoke of Lu Tianwen's condition. "Your current aura is less than half of what it was before, and you still haven't reached the immortal realm. It seems your breakthrough failed." He warned him that once this news spread, the 10 halls of Yama, the 100 Ghost Assembly, the Heavenly Pool Holy Land, the Vu Lang Divine Dynasty, and every force he had offended would all turn their blades toward Tien Lai Hall and target him. "Do you still have the strength to deal with them now?" Then he continued in the tone of a teacher giving guidance. "Prepare yourself. This time, I'll lend you a hand. He promised to delay the spread of the news. Remember this, you owe me a huge favor. Hearing that, the blonde-haired man's anger flared violently. He shouted, I've had enough of the sight of you for a long time, and you still dare threaten the hallmaster? With that, he was about to rush forward and fight General Fuang, but Liu Tianwen raised a hand to stop him. Filled with confidence, Liu Tianwen said, My Tian Lai Hall fears no force. Whether we continue to exist and whether we can keep standing is merely a matter of time. Hearing that, General Fuang raised a thumb in praise. How arrogant, as expected of you. Then he turned to look at the blonde-haired man and called out, Young man. The man was stunned, thinking it was something important, only to realize the old man was merely lecturing him. When you speak to me, mind your manners. Sure enough, those words only made him even angrier. He snorted coldly and shouted, Old man, be careful or your son might be born without an asshole. Before he could finish, Tan Fong covered his mouth with a fan. With a helpless expression, Tan Fong advised, Don't be so crude. General Fuang silently disappeared without another word. After that, Tai Fong turned around and respectfully asked his master, Hall Master, what are your plans for the next step? Night had fully fallen, and the full moon cast its silver light over the mountain slopes. Tian Han and her two children were walking hand in hand along a narrow path when one of them suddenly spoke up. Mother, I think I saw father. Tian Han's expression darkened as she denied it. You two are mistaken. There is no such person. Chu Chi pointed ahead, her voice full of curiosity. But mother, father's standing right there. Sure enough, in front of their humble thatched house, Liu Tianwen had appeared and had been standing there waiting for some time. Tian Han narrowed her eyes and stared straight at him, clearly displeased. She answered Chu Chi firmly, That is not your father. Chu Chi's eyes widened. But mother, Tian Han gently but decisively told the two children to go inside. The two children obediently entered, leaving only Liu Tianwen and Tian Han in the yard. As soon as they reached the doorway, Chu Chi still felt uneasy and turned back, her face full of worry and confusion. Only after the children were out of sight did Tian Han slowly walk toward Liu Tianwen and pass by him. Coldly, she declared, Chu Chi and Chu Deep are not your bloodline. She paused briefly, then continued, The two of them have only just turned 5, while we have been apart for an entire decade. You can see it yourself. They cannot possibly be your children. Her words did not change his expression at all. Seeing that he remained silent, she continued, I thank you for saving the children, but please don't waste your precious time on the three of us anymore. You still have many important matters to deal with. She emphasized again, Let me repeat it. You do not owe me anything. Only after she had taken several steps away did Liu Tianwen softly speak, his voice somewhat heavy. This is very important to me. She said nothing. She walked inside, placed a hand on the door, and slammed it shut. Leaning her back against the door, she tightly shut her eyes. She stood there for a long time, until the sound of mother made her suddenly open them. The two children were looking up at her, their eyes full of concern. She crouched down, hugged them tightly, and sobbed, I'm sorry. Because of me, you've suffered so much since you were little. And this time, you were put in danger too. Even after entering the house, Chu Chi still felt troubled. She asked her mother, That man really isn't our father? Meanwhile, Chu Deep looked at his mother with a determined gaze and declared, Mother, I'll work hard to become stronger. I'll protect you and big sister too. Tian Han looked at her two beloved children with emotion. Chu Deep continued loudly, No matter who they are, no bad person is allowed to bully us. Then he clenched his fist and said seriously, Mother, I want to take part in this year's Tammok sect disciple selection. Liu Tianwen still stood silently in the yard, his eyes fixed on the window, glowing with warm light from within. Suddenly, Tai Fong appeared and reported, Hall Master, the vast majority of the 372 enslaved half-demons have agreed to join Tian Lai Hall. The soul search has also been completed, and no abnormalities were found. He replied coldly, Good. Noticing that his master was still reluctant to leave Tian Han and her children, Tai Fong softly advised, Hall Master, as the young lady said, the two children have only just turned 5. He paused for a moment before continuing, They really couldn't possibly. Before Tai Fong could finish, Liu Tianwen interrupted, Even though my breakthrough failed, at that moment of unity between man and heaven, I felt it clearly. They are my bloodline. Just then, Li Qing also came over to report, Hall Master, we've just received word that 2 members of the 100 Ghost Assembly have entered this region. The other forces have made no major moves for the time being. As for Sword Saint City Songdong, Lu Tianwen suddenly motioned for him to stop. Leave the matter of Songdong City to Wutsin. Hearing his name, Wutsin, the gray-haired man lying on a tree branch, let out a long yawn. All right, he rubbed his eyes and replied, understood. I'm going now. He vanished at once like a shadow, leaving only the blonde-haired man still squatting on the branch. The man loudly voiced his displeasure. That Wutsin, ever since he started cultivating the Hall Master's 8 Sufferings divine art, his personality has completely changed. He has no sense of respect anymore. He even talks to you in that tone. Tai Fong sighed and cut in, human life has 8 sufferings. The bitterness within them is something others can hardly understand. The Hall Master was never someone who cared about such trivial matters anyway. Ignoring the bickering of his 3 subordinates, Lu Tianwen turned to instruct Li Qing. Li Qing, the whereabouts of Shui Deep's heavenly vein soul bone are still unclear. Continue tracing the clues, starting from the Q Van Supreme Sect. He added his own judgment. I'm worried that this matter will draw in even more factions, perhaps even old monsters who have lived in seclusion for many years. We must act with extreme caution. Li Qing answered sternly, understood, Home Master. After that, he turned and instructed all 3 of them, from now on, in front of outsiders, call me Young Master. I want to stay at Tamok Sect for a while. This place happens to have something that can help me quickly restore my damaged meridians. Before long, I will break into the immortal realm once more. As he finished speaking, he waved a hand. Go carry out your tasks. The 3 of them responded in unison, yes. Immediately, the 3 shadows vanished into nothingness, leaving only Lu Tianwen standing alone under the night sky. He slowly rolled up his sleeve, revealing a dark purple birthmark on his arm. He frowned at it, then lifted his head to face the full moon and murmured to himself, there's still time. The next morning, a large crowd had gathered in a wide square. Chu Chi and Chu Deep were also there among them. Suddenly, Chu Deep noticed something astonishing and stared with wide eyes. It was Lu Tianwen, standing there with his arms folded across his chest. In shock, Chu Deep thought to himself, it's him. Just then, Chu Chi came over, threw an arm around her little brother's shoulders, and cried out while pointing at Lu Tianwen, Chu Deep, look, it's father. Chu Deep immediately denied it. Mother said he isn't. A moment later, several other figures appeared and drew everyone's attention. Lu Tianwen also looked up at the high platform in surprise. 2 men stood there. One of them shouted, silence. Then he loudly announced to the crowd, our Tamok sect does not take in the weak-willed, does not tolerate the immoral, and does not accept those without lofty ambitions. The one standing behind him added, if you want to become disciples of Tamok sect, then every test must be passed. As soon as he finished speaking, he used magic to create baskets filled with stones, then announced the rules of the trial. You must reach the martial arena on the mountainside before noon. Anyone who fails to arrive in time will be eliminated. A resounding shout rang out, and the crowd quickly scattered, each carrying a basket of stones on their back as they began climbing the mountain. Qiu Qi used all her strength. Her face reddened, and her body trembled from the strain. Before long, she fell backward because the basket of stones was too heavy. She called out loudly, "Too deep, it's too heavy. I don't think I can continue this trial with you." Qiu Deep gritted his teeth, endured, and kept moving forward. He said to his sister, "Big sister, go home. Once I'm accepted into Tamok sect, I'll come back for you and mother." Looking at her younger brother's small but resolute back, Qiu Qi called out sorrowfully, "Too deep." On the mountain peak, a disciple raised a hand to his forehead and spoke in boredom. "Look down there. It's a whole bunch of mediocrities." He added, "Among those taking part in this trial, there are even children." Suddenly, another voice sounded, full of surprise. "Senior brother Ma Yuan." He pointed at Lu Tianguin and asked, "Don't you think that person looks awfully familiar?" Following the direction of his finger, Ma Yuan frowned and looked carefully. After a long while, he finally recognized him. "Isn't that the horse-herding brat from 10 years ago?" Lu Tianguin, folding his arms across his chest, he stared at him with utter contempt. Ma Yuan was extremely shocked. "I didn't expect him to have the nerve to show his face and join the trial. Hurry and report this to the higher-ups. I remember that when he left the sect back then, he seemed to have caused some trouble." The orange-haired disciple replied, "Understood." Then he quickly disappeared. The crowd had already gone far ahead, but Qiu Qi still stood there watching them. Suddenly someone called to her, making her turn around. Qiu Qi, seeing that it was Tai Fong, she asked, "Are you the one who came with father?" He did not answer directly. Instead, he bent down and smiled kindly. "Shall I take you to watch the young master's trial?" and Chu Deep's? Chu Chi immediately clenched her hands and eagerly agreed. Yes. At this time, everyone was carrying heavy baskets of stones and climbing step by step. Their exhaustion was obvious. One person groaned, carrying such a huge basket of rocks to the summit. We'll be half crippled by the time we get there, not to mention the tests afterward. Another person plopped down on the ground and darted his eyes around like a schemer. Seeing no one paying attention, he secretly tossed one stone out of his basket onto the ground. Unfortunately for him, the purple-robed man saw right through it and casually declared, "Eliminated." The announcement horrified the man. How had he been found out so quickly? He hurriedly begged, "Please, no. I won't cheat anymore. I swear I'll do my best." No matter how much he pleaded, the purple-robed man remained unmoved. He lightly waved his hand, sending the man and his basket tumbling head over heels down the slope. When Chu Deep looked up, the man had already rolled down near him. The purple-robed man loudly reminded them, in the Tammok sect examination, tricks are absolutely forbidden. Everything must come from sincerity. Whoever violates the rule will be thrown straight down the mountain. Chu Deep's face was bright red from exertion, drenched in sweat, as he widened his eyes and looked ahead, then gritted his teeth and continued with heavy steps. On the mountain path, the contestants formed a long line. Only Chu Deep had fallen far behind, because the stamina of a 5-year-old child could not compare to that of adults. His legs began to tremble, and he misstepped and slipped. Fortunately, he managed to grab the step above in time and did not tumble down. Chu Deep lay there on the steps, panting heavily, sweat pouring down as though he could no longer hold on. It seemed as though he was ready to give up, but Chu Deep took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and forced himself back to his feet. Using all his strength, his face flushed red and his whole body shaking pitifully. He thought to himself, "Can I really do this?" Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and an idea flashed through his mind. Maybe I should stop here. Just as he was about to give up, he saw Lu Tianguin ahead of him, carrying his basket of stones and walking onward. On a high rocky ledge, Tai Fong, Tu Chi, and the blonde-haired man were watching. Tu Chi called out in distress. Chu Deep. The blonde-haired man asked in confusion, "Why isn't young master helping the boy? He's just a child, after all. His muscles and bones aren't even fully developed yet." Tai Fong explained, "Not interfering right now is the best way to help him." Hearing that, both the blonde-haired man and Chu Deep were baffled, staring at him with wide eyes. Turning back to Chu Deep, Lu Tianguin asked, "Do you want to give up?" Chu Deep bit down hard, lowered his head, clenched both fists tightly, and trembled all over. A minute later, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "I'll never give up." Chu Deep had made up his mind. Even if I have to crawl, even if this basket crushes me to death, I still have to reach the top. After saying that, he continued forward, gritting his teeth with every heavy step. Lu Tianguin walked quietly ahead of him. Though his heart ached for his little son, he still forced himself to hold back, because he knew this was the best thing for him right now. After a while, many people had already climbed up to the arena area. Lu Tianguin and Chu Deep had also just arrived. A voice announced qualified. Chu Deep was panting heavily, clearly at the end of his strength. At the final step, his legs began to wobble, his whole body swayed, and his vision blurred. Seeing that he could barely stand, Lu Tianguin stepped forward and caught him. Chu Deep leaned fully against him and closed his eyes. The two Tammok sect examiners looked at Chu Deep and discussed him among themselves. Why let a child like that participate? He'll definitely fail. In that condition, how can he possibly pass the next round? Lu Tianguin spoke up in rebuttal, asserting that the boy could pass. Seeing him interrupt them, one of the men angrily strode over, pointed at his face, and shouted, "What are you supposed to be? You're nothing but a..." Those words touched Lu Tianguin's limit. His expression darkened, and killing intent flashed through his eyes. The aura alone radiating from him was enough to frighten the man until his face went pale. Clutching his chest, deathly white, with cold sweat pouring from him, he was horrified. He could not understand why a single stare made his heart feel as though it were about to burst apart. A moment later, Chu Deep had regained a little strength. He straightened up and said, "I'm fine. I can continue to the next round." The other purple-robed man raised a thumb and pointed behind him, narrowing his eyes as he said, "Get over there." Meanwhile, the man from before was still clutching his chest and gasping. After all the contestants had gathered on the platform, the purple-robed man loudly announced, "Congratulations to everyone for completing the first test. This stage was to test your spirit and will." He paused briefly, then pointed toward a cave to the right and continued, "The second round is to enter this heart chaos cave. Anyone who can escape within 2 days will be allowed to participate in the final round." As soon as he finished, he shouted, "Begin." Very quickly, the group entered the cave one after another. When Lu Tian-Nguyen and Chu Deep reached the entrance, the man in purple raised a hand to stop them. "Wait!" Nearby, someone commented, "Look at that. I didn't believe the rumors when I heard them. I never thought you really were a horse boy." Chu Deep was utterly stunned when he heard this. The one who spoke was Senior Brother Vong. Seeing him arrive, the man in purple hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. "Senior Brother Vong." As he stepped closer, Senior Brother Vong immediately recognized Too Deep. He pointed at the boy and cursed loudly. "You little bastard, you're still alive?" His mouth had moved faster than his brain. Only after cursing did he notice Lu Tian-Nguyen standing beside Too Deep. Recognizing the resemblance between him and the child, he stammered, "You too." Then he suddenly roared, "So it was you? No wonder Yin Han got pregnant after you left. You shameless savage. How dare you seduce the saintess?" Up on the cliff, Tu Chi asked Tai Fong worriedly, "Will Chu Deep and father be in danger, uncle?" "Uncle Tai Fong, that man is the one who locked me and Chu Deep in the pigsty and drove mother away. He'll definitely make things hard for Chu Deep." At that moment, Lu Tian-Wen's face turned ice cold. After a pause, he said to Chu Deep, "Go in and take the test first. I'll handle things here." The boy was still gritting his teeth and glaring at Senior Brother Vong with hatred. After hearing him, Chu Deep lifted his head and looked up at him with wide eyes. He trusted Lu Tian-Nguyen completely. The boy quickly ran into the testing area. Lu Tian-Nguyen watched his figure until he disappeared from sight. Then he turned toward Tai Fong and the blonde-haired man. Understanding his meaning, Tai Fong quickly distracted Chu Chi. "Chu Chi, look over there. There's a chicken flying." His words successfully drew the little girl's attention. She curiously looked in that direction, while the blonde man swiftly flew downward. Too Deep was still running toward the trial grounds. The blonde man used the divine one-leaf art, his figure flashing like lightning as he caught up to Chu Deep. He ran right behind the boy. Suddenly, Chu Deep turned around. Strangely, no one was there, even though he had clearly sensed someone following him. Chu Deep stared with wide eyes for a moment. Seeing no movement at all, he continued, rushing toward the cave. At the same time, Senior Brother Vong spoke arrogantly. "Fine, let that little bastard take the test. Even if he gets into the Tam-Mok sect, he'll still be just like you back then, forever a lowly, despicable servant." Then he walked up to Lu Tian-Nguyen and thumped his own chest in warning. "From now on, I'll make sure to take very good care of him. I guarantee he'll inherit his father's legacy and keep slaving away for the sect like a beast of burden." After saying that, he laughed smugly. Lu Tian-Nguyen disdained such words. He focused only on the core issue and confirmed once more, "You were the one who captured my daughter and son, correct?" The man threw back his head and burst into loud laughter before readily admitting it. "Of course it was me. Who told those two brats to look so irritating and troublesome?" Then he gleefully recounted, "Not only did I catch them, I specially arranged for them to be locked in a pigsty and fed pig food, so they could experience what it feels like to be real livestock." Before he could finish speaking, Lu Tian-Nguyen could no longer hold back and delivered a thunderous slap across his face. The blow was so fierce that the man's cheeks swelled instantly, his eyes shut tight, and fresh blood sprayed into the air. The bald man who witnessed this scene was horrified. He fell to the ground and stammered, "VVVV Senior Brother Vong." At that moment, he looked like a child just learning to speak. Only after a while did he finally manage to get out a full sentence. "Senior Brother Vong, your face is swollen up like a pig's head." Lu Tian-Nguyen still had not calmed down, and his eyes were bloodshot. Next came a heaven-crushing punch straight at the man, splattering blood all over the ground. Murderous intent filled Lu Tian-Nguyen's face as he growled, "You want to die." The next morning, in the main hall of the Tam-Mok sect, Sect Master Chao Tian-Tu paced back and forth near the main seat. He said, "The deadline for the competition between the Huin AM sect and the Tam-Mok sect is almost here. If we lose, we'll have to hand over nearly half of our sect's resources this year. And now, at this very time, demonic creatures are causing havoc within our territory." He struck the arm of the chair with his hand and sighed. "Our Tam-Mok sect has long since declined. We truly are beset by chaos both within and without." After a moment, Chao Tian Tien Tu frowned anxiously and said, if the sect's treasured art, the tide of Fan Tam formula, hadn't been lost 10 years ago, I would have been able to cultivate it completely. Things would never have come to this. Ha Quan Gi, an elder of the Tam Mok sect, spoke up. This competition was forced on us in the first place. Fortunately, the rules only allow youths to participate, so at least the elders of the Huin AM sect can't interfere directly. Ma Tan Veem suggested, should we ask Tan Van Mountain for assistance? Perhaps they can suppress the Huin AM sect. Elder, hearing this, Deepon glanced at him but said nothing. Ha! Quan Gi retorted, the Huin AM sect is a tiger, yes, but does that make Tan Van's sect any less of a wolf? Ma Tan Veem immediately challenged her words. But among our younger generation, who is strong enough to take the field? No one in the room spoke, and the atmosphere fell silent. After a long while, Ha Quan Gi finally said, the saintess has only just taken office, and the baptism ritual is not yet complete. Even if we force her out early, her strength would only be at the Lam Tuak realm. I'm afraid that won't be enough. Before she could finish, Deepon gave a cold snort. If it weren't for your daughter, Tien Han, causing a scandal that defied all moral and social order, and being stripped of her title as saintess, would we have needed to train a brand new saintess from scratch? She is the greatest culprit behind the situation we face today. As a mother, how could Ha Quan Gi tolerate others speaking so harshly of her daughter? She angrily shot back. The girl has already had her cultivation crippled and has been left to live out her life alone on Van Koi Peak. What more is there to keep bringing up? Seeing that the argument had gone too far, Chao Tien Tu brought them back to the main issue. The most urgent matter right now is still how to deal with the Huin AM sect. At that point, Deepon stood and said, Sect Master, our lead disciple, Vong Heng, is about to break through to the Lam Tuak realm. We can pour all our cultivation resources into him. It's not impossible that he could help our Tam Mok sect defeat the Huin AM sect. Hearing this, Chao Tien Tu stroked his beard and pondered. After a moment, he decided to invest a large amount of resources in both the Saintess and Vong Heng, while also sending people to contact Tan Van Mountain. The three of them answered in unison, yes. Suddenly, a disciple ran in breathlessly and reported, Sect Master, something has happened at the trial grounds. He paused for a moment, then shouted, Vong Fan has been killed. Hearing the news, Deepon was extremely displeased. He shouted loudly, who has such audacity as to dare act inside the Tam Mok sect itself? Speaking of Vong Fan, Ma Tan Veem said, if I remember correctly, Vong Fan is the younger brother of Vong Heng, our lead disciple. I believe he was also at the Lam Tuak realm. If the attacker could kill him inside our sect, I'm afraid that person's cultivation is by no means low. The reporting disciple hurriedly added, Sir, this disciple heard from senior brother Vong Fan before he died that the culprit seemed to be a horse keeper who fled our sect 10 years ago. Deepon roared, I don't care who he is. He dared to attack inside the sect. Suddenly, Chao Tien Tu raised his hand to stop him. Wait. Then he stood up and said, we'll go there ourselves and have a look. Hearing this, all three turned to stare at him. They were deeply surprised. Why would the sect master want to involve himself in this matter? Then he ordered the disciple to lead the way, and the disciple replied, yes. And so everyone followed the sect master toward the trial grounds. At the testing area, the situation was far from peaceful. Lu Tianguin and a disciple were standing before a pool of blood. That disciple shouted loudly, do you know that Brother Vong was the younger brother of Vong Heng, the lead disciple? You dare to kill him. Suddenly a voice rang out. Who dares kill my younger brother? The speaker was none other than Vong Heng. He strode over with several disciples, all of them brimming with killing intent, and asked Lu Tianguin through gritted teeth, was it you? Lu Tianguin turned his head and gave him a casual glance. In the next instant, Vong Heng lunged at him. The other disciples also gathered around to encircle him as Vong Heng shouted, I want your life in payment. He raised his fist, purple light swirling around it, and punched straight toward Lu Tianguin's face. Lu Tianguin stood perfectly still. Blue light radiated from his entire body like an invisible shield that Vong Heng could not penetrate no matter how hard he tried. Suddenly a loud shout rang out, stop. Chao Tien Tu arrived slowly with the elders in tow. The disciples hurriedly lowered their heads in salute. Greetings, Sect Master. Lu Tianguin still did not move. Chao Tien Tu walked up in front of him. He frowned and thought to himself, so it really is him. Chao Tien too recognized him as the young man who had once discussed the Tao with the Supreme Elder years ago. Seeing that the sect master had arrived, Vong Heng immediately pointed at Lu Tianguin and complained, "Sect master, he's the one who killed my younger brother." Chao Tien too closed his eyes and waved a hand to silence him. After observing Lu Tianguin for a while, he speculated, "I remember Vong Fan's cultivation wasn't low. To be defeated in a single strike and reduced to ashes, that kind of power must be at least at the Lamb Tuok realm." Looking at Lu Tianwen's calm, confident face, he guessed further, no, perhaps he has already reached the Din Hao realm. Chao Tien too had never expected that the man who had been nothing but a horsekeeper without cultivation 10 years ago could advance so rapidly. Perhaps the tide of Fantam formula had indeed been taken by him. At that moment, he stroked his beard and pondered what exactly had brought this man back here. Could it be that he had returned voluntarily with the Taida Phantam formula? A disciple hurried over, his voice trembling as he stammered, "Sect Master, this is the one who killed Senior Brother Vong." Moreover, before Senior Brother Vong died, he revealed that the former Sanus had secretly had an affair with him. Hearing this shocking news, Ha Kuan-gi ground her teeth and trembled all over with uncontrollable fury. She drew her sword, her eyes blazing, and roared, "It was you! You're the one who ruined Yan Han's future." As soon as the words fell, she thrust her sword straight at the young man. The blade was only inches from Lu Tianwen's face when a majestic voice rang out, "Junior sister, stop." The one who spoke to stop her was Chao Tien Tu, sect master of the Tammok sect. Shock still lingered faintly on his face. Lu Tianwen calmly caught Ha Kuan-gi's sword blade between two fingers. No matter how hard she tried to yank it back or press it down, the sword did not move in the slightest. Lu Tianguin spoke indifferently. "Because you still care at least a little for Yan Han, you are worthy of hearing me call you mother-in-law." In stark contrast to her rage, Chao Tien Tu instead praised Lu Tianguin. "Young friend, it has been many years. I never expected your cultivation to have advanced to this level. Truly gratifying." Then his tone shifted into questioning. "However, for what reason did you come to the Tammok sect and kill our disciple?" Lu Tianguin pointed at the bloodstains on the ground and answered directly, without the least restraint. "He forced my wife to go serve Truong Tui of Tanvan Mountain, and he also wanted to use the opportunity to kill my 2 children. If I didn't kill him, what was I supposed to keep him around for the new year?" Those words left Ha Kuan-gi stunned and horrified. She could not believe that her daughter and grandchildren had suffered such calamity while she, as their mother, had known absolutely nothing. Lu Tianguin raised 2 fingers and continued, making his purpose clear. "I came here for only 2 things. To eliminate those who deserve to die, and to help those who need help. There's no need to beat around the bush with me. If you have something to ask, just ask it directly." Chao Tien Tu burst into hearty laughter and said, "Young friend, I will investigate the matter of Vong Fan thoroughly. But you, by rights, already belong to the Tammok sect." With that, he raised the sect master's token high and announced to all disciples, "In the name of the sect master's authority, I grant you special permission to join the Tammok sect." Hearing that declaration, everyone present gaped in shock. What? Ignoring the crowd's expressions, Chao Tien Tu ordered Ma Yuan. "Ma Yuan, take the new disciple to rest." Ma Yuan cupped his hands and replied, "As you command." Then he politely extended a hand toward Lu Tianguin. "Young master, this way please." As he passed by Chao Tien Tu, Lu Tianguin quietly whispered, "You are the dignified sect master of the Tammok sect, yet you secretly learn other people's techniques. How strange." Those words made Chao Tien Tu jolt in alarm. He had no idea how Lu Tianguin could know such a secret. Vong Heng was so furious he could barely endure it. After Lu Tianguin left, he immediately protested to Chao Tien Tu, "Sect master, that man killed my younger brother. How can you let him off and even allow him to join the sect?" Deepon also cut in and added, "That's right. Only once Lu Tianguin was gone did Chao Tien Tu explain, I suspect the tide of Phantam art is in his hands. But this man is straightforward by nature. If we force him, it will only backfire. We need to target his weakness." He paused briefly, then ordered, "Summon Tien Han to the main hall for discussion." After saying that, Chao Tien Tu left, leaving only Deepon and Vong Heng behind. Seeing that Vong Heng still looked unconvinced, Deepon raised a hand to stop him. Vong Heng exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle!" Deepon glanced at him and said, "Find a way to seize the tide of Fan-Tam art before the sect master does, and you will become the greatest contributor to the Tam Mok sect." As he spoke, Deepon handed Vong Hang 2 pills, one green and one red, and instructed, "The green one is the forbidden lock pill. Once thrown, it turns into a gas that can seal the other party's cultivation. The red one is the force burst pill. Taking it will double your cultivation, to be used for self-protection in times of danger." He continued, "At the same time, whatever your younger brother did before, you can do all over again." With a crafty, calculating look on his face, Vong Hang replied, "Understood." Meanwhile, Ma Yuan had already brought Lu Tianguin to a spacious room and said, "You can rest here for now. The sect master will make further arrangements later." However, Lu Tianguin looked dissatisfied and said to Ma Yuan, "Change rooms." This made Ma Yuan ask in surprise, "Why? This is a single room. Only high-ranking disciples are qualified to stay here." Lu Tianguin calmly sat down in a chair and took a sip of tea. "I don't want to waste time repairing the door." Hearing that, Ma Yuan stood there blankly, not understanding what he meant by not wanting to repair the door. Suddenly, a loud bang rang out as the door was kicked down. Ma Yuan recoiled in alarm, but Lu Tianguin seemed to have expected it already. Leisurely drinking his tea, he greeted the visitor, "You've arrived." The one who came was none other than Vong Hang. Brimming with murderous intent, he shouted, "Humph, Lu Tianguin, you kill my younger brother. I ought to tear you into 100 pieces." He walked up to Lu Tianguin and laid out a condition. "If you hand over the tide of Fan-Tam art, I can spare your life." "How ridiculous!" Lu Tianguin let out a cold snort, took another sip of tea, and replied, "To you, your younger brother's life wasn't worth much at all." Vong Hang put on an air of superiority and spoke in a condescending tone. "If you hand it over now, at most I'll just cripple your cultivation. Don't be so ungrateful. You should know that Tien Han, your lover, has already been summoned by the sect master. Even if she used to be the saintess, with T-Bat Pham as her father and an elder as her mother, the sect only placed her under house arrest on Van Kai Peak." Holding the blue pill in his hand, he continued threatening, "But now she's involved in the sect's secret art. Just because those methods of tormenting people were never used before doesn't mean they won't be used now. If you hand it over obediently, I can speak to the sect and make sure she suffers less. Otherwise, she'll have to endure the pain of 10,000 swords piercing her heart." Lu Tianguin listened patiently to his rambling. Then Vong Hang switched to threatening his children. "I remember you also have children. I'm afraid those little brats will also." Even after things had reached this point, Lu Tianguin still showed no reaction. Vong Hang completely lost his patience and thought to himself, "Still not moved? Are you forcing me to use force?" With that, he gripped the blue pill and charged straight at Lu Tianguin. In a flash, Lu Tianguin appeared before him and seized Vong Hang's arm. He had originally meant to throw the blue pill back, but instead he grabbed Vong Hang's hand and forced him to stuff the pill into his own mouth. To make sure he swallowed it, Lu Tianguin clamped his face tightly. Ma Yuan, who had witnessed everything from beginning to end, was so terrified that he broke out in sweat. Grinding his teeth, he asked what. Lu Tianguin still held Vong Hang's face firmly and explained, "This imprisonment pill, when thrown, turns into vapor and seals cultivation. But now that you've swallowed it, your cultivation will remain sealed forever until the day you die." After saying that, he shoved Vong Hang aside, then dragged him straight toward the door, not forgetting to say to Ma Yuan, "Then let me see what they intend to do." Inside, Vong Hang was panicking. He couldn't move at all and had no chance to take anything to counter it. Lu Tianguin simply dragged him across the courtyard. He looked up toward a mountain and muttered, "I originally planned to settle accounts after he came out of seclusion." He paused, closed his eyes, and sighed. "I didn't expect his comprehension to be this poor. It's been this long, and he still hasn't broken through. Fine, no more waiting." He thought to himself that in the Tam Mok sect, it seemed force would have to solve things again. The next morning, in the council hall of the Tam Mok sect, Tien Han knelt before Chao Tien Tu and greeted him. Tien Han pays respects to sect master. Then she turned and paid respects to the elders. But when she knelt before her mother, Ha Quan Gi, she fell silent, not knowing what to say. Ma Tan Veen began interrogating her. "Tien Han, back then you stole a high-grade pill from the sect and secretly became pregnant. Damaging the reputation of a saintess is the same as staining the honor of our Tam Mok sect." After a long round of questioning, he asked, "Do you admit all these crimes?" "Tien Han answered honestly, "I admit me guilt." Only then did Chao Tien-tu speak in a gentler tone. Yin Han, for the past 10 years, you've lived on Van Kai Peak, raising your child alone. I know you've suffered greatly. She replied sadly. Yin Han knows she is guilty. This punishment is something I should bear. Seeing her daughter kneeling there, Ha Quan Gi's heart twisted in pain. After a long silence, Chao Tien-tu continued. During the years you were confined, the young master of the Kangwin sect of Vong Van Kingdom and the Sword Saint's son from Thuong Dong City both sent letters repeatedly, earnestly pleading on your behalf. As he spoke, he tossed a thick stack of letters into Yin Han's hands. She accepted them gently, but did not open a single one. Instead, she decisively set them down on the floor. Chao Tien-tu went straight to the main point of the summons. Right now, you have a chance to redeem yourself. Yin Han vi mai si len. Chao Tien-tu continued persuading her. I think you already know that Lu Tianguin has returned. You only need to persuade him to hand over the item he took from the Tiamak sect. Seeing that her expression did not change in the slightest, he began offering benefits to sway her. I can allow you to return to the sect. I can even find a way to restore your cultivation. At this moment, Deepon joined in. Looking at Yin Han, he advised, Yin Han, you can see it yourself. Quite a few talented young men admire you. Why not take this opportunity to get the Taida Phantam formula from Lu Tianguin? We'll arrange a new marriage for you. Not only will it give you a comfortable life, it will also bring resources to the sect and let you redeem yourself. Right now, this is about the only value you still have left to contribute. Ha Quan Gi could no longer endure such shameless, ugly words. She angrily rebuked him. Elder Deep, please mind your words. Don't demean the dignity of the Tam Mok sect. At once, Deepon turned back and sneered at her. Humph, what are you pretending for? The moment you heard the other side call you mother-in-law, you immediately went easy on him. Ha Quan Gi shouted furiously. At your age, and you're still bickering like this. Chao Tien-tu immediately cut in sternly. Enough arguing. Then he turned to Yin Han and said, Yin Han, as long as we can recover the Tide of Phantam formula, Lu Tianguin may not necessarily be unable to stay in the Tammok sect. But the moment he made that promise, he instantly turned around and threatened her. Otherwise, we'll have no choice but to use harsher measures. The crime of defiling a saintess alone is enough for him to be skinned and have his tendons ripped out 10 times over. As for you, you'll also suffer the punishment of 10,000 arrows piercing your heart. However, Yin Han was not fooled. With her hands clasped, she said, Sect Master, Lu Tianguin, and I no longer have any relationship at all. What I did back then was entirely of my own free will. It had nothing to do with him. She then spoke the decision she had already made. I know I am no longer worthy of being the saintess. To have been granted mercy by the sect master and allowed to spend my life on Van Kai Peak is already fortunate. As for the punishment of 10,000 arrows piercing the heart, I will accept that punishment myself on Van Kai Peak. Those words darkened Chao Tien-tu's face, and the whole room fell into a frightening silence. After that, Yin Han stood up, intending to leave. Deepon hurriedly rose and asked, Do you really want to throw away all your future for the sake of a mere horsekeeper? Ha Quan Gi also anxiously tried to persuade her. Yin Han, don't let this chance slip away. Yin Han lowered her head and said nothing. A moment later, she called out, Mother. Then she knelt before her again. Please forgive your unfilial daughter. On the rooftop, Tai Fong and Qiu Qi had been watching everything. The little girl asked curiously, Uncle Tai Fong, why are they targeting my mother? As she spoke, she lifted her head, her eyes full of resolve. Uncle Tai Fong, I want to stay by Mother's side. Dui Fong not that? All right, I'll take you down there. At that moment, Yin Han had just risen, bowed to everyone, and turned to leave. Looking at her back, Chao Tien-tu coldly muttered, stubborn and unyielding. Then he shouted, Seize her! Suddenly, an overwhelming force blasted the doors apart. A figure shot straight into the room, then crashed to the ground upside down, in an utterly miserable state. Deepon quickly recognized him. Vong Heng, why is it you? Sitting collapsed on the floor, Vong Heng replied weakly, Uncle, I was ambushed by Lu Tianguin. I was forced to swallow an imprisonment pill, and now my cultivation has been sealed. Not long after, Lu Tianguin strolled in at an unhurried pace. Calmly glancing at the atmosphere in the hall, he remarked, Quite lively in here. Seeing that Lu Tianguin was completely unharmed, Deepon was utterly shocked. Tian Han also asked in surprise. Why are you here? He did not answer, only stared fixedly at her. Tian Han raised her voice. My child and I have nothing whatsoever to do with you. Before she could finish, Lu Tianguin strode forward and covered her mouth with his hand, stopping her from saying any more words denying their relationship. Looking straight into her eyes, he spoke with complete sincerity. What I do is because my heart wishes it so, not because of anything else. His words left her utterly stunned. Vong Heng could not hold back and shouted, Enough! This is not a place for the two of you to flirt. Hearing that, Lu Tianguin coldly warned, Do you have any place to speak here? With a casual flick of his hand, he sent Vong Heng crashing painfully to the floor again. Right in front of Chao Tian too, Lu Tianguin acted without the slightest restraint, forcing Vong Heng's face back into the ground. Watching Vong Heng, Chao Tian too thought to himself, Only I know that in order to prevent internal fighting, the main hall of the Tam-Mok sect has hidden restrictive formations set up within it. Yet he can send the lead disciple flying with just a light flick of his sleeve. He turned to look at Lu Tianguin and continued speculating. Moreover, from the look of it, he still hasn't used his full strength. He hasn't even used 30% of his power. Recalling how easily Vong Heng had been defeated, he could not help but feel alarmed. Could it be that I judged wrong? Has this man already broken through to a higher realm? Then he said to Lu Tianguin, you are a disciple of the Tam-Mok sect. How dare you intrude into the council hall at will? We were only questioning Tian Han according to normal procedure, and we were even giving her a chance to redeem herself. Lu Tianguin let out a cold snort. Coercion counts as normal? This time, it was Chao Tian Tu's turn to be shocked. What? Could it be he was eavesdropping just now? Impossible. No one could have listened in without my noticing. Deepon could not hold back and pointed directly at Lu Tianguin as he tattled. Sect Master, why be polite with this brat? Just tie him up. I refuse to believe his bones are tougher than the suffering of 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. He did little well and ruined plenty. If it were really that easy, Chao Tian Tu would not have needed to summon Tian Han to threaten her. Chao Tian Tu angrily barked at Deepon. Shut up. Don't cause me more trouble. After being shouted down by the sect master, Deepon no longer dared stir things up. He could only glare at Lu Tianguin with resentment. Suddenly, Lu Tianguin spoke and admitted, The pill Yin Han took back then was indeed eaten by me. Then he opened his eyes and continued, Now I'll return one to you. Deepon replied without the slightest courtesy. Return it? What a big mouth. That pill was our Tam-Mok sect's top-grade hunter refinement pill. Thinking of the arduous refining process, Deepon said disdainfully, It takes thousands of spiritual herbs and 100 refinements to complete. You might not get a single one, even in decades. Can you afford to repay it? After saying that, he began gathering spiritual power, purple light spreading over his body, and said to Chao Tian Tu, Sect Master, I can't endure this any longer. Right now I'm going to seize this man and seek justice for the Tam-Mok sect. Lu Tianguin closed his eyes, paying him no attention at all. Slowly, he reached into his robe and, under everyone's astonished gaze, took out a pill. Ma Tan Veem asked in confusion, This is this color, this density of immortal aura. Could it be a second revolution immortal pill? Lu Tianguin answered at once. That's right. Tian Han was equally shocked to hear him say so. But ignoring him, she sat down opposite her daughter and asked, Chu Chi, why are you here? The little girl smiled and answered, Uncle Tai Fong brought me here. At this moment, Ma Tan Veem loudly explained, Refining a pill hundreds of times is already extremely difficult. To make the pill more powerful, you need to continuously merge it with spiritual herbs. One tiny mistake, and all the effort is wasted. Repeating this process thousands of times produces the first revolution immortal pill, which allows a cultivator to directly break through a major realm. He shoved Deepon aside, hurried over to Lu Tianguin, and continued. And this is actually a second revolution immortal pill, 100 times more precious than a first revolution immortal pill. I've spent years refining pills, and this is my first time seeing one. Where did you get this immortal pill? Lu Tianguin replied calmly, I refined it myself. Hearing that, Ma Tan Veem waved his hand and said loudly, Impossible, absolutely impossible. How old are you? Even Dan Lao, hailed as a peerless genius, was already 70 before he successfully refined his first second revolution golden pill. Lu Tianguin tossed the pill to him and said indifferently, Believe it or not, suit yourself. Matan Veem hurriedly bent down to catch it. Holding the pill in his hand, he laughed in delight. This divine bearing, this immortal aura, it is absolutely not fake. This is indeed a second revolution immortal pill. Then Lu Tianguin said calmly, "Consider this pill repayment to the Tam Mok sect." He took an exquisite jade box from his robe. The moment he opened it, dazzling radiant light burst forth. Looking straight at Ha Kuan Gi, he declared, "Honored mother-in-law above, I offer this as a betrothal gift." The item in the box shocked Ha Kuan Gi so much her mouth fell open. Then Lu Tianguin spoke words that stunned the entire hall. Everyone in the room was utterly shocked. Matan Veem pointed at the pill in the box and stammered, "Teach this. Is this a fifth revolution immortal pill?" He almost shouted, "This is the first time I've ever encountered such a rich medicinal fragrance. It even has purple chi phenomena surrounding it. Especially these 5 pill markings, there's no mistake." Matan Veem was completely certain. This is exactly the 5th revolution immortal pill recorded in the ancient texts. Looking at the pill, Ha Kuan Gi hesitated a little. "Sudali, Matan Veem Zhao, Staling He, what are you still standing there for? Agree at once. With this 5th revolution immortal pill, it might even heal T-Bat Fam." Those words shocked her, and she repeated, "Heal Bat Fam." Then Ha Kuan Gi reached out, wanting to accept the J-Box. Deepon hurriedly stopped her. "Nonsense. What 5th revolution immortal pill?" He turned and shouted at Matan Veem. "Matan Veem, have you refined pills until you've gone stupid? You're talking complete nonsense. Have you ever even seen a real 5th revolution immortal pill before?" Hearing that, Matan Veem fell into thought and answered, "I've only seen it in books. How could I possibly have seen a real 5th revolution immortal pill?" Deepon pointed straight at Lu Tianguin and slandered him. He's definitely using some kind of illusion. How could someone who used to be nothing but a horsekeeper obtain such a rare immortal pill? It must be fake. He continued attacking, and as for that 2nd revolution immortal pill, he definitely got it through underhanded means, by deception, theft, or robbery. After saying that, he turned to Chao Tien Tuesday, Sect Master. "Why do you keep yielding to this brat? Aren't you afraid of losing the dignity of Sect Master?" At that moment, Chao Tien Tu was about to respond, Elder Deep, after investigating, but Lu Tianguin impatiently cut him off. "What nonsense are you all spouting? That 5th revolution immortal pill of mine was never meant for you." Immediately afterward, he snapped the box shut and handed it directly to Ha Kuan Gi. Then he said frankly, "From beginning to end, I have never owed the Tam Mok sect anything. On the contrary, the Tam Mok sect owes me a great debt of gratitude." Chao Tien too frowned and asked, "Owes you a debt of gratitude?" Deepon could not stand it any longer and shouted loudly, "Utter arrogance! Utter arrogance! You came from nothing but the background of a horsekeeper. Even if you can refine a few revolution immortal pills, how could the Tam Mok sect possibly owe gratitude to the likes of you? I'll seize you right now." With that, he flew straight at Lu Tianguin. Yet Lu Tianguin still stood there proudly, without moving. From behind him, a dazzling golden power burst forth, sending both Chao Tien Tu and Deep on flying backward. Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the entire sect. "All disciples of the Tam Mok sect, come out at once to receive us." Those words shocked Deepon, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Who is it?" At the same time, in the plaza of the Tam Mok sect, a gigantic sword was embedded straight into the ground beside the nearby mountain. The disciples rushed out in curiosity, talking noisily among themselves. One asked, "What's going on?" Another answered, "I only saw this iron sword suddenly fall from the sky." A loud laugh rang out from behind the mountain. Immediately afterward, a foot landed on the sword hilt. It was a green-haired man, followed by 2 attendants. Seeing how arrogant he was, one disciple spoke up and asked, "Who are you? Get down here. The Tam Mok sect is not a place for you to behave so tyrannically." The green-haired man was A.M. Saturday. Closing his eyes, he barked, "Insolence." Then he signaled to his subordinate with a glance. In a flash, the attendant slapped the disciple across the face, making him cough up blood. From above, Amsat ordered his subordinate, "Bring him here." Just as the attendant was about to drag the disciple away, a voice rang out, making him turn around in surprise. "Stop!" The one who spoke was Chao Tien Tuesday. He led the elders of Tam Mok sect forward and questioned them. "Are you from Huen AM sect?" Seeing that they did not answer, he asked again, "Are you from Huen AM sect?" AM sect replied calmly, "That's right." After receiving the answer, Chao Tien too politely asked, "You are still very young, yet you already have 2 attendants by your side. May I ask which AM side of the world you are?" As AM sat descended, he said, as expected of the sect master of Tammok sect, "You have sharp eyes." He then landed and stood upright on the head of the disciple he had beaten. Standing on that disciple's head, he introduced himself. "I am young master AM Saturday." Hearing this, Deepon said, "Among the AM Sat of the world, the two peerless geniuses of Hwin AM sect, both have already reached the Marquis realm, and both possess the aptitude of a great emperor. Why has young master AM Sat come to our Tammok sect now? Isn't it still not time for the competition yet?" AM Sat counted the days on his fingers and replied, "Indeed, it is not yet time for the competition. I came here today under orders to set up this formation." As soon as he finished speaking, the gigantic sword suddenly shone with white light. Gradually, a huge circle formed in the sky, radiating 3 beams of light along with small flashes of lightning. Chao Tian too recognized it with alarm. The demon sealing sword formation. Ha Quan Gi cannot hold back and shouted, "When AM sect, what are you trying to do?" AM Sat explained softly, "The competition is approaching. My elders feared that Tammok sect might not have disciples good enough, and that you would flee when cornered. So I was sent here to set up this formation as a little encouragement." Hearing that, the disciples of Tammok sect were furious. AM Set did not care about their reaction at all and leisurely mocked them. "It's only a bit of motivation for you. Losing isn't scary. Being cowardly, though, is rather embarrassing." The disciple whose head he was stepping on could not endure it and shouted, "Do not insult Tammok sect." Those words provoked AM Saturday. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "Oh, then let me show you what real humiliation looks like." The moment he finished, he pressed down lightly with his foot. The disciple's head was forced into the ground. His whole body sprawled face down in an utterly humiliating posture. Seeing her disciple being disgraced, Ha Kwangi angrily pointed at him. "Insolent! I have never seen anyone as arrogant as you. Release my sex disciple, or else." Before she could finish, Sat cut her off in a contemptuous tone. "Ah, but now you have." Then he lifted his chin, pointed his thumb at himself, and said, "Do you know why I've been arrogant for so long? Because none of you dare make a move against me. Isn't it because you fear the power of Hwin AM sect?" He continued pressing them. "In this world, the strong are supreme. Do you dare truly stand against Hwin AM sect? Do you dare touch me?" Hearing that, the people of Tammok sect could only lower their heads in silence. After that, AM Sat made an extremely provocative proposal. "How about this? I'll give you a chance to train. Send out any disciple you want. As long as they can defeat my 2 attendants, I will personally order this demon sealing formation withdrawn." In an instant, a young disciple with light green hair excitedly shouted, "Let me try," and charged forward bravely. Before he could even use a technique, he was struck by one attendant's fatal punch, so powerful that blood burst from all 7 orifices. The attendant showed no mercy and followed up with another fierce palm strike, knocking the disciple flat to the ground. Watching their fellow disciple be humiliated, the remaining disciples' blood boiled. They roared one after another, "Let's fight them. Better to die with honor than live in disgrace. Kill him." Standing to one side, Vong Heng gritted his teeth. Listening to the chaotic sounds of smacks, crashes, and bangs from the fight, he angrily burst out, "Damn it! If Lu Tianwen hadn't sealed my cultivation, I would have rushed up and fought young Master AM Sat to the death already." Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. That's right. Vong Heng turned to Matan Veem and said with confidence, "Eldama, give me that second revolution immortal pill." Matan Veem was startled. "Get to you? That is one of our sect's true treasures." Vong Heng immediately explained, "Faced with AM Sat's humiliation, we cannot stand by and do nothing. Right now, I'm the most suitable person to act, defeat him, and restore Tammok sect's dignity. Besides, our sect still has the 5th revolution immortal pill, the treasure that upholds the sect." Hearing that, Matan Veem fell into thought. He muttered, "Could this really be the only way to salvage Tammok sect's honor?" Seeing that Matan Veem had wavered, Vong Heng rejoiced inwardly. "Excellent. He's wavering. This is my best chance to get the 2nd revolution immortal pill. Later, I'll find a way to seize that 5th revolution immortal pill too. Once I succeed, my status in Tammok sect will be completely secure, and the day I stand above all of Divine Zhou and Pride will only be a matter of time." Meanwhile, the disciples were still struggling against the 2 attendants. One after another, people were beaten down. One was struck in the waist, another was punched straight in the face, and yet another heavy palm strike smashed someone into the ground. Watching the scene, Sat sneered. Come on, bring out that saintess you spent so much effort cultivating. Maybe she won't lose quite this miserably. Gi could no longer restrain herself. She drew her sword and declared furiously, outrageous. Then let me fight you myself. Sat did not think much of her at all and shouted back, oh? Elder Ha wants to take the field? Then surely my masters also have the right to participate in the upcoming competition, don't they? Seeing how agitated she was, Chao Tian too hurriedly raised a hand to stop her. He soothed her, he is right. This is a contest between disciples. Neither we nor the elders of Huin Am sect are allowed to interfere. Gi trembled with rage and muttered, a gang of bandits wrapped in the skin of hypocrites. In her heart, a painful thought rose up. If Bat Pham had been allowed to take over Tammok's sect from the beginning, would things have become this tragic today? At that moment, another disciple desperately rushed at Am Sat, but with just a light kick, the disciple was sent flying far away. Looking at the Tammok sect, disciples sprawled all over the ground. Sat mocked them. How can your level be this low? I want to see what kind of foundations these rebellious scraps of Tammok sect actually have. As soon as he said that, Sat shouted, Divine Eye Art. His eyes suddenly flashed with a mysterious blue light. Witnessing this, Deepon cried out in shock, Divine Eye Art. I never thought young master Sat's talent was so monstrous that he could cultivate such a supreme ocular divine ability, one capable of seeing through a person's innate foundation. No wonder he is said to possess the aptitude of a great emperor. Our Tammok sect cannot possibly compare. Sat swept his gaze across the foundations of each disciple. For every single one of them, the result was the same 2 words, useless. When his turn came to Lu Tien Nguyen, Sat looked confused. Why does this person not even display the most basic foundation? He insulted him. The most useless among the useless. Only a sect like Tammok's sect would keep trash like this. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. When he looked toward Tien Han and Tu Chi, a stream of emerald light appeared. He murmured, this is... Then he shouted in astonishment. Could this be the legendary immortal spirit body? Hearing that, all the elders were shaken and cried out in unison, the immortal spirit body. Immediately, Sat began calculating inwardly. He beamed with delight. Wonderful. If this child becomes a cauldron vessel, Huin Am sect will definitely produce a great emperor. Seeing Sat's greedy gaze as if he wanted to devour her whole, Tu Chi shrank fearfully into her mother's arms and cried, Mother. Sat turned to Tien Han and asked, Your cultivation is sealed. Are you Tammok sect's former saintess? Seeing that Tien Han remained silent, he continued, Your aptitude truly is extraordinary. In that case, take both of them back. From now on, you will live in Huin Am sect and satisfy the needs of my senior and junior brothers. Just then, Sat's eyes suddenly flared as he sensed a fierce killing intent. He thought to himself, this powerful aura. It can't possibly be coming from the trash of Tammok sect. Who is it? At the same time, Matan Veem had already handed the Second Revolution Immortal pill to Vong Hang. The pill immediately drew Sat's attention. He was astonished. What pill is that? Holding in his hand, Vong Hang could hardly suppress his arrogance and muttered inwardly, You brat from Huin Am sect, just wait until I swallow this Second Revolution Immortal pill. Then I'll show you the power of Tammok sect's #1 disciple, Vong Hang. Sat shouted, Snatch it for me. A streak of purple chi filled with tiny fragments of energy shot straight toward Vong Hang. Just as he was about to put the pill into his mouth, the streak locked onto it. A loud roar rang out, Stop! Sat rushed over like lightning and delivered a vicious kick that sent Vong Hang sprawling onto his back, the pill flying from his hand. Sat easily seized the Second Revolution Immortal pill and looked at the treasure he had just stolen with satisfaction. Idiot! If you want to take the Second Revolution Immortal pill, you should have swallowed it immediately. Why were you wasting time talking? Now look what happened. It's all been taken. Witnessing this scene, Matan Veem cried out in pain, My treasure. At that moment, Vong Hang was being trampled under Sat's foot, suffering utter humiliation. Grinding his teeth, he thought bitterly, Damn it, this is all because of that useless stable boy. If my cultivation hadn't been sealed and my limbs weren't sluggish, I wouldn't have lost, and the Second Revolution Immortal pill wouldn't have been stolen. Sat was overjoyed now, loudly proclaiming, Wonderful, wonderful. A Second Revolution Immortal pill and an immortal spirit body. A moment later, he turned to Chao Tian-tu and said sternly, "These two treasures will be temporarily kept by our Huin AM sect. After the competition ends, we will decide what to do next." Looking at Vong Hang lying beneath his feet, Sat suddenly thought that killing intent didn't come from this Vong Hang fellow. Did I sense it wrong? He quickly dismissed the doubt. Forget it. How could Tiamak's sect possibly have any true expert? He ordered his attendant to take away the immortal spirit body and the former saintess. Akwanshi roared furiously. "You dare!" At that very instant, Sat sensed that terrifying killing intent again. That aura again. He saw streaks of emerald light beginning to spread, like ribbons flying toward him. By now, Lu Tianguin was utterly enraged, his face darkened. One of the attendants, armed with the signature bronze hammer, headed straight toward Tian Han and her daughter. Suddenly, a muffled grunt rang out. The attendant abruptly dropped to his knees. No matter how hard he struggled to tense his body, he could no longer move. Only then did Sat pinpoint the source of the killing intent to this very area, and he ordered the remaining bronze hammer attendant, "You attack." At the command, that attendant immediately charged straight at Tian Han. Akwan Shi Shota ansiosely. Fan Bekarafu. She drew her sword and rushed over to support them. The attendant was extremely nimble. He leaped up, raised his weapon, and was about to strike Tian Han. Unexpectedly, a rough hand grabbed his bronze hammer. Lu Tianguin let out a cold snort and held the weapon firmly, making it impossible for the attendant to pull it back. By now, Sat had completely confirmed that the killing intent piercing into his heart came from this man with no visible foundation. At that moment, the bronze hammer attendant who had been kneeling on the ground also managed to force himself back up, and he quickly rushed in to attack Lu Tianguin. A dazzling burst of golden light exploded forth, covering the entire battlefield and making it impossible to see clearly what was happening. Sat stood outside calmly, wearing the expression of someone watching an amusing play. He waved a hand and said disdainfully, "Jumping clown, it seems I overestimated you. Do you know that the bronze hammers in the hands of these two little generals were specially forged to counter body-refining techniques? You didn't dodge or evade, and you still dare to take them head-on? You're truly seeking death." Gradually, the golden light faded and disappeared, revealing an astonishing sight. Lu Tianguin stood firm, both hands tightly gripping the two bronze hammers of the attendants. Seeing the scene before him, even Sat could not help but freeze in shock. He said mockingly, "Oh, so that's how it is?" Meanwhile, the blue aura around Lu Tianguin was growing denser and denser. He commented, "Good material. I'll take it." As soon as he said that, he seized both weapons and flung the two attendants far away. Sensing that the situation had turned bad, Sat immediately shouted, "Use the extermination formation." The two attendants quickly moved into position. A stream of purple energy emanated from their bodies, accompanied by incomprehensible ancient symbols. The bizarre purple energy gradually enveloped Lu Tianguin, and in the blink of an eye it burst into a blinding radiance, covering a vast area. Chao Tian too recognized it in horror. The shared heart curse. Ma Tan Veem curiously asked the sect master, "Sect master, what kind of technique is this? I have never seen it before." Chao Tian too explained, "This is a special forbidden curse of Huin AM sect. Whoever is struck by it will lose the five senses. Their soul will gradually scatter, and in the end, only an empty shell will remain. Ordinary people cannot activate this forbidden curse. It requires 10 bronze hammers, being specially refined by Huin AM sect's secret art, beings without the five senses, in order to use it. For others, merely reciting the incantation would be enough to make them lose their sanity." Seeing Lu Tianguin surrounded like that, Tian Han could not help but feel anxious. Chu Chi was also terribly frightened and asked her, "Mother, will father be all right?" Before she could answer, Lu Tianguin had already turned his head and reassured his daughter, "Father is fine." Seeing that Lu Tianguin was still able to speak, Sat was utterly shocked. He blurted out, "Impossible. You were clearly struck by the shared heart curse. Even a great emperor could not remain completely unaffected." Lu Tianguin looked at him calmly and replied, "This level isn't even 1/10,000th of what I have endured." Hearing that, Sat became suspicious. Could it be that there's an even more powerful curse on you? He did not answer, instead looking at the two objects in his hands, the so-called bronze hammers. He commented, "The material is good. What a pity the structure is far too loose." Then he tightened his grip, seeing Lu Tianwen easily crush and warp the two weapons. Sat opened his mouth in horror, his eyes nearly bulging out. At that moment, purple energy was still pouring non-stop from the two bronze hammers. Suddenly, the two attendants spat out mouthfuls of fresh blood and were blown far away. Watching the two bronze hammers be destroyed just like that, Sat clutched his head and screamed, "My two bronze hammers! They were gifts from my master, symbols of my identity and status." Sweat streamed down Chao Tian-2's face as he looked at Lu Tianwen and thought, he actually neutralized the backlash of the curse triggered by the life-bound magic weapons? I never imagined he could ignore the shared heart curse and even crush the bronze hammers specially forged by Huan Am sect with his bare hands. If Lu Tianwen has not reached the monarch realm, then he must have cultivated some extraordinary body-refining technique. Thinking of this, he was filled with alarm. And yet I underestimated him again and again. In only 10 years, to raise his strength to this level. He truly is a genius, an absolute once-in-an-age genius. At this time, Sat still had not recovered from a shock. Clutching his head, he stared at the ruined remains of his two attendants. Then he pointed at Lu Tianwen and roared, "I want you dead, dead without a whole corpse left." No matter how furious Sat was, Lu Tianwen paid him no attention at all. Looking at his own fist, he said calmly, "This will do for now." Sat was so enraged his blood seemed to boil. Gathering blue energy, he burst into laughter. "You have angered me now." As soon as he finished, he shouted, "Demon Sealing Sword Formation." At once, he activated a sword formation. Countless transparent swords emerged from the giant blade and pointed straight at Lu Tianwen. Then he pointed at him and gave the order, "Destroy the enemy within the formation." Thousands of swords shot toward him, yet Lu Tianwen remained standing still without the slightest reaction. Ha Kuan-gi cried out anxiously, "This is bad." Sat's Demon Sealing Sword Formation has completely locked onto Lu Tianwen. Sat let out a cold laugh. Once the Demon Sealing Sword Formation identifies someone as an enemy, then unless the formation is destroyed, it will keep attacking without end until you vanish. Aren't you supposed to be impressive? Let me see how you'll deal with the next strike. Standing in the middle of the formation, Lu Tianwen answered him modestly, "Just a few cheap tricks." After that, he tossed the fragment of the bronze hammer to Tai Fong and instructed, "Use this to forge a weapon." Tai Fong received it and replied, "Understood." Chao Tian too was nearly doubting life itself, wondering to himself if something had just flashed past. Then he turned his head and looked around, thinking inwardly, could it be that the Huan Am sect still has some hidden master in the shadows? Impossible. At that moment, Sat kept roaring, "Sword formation, kill, 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 kill." Lu Tianwen had already run out of patience playing with him. He said, "Breaking this formation is extremely simple." As he spoke, he lightly flicked his hand and calmly walked toward the gigantic sword. Looking up at it, he said, "If there are no swords left in the formation, then the formation will naturally collapse on its own." Hearing that, Sat mocked him. "You're not joking that you want to destroy the main sword of the formation, are you?" After a brief pause, he glanced at Lu Tianwen sideways and continued in a contemptuous tone, "I admit you have some ability, but this sword is the core of the formation. Even jokes should have limits." Before he could finish speaking, Lu Tianwen had already lightly touched the sword and shattered it. Watching the enormous blade break apart into pieces just like that, Sat's eyes widened as he blurted out, "What?" After the main sword shattered, the thousands of swords inside the formation gradually disappeared as though they had never existed. Ha Kuan-gi couldn't believe her eyes. "Is this real?" Seeing that, Tu Chi jumped up excitedly and cheered, "Daddy is amazing." Suddenly, Sat burst into laughter like a madman. Holding a talisman in his hand, he said viciously, "I never thought you would be this eager to die." Then he declared bluntly, "You forced me to use my true trump card, the Pyla Beast. Even I can't completely control this demonic beast. Once it goes mad, it will surely unleash a bloody massacre. Today, I alone will wipe out the entire Tamok sect." Chao Tian too was horrified, cold sweat breaking out all over him as he stammered, "The Pyla Beast?" Recalling the image of that demonic beast, deep unspoken fear, the the Pylob beast can appraise all things in heaven and earth, but it is extremely ferocious. It possesses the power of the Saint Emperor realm, and may even rival a great emperor. We're finished, completely finished. I never thought the Huin AM sect would actually command such a vicious beast. We absolutely cannot let him summon the Pylob beast. Chao Tian, too, hurriedly tried to stop him. Young Master AM sat, please show mercy. I am now willing to offer up half of the sect's resources. I only ask that you calm your anger. But by now, AM Sat's reason had been entirely swallowed by rage. He glanced at him and laughed loudly. Begging now is already too late. The men of the Tam Mok sect will become slaves, and the women will become prostitutes. You're not worthy of begging me. All of you can go to hell. Then he said to the disciples, quick, while the demon-sealing sword formation has been broken, take the disciples and escape immediately. Like a madman, Amsat raised his hand to the sky, laughed loudly, and shouted, feel the pain. Regret it. This time, no one can protect you. The entire Tam Mok sect will be buried with you. The moment he finished speaking, a brilliant golden light spread across the sky. From within that light came a soft, little meowing sound. A clawed paw emerged from the ground right in front of Lu Tianwen. Someone screamed in alarm, huh? Not long after, the Pylob beast's entire body appeared. Its eyes flashed with a bright orange glow, and it opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar. Deep inside, anxiously, we're truly done for. The Tam Mok sect is completely finished. If not for Lu Tianwen, how would the Tam Mok sect have suffered such a disaster? Ha Kuan Gi remained calm and said to him, stop complaining. Quickly lead the disciples in retreat. Save as many as you can. AM Sat was still laughing loudly as he gave the Pylob beast an order. Calling its name, he commanded, meow meow, slaughter them for me. What was astonishing was that the Pylob beast only stretched one paw forward and silently stared at Lu Tianwen. Lu Tianwen also raised his head and looked at it. The Pylob beast looked at him, and sweat started pouring down its body. Seeing that it wasn't making any move, Sat urged it on. Meow, meow, what are you still standing around for? Kill him now. The moment he finished speaking, the Pylob beast gave an awkward smile and said, sorry for disturbing you. Run, gotta run now. As soon as it said that, it burrowed underground and vanished. Watching the Pylob beast disappear, just like that, everyone was left gaping in shock. Deepon asked suspiciously, could it be that wasn't a Pylob beast at all, just an ordinary cat? Sat asked Lu Tianwen in horror, who exactly are you? Why did meow meow? Before he could finish, Lu Tianwen had already pushed off lightly with his toes, flown over, and kicked him. The kick was so powerful that Sat spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. In fear, he asked you, what do you want to do? I'm a disciple of the Huin AM sect. If you dare kill me, the Huin AM sect won't spare you, and it won't spare the Tam Mok sect either. Hearing that, his face darkened as he replied, don't worry. For now, I won't kill you. Then he kicked him flying into the distance and instructed, remember to bring everyone from the Huin AM sect here. Best of all, mobilize the entire sect. Sat was sent flying dozens of meters away. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, fine, I won't let you off. I will definitely make your Tam Mok sect be buried. Lu Tianwen gave him a special reminder once more. Don't misunderstand. I'm not sparing you so you can go back alive. I'm sparing you so you can bring as many people here as possible. After a pause, he continued, stop talking nonsense and get lost. As soon as he said that, he flicked a tiny stone straight into Sat's face, making him cough up blood once again. Watching Sat retreat in a miserable state, Chao Tian too regained his composure. Ma Tan Veem immediately shouted in reproach, pointing toward the departing enemy. That second revolution Immortal pill is still in his hands. Why didn't you take it back? Vong Heng chimed in as well, his eyes full of greed. That's right. If I got that second revolution Immortal pill, my cultivation would definitely have a chance to break through. Only then would I be strong enough to deal with Huin AM Sex Tianxia AM Sat in the upcoming competition. Deepon also attacked openly. You're clearly helping the enemy, and then you foolishly talk about mobilizing the entire Huin AM sect. Hearing those unfair accusations, Lu Tianwen merely replied indifferently, the Immortal pill was handed to you. If you didn't know how to keep it safe, what does that have to do with me? Seeing everyone turn on him at once, and placed the blame on him. Ha Kuan-gi could no longer bear it and spoke up in his defense. What are you all doing? He just got us out of danger. Unexpectedly, Chao Tian-tu turned and praised him. Lu Tian-wen, you were able to drive back young Master AM Saturday. Well done. Starting today, I officially appoint you as the sect's chief disciple. Vong Heng immediately protested loudly. Sect Master, the chief disciple should be me. Chao Tian-tu ignored him and continued speaking to Lu Tian-wen. You have also seen just how great the threat of the Huan AM sect is to the Tamok sect. Young Master AM sat alone was enough to suppress our sect. Then his tone turned threatening. Therefore, I hope you can hand over the Tai Yif and Exine art. This concerns the life and death of the sect, so I have no choice but to use a few methods. He paused, then emphasized, you wouldn't want to see your daughter captured and turned into a cultivation furnace, would you? Hearing those threats, Lu Tian-wen only warned him coldly. Those who play with fire will one day burn themselves. Right at that moment, a dazzling stream of golden light suddenly flashed at the mountaintop. Lu Tian-wen let out a cold laugh. Perfect timing. Suddenly, an imposing voice echoed from the golden light and spread through the air. Sect Master of the Tamok sect, along with the elders and important disciples, come to me at once. Chao Tian-tu and the elders were stunned and alarmed. That voice, it's the Supreme Elder. A disciple asked in shock, what? The Supreme Elder is still alive? He hasn't passed away? Chao Tian-tu raised his hand to signal the elders, then solemnly said, let's go. Elders, follow me to the rear mountain and pay our respects. After saying that, he glanced meaningfully at Lu Tian-wen and then invited him. Why don't you come along as well? Meanwhile, on a nearby cliff, several men observing the situation suddenly fell into chaos. One man's sword abruptly cracked apart, leaving him horrified. Not long after, the entire group dropped to their knees, coughing up blood. One of them asked in panic, what's going on? How are we suddenly seriously injured? A while later, Chao Tian-tu and his group arrived at the rear mountain of the Tamok sect. Before them sat the Supreme Elder in meditation, his body wrapped in brilliant golden light. He opened his eyes and slowly said, you've all arrived. This old man cultivated in seclusion for 10 full years, and at last I have broken through to the middle stage of the Saint Emperor realm. Chao Tian-tu and the elders immediately cupped their hands and bowed in salute, saying in unison, we welcome the Supreme Elder's emergence from seclusion. Ma Tan-veem exclaimed in shock, I never imagined the Supreme Elder was still alive. The Tamok sect has hope again. Chao Tian-tu thought to himself about the Pyla beast. It seems the Pyla beast summoned by young Master M. Sat must have sensed the Elder's presence, which is why it retreated. Deep on the other hand, sneered inwardly. As expected, Chao Tian-tu is thinking too much. That Lu Tian-wen isn't all that impressive. Most likely, it was the Supreme Elder secretly making a move to break the formation. First, the Supreme Elder asked Chao Tian-tu about the sect situation. In the past decade, has any major change occurred in the Tamok sect? He replied, that is a long story. Hearing that, the Supreme Elder closed his eyes, then set it aside for now. There is an urgent matter I need you to handle immediately. The four of them responded in unison. Supreme Elder, please instruct us. We will do our utmost. He slowly said, find Lu Tian-wen, the one who once worked as a horsekeeper at the Tamok sect. Hearing that, the three of them cried out in shock. What? They could hardly believe their ears. At that moment, Chao Tian-tu pointed at Lu Tian-wen, who was slowly approaching, and said, Supreme Elder, is the Lu Tian-wen you speak of him? When the Supreme Elder saw him, he quickly flew closer. He said, so it really is you. Chao Tian-tu immediately took the chance to tattletale. Supreme Elder, our sect's Tai Yif and Exine art is in his hands. Please consider. Before he could finish speaking, Deep On loudly cut in. Supreme Elder, this man stole our pill refining secret art, acts outrageously arrogant, killed disciples of the Tamok sect, and has absolutely no regard for the Tamok sect at all. I ask that you take action and capture him. He absolutely must not be forgiven. Seeing the two of them ignore right and wrong and dump every crime onto Lu Tian-wen, Ha Kuan-gi indignantly said, Supreme Elder, although he has his faults, he was the one who just saved the Tamok sect. Yet Deep On cut her off again. It wasn't him. It must have been the Supreme Elder making a secret move. Ha Kuan-gi was furious, but she did not know what else to say and could only utter you. The two of them were so busy arguing that they failed to notice the Supreme Elder's face had already darkened. He slowly walked toward Lu Tianwen. As they watched him approach, each elder had different thoughts. Deepon smiled sinisterly and thought, as expected, the Supreme Elder has a grudge against Lu Tianwen. A great battle is about to break out. Ha Kuan-gi rubbed her aching temples and thought, Lu Tianwen, you'll just have to bear the consequences yourself. What happened next was earth-shattering. As the Supreme Elder approached him, both of his knees suddenly buckled, and then he lowered his head and kowtowed to Lu Tianwen. Honored Master above, please accept this bow from your disciple. At that moment, Ma Tanvim, Deepon, and Ha Kuan-gi were so shocked their mouths hung open and their eyes nearly bulged out. H heavens, am I seeing this right? Impossible. Lu Tianwen even shook his head in refusal. He said, I'm not your master. But the Supreme Elder stubbornly insisted, Master, you must accept this disciple. No matter which direction Lu Tianwen turned, the old man ran over there to kneel and plead, Master, please accept me as your disciple. And so the cycle repeated again and again. The Supreme Elder completely lost all dignity, rolling on the ground as he begged, Master, accept me. Please accept me as your disciple. Chao Tian, too, was so shocked his mind went blank. He simply could not understand what was happening. The lofty Supreme Elder was repeatedly kneeling, all just to beg that former horse-keeping brat to accept him as a disciple. No matter how the old man rolled around and begged, Lu Tianwen firmly shook his head. Your aptitude is too poor. I don't want to take you in. Hearing that, Chao Tian, too, was horrified and clutched his head with both hands as he shouted, he's actually saying the Supreme Elder's aptitude is too poor, so he doesn't want to accept him. Deepon still hadn't recovered from shock. Pointing at his own face, he said to Ma Tanvim, come over here and hit me. I'm not dreaming, am I? Ha Kuan-gi also couldn't believe it and exclaimed in horror, this is completely absurd. At the same time, Ma Tanvim slapped Deepon so hard that he coughed up blood. Deepon shouted, so it really isn't a dream. The Supreme Elder let out a dejected sigh and said, this student knows his aptitude is low and is unworthy of becoming Master's disciple, but I still have one presumptuous request. After a pause, he kowtowed once to Lu Tianwen and continued, from my generation onward, the Tammok sect has declined. For the sake of revitalizing the sect, I beg Master to choose 8 disciples of the Tammok sect and instruct them for 1 month. After saying that, he raised his head and looked at him. Lu Tianwen did not yield at all and simply turned his face away. So the old man crawled to his feet and bargained 5 people half a month. Seeing that he still showed no reaction, the old man spoke with tears in his eyes. Master, no matter what, back then it was I who taught little girl Tian Han how to refine the 100 refinement pill, and that was what saved your life. Can't you grant this old man's tiny wish? Seeing that he dared bring up the past again, Lu Tianwen frowned and replied, I already cured your hidden illness, revised the Tai Yif and Exine art, and kept you from dying from chi deviation. The debt between us was settled long ago. Then he asked him, where is that piece of jade now? The Supreme Elder immediately pointed toward the forbidden ground and said, it's still in the forbidden area. Suddenly, Lu Tianwen gave his final answer, 3 people, 5 days. Hearing that, the old man said excitedly, tomorrow, this disciple will go retrieve the jade at once. Then he said to him deferentially, as for the chosen people, the one with the highest talent in our sect is naturally the saintess. She is one of them. As for the other 2, Master may choose whoever pleases your eye. At that moment, Chao Tian too cautiously said to the Supreme Elder, Supreme Elder, the whereabouts of our sect's lost volume of the Tai, Yif and Exine art still haven't been found. The Supreme Elder turned his head and asked again, still looking somewhat dazed, I was too emotional just now. I didn't hear clearly what you were saying. Silence engulfed the 4 of them, and the air became stifling. How were they supposed to say it now? The Supreme Elder tried to search his memory, then exclaimed in surprise, ah, you mean the Tai Yif and Exine art? A moment later, embarrassment spread clearly across his face as he forced a laugh and explained, I've kept it on me all this time. Back then, the burial was so rushed that I brought it along without thinking. I never imagined 10 full years would pass in the blink of an eye. Chao Tian too was utterly stunned and could only blurt out, huh? Lu Tianwen had already finished what he needed to do, and he reminded the old man, it's time. I need to go pick someone up. Before leaving, he did not forget to add, remember to prepare the item for me. The Supreme Elder cupped his hands and bowed deeply to him, replying respectfully, farewell, sir. Only after Lu Tianwen had disappeared did Chao Tian too dare ask, Supreme Elder, just who exactly is Lu Tianwen? Why Why does even someone like you treat him with such reverence, even kneeling before him again and again?" The old man did not answer directly. Instead, he sternly warned Chao Tian-tu, "Everything I showed today must never be revealed to the outside world, and absolutely nothing that happened during this period may reach the ears of outsiders." Then he fixed Chao Tian-tu with a murderous gaze and warned, "Otherwise, a terrifyingly oppressive aura burst forth from the Supreme Elder." Chao Tian-tu was horrified and thought, "So this is the power of a Saint Emperor expert? This terror is nothing like the gentle presence from earlier." Deepon quickly assured him, "We absolutely will not reveal anything we saw or heard today to anyone outside." Then the old man turned to them and said, "He will guide the three of you for 5 days. This is the greatest fortune I have managed to secure for our sect." Chao Tian-tu cupped his hands and said, "Supreme Elder, Tammok sect stands on the edge of disaster. Huen AM sect is eyeing us like a tiger stalking its prey, and in the Eastern Emperor Forest, demonic creatures run rampant. The danger of annihilation is always hanging over us. Now that you have reached the middle stage of the Saint Emperor realm, I beg you to take charge of Tammok sect's overall situation and strengthen the faith of our disciples." The old man closed his eyes wearily and instructed, "I will go to the Forbidden Grounds shortly. You must seize this golden opportunity. No matter what Sir asks for, you must satisfy him." All four replied in unison, "Yes." Suddenly, he asked, "Do you know the truth? The Tai Yifan Xian art passed down since ancient times is only an incomplete text." Hearing this, Chao Tian-tu was utterly shocked. "Only an incomplete version?" The Supreme Elder continued, "The sect masters and Supreme Elders of every generation devoted themselves to researching this flawed version, and each generation left behind some insights to supplement the Tai Yifan Xian art. Even so, no one ever achieved perfection. As it was accumulated across generations, the flaws of the Tai Yifan Xian art were only magnified further. By the time I cultivated it, it had already become nearly impossible to turn back." After a short pause, he stressed, "It was he, sir, who corrected it, and at the same time revised and perfected the errors in the annotations left behind by Tammok sect's ancestors through the generations." Then he looked up at the sky and could not help sighing, "Truly a heaven-favored, peerless genius." From that moment on, our sect finally came to possess the original Tai Yifan Xian art. His words left the sect master and the elders utterly dumbfounded. AM sat clenched his fists in fury and slammed them hard onto the table, causing the wine in his bowl to splash everywhere. As he drained the wine in one gulp, he ground his teeth and thought, "The bronze puppet that followed me was killed, the demon's sealing sword formation was destroyed, and even Meow Meow was taken from me and left me." After emptying the bowl, Sat wiped his chin and frowned anxiously. "I've suffered such huge losses. How am I supposed to explain this to my sect? If I return empty-handed like this, the title of Young Master Sat will definitely be stripped from me." Suddenly, he remembered that he still had a second turn Immortal pill. He took it out and admired it, secretly feeling fortunate. "Luckily, I still have one second turn Immortal pill. If I bring it back to the sect, I can definitely make up for my crimes with merit." Lost in thought, he did not realize that two strangers had been watching him all this time. Thinking of Lu Tianguin, hatred seeped into Sat's bones. He swore to himself, "I must take revenge on Tammok sect. I'll rip that brat's tendons out and flay his skin alive." Suddenly, a hand slapped heavily onto Sat's shoulder, making him jump. That person spoke up, "Little brother, the treasure in your hand is truly marvelous." Sat looked up in a daze. The man repeated, "Little brother, the thing in your hand is quite valuable." Only then did he realize that he had been immobilized and could not move. The man uttered a single word, "Fragrant." The fat one beside him also edged closer, smiling so hard his eyes turned into slits. Sat shouted, "Who are you? What do you want?" The one with his hand on Sat's shoulder introduced himself as a member of the 100 Ghosts, known as Hungry Ghost. The fat man beside him also introduced himself, also from the 100 Ghosts. "I am Starvin Ghost." Hearing their identities, Sat was terrified out of his wits. He trembled inwardly. The 100 Ghosts? How could I run into them here? They were a monstrous faction of inhuman beings, their cultivation impossible to measure. Especially evil ghost and vengeful ghost among them, most likely peerless experts in the great Emperor realm. And on top of that, there was the legendary Ghost King backing them. them. Thinking this, AM Sat quickly forced out a flattering smile. So the two of you are ghost lords from the 100 Ghosts. May I ask what advice you have for me? Hungry Ghost pointed a thumb at himself and said casually, "We've come to help you fulfill your wish." Starving Ghost picked up. That's right, exactly. Weren't you just wanting to flatten Tamok Sect? We're here to help. Besides, we were already planning to go to Tamok Sect anyway. Hearing that, AM Sat began weighing the gains and losses. He glanced at them and probed. "Two Ghost Lords, are you really willing to help me?" Hungry Ghost replied briefly, "Of course. We just don't work for free. This pill will serve as our payment." Those words made AM Sat hesitate. Uncomfortably, he suggested, "Well, if the two of you want payment, I can compensate you in another way. I am young Master AM Sat of Huin AM Sect. My sect possesses many precious and rare medicinal herbs." Seeing that AM Sat intended to refuse, the two men's expressions darkened. Hungry Ghost stomped onto the table and pressed. "You're not agreeing?" Seeing this, AM Sat hastily tried to smooth things over. "Two Ghost Lords, I am currently carrying a heavy responsibility. I need this pill to have the courage to return to Huin AM Sect, to go back home." Starving Ghost completely lost patience and barked, "Enough of your endless babbling." Before the words had even settled, he bit down hard on AM Sat's hand. Sweating in agony, AM Sat let out a miserable scream. My hand!" Seeing this, Hungry Ghost hurriedly shoved his hand into Starving Ghost's mouth and loudly scolded him. "You brat." Holding the pill, now covered in Starving Ghost's saliva, he muttered, "You're filthy. Now I've lost all interest in savoring this immortal pill." Starving Ghost, blood still smeared at the corners of his mouth, grinned and proposed, "Then let's bring it back to Evil Ghost. If he gets it and feels happy, he might reward us with lots of good food." At that moment, Hungry Ghost lifted AM Sat's face and said disdainfully, "Get lost and wait for the news of Tammok's sect being torn apart." AM Sat, one arm severed, obediently answered in terror, "Yes, yes." Just like that, the two coldly departed, leaving AM Sat alone in horror. At the very exit of Chaos Heart Cave, Lu Tin Win stood atop a high rock, calmly looking down at the disciples training below. Suddenly, one disciple noticed him, pointed toward Lu Tin Win, and whispered, "Hey, look, it's him." Another was startled. How is he completely unharmed? Wasn't he taken away by the sect master for questioning? Someone else chimed in. Isn't he the lead disciple now? Since he met the Supreme Elder this time, could it be that he received special recognition? Seeing her father standing safely on the cliff, Tu Chi cried out in delight and pointed at him as she said to Tien Han, "Father's fine, mother, father." Before she could finish, Tien Han gently stroked her head. She knelt in front of Chu Chi and looked at her with eyes full of love. "Chu Chi, you love your father very much, don't you?" The little girl obediently replied, "Yes." Tien Han explained softly, "But we can't stay by your father's side any longer. Otherwise, it will affect his path of cultivation, because he still has greater responsibilities he must fulfill." Though sadness filled her heart, Tu Chi was very understanding and answered, "Yes, Tu Chi understands." The heartbroken look on the little girl's face would pain anyone who saw it. Tien Han held her tightly and whispered, "I'm sorry, my child." Right then, Ha Quan Gi called out to her Yin Han. She replied softly, "Yes." Seeing her approach, Tu Chi politely greeted her, "Grandmother." Ha Quan Gi said to Tien Han, "The situation has changed now. Lu Tien Wen's status is no longer what it used to be. You should stay in the sect and not hurry back to Van Koi Peak. Take the chance to visit your father and knock known first." Tien Han stated frankly, with the Supreme Elder's temperament, he must be trying to ask him to instruct the new disciples, right? Her accurate guess made Ha Quan Gi widen her eyes in surprise. Tien Han lowered her head and firmly expressed her decision. "I'll go see father for a while. Then I'll take Chu Chi back to Van Koi Peak." Lu Tien Wen still stood above, quietly meditating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, Chao Tian too walked up from behind and demanded, "Why didn't you make it clear from the beginning that the Tai Yif and Exine art was never in your possession?" Lu Tin Nguyen glanced at him and replied with unmistakable disdain, "If I had said so, would you have believed me?" Chao Tian too said sternly, "Even so, you didn't need to declare war on Huin AM sect." Without even looking him in the face, Lu Tin Nguyen replied calmly, "They dared set their sights on my daughter. Shouldn't I eliminate future trouble and uproot them completely?" There was really no arguing with that reason. Chao Tian too could only grunt in acceptance while inwardly marveling. As expected of the man, the Supreme Elder wants to take as his master, arrogant to the extreme. Not long after, Lu Tianwen turned to look at him and gave a warning. Let me advise you, there are some things you absolutely should not touch carelessly. Chao Tian too did not understand and asked in return, what do you mean? Whether he was pretending or truly did not understand. Lu Tianwen merely looked at him darkly and said nothing more. Chao Tian too turned and walked down, not forgetting to remind him, the Saintess will be arriving shortly. Make sure to choose the remaining 2 disciples. After Chao Tian-tu left, Tai Fong landed beside Lu Tianwen and reported, Young Master, they've all come out. At that moment, the people who had participated in the trial began walking out. Chu Deep, the youngest boy, came out last, quietly observing the situation. One disciple pointed at the group emerging from the cave and said, Senior Brother Meng Wen, everyone who passed Chaos Heart Cave is present. Meng Wen looked at them and spoke. Congratulations to all of you for passing the second round of Tam-Mok Sect's assessment. From today onward, you're qualified to become Outer Sect disciples of our sect. The 3 on the cliff, including Lu Tianwen, kept their eyes on Chu Deep. The blonde man, Min Vu, laughed teasingly and said to him, Home Master, this child really is impressive. His faith is firm, his will to advance unwavering, and Chaos Heart Cave could not shake his spirit at all. At that moment, Meng Wen continued his speech. From now on, you will be assigned to the Miscellaneous Affairs Court, which handles the sect's odd jobs. In 1 month, if you pass the aptitude test, you will have a chance to become official disciples. Suddenly, Chu Deep turned around, searching for Lu Tianwen's figure. He wondered to himself, isn't he coming with us? All at once, a strange, sinister force swept in. Tai Fong said in surprise, Young Master, there are 3 demonic beasts. The 3 demonic beasts immediately started charging at the disciples. The disciples were horrified and guessed, could beasts from the Eastern Emperor Forest really dare charge all the way into Tam-Mok Sect? One demonic beast's razor-sharp arm stabbed toward a disciple, leaving him no time to dodge. Meng Wen and a bald fellow disciple hurriedly joined forces to resist it. Grinding his teeth and sweating heavily, Meng Wen thought in shock. Its attack power is far too strong. I don't know how long we can hold out. Another demonic beast suddenly lunged at him, not giving him time to react. In despair, Meng Wen shouted, This is bad. Suddenly, a translucent purple sword pierced through the demonic beast's throat. The one who had acted was none other than Tam-Mok Sect's Saintess, Tinoch known. It's the Saintess. The Saintess is here, the disciples cried out joyfully. Tinoch known descended together with a middle-aged woman. The woman shouted, Aunt, the power of these beasts is no ordinary matter. We have to join forces. Agreed. She then ordered the disciples, hold back the other 2. Once we finish this one, we'll come support you immediately. The disciples answered in unison, yes. Very quickly, one demonic beast sent 2 disciples flying. Seeing the beast about to rush forward, Meng Wen shouted, Senior Brother Vong Hang, hurry and protect them. Stop the other one. They only just passed the trial. They don't know any cultivation techniques yet. Hearing that, Vong Hang flew toward the demonic beast, muttering, what a nuisance. But as soon as he got close, he was knocked backward by the beast. Vong Hang retreated and muttered, I'm no match for that demonic beast. There's no need to risk my life for people who aren't even officially part of Tam-Mok Sect yet. With that, he turned and fled, leaving behind the words, I'm going to report to the sect master and the elders so they can deal with these demonic creatures. Seeing this, Meng Wen shouted, Senior Brother Vong Hang. Then he spat contemptuously, what a coward. Lu Tianwen and the other 2 still silently watched the battle. A moment later, Tai Fong said to the blond man, Min Vu, move. Just as the 2 were about to act, Lu Tianwen raised a hand to stop them. Startled, Tai Fong called out, Young Master. Min Vu spoke worriedly. Facing a demonic beast, Chu Deep has no way to protect himself. Lu Tianwen said indifferently, I want the boy to experience death once. At that moment, the demonic beast had already noticed Chu Deep and fiercely swung a claw at him. Chu Deep hurriedly dodged. Suddenly, he remembered Lu Tianwen's instructions. Remember this incantation and circulate it when you are in mortal danger. He looked left and right, searching for Lu Tianwen's figure, and thought he's nearby. Up on the cliff, Tai Fong asked in confusion, Young Master, could it be that you want to? Before he could finish, Lu Tianwen cut him off. Prepare yourselves. Use shared body suffering to connect me and Shue Deep. Hearing that, Tai Fong quickly volunteered, Young Master, let me do it. No need. Lu Tianwen raised a hand to stop him and said flatly, I'll do it myself. After that, Tai Fong said to Minvu, Minvu, let's begin. Minvu closed his eyes and answered, Immediately afterward, Tai Fong and Minvu took their positions as protectors, preparing for Lu Tianguin to use share body suffering. On Qiu Deep's side, the boy was straining with all his might to withstand the demonic beast's violent attacks. He was still young and had not learned any profound techniques. How could he possibly contend with a monster that even Vong Heng could not defeat? Before long, he was struck and sent flying. When the Saintess and the other disciples saw it, they all cried out in alarm. This is bad. Now the beast's claw was only inches away from Qiu Deep. Looking at the sharp claw gleaming with cold light, the boy was terrified beyond measure. A moment later, that claw pierced straight through Qiu Deep's chest. His pupils contracted as disbelief filled him. Could it be that my life is going to end here? Then he slowly closed his eyes, and a question echoed in his mind. So this is what death feels like. Qiu Deep remembered the period when he had been isolated. He was shunned by the other children simply because he had grown up without a father's love. They pelted him with stones until he was hurt, and that still wasn't enough. They hurled insults at him too. Don't play with that fatherless brat. Beat him to death. That was how hard and humiliating his life was. Every time he went outside, he was bullied. Unable to hold back any longer, Tu Chi charged in and fought them off. The little girl stood up for him. You're not allowed to bully Qiu Deep. Seeing their friend get hit, the others immediately started shouting in agitation. How dare you hit our boss? Beat both of them. And so the whole group started attacking the siblings with stones again. Qiu Chi quickly wrapped Qiu Deep in her arms to shield him. And she grabbed his hand and said as she ran in a panic, Qiu Deep, run. Watching the two siblings flee, the children threatened them. You'd better watch yourselves. Tomorrow I'll call my father over to beat you both to death. At Van Koi Peak, the scenery was peaceful, lush green trees spreading everywhere. Inside Tian Han's home, she had already prepared a meal. After the two children sat down, she said, let's eat. Seeing that there were only bowls and chopsticks for the two of them, Tu Chi asked, what about you, mother? Tian Han replied, I've already eaten. But the moment she finished speaking, the truth gave her away. Her stomach growled loudly. Tu Chi immediately pushed her bowl of rice toward her mother and said, Mother, I'm not that hungry. You can eat mine. Qiu Deep also picked up his bowl and said, me too. Just then, a sack of grain was thrown straight at the door. The bald man who had brought the food stood there with his arms crossed and said to her in a mocking tone, sorry. This month's grain came late. After a pause, he sneered, but for a saintess to raise two little bastards like this, how shameless. You deserve to starve to death. Hearing that, Qiu Deep rushed out to hit the bald man and shouted furiously, don't talk about my mother like that. The man barked, looking for death. Then he kicked the boy and sent him flying. Even after knocking the boy to the ground, the man had no intention of stopping. He lunged forward to add another kick. Tian Han hurried over and pulled her son into her arms, using her own body to take the blow for him. Not only that, the man growled a warning at the mother and son, you'd better know your place. Otherwise, I won't even give you this little bit of food. After he left, Tu Chi rushed over and asked, Mother, are you all right? There were still marks of injury on Tian Han's face, but she smiled and comforted the little girl anyway. I'm fine. The bald man then went to find Senior Brother Vong and happily reported, Senior Brother Vong, I completed the task just as you ordered. I even took the chance to beat them up. Senior Brother Vong gave him a thumbs up in approval and added, good. Time to go flatter the higher-ups. Qiu Deep had overheard their conversation. The boy was consumed with hatred, yet he felt weak and powerless, unable to do anything to them. His awareness returned to the present, and Qiu Deep hazily thought, was that the legendary shared heart spell just now? He still remembered the vow he had made back then. I must become strong. I absolutely won't let anyone bully us again. I will protect mother and sister in father's place. At that moment, he felt agonizing pain spreading through his entire body. He thought to himself, it hurts. It hurts so much. Am I really going to die? In the end, I still didn't become strong in time. I still couldn't protect mother and sis. Qiu Deep did not want to die. He cried out, Mother, cease, save me. And the moment he shouted, save me, for the second time, Lu Tianguin appeared right beside Tian Han and Tu Chi. The boy's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw Lu Tianguin walking toward him, a blue aura glowing all around him. The boy's eyes slowly closed. He wished that back then, he had had the courage to acknowledge his father. In a daze, he called out, Father. In reality, he had already collapsed unconscious right in front of everyone. The disciples stared in shock. Before them, Lu Tianguin had appeared without anyone noticing. He held Tu Deep tightly and used his own body to take the demonic beast's fatal strike. He gently sent true energy into Tu Deep's body. Then he gripped the demonic beast's claw tightly, flung it backward, and looked at it coldly as if it were an inanimate object. Gradually, blue true energy enveloped it and destroyed it. And before long, the demonic beast vanished without a trace. The disciples exclaimed in shock, "That's too powerful." He took a direct hit and wasn't harmed at all. I can't believe he threw himself in front of that attack for that child. Through an observing artifact, Minvu watched Lu Tianguin and Chu Deep and cried out excitedly. He really did go through life and death. Thinking of Chu Deep, he praised him highly. At his age, to pass through the gate of death that even ordinary people may never reach in a lifetime. If his heavenly meridians and soul bones were complete, his future would be limitless. Suddenly, Tai Fong reminded him. The Hall Master ordered us to create an illusion, make Chu Deep believe he was gravely injured, and then use the empathic link technique to transmit the sensation of death onto him. After a pause, he continued, but in truth, the one who actually died once was the Hall Master. Seeing how panicked Tai Fong looked, Minvu optimistically comforted him. "What are you afraid of? The Hall Master is immortal, unrivaled in power, and he always keeps his promises." Burning with enthusiasm, he declared, "We still have to follow the Hall Master and help complete the great cause of Tien Lai Hall. Besides, weren't we all personally taught by the Hall Master? Do you really think he could fail?" Hearing him speak so passionately, Tai Fong could not help but mock him. "Oh, I never thought the day would come when I'd be lectured by the weakest of the 8 elites." Minvu flew into a rage at once and roared, "Don't call me that. One day, I will surpass all 7 of you." A demonic beast let out a savage roar and pounced at a Tam Mok sect disciple, its sharp claws slicing through the air. Suddenly, a sword pierced straight through the beast's back, causing it to collapse to the ground. From behind the mountain, Ha Quan Gi shot into the air. She softly recited, "Shatter Cold Moon." As soon as the words left her lips, purple true energy wrapped around the beast and crushed it into fragments. Akwan Shiwidoa Karasort. The blade spun once before returning to her hand. Tian Han and Chu Chi hurried over. She wondered what had just happened. Could it be that ferocious monster from the Donghong forest had appeared in the Tam Mok sect? Suddenly, her eyes brightened. Lu Tianguin was slowly walking toward them with Chu Deep in his arms. Handing Chu Deep over to Tian Han, he said, "Chu Deep is safe." She asked anxiously, "What about you?" Lu Tianguin held his chest with one hand, blood at the corner of his mouth, and replied, "I'm fine." Looking at him, how could he possibly be fine? Tian Han sang. As she took Chu Deep into her arms, the boy's hand was still tightly clutching Lu Tianguin's robe. Ha Quan Gi called out loudly, "Hurry and treat the child." At that moment, the current saintess and the middle-aged woman were in a fierce battle with the remaining demonic beast, their cultivation energy erupting violently. Before long, the two of them brought the beast down. Once it was dealt with, the saintess glanced toward Tian Han's group and Lu Tianguin. She ran over and called out eagerly, "Mother, sister." Then she asked Tian Han, "You've returned to Van Koi Peak? Are these 2 children Chu Chi and Chu Deep?" Tian Han pointed at T Nok Non and introduced her to Chu Chi Chu Chi. "This is your real aunt, Nok Non." The little girl politely greeted her, "Hello, Annie." T Nok Non smiled as she rubbed the girl's head and praised her. "What a lovely child." The middle-aged woman beside her spoke coldly, "Saintess, please observe proper decorum and be mindful of your status. Do not casually interact with just anyone." Hearing this, Ha Quan Gi retorted indignantly, "Protect your elder. I didn't realize even the saintess's right to speak was restricted." Her face twisted in displeasure as she replied, "She may speak, but not with sinners, especially not with a shameless criminal like her." Then the elder turned to T Nok Noan and instructed her, "Saintess, you should treat that woman as a warning, so you may discipline yourself and urge yourself forward. You must never walk down the same wrong path." T Nok Noan lowered her head slightly and answered, "I understand." Those words were no different from a slap straight to Ha Quan Gi's face. Grinding her teeth, Ha Quan Gi angrily spat out, "You." But that was not all. The woman stepped right up to Tian Han and pointed directly at her 2 children, her voice vicious. "If I were in your place, I would have killed and thrown away these 2 little bastards the moment they were born. Keeping them is nothing but a waste of food." She continued to insult her. "The thing I regret most as an elder is that I once intended to support and protect you. The sight of you offends my eyes, As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand, preparing to slap her. But this was Yin Han. How could she let an outsider who had just insulted her children lay a hand on her as well? She raised her hand and blocked the strike decisively, showing no courtesy at all. Yet the woman only shouted even louder in reproach. You dare fight back? Yin Han did not want to waste time arguing, so she gently advised, Aunt, for your own safety, please don't keep provoking us. Consider it saving your own life. He is here, and I fear your life truly is in danger. Even after being warned so clearly, the woman did not listen. She aggressively raised her hand to slap her again and shouted, You wretched sinner. Yet before her hand could even touch Yin Han, she was struck first. The slap came so fast that she could not even tell who had hit her. Her face swelled up and warped out of shape, and she screamed too. The moment she finished speaking, a second slap from Lu Tianwen landed on her face. The barrage of slaps drove her mad. She immediately drew her sword, pointed it at him, and shouted, I'll kill you. Zhou Tian too had just arrived. Seeing the chaotic scene, he turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, Stop! But it was too late. A powerful surge of true energy erupted from Lu Tianwen, snapping the woman's sword in two and sending her body flying violently backward with a cry of pain. After barely steadying herself, she still remained overbearing and spat out more vicious words. Were you? Do you intend to protect that lowly woman Yin Han? But after she had insulted his wife and children, how could Lu Tianwen possibly tolerate it? The pressure he released grew heavier and heavier. Without him even needing to lift a hand, she was already gravely injured. At this point, she was kneeling flat on the ground, no longer having the strength to insult anyone. Zhou Tian too hurried over to stop him from killing her. Lu Tianwen, stop. Is there really nothing that can't be settled calmly? Vong Hang, who had run over behind him, also called out, Sect Master. Hearing everyone's exchange, Tinoch Noan could not help but be shocked. The pressure emanating from Lu Tianwen did not lessen in the slightest. He said calmly, I don't have the time or patience to sit there and reason with her, so I used the most direct method as a warning. As soon as he finished speaking, his true energy snapped the woman's arm and twisted her body into a grotesque shape as though wringing out a towel. Just looking at it was enough to feel the unbearable pain. Then he gave his final warning, in the future, never appear before me again. Now she looked pitiful and wretched. In that instant, it was as if she were hallucinating. She saw a head full of razor-sharp fangs and blood-red eyes fixed on her, as though it were about to devour her whole. Zhou Tian too was left speechless and stammered, Lu Tianwen, you still. At that moment, Tinoch Noan pretended to rebuke him. How could you act like this? For the sake of your contribution in eliminating the demonic beast, we'll let this pass this time, but be more careful in the future. Even as she said that, she secretly called to him through voice transmission, brother-in-law. She winked and gave him an okay sign while transmitting, I know you were merciful enough to spare Aunt's life. Otherwise, she would have died long ago. I'll help cover this up for you. He merely gave a perfunctory reply. Go. Not only did he ignore her words, he even stepped forward and arrogantly patted her on the shoulder, declaring, Tamok's sect can't do anything to me. After that, Lu Tianwen turned to Zhou Tian too and asked, aside from Tinoch Noan, have the rest of the people to be taught been decided yet? He pointed at Meng Wen, who was standing beside Vong Hang, and said, Vong Hang mistakenly thought Lu Tianwen had chosen him and immediately protested loudly. What? You want to teach me? After a pause, he continued shouting, Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to teach me? A disciple standing nearby saw that he had misunderstood and whispered, Senior Brother Vong Hang, I think you've got the wrong idea. He seems to be pointing at Senior Brother Meng Wen. Meng Wen himself was also stunned. Pointing at himself, he asked me. Vong Hang was just as shocked. Pointing at Meng Wen, he asked again him. Then he shouted angrily, What do you mean by that? You think I'm inferior to Meng Wen? Le tien Nguyen calmement nodded, and answered, inferior. It could be said that Vong Hang was making a complete fool of himself in front of him. Even one of the disciples beside him, unable to read the situation, quietly said, Senior Brother Vong Hang, you kind of look like a clown right now. After choosing Meng Wen, Lu Tianwen pointed at the unconscious Chu Deep in Yin Han's arms and said, The last one is this child. Vong Hang asked in shock, That little brat? Zhou Tian too did not agree with this choice and said, Lu Tianwen, the Supreme Elder, But as he spoke, he remembered the warning look from the Supreme Elder and could not finish the sentence. So he changed the subject. The Supreme Elder entrusted you with this important responsibility and asked you to choose disciples of Tammok sect to teach. How can you treat it so lightly, like some kind of joke? Mongwen is acceptable, but you actually chose a child. Lu Tianwen only asked coldly in return. The boy passed Tammok sect's test. Doesn't that make him a disciple of Tammok sect? There was no way to refute those words. So Zhou Tian too could only admit, Another disciple gathered up the courage to speak his opinion. The boy passed 2 rounds of Tammok sect's examinations. Even though he hasn't officially started cultivating our techniques, he really is one of Tammok sect's people. Lu Tianwen had no time to listen to their pointless chatter. He turned to leave and said decisively, enough. Stop talking nonsense. At dawn tomorrow, the people I've chosen will come to this place. Now get lost. Deepon shouted angrily, But just as he was about to rush forward and demand justice for himself, Zhou Tian too raised a hand to stop him and said, let's go. Deepon loudly questioned Sect Master Zhou Tian too. You're still the Sect Master of Tammok sect, aren't you? He humiliated you like that, and you don't react at all? Zhou Tian too did not answer Deepon directly. He only replied sternly, let's see what results his teaching will produce. At that moment, Lu Tianwen walked over to the demonic beast's corpse. Seeing him inspect the beast for quite a while, Tai Fong said, young master, this high-level demonic beast gives me a strange feeling. He paused, then continued, rather than having naturally advanced to a higher rank, it feels more like. It mutated. Soon after, Lu Tianwen looked toward the Donghong forest and ordered, go to the Donghong forest and take a look. We may run into an old friend again. Not long afterward, in the Donghong forest, a surge of true energy suddenly erupted and gradually spread upward. At that moment, Hungry Ghost and Starving Ghost were watching a herd of demonic beasts rampaging wildly inside an array formation. The pounding music made them grow more and more excited. The music was being played by Hungry Ghost, while Starving Ghost swiftly stabbed into the head of one demonic beast. Then he burst into laughter, opened his mouth, and swallowed the entire beast whole without even bothering to dismember it. Lu Tianwen's group had arrived at some point without anyone noticing and were silently standing atop the treetops, watching. Tai Fong said softly, the 100 ghosts. Beside him, Min Vu exclaimed in surprise. Lai Tan just reported that only 2 people had arrived. They moved this fast already? After saying that, he pointed in their direction and speculated that the 3 demonic beasts attacking the Tammok sect seemed to be closely connected to them. Tai Fong immediately asked Lu Tianwen, should we act now? He raised a hand to stop him and said, let me meet them first. At the 100 ghost position, Hungry Ghost looked doubtful as he asked his companion, Starving Ghost, you gorge yourself like this all the time. Aren't you worried about your health? Starving Ghost replied with an innocent, almost smug smile, I'm not picky about anything. I can swallow whatever there is. On the contrary, Hungry Ghost, you're the one who's far too selective. Look at you, you're getting thinner and thinner. Hungry Ghost curled his lips slightly, his voice low and quiet. I only devour what I truly crave. Only the finest delicacies catch my eye. I can't just eat recklessly. What's the point of eating things that taste bad? All right then, the gathering is nearly complete. Let's launch a probing attack on the Tammok sect first. As soon as he finished speaking, Starving Ghost once again used his distinctive sound to control the demonic beast horde. However, at that very moment, an invisible and terrifying pressure suddenly descended, suppressing the entire pack and making them howl in unbearable agony. The 2 members of the 100 Ghosts were utterly shocked, their mouths hanging open. This pressure, this is the Ghost God's secret art. At those words, Hungry Ghost suddenly shuddered, as if he had guessed something. Could it be? To confirm his dreadful suspicion, he slowly turned around. Behind him stood a tall, imposing figure radiating a cold, chilling aura. Hungry Ghost could not help blurting out, Vengeful Ghost. He stammered, his voice trembling, Vengeful Ghost. Why are you here? Vengeful Ghost walked past the 100 ghosts as though they were nothing but air, then coldly asked, what are you doing here? Hungry Ghost answered, Vengeful Ghost, we are acting under evil ghost orders. It would not be appropriate for us to disclose our purpose to you. This vague answer clearly displeased Vengeful Ghost. He immediately strengthened the power of his secret art, and as a result, a nearby demonic beast was crushed by the pressure and exploded into grotesque fragments. Hungry Ghost was terrified and had no choice but to tell the truth. Evil Ghost sent us to the Tammok sect to seize an item a piece of precious jade. Starving Ghost hurriedly added in confirmation. That's right. He also told us to find the inside agent hiding in the Tammok sect to assist us. Starving Ghost was truly muddle-headed and confused. He did not notice Hungry Ghost's urgent signaling glance at all and simply blurted out the top secret information to Vengeful Ghost. Wanting the full story, Vengeful Ghost grabbed another demonic beast and mercilessly crushed it in his palm. Hungry Ghost cried out in fear. Vengeful Ghost, you can't threaten us like this. The moment he finished speaking, yet another demonic beast was killed in a gruesome manner, leaving him staring wide-eyed in shock. No way. Every time you hear something you don't like, you kill one demonic beast? At that point, Starving Ghost had no choice but to confess everything honestly. Earlier, on the way here, we met a very kind little brother. He gave us an arm and a second turn Immortal pill. He paused for a moment, then pointed at Hungry Ghost and continued. Hungry Ghost was planning to wipe out the entire Tammok sect after getting the item Evil Ghost wanted. What happened just now was only the first probing attack. Hearing those words, Hungry Ghost felt utterly miserable and could only cover his face with one hand. Truly, a stupid ally was more frightening than a powerful enemy. He no longer knew what else to say. Suddenly, a translucent green phantom hand slowly reached out and hooked the second turn Immortal pill out of his clothing, leaving Hungry Ghost completely stunned. Just like that, he could only watch helplessly as the precious Immortal pill he had struggled so hard to obtain fell into Vengeful Ghost's hands. Vengeful Ghost looked at the 100 ghosts and asked, "Did you create these mutated demonic beasts?" Hungry Ghost replied, "No, we merely control them." We also don't know why all the high-level demonic beasts in this area suddenly mutated and even lost all intelligence. After thinking for a while, Vengeful Ghost ordered them. Tomorrow night, before he could finish, Vengeful Ghost picked up a stone from the roadside. He handed the stone to Hungry Ghost and said, "Take this and turn it in." Hungry Ghost grabbed the stone and muttered while holding it in his hand, "A rock." Starving Ghost was also puzzled, but Evil Ghost wanted a jade piece. Seeing that his companion was still blankly confused, Hungry Ghost quickly tugged at his sleeve and urged, "Let's go." As they walked, Hungry Ghost whispered, "I don't know if I sensed it wrong, but sometimes Vengeful Ghost seems even stronger than Evil Ghost." And so, the 100 ghosts left, leaving Vengeful Ghost standing alone in the forest. After the 100 ghosts disappeared from sight, Tai Fong and Minvu stepped forward. Minvu said, "Hall Master, who would have thought the Tammok sect has an inside agent from the 100 ghosts?" Vengeful Ghost removed his mask, revealing Lu Tianwen's face, and answered, "I already know who it is." Then he sat down beside the remaining pool of blood, lightly dipped his fingertip into it, raised his hand, and carefully examined the drop of blood. A short while later, the three of them appeared by a deserted stream. Minvu asked Lu Tianwen, "Hall Master, do you suspect there's something wrong with the water source here?" Without delay, Tai Fong quickly scooped some water into his palm, then dipped the index finger of his other hand into the water and lifted it up for examination. The action seemed mysterious, but it was not strange at all because Tai Fong was analyzing the water source. He combined 4 refined methods: Supreme Star Platform, Ever-Changing Adaptation, Surging Force, and all left Imperial Chi. After a brief period of focused concentration, he reported the result to Lu Tianwen. "Young Master, this is the origin of the demonic beast mutation. The water contains a weakened trace of medicinal potency and a thread of the aura of the wasteland. If these demonic beasts drink this water over a long period of time, they will definitely mutate." Hearing that, Lu Tianwen called for Lai Tan. Lai Tan swiftly appeared at his summons and reported, "Hall Master, the investigation into the young master's heavenly vein soul bone is still underway." Lu Tianwen replied, I called you here for something else." Then he pointed at the stream and asked, "Where does the water source of this stream in Donghong Forest come from?" Lai Tan answered, "It flows from Not Tang Kingdom, the neighboring country of Dong Tuesday Kingdom." He repeated it, his gaze turning sharp. "Not Tang Kingdom." At that moment, Lai Tan continued with the information they had gathered. "Recently, we received secret intelligence that Not Tang Kingdom also intended to refine the supreme heaven divine medicine in order to explore the wasteland. However, their refinement failed. The pill furnace exploded, causing wasteland matter. Wasteland matter which is living material, to leak out. Lu Tian-Nguyen quickly found a flaw in the situation. To completely deal with contamination from wasteland matter would require a huge amount of rare treasures. But Not Tang Kingdom has shown no sign of mobilizing materials on such a large scale. Tai Fong also voiced his suspicion. Young Master, I suspect that Not Tang Kingdom has secretly diverted the contamination from the wasteland matter in the pill furnace across the border. Minvu added, his face full of anger. That wasteland matter is part of the wasteland. If it isn't contained and the contamination is allowed to spread, then wouldn't everywhere it passes turn into a second wasteland? We struggled so hard to drive back the wasteland, and those people are doing the exact opposite. At that point, Minvu cursed furiously. Damn it, this is an act of utter disregard for the lives of the people under heaven. Continue investigating Shui Deep's matter. As for Not Tang Kingdom, keep a close eye on every development. After I finish matters at the Tam-Mok sect, I may personally go there to take a look. Lai Tan accepted the order and replied firmly, understood. After that, Lu Tian-Nguyen glanced at Minvu and said, Minvu, the Huan AM sect is located in Not Tang Kingdom. This time, you will go with Lai Tan. Hearing that, Minvu immediately became excited. Oh, Hall Master wants to destroy a sect? Haha, so in the end you're finally at ease letting me act alone. Lu Tian-Nguyen explained clearly, the Huan AM sect is still of some use, so don't destroy for now. 6 days from now, after the competition with the Tam-Mok sect ends, you can deal with the people still remaining at the Huan AM sect. Minvu quietly calculated to himself. Clean up what's left? Even the Huan AM sect's old ancestor only has a few experts. There's no challenge at all. Tai Fong heard what Minvu said. He lightly tapped Minvu on the head with his folding fan and said, if you've been given a task, then carry it out properly. Then Lai Tan and Minvu cupped their hands and said in unison, Hall Master, we take our leave. At that moment, Tian Han was standing quietly outside the courtyard, her eyes fixed on the distant sky, her expression carrying a trace of sorrow and worry. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded. Elder sister, Tinoch Non stepped forward and asked her, what happened between you and brother-in-law? You two have been acting so awkwardly. Those words made Tian Han somewhat surprised. With sadness in her voice, she said, so he really is your brother-in-law. Tinoch Non gave a sly smile and teased, don't pretend in front of me, sister. Do you think I don't understand your heart? When she thought of Lu Tian-Nguyen, Tian Han could not feel happy at all. She lowered her face and said, originally, I planned that in another year, I would take Tu Chi and Tu Deep away from the Tam-Mok sect and find some deserted place to live in seclusion. But perhaps fate had already decided it. He still appeared in the end. Then she lifted her face to the sky and continued bitterly, what he wants to do is a world-shaking undertaking. For the safety of all living beings under heaven, even the 5 immortals above the world in the heavens are likely his enemies. She clenched her hand tightly and explained through a choked voice, my presence and the children's will become his fatal weakness. He will have one more concern, one more thing he must hold back for. Only by wiping away every tie between us can I reduce the impact to the lowest possible level. In the end, Tian Han lowered her head. I know that preventing the children from acknowledging their father is cruel to them, but I truly cannot burden him any further. Tinoch Non could only sigh after hearing that. She spoke honestly. Sister, you've always been too stubborn since you were little. Sometimes you just can't think as openly as I can. After a brief pause, she continued, Sister, I've always thought this. If you and the children are by his side, then to a husband, that means more than any flaw he might have. Sister, why not be selfish just once? Stop worrying only about your husband all the time. Think instead about what you truly want to do. Not long after, Tian Han left, leaving Tinoch Non standing there quietly admiring the scenery. Alone, she gently closed her eyes and muttered, this ill-fated couple is such a hassle. Looks like I'll still have to step in and fix it. Suddenly, she remembered something that shocked her, and she blurted out, Then she called out loudly, wait a second, did sister just mention the 5 immortals above the world? She exclaimed in alarm, hold on. I knew my brother-in-law was strong, but his enemies are the legendary 5 immortals above the world. The thought left her gaping in disbelief. Scratching her head, Tinoch Non thought to herself, is he really that incredible? Tian Han hurried off as fast as she could. As she ran, she recalled the first time she met Lu Tian-Nguyen. At that time, he had been gravely injured and was leaning against a tree. She approached and asked, "Are you all right?" Litien Nguyen replied, "I'm fine. What should I call you?" Tien Han looked up at the sky and answered with a little shyness, "My name is Thursday, Chi, and you?" By then, a light drizzle had begun to fall from the sky. Lu Tien Nguyen then introduced himself. "Then my name is Deep Fien." Before long, the weather grew colder and colder, and snowflakes began to fall silently. As the snowfall thickened, she said to him, "It's snowing." Then she grasped his hand tightly and pulled him along with her. Very soon, Tien Han arrived at Heart Turmoil Cave, where Lu Tien Nguyen was talking with Typhon. When he saw her arrive, he turned back in surprise and walked toward her. Then she lifted his sleeve to look. Her gaze stopped on the mark on his arm as it began to emit an increasingly dense black aura. She asked him gravely, "How much time do you have left?" He replied gently, 1 or 2 years. "If I push a little harder, maybe 3. Hearing that, she threw her arms around him and apologized. "I am sorry. Forgive my selfishness for dragging you into this trouble again." Lu Tien Nguyen held her tightly in the embrace he had long wished for and said, "You and I are husband and wife of one heart. What is there to fear?" Tears welled in Tien Han's eyes as she looked up at him and said, "Promise me, if anyone ever uses my life to threaten you." Before she could finish, he gently placed his index finger on her lips, stopping her. Then he declared, "That will absolutely never happen. Whoever dares to do so, I will sweep away the whole world before I stop." Tien Han answered resolutely, "If it truly cannot be avoided, then I absolutely will not drag you down. The first thing I need to do now is restore my cultivation. I know of 2 ways to break the seal. One is to reclaim the full foundation I cultivated when I was the Saintess, but if I do that, Nok Non, the current Saintess, will lose all her cultivation. That is something I do not want to see." She paused, then continued, "The second way is to forcefully undo it. I have studied this 5 elements inverse yang seal for years and can already break 80% of it. I only need 1 more year to completely remove it." She shared sorrowfully, "Originally, after undoing the seal on my cultivation, I planned to take Tu Chi and Chu deep far away and find a place where no one knew us, to live in peace." Then she took 2 sheets of paper from her sleeve, handed them to him, and said, "These are the methods of Jitsu I have researched." Then she said politely to him, "You understand sealing formations better than I do. I'm sorry, but I'll have to trouble you even more from now on." Lu Tien Nguyen lightly tapped Tien Han on the nose and gently told her, "From now on, you're not allowed to say I'm sorry to me again." She nodded softly in agreement. Just as Lu Tien Nguyen was about to walk into the cave, she suddenly caught his hand, making him utter in surprise, Under his puzzled gaze, she said, "Come home. We are already husband and wife. We are one. Isn't my home also your home?" Those words filled Lu Tien Nguyen with joy, and so the 2 of them quietly walked hand in hand along the road home. The next morning, Lu Tien Nguyen began teaching the 3 Tam Mok sect disciples he had chosen. He declared, "At the Tam Mok sect, I will only teach you for 5 days. How much you learn will depend on your own ability." First, he turned to Tenoch Known. "Your talent is excellent, but your foundation is unstable, and there is also mixed, impure power inside your body. If it is not corrected, within 20 years your body will gradually be unable to bear it, and you may even explode to death." Those words left her staring in shock. He further explained, "The Saintess's power is passed down through generations, but in the end it does not truly belong to oneself. Those whose talent is insufficient will find it hard to escape this fate." Hearing this, Tenoch Known asked fearfully, "Then according to Mr. Lu, what should I do now?" He placed his index finger against her forehead, and a stream of golden energy flowed directly from his hand into her mind. Before long, her whole body began radiating a brilliant golden aura, blazing like fire. He instructed her, "Remember this aura. Keep circulating it, and slowly gather the chaotic currents inside your body." When Tenoch Known began cultivating, he turned to guide Mong Nguyen instead. Looking straight into his eyes, he said, "Your foundation is fairly solid, but your cultivation is in complete disorder. The cultivation method you're practicing was taught to you by Mak Tan Veem, wasn't it?" He replied, "Yes, Master taught it to me." Right after that, Lu Tien Nguyen handed Mong Nguyen a sheet of paper and instructed him, "Practice according to the method written here." While Mong Nguyen studied it, he did not forget to remind him, "Be careful not to rush a breakthrough. You only need to keep it at the True Man realm." Only then did Mong Nguyen turn and ask the question that had been bothering him all this time. Why did you choose me? Clearly, the other senior and junior brothers have much better aptitude than I do. Lu Tianguin recalled the image of him desperately resisting the Yin Fiend and demonic beasts, which had left a deep impression on him. So he said frankly, at the very least, when facing the attacks of the Yin Fiend and the demonic beasts, you did not retreat. Finally, Lu Tianguin walked over to his son, Tu Deep. His gaze was so stern that the boy became tense as well. Tu Deep frowned and looked up at him with wide eyes. After a long moment, Lu Tianguin spoke. Before you officially begin cultivating, you should first understand the common division of realms today. Mortal transcendence, true man, noble viscount, steadfast marquis, monarch, saint emperor, and great emperor. Each realm is divided into early stage, middle stage, high grade, and peak. The great emperor realm is somewhat special and is divided into 3 levels: mysterious light, myriad manifestations, and star river. Tu Deep asked, then what are the characteristics of each realm? He replied, for now, it's enough that you understand this much. I'll explain the rest in detail when you step into the mortal transcendence realm. Lu Tianguin picked up a stone and said, today you only need to do one thing. He threw the stone far away, then told Tu Deep, pick that stone up for me. Tu Deep was extremely surprised when he heard that. Pick up a stone? The boy did not understand. What was so difficult about that? Thinking so, he quickly headed toward the stone that had been thrown. But to his surprise, as he drew near, he discovered countless sword energies forming a protective barrier that he could not pass through. Suddenly, 2 swords shot straight toward Tu Deep. Startled, the boy hurriedly dodged. Lu Tianguin warned him, if you don't want to die, keep moving forward. Don't stop until you get the stone. The attacks won't cease. Hearing that, the boy gritted his teeth and endured it, doing his best to evade each incoming sword. Just then, a sword grazed his cheek, injuring him and drawing blood. When Mong Guin saw Tu Deep struggling inside the demon-locking sword formation, he cried out in shock, this is the demon-locking sword formation. How do you know this formation? Lu Tianguin replied, casually, it's just a sword formation of the same origin. What's so surprising about that? Mong Guin loudly demanded, no, putting a child into this formation is no different from wanting to kill him faster than simply using a sword to finish him off directly. Lu Tianguin did not even turn around. He raised a hand and struck out with a warning palm. Don't let your mind wander. Focus on your cultivation. The blow slammed into Mon Nguyen's head, leaving his forehead red and steaming. Lu Tianguin turned toward Tu Deep and said sternly, do not cling to wishful thinking. This formation is already beyond my control. Only when you get that stone will the attacks stop. At that moment, Tu Deep was struck by a sword in the arm. The boy cried out in pain, clutching the wound. He cast a pleading look toward Lu Tianguin. Lu Tianguin turned his face away and coldly declared, right now, your life and death have nothing to do with me anymore. Caught off guard, Tu Deep was hit by another sword and cried out in pain again. Grinding his teeth, he looked upward and steadied himself. No, the sword formation is getting denser and denser. Then he suddenly remembered the key point, the stone. That's right, only by seizing it would the formation stop. Faced with the dense web of sword trajectories, the boy calculated quickly. The swords were getting faster and faster. He had to run as fast as he could, or he would lose his life here. The instant the boy dashed forward, another sword strike came down. Tu Deep was engulfed by the encirclement of sword energy and completely lost his sense of direction. Lu Tianguin and Tai Fong watched from above. Tai Fong asked worriedly, young master, the last thing you passed on to Tu Deep was the life and death twin formula from the divine art of 8 sufferings, wasn't it? He confirmed, exactly. Lu Tianguin further explained, letting him experience the sensation of nearing death will awaken his will to survive, allowing him to cross the 2 extremes of life and death. After that, I'll use the Ta XA burning heart technique to assist him. That is the only way to forge a solid foundation for him. Before him, Tu Deep was still desperately resisting the demon-locking sword formation. By now, the boy had spotted the stone. It was only a short distance away. He encouraged himself. I'm almost there. He shouted inwardly to himself. Before I become strong enough, I absolutely cannot fall. So he gathered all his remaining strength and lunged toward the stone. In the next instant, his hand finally touched it. Tu Deep braced himself against a rock ledge, bent over, and panted heavily. Then, without warning, the boy collapsed face first onto the ground. Seeing that Chu Deep had completed the challenge, Tai Fong exclaimed. His desire to survive pushed his senses to their absolute limit. Chu Deep has successfully crossed this gate of death. Lu Tingwen immediately hurried down, but not before instructing Tai Fong. Tai Fong, return to Tianli Hall and bring that item here at once. He answered immediately, yes, I'll go right away. Not long after, Lu Tingwen arrived beside Chu Deep, cut the tip of his own finger with a knife, and let a drop of blood fall into the boy's mouth. After swallowing his blood, Chu Deep slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He sat upright and stammered. Could it be that I already died? Lu Tianwen stepped forward and answered him, you're still alive. A moment later, Lu Tianwen snapped his fingers, signaling the three of them to stop. That's enough for today. Hearing that, Meng Guin asked in surprise, that's it? We're just ending it like this? Wasn't this supposed to be relentless, harsh training? Lu Tianwen turned and walked away, saying, no need. This much is enough for today. At the same time, in the main hall of the Tammok sect, a disciple came rushing in to report to the sect master. While he was still catching his breath, Deepon could not hold back and impatiently asked, you've finally returned. How did Tan Van Mountain respond? Did they send reinforcements? What about the other conditions? There are only a few days left before the competition with the Huin AM sect. The disciple, drenched in sweat, replied, Tan Van Mountain was. He hesitated for a moment, then steadied himself and continued. The entire Tan Van Mountain has been leveled. Recalling that vast stretch of land, flat as though the mountain had never existed at all, the disciple was still horrified. At the time, he had even thought he had gone to the wrong place. Deepon could not believe what he had just heard. He pressed again. Tan Van Mountain was leveled? What kind of ridiculous joke is this? That's Tan Van Mountain, not some little mound of dirt. No matter how little he believed it, the disciple immediately refuted him. Reporting to Sect Master, I swear I have not spoken a single lie. The entire Tan Van Mountain is gone, with nothing left behind, as if it had never existed. Nearby, Chao Tian too calmly remarked, fortunately, thanks to the Supreme Elder emerging from seclusion, we now have the ability to deal with the Huin AM sect. But he entered the Forbidden Ground long ago and still hasn't returned. Then he turned and asked, could it be that the only glimmer of hope for our Tammok sect lies in the disciples personally instructed by Lu Tianwen? Hearing this, Chao Tian too sternly ordered, tell Elder Ha to hand over the 5-revolution Immortal pill. At the same time, in a small room behind the mountain, 6 people were gathered around meal. Tenoch Non and Chu Chi were waving their arms around, reenacting martial training movements. Tenoch Non cheerfully asked, Chu Deep, how was your martial training with your father today? Did you run back and forth until you were out of breath? Seeing her 2 grandchildren playing so happily, Ha Quan Gi could not help but laugh. At the table, Chu Deep ate while secretly observing Lu Tianwen. Lu Tianwen dined calmly, carrying himself with perfect refinement. Suddenly, a hand lightly tugged at his sleeve. Tian Han softly reminded him, look, his heart not is still the most important issue. Give the boy a little more time. Just then, an old man staggered into the room with a jar of wine in his hand. Ha Quan Gi quickly stood up and asked, Bat Pham, you've finally come back. Where have you been these past few days? He set the wine jar on the ground, leaned against the leg of the table, closed his eyes, and answered, where else? I went drinking. Seeing him so drunk, Ha Quan Gi quickly told her daughter, Knock known, go help mother get a bowl of hangover soup. The girl nodded and hurried off to the kitchen. Then she said to Tian Han, Yin Han, look after your father for a moment. I'll be right back. Tian Han quickly helped Bat Pham sit down on a chair and said, Father, please sit. Tu Chi and Chu Deep greeted him in unison. Grandfather. Seeing the 2 adorable children, he moved closer and asked, Yin Han, are these 2 little boys your sons? His breath reeked strongly of alcohol, so strong that the 2 children could not bear it and raised their hands to cover their noses. Inwardly, both of them thought, this smell of wine is awful. Suddenly, Bat Pham's eyes lit up. He abruptly grabbed Tu Deep's hand and held it for a long while, as if he had realized something. His brows gradually furrowed. Then he released Tu Deep's hand and clutched his head, looking utterly dejected. With a smile full of despair, he said, I'm old and was ambushed, my meridians completely ruined. He's still so young, yet his innate foundation is defective. At that point, he glanced at Tian Han and shouted, and you too, your cultivation is sealed, turned into that of a cripple. His words left her utterly stunned. Tian Han frowned, her eyes wide, unable to believe what had just come out of his mouth. mouth. Sitting there, Bat Pham seemed to age more than 10 years in an instant. He kept muttering, "Our whole family truly is all the same. From old to young, we're all trash." After saying that, he burst into loud laughter like a madman. At this moment, Ha Quan Gi solemnly produced a 5-revolution Immortal pill and offered it to Bat Pham. "Brother Bat Pham, this is a 5-revolution Immortal pill. Try taking it. Perhaps it can heal your injuries." However, he answered gloomily, "Forget it. It's useless. The one who attacked me was vicious to the extreme. Not only were my meridians destroyed, more than half of them are gone entirely. Even the most precious Immortal pill cannot save me now." At the same time, Tinoch Non had finished preparing the medicinal soup. She carried the bowl over to her father. "Father, please drink some of this soup." Furious, he knocked the bowl away and shouted, "Drink what? I'm perfectly clear-headed." The sudden action left Tinoch Non utterly shocked. She had never expected her father to change so much. Leaning back against the table, Bat Pham raised his voice and said, "I hear the Huin AM sect competition is about to begin. As I said before, you might as well surrender early and submit to the Huin AM sect. How could your Tamok sect possibly be a match for them?" Still holding on to a trace of hope, Ha Quan Gi asked Lu Tien Nguyen, "Is there really no other way?" He looked straight ahead and said firmly, "It's useless. How can someone whose was already died be saved?" Hearing that, Bat Pham laughed loudly as though he had found someone who understood him. "You're right. I am exactly that kind of person. Dying would be better for my family." Lu Tien Nguyen addressed him in a tone full of contempt. "Your current state really is worse than death. So what if your meridians are crippled? Right now, you can't even walk steadily, can't cook your own meals, and all you know how to do is complain and resent yourself, while the one responsible still hasn't even been found. Did someone break your brain too?" Even after being questioned so harshly, the man gave no reply. Instead, he lifted the wine jar and took a long swig. He smashed the jar onto the ground, and Lu Tien Nguyen pressed on relentlessly. "With all your years of cultivation experience, have you ever once guided your own daughter in cultivation? Or at the very least passed on your knowledge to any disciple of the Tamok sect?" Hearing these words, Bat Pham dropped his face onto the table, his voice hoarse. I once had great ambitions to revive the sect, but Before he could finish, Lu Tien Nguyen kicked away another nearby wine jar and cut him off. "Aside from causing more trouble for your family and wasting resources, what else have you accomplished?" Seeing her father being scolded so harshly, Tinoch Non could no longer stay silent. She loudly stopped him. "Lu Tien Nguyen, you are not allowed to speak about my father like that." With his hands clasped behind his back, he remained stern. "You may indulge him, but I will not." Then he bent down and continued speaking to Bat Pham. "You think only of yourself. Have you ever thought about your wife and children? You are nothing but a coward and a selfish man." Then, suddenly realizing something was off, he paused. "Fine, I'll treat you. But in this matter, I'm not really qualified to reproach you either." After saying that, Lu Tien Nguyen turned and walked out the door, informing everyone, "I'm stepping out for a while." At the same time, 3 disciples were walking through the courtyard. One asked another, "Senior brother, do we really have to go ask for that 5-revolution Immortal pill?" The other held up a token and replied, "This is the sect master's order. Would Elder Ha really dare disobey it?" The first looked puzzled, but no matter what, that is the famous Master Bat Pham. Back then, with one man and one sword, he flattened the demon domain and forced the demon cult to its knees. Another person cut in. He's just a cripple now. What's there to worry about? The 3 kept talking without noticing that Lu Tien Nguyen had already appeared and blocked their path. His face darkened as he shouted, "Get lost!" One of the disciples angrily snapped back, "Who the hell are you to tell us to get lost? We came here to demand that Elder Ha hand over the 5-revolution Immortal pill." Seeing that the man in front of them looked familiar, the disciple beside him hurriedly stopped him. "Senior brother, he's that newly promoted disciple." But that senior brother showed no fear at all. Instead, he pointed straight at Lu Tien Nguyen and snarled, "You're the one who stole senior brother Vong Hang's position as chief disciple. I'll teach you a lesson on his behalf." In the very next instant, the finger he was pointing with was bent backward. The disciple dropped to his knees on the ground, screaming in pain. Lu Tien Nguyen calmly stepped past him and repeated his earlier words, "Get lost. Say one more word, and I'll break another one of your fingers." Unwilling to accept it, the disciple held up the command token. "This is the sect master's order. Are you trying to rebel?" And as a result, all 10 of his fingers were broken. The man's face went pale with pain as he shrieked, "My fingers!" Ignoring the miserable screams, Lu Tien Nguyen coldly walked away. Not long after, Lu Tianwen and Tai Fong stood on a tall tree branch. Tai Fong handed him an item and said, "Young master, this is the weapon forged for Chu Deep from the two bronze hammerheads, exactly according to your instructions." Lu Tianwen removed the wrapping. Inside was an exquisitely crafted sword. He picked it up, testing its weight. Only then did Tai Fong voice his concern. "But young master, Chu Deep does not have heavenly meridian soul bones. Even if he survives the trial between life and death, his true force still cannot circulate throughout his body." Before he could finish, Lu Tianwen interrupted him. "I have a way." Suddenly, he took out a brilliantly glowing heavenly meridian soul bone from his hand. Tai Fong exclaimed in shock, "Is that the heavenly meridian soul bone taken from Truong Dong's body?" Then Lu Tianwen fused it with the sword that had just been forged from the bronze hammerheads. The heavenly meridian soul bone slowly fused into the sword, and a blue radiance enveloped the entire weapon. Only then did Tai Fong finally understand his master's intention. "Young master, so you were trying to build a temporary channel for Chu Deep's true force. If we ever recover his original heavenly meridian soul bone in the future, then when the time is right, this weapon may very well evolve into a sentient immortal artifact." Lu Tianwen put away the sword and answered calmly, "Although this heavenly meridian soul bone does not belong to Chu Deep, it is still of top quality. It is very suitable for forging into a personal weapon for him." At that moment, two figures appeared below. Tai Fong reported to Lu Tianwen, "Young master, they've arrived." A man dressed in black knelt before the starving ghost and the hungry ghost and called out loudly, "Greetings, ghost envoys. May I ask what instructions bring the two of you here?" The hungry ghost replied, "What else could it be?" The starving ghost then asked softly, "Should we ask about that jade too?" The hungry ghost answered, "Just follow the usual procedure." Seeing the two ghost envoys whispering to each other, the man in black asked, "My lords, is there something difficult to speak of?" The hungry ghost said, "We came this time to have you look for something in the Tammok sect." As he spoke, he took out a sheet of paper with the image of a jade pendant drawn on it. It was the Chi Tian jade. High above, Lu Tianwen and Tai Fong silently observed the exchange among the three. The hungry ghost tossed the paper to the man in black and said, "It seems to be called the Spirit Jade." He paused, seeming unsure how to explain it, then waved his hand and said to the man in black, "In short, just find the item that looks like the one in the drawing." The man in black replied somewhat anxiously, "Ghost Envoy, the Tammok sect is currently facing a major calamity. Before long, the Huan AM sect will attack, and the Tammok sect will surely be seized. I beg the two of you to lend a hand and resolve this crisis. Only then can we ensure the treasure is obtained. Otherwise, I'm afraid it may fall into the hands of the Huan AM sect and cause even more trouble." The hungry ghost found his reasoning somewhat valid and agreed. Fine, we will make arrangements for you." The man in black cupped his hands and thanked him. "Many thanks, Ghost Envoy." After the man in black left, the starving ghost asked in confusion, "Hungry ghost, why did you agree to him? Are we really going to help?" The hungry ghost replied, "The fierce ghost is here. I don't care how great the Tammok sect's disaster is. We need to figure out how to survive the evil ghost's wrath first." The starving ghost immediately understood. True enough, the next second, he looked up at the sky and sighed. When the king of hell fights, it's the little ghosts who suffer. Up in the treetop, Tai Fong said to Lu Tianwen, "Just as you predicted, young master. It really is him." Then Tai Fong asked, "Young master, shall we take care of him while we're at it?" Lu Tianwen shook his head. "A traitor of the Tammok sect should be dealt with by the sect's own people." The lamplight flickered softly, and a hand slowly opened in silence. Bat Pham remained motionless in that posture, staring intently at his palm. Ha Kuan Gi asked worriedly, "Bat Pham, you're still not asleep?" Unexpectedly, he called his wife in an exceptionally gentle voice, leaving her stunned. Guan Yi, it had been a very long time since she had heard that affectionate way of address, and a flood of nostalgia and surprise rose within her. He raised a hand to his forehead and let out a heavy sigh. "I had grown used to praise and admiration, but now all of that is gone. In its place, there is only pity mixed with contempt. I can't bear it. Only wine could help me forget that pain for a while." He continued to mutter, his tone tinged with self-mockery. "That brat was right. At least I still draw breath, and my mind still works." Those words left Ha Kuan Gi stunned. Then he turned to look at his wife with sincere eyes. "Kuan Gi, all these years, every burden in this house has fallen on your shoulders. I have never fulfilled my responsibility. I'm sorry." The return of the husband she once knew moved Ha Kuan Gi deeply. She hurriedly embraced him and whispered, "I've been waiting so long for the day you finally woke up." The next morning, in the courtyard, Bat Pham was already sitting upright in a chair, no longer looking drunk like the night before. The change made Tien Han and Tenoch Known exchange astonished glances, as if they could hardly believe their eyes. Tenoch Known broke the silence. "Father, what's wrong?" He replied sternly, "It's time for me to put myself back in order and pull myself together. From now on, I am done with drinking." When he noticed Lu Tien went outside in the yard, he added, "It's thanks to that brat that I've regained my clarity." The two daughters looked in surprise at their brother-in-law as he walked into the courtyard. Bat Pham took out 2 books. "Yin Han, Nok Known. These are cultivation insights I personally compiled and wrote down through the night." Then he patted his chest confidently. "From now on, if there's anything you don't understand in your cultivation, come ask your father." As Lu Tien Nguyen stepped forward, Bat Pham looked slightly surprised and picked up one of the books. Then Tenoch Known added a sentence that nearly made Bat Pham ashamed. "Father, I think my husband's guidance is already more than enough." He almost wanted to cry, realizing how truly useless he had become. Unlike Nok Known, Tien Han hugged the book tightly to her chest and cheerfully encouraged him. "Father, I will treasure this hard work of yours." Bat Pham silently looked at her. Taking advantage of no one paying attention, Lu Tien Nguyen secretly slipped something into a cup of tea. He then offered the cup to Bat Pham. "Father-in-law, please have some tea." Bat Pham felt deeply honored to be personally served tea by his son-in-law, so he lifted the cup and drank without hesitation. The moment he took a sip, he felt a strange change within his body, as if his meridians were being repaired. Bat Pham cried out in astonishment, "The injuries to my meridians are completely healed." He raised the teacup, about to ask loudly, but immediately turned to look at Lu Ting Nguyen and saw the tacit admission in his eyes. At once, Bat Pham clasped his hands and moved to kneel. "This kindness is like giving me a new life. Please accept my bow, Lu Tien Nguyen." Lu Tien Nguyen quickly stopped him with spiritual power and helped him up. "How could I let you kneel before me, Father?" Then he said solemnly, "But if you truly wish to start over, you must never neglect yourself again." He took out a piece of paper and handed it over. "Your meridians have only just recovered. You need time to adapt. Cultivate according to the instructions on this paper. It will help you stabilize quickly." He paused and added, "For now, focus on quietly recuperating. When everything is truly stable, then take that 5-revolution immortal pill. At that time, you will return to your peak state." Bat Pham was deeply grateful. Clutching the paper tightly, he said sincerely, "Son-in-law, I don't know how to thank you." Lu Tien Nguyen replied indifferently, "No need to thank me. In 5 days, I'll have an even greater gift for you." Bat Pham was startled. "A great gift?" Lu Tien Nguyen explained at once. "The enemy who ruined your meridians. Shouldn't that score be settled?" Hearing this, Bat Pham asked excitedly, "You know who harmed me?" Lu Tien Nguyen did not answer. He simply patted Bat Pham on the shoulder and said firmly, "Just wait and see. That person will reveal himself sooner or later." While the whole family was delighted that Bat Pham had given up his drunken ways and was determined to change, Tien Han pulled Lu Tien Nguyen aside. "Tien Nguyen, come here for a moment." On the other side, Ha Quan Gi was still happily hugging Bat Pham tightly and saying loudly, "Bat Pham, this is wonderful." Lu Tien Nguyen and Tien Han stepped aside to speak in private. She began, "Before Chu Deep was taken away by Truong Tui, his heavenly meridian soul bone was still intact. At that time, I was preparing to leave the Tam Mok sect, so I checked on his condition." Lu Tien Nguyen pressed, "If that's what you're saying, then does it mean Shuet Deep had his heavenly meridian soul bone removed while he was imprisoned?" Tien Han answered with certainty, "It could only have happened during that period." She hesitated briefly, looking puzzled. But Chu Chi and Chu Deep were always together, and the two children never noticed anything. Chu Chi didn't even know Chu Deep had lost his heavenly meridian soul bone. After thinking for a moment, Lu Tien Nguyen gave his judgment. The mastermind planned this with extraordinary care. Not only did they deceive Truong Dong and the Q Van Upper sect, they also carried everything out in complete secrecy. He continued, "At present, we can be sure that this person or organization must have ties to the Q Van Upper sect. Perhaps we should act sooner than planned." Tien Han asked, "Do you think it was that person? After all, Q Deep is his descendant." At that moment, Lu Tien Nguyen was filled with rage. An immense pressure spread outward, and the blue true energy around him surged violently as if reflecting his anger. If it was him, things would actually be much simpler. The next morning, a horrifying scene unfolded. Someone stood atop a set of steps, and below, a little girl was bound tightly to a pillar. Sharp nails had pierced the poor child's body. At the same time, at the entrance to the Tammok sect's Heart Turmoil Cave, Lu Tianguin and his 3 disciples were focused on training. While Tenoch Non and Mongwin had already begun cultivating, Lu Tianguin stood facing Chu Deep. He handed the boy a sword forged from the bronze hammerheads and instructed, from now on, this sword must never leave your side. Chu Deep reached out to take it, but the moment Lu Tianguin let go, the boy could not hold it steady, and the tip of the sword scraped across the ground. Chu Deep gritted his teeth and tried to lift the sword, but it was still extremely difficult. He shouted, "It's so heavy." Lu Tianguin immediately sent a stream of spiritual power into the boy's forehead and instructed, use this cultivation method first to build your foundation. Not long after, Chu Deep felt a current of true energy running throughout his body. The sensation was extraordinary. He exclaimed in amazement, "How amazing! This bronze sword suddenly feels like it's part of my body, even though it's still very heavy." Lu Tianguin looked at him and ordered, "Continue cultivating as usual." Chu Deep wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked him in the eye, and answered yes. Suddenly, Lu Tianguin gathered a stream of true energy in his palm and struck fiercely toward the boy. A second later, Chu Deep was knocked sprawling to the ground. Not understanding why Lu Tianguin had done that, he shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Lu Tianguin replied calmly, "Helping you train." The boy pointed toward Tenoch Non and Mongwin, who were sitting in the corner cultivating, and said, "Humph, isn't cultivation supposed to be like what they're doing?" The child looked displeased, but Lu Tianguin remained completely calm. "Your case is different." Then he flicked his hand lightly, and the blue true energy appeared again. It struck straight at Chu Deep, forcing the boy to grit his teeth and endure it. He thought to himself, he's really not joking with me. The scene then shifted to the solemn main hall of the Tammok sect. The disciple who had been sent to retrieve the 5-revolution Immortal pill was kneeling in the middle of the hall. Looking utterly miserable, he reported in a trembling voice, "Sect Master, that Lu Tianguin not only defied your order, but he also broke all 10 of this disciple's fingers for no reason. I beg you to punish him severely and restore justice for me." After hearing this, Deepon roared furiously, outrageous, absolutely lawless. Unable to contain his anger, Vong Heng immediately rushed toward the exit. As he ran, he shouted, "Sect Master, this disciple requests permission to gather the sect's elite disciples. I will definitely capture Lu Tianguin." Just as he was about to step over the threshold, Chao Tian too spoke in a steady voice to stop him. "Wait." Then he calmly stepped forward and ordered everyone to follow him. Looking at Chao Tian-2's back, Deepon thought to himself, "Chao Tian-2, the Tammok sect is already in chaos. Your position as sect master won't last much longer. Let's see who still respects your orders after this." In front of the Heart Turmoil Cave, after only a short period of cultivation, Mongwin had already sensed a clear change in his body. He thought to himself, this truly is an ease I've never experienced before. It seems the cultivation art Lu Tianguin taught is absolutely extraordinary. Suddenly, he looked up and saw a group of people hurrying toward them, and he was startled. Vong Heng led the group, his fists clenched tight, veins bulging across his face, his expression vicious to the extreme. He ground his teeth and thought, "Lu Tianguin, how dare you look down on me? Today I gathered the elite disciples to surround and kill you." With that thought, he kicked off the ground, charged straight at Lu Tianguin, and roared, "Lu Tianguin, die!" Seeing Vong Heng make his move, Mongwin hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. "Senior brother Vong Heng, please stop." The moment Mongwin blocked Vong Heng's palm strike, Vong Heng was instantly blasted backward a great distance. The disciples behind him stared in shock, every face pale and drenched in cold sweat. Impossible. Senior brother Vong Heng was forced back by a single palm from Mongwin, even though there was clearly an entire cultivation realm between them. Vong Heng, having been flung away, felt utterly humiliated. He could only excuse it as carelessness before charging back in to continue fighting Mongwin. Just like that, the two of them clashed fiercely without holding back. With only a light palm strike, Mong Guin sent Vong Hang flying for the second time, and even Mong Guin himself could scarcely believe it. He cried out in shock, "Incredible! I actually managed to force Vong Hang back." He realized, but my cultivation realm hasn't advanced at all. Then a thought suddenly came to him. Wasn't it all thanks to Lu Tianwen's guidance? With that thought, he respectfully cupped his hands, dropped to his knees, bowed his head, and said to Lu Tianwen, "Many thanks for your guidance, benefactor." The other disciples were utterly stunned. They had never expected that after only 2 days of teaching, he could transform Mong Guin so completely. It was nothing short of miraculous. Lu Tianwen stood with his back to Mong Guin and replied calmly, "A cultivation realm is one way to measure strength, but is not an absolute yardstick." After a pause, he glanced at Mong Guin and said, "I merely agreed to the terms of our exchange and to guide you for 5 days. There is no master-disciple relationship between us." Chao Tian too stepped forward. He had sensed that the aura Mong Guin had just released was somewhat similar to the famous wild flame heart-burning art. To resolve the doubt in his mind, he asked Lu Tianwen directly, "Lu Tianwen, did you pass the wild flame heart-burning art on to Mong Guin?" His words shocked Mong Guin and the surrounding disciples alike. With his hands clasped behind his back and his eyes closed, Lu Tianwen said proudly, "I reworked it from the ground up according to his condition. If others cultivate it, they will not achieve the same results as he has." Hearing this, Deepon shouted, "How dare you spread my sect's secret technique to outsiders?" Lu Tianwen answered coldly, "He is a member of the Tiamak sect, is he not? Then why shouldn't he learn it? It is precisely because people like you keep things hidden and refuse to pass them down fully that each generation ends up inferior to the last." His words left Mong Guin stunned. After a brief pause, Lu Tianwen cast a meaningful glance at Chao Tian Tu and Deepon, then declared loudly, "A cultivation art is just a cultivation art. Whether it is strong or weak depends on the person using it." On the other side, Vong Hang could no longer hold himself back and shouted curses at Lu Tianwen. "Damn you, you beast. Not only did you steal my position as the top disciple, you even taught the sect's secret art to Mong Guin. You made me lose all face before everyone." Lu Tianwen heard it, as though it were a dog barking by his ear. He merely uttered coldly, "What an annoying fly, doing nothing but disturbing others." Being called a fly sent Vong Hang into a rage. He completely lost control and screamed madly, "You also kill my younger brother. Between us, only one can live." Expressionless, Lu Tianwen turned his head to look at him as if he were already a dead man and said icily, "Then die." As soon as he spoke, he unleashed a blue surge of spiritual power filled with overwhelming pressure. The force struck straight into Vong Hang's chest, and the terrifying impact made it feel as though his ribcage were being crushed and his heart squeezed tight. He froze, speechless. Not long after, he began to tremble, unable to remain standing, and had to brace himself with one hand on the ground. A faint groan escaped him, his eyes rolled back, blood poured from his nose and mouth, and blue veins bulged all over his body in a horrifying sight. Just like that, he collapsed to the ground, completely lifeless. Seeing this, Deepon's face turned purple with rage as he shouted furiously, Could it be that you killed Vong Hang?" Lu Tianwen admitted it frankly. "Didn't he want to keep fighting me without end until one of us died? I merely fulfilled his wish." Deepon was so furious that he stammered, "You insolent brat, you." He pointed a finger straight at Lu Tianwen. Before he could finish, the finger aimed at Lu Tianwen was crushed by some invisible force and bent backward until it snapped. A second later, looking at his own finger, he let out a cry of agony. Lu Tianwen remained completely unconcerned and warned him lightly, "I'm growing more and more impatient. Say one more word, and you'll lose another finger." By now, Deepon's face had gone pale from pain, sweat pouring off him like rain. In shock, he said, "You." But the moment the word left his mouth, he met Lu Tianwen's razor-sharp gaze. Then another finger snapped. Deepon was in extreme pain, while a nearby disciple who witnessed the scene trembled in terror. Only then did Chao Tian-Tu raise his voice and rebuke Lu Tianwen. "Lu Tianwen, what you said is not entirely without reason, but you still cannot casually pass our sect's supreme cultivation art to outsiders. Do you really take the sect master of the Tiamak sect for nothing?" Not only did Lu Tianwen not answer directly, he replied with a cold sneer, "You only have a few days left to live. Cherish them." Then he turned back and continued training with Mong Guin, not forgetting to warn him, "And one more thing, don't even think about that 5-turn immortal pill. Whoever touches it will become the next Vong Hang." Chao Tien, too, did not believe him at all. He snorted inwardly in contempt. Only a few days left to live? From what I see, you're the one who won't be living much longer. Just wait. One day, you'll pay dearly for this. About 5 days later, the enormous martial square of the Tamok sect was packed with people. Thousands of eyes were raised to the sky, watching tiny points of light gradually descend. Chao Tien, too, stared tensely, his worry plain on his face, and murmured in confirmation. They've arrived. A massive group quickly came into view, standing in neat formation with an overwhelming presence. They were the elites of the Huin AM sect. Witnessing the imposing force before them, Mak Tan Veem showed a trace of apprehension as he assessed them. Nearly all of the Huin AM sect's core experts had come. Chao Tien, too, continued anxiously. Even their sect master has come in person. Their ambition to swallow up the Tamok sect couldn't be clearer. When the Huin AM sect delegation landed on the ground, Chao Tien, too, stepped forward to greet them. I didn't expect this disciples' sparring event to merit sect master Kok's personal presence. The Huin AM sect master, Kok Do Tien, stood with an imposing air, hands clasped behind his back, and replied in a cold, provocative tone, "Wasn't it your Tamok sect that arrogantly challenged us and demanded that the Huin AM sect send our sect master? Didn't you want to wipe us out?" Chao Tien, too, secretly sized him up in shock. Such a powerful aura. Kok Do Tien's cultivation had already reached the initial stage of Saint Profound. Tien Ha, the Huin AM sect, then spoke up, belittling the Tamok sect people. "Just look at them, acting like a bunch of bumpkins who have never seen the world." Seeing this, AM Sat immediately warned in a grave voice, "Tien Ha, don't be careless. The Tamok sect has someone extremely formidable. He even broke my demon sealing sword formation." But instead of listening, Tien Ha mocked him with sarcasm. You've reached the Marquis realm, and with all the treasures Master bestowed on you, even the Pyla beast, and yet you still couldn't suppress the Tamok sect and were forced back by them? Now you've even lost an arm. Are you still worthy of your reputation?" Those cutting words enraged AM Saturday. Grinding his teeth, he swore hatefully, "One day, I will dye the entire Tamok sect red with blood." At that moment, Kok Do Tien looked straight at Chao Tien, too, and arrogantly declared, "Sect Master Chao, there's no need for more nonsense. Whoever insults the Huin AM sect has only one path, death." This blunt and extreme arrogance left everyone in the Tamok sect stunned. Then he offered them a choice. Unless the Tamok sect is willing to submit and become a branch of the Huin AM sect, then we'd all be one family. Hand over all the Tamok sect's resources, and I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, he left the sentence hanging. Chao Tien, too, lowered his head and hesitated, replying uncertainly, "This matter." Suddenly, Lu Tianguin walked over and said calmly, "Oh, quite a lively gathering here." The moment AM Sat saw him, he became so agitated that he pointed straight at Lu Tianguin and roared, "It's him. He killed my 2 subordinates." In the blink of an eye, Lu Tianguin was already standing opposite Kok Do Tien and asked directly, "Didn't you come here to spar? Then hurry up and begin. What's the point of all this talking?" As he spoke, he pointed straight at Sect Master Kok Do Tien and challenged him. "No need to waste time fighting one by one. We may as well choose you directly. Come out and fight me. Let's settle this quickly." As soon as Lu Tianguin finished speaking, Tien Ha doubled over laughing. "I was wondering who managed to defeat you, and it turns out to be an idiot. And he actually dares challenge Master directly." He burst into laughter again. Seeing how wildly arrogant Lu Tianguin was acting, Deepon was thrown into panic by fear and hurriedly said in a submissive tone, "Sect Master Kok, please calm your anger. All offenses against the Huin AM sect were Lu Tianguin's doing alone. All this trouble was caused entirely by him." After hearing that, Kok Do Tien let out a mocking "oh" and said, "So that's why the Tamok sect is so capable. It turns out you've raised a wonderfully rebellious disciple." Lu Tianguin, seeing them continue talking without end, urged impatiently, "Can you stop wasting words already? Fight." At that moment, Am Sat arrogantly pointed at Lu Tianguin's face and shouted, "You brat won't be able to act so arrogant for much longer. If my master makes a move, just one finger is enough to..." Before he could finish, Lu Tianguin unleashed an overwhelming pressure, his entire body shrouded in blue light. That terrifying force slammed directly into AM Sat, making him clutch his chest in pain. Even after Lu Tianguin withdrew the attack, AM Sat still seemed badly injured, holding his chest and unable to say a word. Lu Tianguin looked at him coldly and thought to himself, "Better hold back for now. Otherwise, I'll scare them senseless. If I go too far and they get frightened and refuse to spar, that would be a pity. At this point, Tien Ha clasped his hands and volunteered to Kokto Tien. Master, the Tamok sect is truly too arrogant. Please allow your disciple to step forward and fight this madman directly to preserve our dignity. Hearing that, Kokto Tien agreed immediately. Go. Before we annex the Tamok sect, crush that arrogance of theirs first. With the sect master's approval, Tien Ha stepped forward to stand opposite Lu Tien-Nguyen. He began to circulate his power, and purple energy radiated from his entire body. Pointing at Lu Tien-Nguyen, Tien Ha said arrogantly, "Are you coming first, or are your disciples all going to charge me together?" Lu Tien-Nguyen did not answer. He merely looked at Tien Ha and commented indifferently, "The King Realm? Not bad." Then he turned and said to Chu Deep, "Go on." Being called out startled the boy into a daze. "I've only trained for a few days. Can I really spar already?" Though still somewhat afraid inside, Chu Deep steadied himself and stepped forward. The disciples of the Tamok sect were utterly shocked. What a joke, sending a child in a battle. What ability does he have that you would let him fight? Isn't this just madness? Seeing that the Tamok sect had sent a little boy to meet him, Tien Ha folded his arms across his chest and laughed contemptuously. "You really are interesting. I never expected you to send some brat to fight me." Lu Tien-Nguyen said coldly, shocking him, "If you suppress your cultivation to the same realm, you may not necessarily beat this boy." Hearing this, Tien Ha grew serious and stopped laughing, though he still looked down on his opponent and said, "Fine. Today I'll lower myself and play with you." Chu Deep raised his sword and began circulating his power. Golden light enveloped the blade and curled around the boy. Observing him, Tien Ha only grew more arrogant when he saw that Chu Deep had merely reached the transcendent realm. He laughed scornfully. "Are you joking? A brat who has just stepped into the transcendent realm wants to be my opponent? I thought this kid was stronger than that. So this is all." Then he put on a hypocritical look and said, "Little brat, today I'll suppress myself to your realm and fight you. Don't go saying I bullied you." Chu Deep's realm left the Tamok sect disciples stunned in disbelief. "No way. This kid has already reached the transcendent realm?" One person exclaimed, "It took me nearly a year to enter the transcendent realm." Another disciple also cried out in shock, "But it's only been a few days." Standing at the back, Chu Chi excitedly cheered for her younger brother. "Chu Deep, come on, beat him." Her words drew Tien Ha's attention. He then pointed at Chu Chi and asked A.M. Sat, "Is that the immortal spirit body you mentioned?" A.M. Sat affirmed seriously, "That's the one." My divine, I couldn't have seen wrong. After hearing A.M. Sat's confirmation, Tien Ha smiled sinisterly and loudly declared, "Good. If I seize this little girl's immortal spirit body, then I may have hope of becoming a great emperor." Tien Ha said it without the slightest restraint, and when Chu Chi heard it, her eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, Chu Deep's sword thrust straight toward his head. Tien Ha immediately dodged and reached out, trying to seize the blade. Although Tien Ha had reacted in time, with a casual flick, he forced Chu Deep back. At the same time, he shouted furiously, "You little brat, you dare launch a sneak attack on me?" Remembering Lu Tien-Nguyen's instruction, strike first for the advantage, and when the opponent shows an opening, attack with everything you've got. Chu Deep did not hesitate and poured all his strength into attacking Tien Ha. The sudden blow sent intense pain through Tien Ha, startling him. This bronze mace. What exactly is the origin of the weapon in this brat's hand? Why does it hurt this much? Taking advantage of his opponent still being dazed, Chu Deep pressed on and unleashed blow after blow. Only then did Tien Ha regain his composure and hurriedly use his power to resist. Chu Deep swiftly dodged aside and thought to himself, his movements seem a bit slow. Sensing an opportunity, he immediately launched another lightning-fast attack. Watching the battle from the rooftop, Tai Fong murmured in admiration. With the high-intensity daily training under Young Master, combined with the life-and-death art from the Eight Sufferings divine technique, Chu Deep's senses are far keener than ordinary people's. He concluded, Young Master Tien Ha has suppressed his cultivation. There's no way he'll be able to hit Chu Deep. Just as Tai Fong said, from the start of the fight, Tien Ha remained on the defensive and could not touch Chu Deep at all. His irritation mounting, Tien Ha finally shouted, "You hateful brat, why do you keep targeting my right arm?" Ignoring him completely, Chu Deep continued swinging the bronze mace straight at Tien Ha's right arm. He recalled Lu Tianwen's instruction: just keep hitting where they're injured. The crueler the blow, the deeper the pain. At the time, Chu Deep had asked, what if the opponent doesn't have any wounds? Lu Tianwen had answered calmly, if they don't, then find a way to create one. Now, Chu Deep fully understood the meaning behind those words, and that was why he kept attacking Tien Ha's right arm. Chu Deep shouted, "See that?" and struck his opponent's right arm again. A pained groan escaped Tien Ha, who was drenched in sweat as he cried out sharply. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Deep leaped high into the air and brought down another strike from above, still aimed at his chosen target, Tien Ha's right arm. The pain now tormenting Tien Ha made him realize one thing: he could not overcome Chu Deep. Clenching his teeth, he thought, at the same level of cultivation, could it be that I'm really not his match? Seeing Tien Ha lose focus, Chu Deep attacked again. The pain was too much, and Tien Ha could not help cursing the boy. "You damned little brat." Unable to endure any longer, he began circulating his power. Profound chi into the body, strength moved by will. Immediately, a huge and oppressive force erupted, blasting Chu Deep far away. Chao Tien too cried out in shock. The king realm. Standing beside him, Matan Veem said in astonishment, "I never expected young Master Tien Ha to have reached the king realm when he's only a little over 30. Deep on pondered darkly. In the future, he will surely be able to reach the great emperor realm and shake the world. In our Tammok sect, perhaps only senior brother T-Bat Fam, in his earlier days, could compare with him." Chu Chi angrily pointed at Tien Ha and shouted, "You cheater!" The other disciples of the Tammok sect were also filled with outrage. "Young Master Tien Ha, you promised to suppress your cultivation. Now you've unleashed it again. How can you go back on your word so shamelessly? Your word isn't worth a single coin." "That's right, far too dishonest." Enraged by those harsh accusations, Tien Ha roared, "Shut up, all of you." But Chu Chi was not intimidated in the slightest and shouted back, cheating and feeling no shame, "You clearly can't beat Chu Deep." Those words thoroughly infuriated Tien Ha. He spun around and cursed at the little girl, "You wretched brat." Seeing him about to move toward Chu Chi, Chu Deep quickly rushed over and stood in front of her, his face tense with alarm. Tien Ha curled his lips as he looked at him. "Oh, you want to protect her? Ha ha, then I'll refine her immortal spirit body right in front of your eyes." As he spoke, he gathered spiritual power and charged straight at Chu Deep, shouting, "Move aside." Under the power of the king realm, Chu Deep struggled desperately just to hold on. He recalled what Lu Tianwen had taught him during training. "You're weak, but if you concentrate your cultivation into a single point and then detonate it, you may not be unable to withstand an expert's attack." Following his instruction, Chu Deep began gathering his chi. Spiritual power spread from the soles of his feet, coursed through his whole body, and gradually converged into the bronze mace. The energy concentrated at the tip of the bronze mace. Chu Deep closed his eyes and focused all his spiritual power into a single point. When he felt it was enough, he launched the strike at Tien Ha, and the two streams of spiritual power collided violently. Tien Ha laughed coldly, his voice full of disdain. "Looking for death?" Tai Fong widened his eyes in shock. The death art is helping Chu Deep burst beyond his limits, and with that ability to focus everything into one point, he may well achieve a major breakthrough. At that very moment, Chu Deep's spiritual power began to gain the upper hand, piercing straight through Tien Ha's defenses. He was horrified beyond measure, unable to believe his eyes. "What?" The instant he spoke, Tien Ha was struck head-on by Chu Deep's spiritual power. Furious, Tien Ha roared, "How can a transcendent realm brat like you humiliate me again and again?" He screamed, "Die!" Tien Ha poured out all his strength in an attempt to kill Chu Deep. After all, the gap between the king realm and the transcendent realm was simply too great, and Chu Deep was quickly overwhelmed. The boy was sent flying backward, while Tien Ha's spiritual power-covered hand continued pursuing him. Dazed from the blow, Chu Deep narrowed his eyes with difficulty and looked on. But perhaps before he could even realize the danger bearing down on him, a mysterious stream of blue spiritual energy suddenly appeared, forming a barrier in front of him. It turned out that Lu Tianwen had rushed over in time, taking the fatal blow in Chu Deep's place. He calmly circulated his origin energy and effortlessly dissolved Tien Ha's ferocious attack, then glanced at Chu Deep and instructed him, Remember this feeling and get used to it. In the future, when you meet someone of a higher realm, you must not panic. Q Deep looked up at him and obediently replied yes. Seeing Lu Tianwen make his move, Tian Ha could not help blurting out, well, I didn't expect you to have some skill after all. Even so, he still looked extremely arrogant and said disdainfully, but it's useless. Today you've made me lose face. I will slaughter your Tammok sect without fail. I'll kill this brat first, and then. Before he could finish, Lu Tianwen struck with a lethal blow. With just a light palm strike, he reduced Tian Ha to nothingness. Lu Tianwen turned and said coldly to Chu Deep, there are some things you should witness with your own eyes. Witness your father's terrifying strength. Chu Deep turned deathly pale with fear, so shaken that he pressed his lips together and could not say a word. After neutralizing the fatal attack and casually eliminating Tian Ha, Lu Tianwen saw that his goal of borrowing the people of the Huin AM sect to give Chu Deep real combat training had already been achieved. He clasped his hands behind his back and coldly declared to Kokto Tian's group, all right, you've outlived your usefulness. Those words struck directly at their pride, driving Kokto Tian into a rage. Grinding his teeth, he snarled, what an arrogant fool who knows neither heaven nor earth. Today I will wipe out your Tammok sect. Right after that, he ordered his disciples, deploy the 10-aspect heaven and earth extermination formation. At once, 10 disciples rushed forward from the rear, each wielding a vicious bronze hammer, and quickly surrounded Lu Tianwen. A strangely shaped formation, carrying overwhelming pressure, spread out and enveloped him. Faced with this dangerous situation, Chao Tian Tu and Ma Tanvim could not hide their terror. Sweating profusely with fear, Ma Tanvim trembled and cried out, I never thought he would actually use the 10-aspect heaven and earth extermination formation. How can we possibly withstand it? Chao Tian Tu hurriedly raised his voice, trying to reconcile with Kokto Tian. Sect Master Kok, please stop. Before he could finish, Kokto Tian exploded in fury and coldly declared, I, Kokto Tian, have always acted decisively and with might. You kill my disciple, so I will destroy your entire sect. While Kokto Tian raged madly, Lu Tianwen on the opposite side remained completely calm, as though nothing at all had happened. Suddenly, Kokto Tian noticed something that shocked him greatly. At the same time, Lu Tianwen began to unleash the 9 Netherworld's dark cave technique. Instantly, a radiant sphere of spiritual power, streaked with lightning-like rays, formed in his palm. In the sky above, spiraling thunderclouds also appeared, identical to the sphere in his hand, but gigantic in size. Next, he combined it with the heaven-piercing, god-slaying technique and thrust his hand forward. Bolts of lightning crashed down one after another, accompanied by violent impacts, and the disciples hurriedly poured out all their spiritual power to defend themselves. They struggled with everything they had just to preserve their lives for a moment. Before long, under that overwhelming power, they could no longer hold on and began coughing up blood one after another. The oppressive might of those lightning bolts only kept increasing, leaving the surrounding disciples so horrified they could not believe their eyes. After killing the 10 disciples who were operating the 10-aspect heaven and earth extermination formation, he shifted his attack. A bolt of lightning carrying destructive power struck straight into the crowd of the Huin AM sect. Kokto Tian stared in shock as the members of his sect were swept into that immense pressure, and the usual composure on his face was now replaced by sheer terror. Lu Tianwen lightly waved his hand, and that power turned into a transparent blue stream of light, pure like a flowing spring. Every disciple of the Huin AM sect was dragged into that terrifying force, which was like a sharp strand of sword chi slashing brutally through each of them. Lu Tianwen coldly watched as the increasingly dense blue power swallowed those unable to resist. The disciples of the Tammok sect who witnessed the scene were utterly stunned. Every one of them stood there with mouths agape, nearly numb with shock, stammering so badly they could not speak. Could it be that the Huin AM sect had really been destroyed? It wasn't only the disciples. Ma Tanvim was also profoundly shaken, his whole body trembling before the horrifying spectacle. He could not help blurting out, was all of this done by Lu Tianwen? Deepon stared at Lu Tianwen's back and could not help admitting that the great calamity posed by the Huin AM sect had perhaps truly been resolved. All of the Huin AM sect's disciples had died. Only Kokto Tian remained alive thanks to his high cultivation, but he too had been gravely wounded. Propping himself up with one hand, Kokto Tian coughed coughed and spat out a huge mouthful of blood. He forced himself to stand and shouted a curse at Lu Tianguin. "You bastard!" Lu Tianguin merely frowned slightly and replied calmly, "Oh, not bad. You still have some strength left to resist." Cocteau Tien's face was covered in blood, making him look as ferocious as an evil ghost. He growled, "You dare destroy the Huin AM sect? I will never forgive you." At once, he shouted, "Today, I, the 56th sect master of the Huin AM sect, earnestly beseech the Huin AM patriarch to descend and destroy this murderer." He pressed 2 fingers together, and between them was a yellow talisman. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, the talisman in his hand gradually dissolved, creating a golden tornado-like vortex right in front of him, within which the silhouette of a man could vaguely be seen. Cocteau Tien excitedly announced, "The one rushing here at incredible speed is the strongest patriarch of our Huin AM sect." Then he burst into loud laughter. "My patriarch has arrived. All of you are going to die. I want every one of you buried with me." Those words immediately made the disciples of the Tam Mok sect uneasy and afraid. The golden light gradually dimmed, and the avatar of a white-haired old man with an imposing face appeared. Strangely, his eyes had no pupils, and his head slowly tilted to one side. Behind him, the figure of another person could faintly be seen. A second later, the head dropped to the ground and rolled like a ball until it came to a stop before Cocteau Tien. He stared at the scene in utter disbelief. How could this be possible? That awe-inspiring patriarch had appeared, yet before he could say or do anything at all, he had already been killed. Witnessing this unexpected sight, everyone cried out in shock. "What is going on here?" Manhwa Gon Li flicked his hand lightly and sent the Huin AM patriarch's body toppling to one side before declaring, "All 3 patriarchs of the Huin AM sect have been beheaded. From this day forward, the Huin AM sect is officially wiped out." After saying that, he smugly curled his lips into a grin, inwardly pleased that he had finally displayed his extraordinary abilities in front of everyone. However, what he got in return was a mocking remark from Tai Fong, meaningless grandstanding. Cocteau Tien was so furious he could barely speak. You. Then, Minvu stood with his hands behind his back and reported to Lu Tianguin, "Young master, the mission has been completed. The remaining members of the Huin AM sect have been thoroughly dealt with." Apparently unable to withstand such a crushing shock, Cocteau Tien coughed up blood again in his rage. He said weakly, "To destroy the Huin AM sect is to offend the entire Not Tang kingdom. The powerful forces behind it will never let you off." Before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground and breathed his last. At that moment, Lu Tianguin lightly patted the shoulder of little Chu Deep, who was still frozen in terror, and said, "Calm down. Get used to it little by little. You'll probably be facing scenes like this quite often in the future." Chu Chi looked around blankly and asked Tai Fong, "Huh? What did I miss? Was it Uncle Tai Fong who made a move?" Deepon cried out in alarm, while Lu Tianguin replied coldly, "Over? No. The best part of the play is only just beginning." Right then, a white-haired old man riding on clouds hurriedly flew over. It was the Supreme Elder. He descended gently to the ground, and the elders and disciples of the Tam Mok sect clasped their hands and bowed in greeting. Before Deepon could finish speaking about the destruction of the Huin AM sect, the Supreme Elder interrupted him. "It seems the threat from the Huin AM sect has already been resolved." Suddenly, Lu Tianguin called out his name, Tu Du Lang. Hearing his name spoken, the Supreme Elder turned in surprise, then clasped his hands and bowed respectfully in gratitude. "Many thanks, sir, for lifting the danger hanging over the Tam Mok sect." Lu Tianguin did not answer, and instead asked bluntly, "Where's the item I wanted?" The Supreme Elder raised his head and said, "I brought it here." As soon as he finished speaking, he produced a white jade pendant. The moment Lu Tianguin reached out to take it, the old man explained, "You may not know this, sir, but in order to obtain this item, I went through countless hardships and dangers. In the end, it was only through perseverance and a strong will that I was able to retrieve this jade successfully. Will you truly not reconsider taking me as your disciple?" Standing at a distance, Deepon silently listened to the exchange between the two. The Supreme Elder still refused to give up. He continued trying to persuade Lu Tianguin, "Sir, please give it some thought." From afar, Deepon quietly watched the entire conversation. The Supreme Elder still had no intention of giving up and kept pleading earnestly and insistently, "Sir, please reconsider just a little." Lu Tianwen ignored his plea, raised the jade, and turned his gaze toward Chao Tian-tu as he questioned, "Weren't you longing for this treasure?" Deepon turned in astonishment to look at Chao Tian-tu and called out his name in shock. Immediately, all the disciples of the Tamok sect cast suspicious looks at their sect master. Chao Tian-tu shouted loudly, trying to cover up his panic and guilt. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Tianwen showed no restraint and directly exposed him. "What should I call you? Sect master of the Tamok sect, or a mole from the 100 Ghost organization?" Lu Tianwen looked straight at Chao Tian-tu, his voice full of ridicule. "You're the spy that 100 Ghosts planted in the Tamok sect, aren't you?" Chao Tian-tu clenched his teeth in anger, yet did not dare utter a single word in rebuttal. Seeing the man remain silent, Lu Tianwen pressed on. "Back then, the destruction of T-Bat Fam's meridians was also your doing, wasn't it?" The disciples of the Tamok sect were utterly shocked. Chao Tian-tu's face turned pale as he snapped back. "You're slandering me outright." He loudly denied it and argued forcefully, "I am the sect master of the Tamok sect. How could I possibly be a spy? Every decision in the sect is made by me. Could that really be the actions of an infiltrator?" This defense was indeed quite convincing, and the disciples were completely swayed. Some murmured, "That's right, how ridiculous." Others followed up, "How could the sect master of sect be a spy for another organization?" Some even thought that Lu Tianwen had grown arrogant after defeating the Huin AM sect. Deepon loudly warned him, "If you're going to accuse someone, you need clear evidence." Although Deepon had never liked Chao Tian-tu, he still thought to himself, "No matter how much I dislike Chao Tian-tu, being condemned so baselessly like this is not right." Le Tianguyen calmement replied, "Evidence?" At once, an unexpected voice rang out. "The evidence is right here." The disciples once again gaped in shock. Tian Han and Tinoch Non strolled over. Tinoch Non explained, "While everyone was occupied, I went to Chao Tian-tu's room and found this Ghost Clan emblem and this Ghost Clan decree." Seeing the items in her hands, the disciples were stunned and cried out in unison, "What?" At that moment, Chao Tian-tu began to panic, cold sweat pouring down his body. He thought to himself, "I used a secret technique to hide them. How could anyone outside our 100 ghosts possibly discover them?" As if reading the doubt in his heart, Lu Tianwen answered, "That's right. How could a concealment technique be undone?" He paused briefly, then continued, "Unfortunately for you, I just happened to be able to break it." Tian Han stepped forward and confidently added, "And even more unfortunately for you, he had enough time to teach me how." Lu Tianwen quietly gave her an approving glance. At this point, Deepon could no longer cover for Chao Tian-tu's day. He demanded, "Chao Tian-tu, aren't you going to explain yourself?" Chao Tian-tu calmly accepted the truth. He snorted coldly. "Is there any need to keep wasting words with you people?" As soon as he said that, he shot straight toward Tinoch Non and shouted, "Give that back to me." Immediately, T-Bat Fam rushed out, intercepting him and striking at Chao Tian-tu. The two plunged into a fierce battle. Chao Tian-tu struck T-Bat Fam in the back with a palm, and T-Bat Fam immediately stamped on the ground and countered with a backward kick. Chao Tian-tu blocked the kick with his hand, then followed up with another retaliatory palm strike. The clash of their inner power made for a thrilling fight. Chao Tian-tu shock T-Bat Fam. At that moment, T-Bat Fam looked at him with eyes full of hatred and angrily replied, "So it really was you." He explained, "That peculiar stream of inner energy and the move you used just now, I have carved them into my bones." Seeing him, Deepon joyfully exclaimed, "Senior brother T-Bat Fam." Chao Tian-tu was furious beyond measure. "You've recovered your cultivation?" he said. "Back then, I should have been even more ruthless." The truth had finally come alight. Ha Kuan-gi could no longer contain her rage and drew her sword as she charged at Chao Tian-tu. The blade was only a short distance from his face when Chao Tian-tu clamped the sword between both hands, golden inner energy surging from his body. Then, with a palm strike, he easily forced Ha Kuan-gi back several steps. Just then, an arm reached out to catch her. "Ha Kuan-gi lup up ha bili ati bat fam." He said gently to her, "Kuan-gi, step back. Leave this man to me." Ha Kuan-gi blushed as she looked at her imposing husband. The two embraced like lovers reunited after a long separation. Unable to stand it any longer, Tinoch Non spoke up, "Father, mother, at a time like this, could you please stop being so lovey-dovey?" Then T-Bat Fam decisively declared, "Chao Tian-tu, it's time for us to settle our grudge." With that, he dashed toward his opponent. Seeing the two exchange blows, the Supreme Elder intended to step in and help. Unexpectedly, Lu Tianguin moved in front of him, making the old man stop in surprise. "Just leave it to him," the Supreme Elder asked in confusion. After all, T-Bat Fam has only just recovered his cultivation, while Chao Tian too has cultivated for over 20 years. "I am afraid." Lu Tianguin impatiently cut him off. Just watch." Remembering the grievances of his youth, Chao Tian too still spoke resentfully. "T-Bat Fam, ever since I entered the Tammok sect, you've overshadowed me everywhere. Everyone thought I was inferior to you." Poor Deep On was dragged into it for no reason, as Chao Tian too directly called him out by name. Suddenly, Chao Tian too turned to T-Bat Fam and asked, "Do you know why that Deep On fellow has always opposed me at every turn?" At this point, he shouted indignantly, "Isn't it because he thought I stole your position as sect master?" While fighting, Chao Tian too roared as if venting his entire heart. "But do you know, I was always hiding my true strength, and I was always stronger than you. The fact that I was able to destroy your meridians back, then, is proof enough that I far surpassed you." T-Bat Fam snot gon li. It was nothing more than a despicable sneak attack. With that, he gathered all his power and unleashed an immensely powerful palm strike at Chao Tian Tuesday. A grunt rang out, and T-Bat Fam clasped his hands as he shot high into the air. He raised his hands to the sky and shouted, "Your inner demon is too strong. You deserve to be taught a lesson by my son-in-law." As soon as he finished speaking, he brought both hands down in a chopping motion. A surging stream of internal force shot straight toward Chao Tian Tuesday. T-Bat Fam's golden energy was overwhelmingly powerful, instantly swallowing up Chao Tian 2's weak purple power. Not long after, a thunderous explosion shook the heavens. T-Bat Fam followed with the move Vu Lac Van Tien, its power blazing like fire. Chao Tian too could no longer hold out. He coughed up blood and was blasted violently backward. He crashed to the ground and asked in disbelief, "I don't know how your meridians recovered, but how could your cultivation improve so quickly?" T-Bat Fam let out a cold snort and explained, "It's all thanks to my good son-in-law." Hearing that, Chao Tian too turned to look at Lu Tianguin and finally understood. So that 5-revolution spirit pill had been prepared for him. He lowered his head in frustration and bitterly admitted, "Very well." So everything really was within his calculations. At that moment, T-Bat Fam stepped closer and said in a low voice, "Chao Tian too, it's time for you to pay for your crimes." Suddenly, Chao Tian too burst in a loud laughter. "Do you really think my 100 ghosts are so easy to bully?" He pulled a small flute from his sleeve. Before blowing it, he swept a mocking gaze over everyone. "I had originally intended to leave Tammok sect away to survive. After all, I invested a great deal of effort here. But now, the moment I blow this flute, the 100 Ghosts army will attack. When that happens, not one of you will escape." The warning made Deep On turn pale in shock. Matan Veem, beside him, also panicked. "We can't possibly deal with 100 ghosts." Just as T-Bat Fam was about to attack again, a voice suddenly rang out. "Stop!" Chao Tian too began to blow the flute. The disciples cried out in fear. "This is bad." The Supreme Elder's expression changed drastically. Only Lu Tianguin remained completely calm. After blowing the flute, Chao Tian too threw his head back and laughed, though his injuries soon made him cough violently. 1 minute passed, then 2. Even after a long while, everything remained silent. Confusion rose in Chao Tian too's heart. Why haven't they come yet? At the same time, in a forest, the Starving Ghost and the Glutton Ghost had already received his flute signal. The Starving Ghost gnawed on a large chicken leg and sneered at the Glutton Ghost, "They're calling for you." The Glutton Ghost kept his head lowered and replied indifferently, "No time. I'm not getting involved." After waiting a long time and still seeing no reinforcements, T-Bat Fam demanded, "Chao Tian too, where's this 100 Ghost army you were boasting about?" Chao Tian to himself had no idea. So how could he answer? Seeing him remain strangely silent, T-Bat Fam understood at once and mocked him. "Looks like even the 100 ghosts can't be bothered with you." Chao Tian too lowered his head with a cold snort, then suddenly said, "Do you know? Becoming sect master means holding countless secrets, such as the authority to activate Tammok sect's divine weapon." Hearing that, T-Bat Fam immediately asked in curiosity, "Tammok sect's divine weapon?" Chao Tian too struggled to stand upright and continued, "The sect master is the only one capable of using this divine weapon." As he spoke, he immediately formed hand seals and began chanting an incantation. Before long, A stream of purple energy wrapped around his body, and a mighty firearm appeared in his hand. Chao Tien-Tu gripped it tightly and raised it straight ahead, aiming directly at T-Bat Fam. The Supreme Elder recognized the item at a glance and had to admit it really is the divine weapon of our Tammok sect. Holding 2 guns in his hands, Chao Tien-Tu laughed with total confidence and disdain. Did you think all these years as sect master were for nothing? Since I dare to stand here today, naturally I came with victory in my grasp. Did you really think I would place all my hopes on the whereabouts unknown 100 Ghosts army? As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Tien-Tu pulled the trigger. A heaven-shaking force erupted from the divine weapon and shot straight at T-Bat Fam. T-Bat Fam hastily dodged to the left, barely avoiding the fatal strike. The place hit by that power exploded instantly. Witnessing this, T-Bat Fam was deeply shocked and could not help exclaiming, "A divine weapon indeed. Its power is truly terrifying." Chao Tien-Tu gave a cold snort. So what if the 100 Ghosts didn't come? With Tammok sect's divine weapon in my hands, from this day on I can establish my own sect. Then he turned the guns toward the disciples and declared, "I will give all of you one chance to submit. Follow me and found a new sect, and everything can still proceed smoothly." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Otherwise, death is the only road waiting for you." A disciple stammered fearfully this. Matan Veem spoke up, "The divine weapon's power is enormous. I'm afraid there's no way we can resist it." Seeing the crowd sink into silence, Chao Tien-Tu curled his lip in contempt. "No one is answering? Then I'll kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and let you see the divine weapon's power with your own eyes." Then Chao Tien-Tu turned and aimed his gun at Lu Tianguin, loudly accusing him, "Lu Tianguin, everything that happened today is because of you. Tammok sect was supposed to obediently offer up its resources. I would still be sect master, smoothly suppressing the sect's development and completing the mission given to me by the 100 Ghosts. So that was why the sect had declined more and more over the past few years." Deepon cursed angrily, "Damn it. So it really was this bastard who caused Tammok sect to gradually fall into ruin." Chao Tien-Tu confidently declared, "Lu Tianguin, today I will show you what realm my true cultivation has reached. Even if you once wiped out the Huin AM sect in a single move, I'm not afraid in the least." Lu Tianguin responded with a faint smile full of disdain. At that moment, T-Bat Fam leaped out and stood in front of him, urging, "Son-in-law, it's too dangerous. Step back first. Facing a divine weapon is no joke." T-Bat Fam said firmly, "Even a great emperor might not be able to withstand the power of a divine weapon." Minvu cracked his knuckles and shouted, "Damn it, let me fight in the Hall Master's place." Suddenly, Lu Tianguin stepped forward and patted T-Bat Fam on the shoulder. Then he stood facing Chao Tien-Tu and smiled lightly. "Since he specifically called me out, then I'll make the move myself." Seeing his chance to show off disappear, Minvu sighed inwardly. "Looks like the Hall Master is going to act personally. I missed another chance to show myself in front of everyone." The Supreme Elder also tried to stop him. "No matter how gifted you are, sir, facing a divine weapon, I'm afraid it will be difficult to accomplish anything." Veins bulged on the old man's forehead as he glared at Chao Tien-Tu, then said softly to Lu Tianguin, "You have saved Tammok's sect many times. This traitor should still be dealt with by this sect's Supreme Elder personally. Even if I must risk my old life, I will protect Tammok's sect intact." Just as he was about to step forward, Minvu grabbed his shoulder tightly and shouted, "Old man, don't get in my young master's way. It's just a divine weapon. It's not like we've never seen one before." Only then did the Supreme Elder turn back and look at Minvu in puzzlement. "Young man, you." Suddenly, he felt a change in his own body. He could not move at all and was completely frozen in place. Looking at Minvu, he thought, could this young man's cultivation actually be higher than mine? Very soon, Lu Tianguin had already approached Chao Tien-Tu's day. Chao Tien-Tu pointed the gun at him and said, "In the face of a divine weapon, your courage is admirable. But before you die, I have one question. Where did you discover my identity?" That question had been burning in his heart ever since Lu Tianguin exposed him. Lu Tianguin answered frankly, "From the first time you stepped in to stop Ha Quan Gi." He recalled that at the time, he had already sensed an extremely faint trace of ghost power hidden within Chao Tien-Tu's cultivation method. Chao Tien-Tu could not believe it and shouted, "How did you notice that?" Gritting his teeth, he said, "An ordinary person could never detect that trace of ghost power, much less break the restriction I set." But then something occurred to him, and a flash lit up in his eyes. Pointing at Lu Tianguin, Chao Tian-tu stammered, "Could it be that you're also?" Lu Tianguin leaped into the air and challenged him. "Why don't you guess?" Then he casually struck out with one palm and sent Chao Tian-tu flying back. Chao Tian-tu cursed, "Damn it." He pointed both guns at Lu Tianguin and roared, "Lu Tianguin, today I will rely on the power of the guns in my hands to destroy you." The moment the guns fired, Lu Tianguin lightly dodged aside. A world-shaking explosion erupted where the shots landed. T-Bat Pham pressed his hands to his forehead and gritted out, "This is bad." Seeing the place where Lu Tianguin had been standing swallowed by white smoke, Tu Deep cried out in fear, "Mother! Father!" Though Tian Han was extremely worried, she still had to comfort the boy. "Don't worry." Chao Tian-tu burst into laughter and snorted contemptuously. "Whatever your identity is, you'll still end up a dead soul beneath my divine weapon." But contrary to what he hoped, as the dust slowly cleared, Lu Tianguin was still standing there tall and firm, completely unharmed. He drew out a sword and stood proudly, looking coldly at Chao Tian-tu, as if he were already dead. T-Bat Pham stared at the weapon in Lu Tianguin's hand and exclaimed in shock, "Could that be an immortal weapon?" Both Ha, Quan Gi, and Deep unwidened their eyes at each other, then cried out in unison, "An immortal weapon." T-Bat Pham explained solemnly, "That is the only thing capable of contending with a divine weapon. As far as I know, divine weapons are bestowed by heaven, while immortal weapons are forged by man. Unlike divine weapons, immortal weapons are tempered by being stained with the blood of experts and nourished by the essence of heaven and earth. Their origin may be something completely ordinary, but only through slaughter, through the blood of experts, and through ceaseless evolution can they be refined into immortal weapons." The Supreme Elder added, "Just as immortal pills are divided from first revolution to ninth revolution, immortal weapons are also ranked from first grade to ninth grade. Though I cannot tell what grade the immortal weapon in Sir's hand is, I can be certain it has slain no fewer than 10,000 experts to possess such overwhelming might." Seeing that Manvu still had his hand on his shoulder with no sign of removing it, the old man cursed inwardly. "How much longer is he planning to keep pressing my shoulder?" Tinoch Non cheered excitedly. "Looks like we have hope of holding out now." T-Bat Pham wondered aloud, "Who exactly is my son-in-law? He casually repairs my meridians and even carries such an immortal weapon on him. His cultivation is impossible to fathom. Someone like this cannot be an unknown nobody. He must be the overlord of some region." At that moment, Lu Tianguin and Chao Tian-tu were still locked in fierce combat. Lu Tianguin swung the immortal weapon in a horizontal slash, unleashing a massive wave of power. Then he lightly darted close to Chao Tian-tu and brought the blade down from above. While resisting, Chao Tian-tu cried out, "An immortal weapon. I never thought you had so many hidden tricks prepared." Suddenly, he thought of something. "Wait." Then he directly voiced the question in his heart. "Could it be that you were the one who flattened Tan Van Mountain?" Lu Tianguin looked at him with a smirk. Chao Tian-tu asked fearfully, "Who exactly are you?" Lu Tianguin kicked him hard and said, "Why should I tell you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed slashing energy and sword energy. The weapon in his hand seemed to multiply into 3, dazzling the eye. Lu Tianguin decisively sent a palm force crashing straight toward Chao Tian-tu. Chao Tian-tu desperately tried to use all his true energy to defend himself, but it seemed feeble and ineffective. A loud explosion rang out, and he was blasted away. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Tianguin brought his sword down toward Chao Tian-tu's head. Just as he was about to strike, the Supreme Elder stopped him. "Sir, you must not destroy the divine weapon, or Tamok sect will be destroyed along with it." Hearing that, Lu Tianguin immediately drove his immortal weapon, generating violent swirling streams of true energy. With a slight wave of his hand, the 2 divine weapons in Chao Tian-tu's hands were instantly swept up by the torrent of true energy. They shot into the air and spun there, completely beyond his control. Staggering, Chao Tian-tu collapsed onto the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Wearing a defeated expression, he lowered his head and accepted the cruel truth. "It seems heavens will has chosen to stand on your side." He paused, his voice heavy with sorrow. "In the end, I am only a clone of Team Kui. From the moment I was planted inside Tamok sect, my fate was set. I was nothing more than a pawn that could be discarded at any time." Lu Tianguin coldly cut him off, his voice thick with mockery. "You're babbling nonsense. I don't have time to listen to you reminisce about the past. In this world, everyone comes from different beginnings, but in the end, there is only one rule. The victor becomes king, the loser becomes an outlaw. After saying that decisively, he turned and instructed T-Bat fam, I'll leave the rest to you. Still unwilling to accept defeat, Chao Tien, too, tried to pour out all his resentment. I worked so hard for all of this. I cannot accept losing. Everything I achieved today came from bitter cultivation, yet you destroyed it all. I don't want to remain someone else's pawn forever. I want to seize my own fate. The moment he finished speaking, he threw back his head and let out a tremendous roar. A violent source of vital power suddenly erupted from his entire body. Ha Kuan-gi cried out in shock. I didn't expect him to still have such terrifying potential left. While everyone around them panicked, Lu Tian-Nguyen remained calm. Chao Tien, too, frantically drove his spiritual power and shouted in despair. No one can kill me. He laughed wildly like a madman. Purple spiritual power surged more and more violently from his entire body. He said resolutely, unless I destroy myself. At the same time, in a remote cave, faint pink rays of light suddenly flashed out from the deep darkness. Inside, a solitary old man sat leaning against the stone wall, one hand resting on an ancient cane. He was none other than Team Kui of the 100 Ghosts. My clone in Tamok sect is dead, he said in a hoarse voice. A masked evil ghost stepped forward and asked respectfully, May I know who made the move, my lord? Team Kui lowered his head, his tone full of regret. These clones are no different from flesh and blood to me. I can sense their life and death, but I cannot interfere any further. He hesitated, then said, Retrieve the 100 Ghost decree he was carrying. Only then can I trace everything he experienced. The evil ghost replied casually, That won't be difficult. Send the glutton ghost and the starving ghost. They're already near Tamok sect. Have them retrieve the Chi Tian Jade while they're at it and bring it back as well. He guessed that they would most likely uncover clues about the death of your clone. At that very moment, a sphere glowing with blue light suddenly began to tremble abnormally. The evil ghost exclaimed in shock, Lord Ghost God. The sphere of light began to move restlessly, repeating a single name again and again. Chi Tianyu, Chi Tianyu. The evil ghost blurted out in praise. Team Kui, this truly is a treasure. Instantly, Team Kui spun around and shouted, Do not be disrespectful to Lord Ghost God. He sternly declared, Lord Ghost God is a great existence. Even stronger than you, stronger than Fierce Ghost, and stronger than Ghost King. He is a deity beyond this world. Did you hear Lord Ghost God's order clearly? Hurry and bring the Chi Tian Jade back here. The evil ghost hurriedly replied. Understood. After that, he quickly left the cave, leaving Team Kui alone. The old man muttered to himself, Why are there 2 suns in the sky? Why have 3 moons appeared? What exactly is a divine artifact? And what is the meaning of my existence? Only Lord Demon God can answer all of those questions for me. He silently made up his mind. I will definitely help you find the Chi Tian Jade. At that moment, Lu Tianguin was tightly gripping the Chi Tian Jade in his palm. Tai Fong looked at him curiously and asked, Young master, is this the item you said could help you recover? Lu Tianguin lowered his head to look at the jade piece and gave a soft hum in confirmation. Right after that, he crushed the jade. Tai Fong froze and exclaimed in shock, Young master, what are you doing? Lu Tianguin did not answer. He focused on absorbing the energy from the item. Tai Fong murmured to himself, So this is how the Chi Tian Jade is used? Lu Tianguin explained, There isn't only one piece of this jade. Back then, my meridians were badly damaged, and I recovered thanks to it. Perhaps it and I share some special connection. He recalled what his mother had told him when he was little. Tu Tien, I hope this jade will keep you safe. Then, young master, have your injuries fully healed? I can still sense a bit of turmoil in your aura. Lu Tianguin looked at his palm and answered honestly, To tell the truth, I don't know either. Aside from my blood and energy surging a little after my failed breakthrough to the 7th realm, I don't feel discomfort anywhere. But I also haven't reached a complete immortal ascension state. Just then, Minvu appeared, carrying his usual arrogance. So that's how it is, Home Master. The reason you've personally stepped in several times was to test your own condition. Lu Tianguin closed his eyes and gave a slight nod, confirming Minvu's guess. Minvu eagerly continued, Home Master, do you think you may have entered a completely new realm? Something like half immortal or sane immortal? Tai Fong chimed in, Right, that's not impossible. Suddenly, Tenoch Non's panicked voice rang out from outside the door. Brother-in-law, something huge has happened." She pushed the door open and rushed in, loudly announcing, "Because of what happened to Hwin Am's sect, the envoy from Not Tang Kingdom has come to Tamok's sect to demand an explanation." Panting, she continued, "And the Crown Prince of Dong Tuesday Kingdom came with him too, and they're almost at the mountain peak already." Lu Tian-Wen remained calm and nodded. "So they've arrived? Then it's time to go meet them." Seeing how composed he was, Tinoch Non grabbed her head and cried out miserably, "What do we do? What do we do? I am worried sick." Tien Han softly tried to advise her husband, Tien Wen, was this really caused by Tamok's sect, or before his wife could finish, he stood up and decisively cut her off. "Leave it to me." After that, Lu Tien-Wen led the group out. Tinoch Non turned back, her heart full of suspicion. She ran into the room to check whether anyone had just been there. Seeing no one, she hurried back out to follow the others, completely unaware that Tai Fong was hiding on the ceiling. Outside the main gate of Tamok sect, a large crowd had already gathered. Tibat Pham led the elders out to welcome the Crown Prince. Suddenly, the envoy of Not Tang Kingdom strode forward aggressively, pointed straight at Tibat Pham, and demanded loudly, "What have you done to Hwin Am's sect?" He shouted bitterly. They came to Tamok's sect to participate in the tournament, so why did they disappear without a trace? On top of that, Hwin Am's sect is now nothing but chaos, with not a single survivor left. At this moment, the envoy roared furiously, "Answer me now. What did you do to Hwin Am's sect?" From behind, Lu Tian-Wen slowly walked forward and answered lightly, "Just as you said, not a single one survived." The envoy frowned at him and barked, "Who the hell are you to interrupt?" Ha Quan-gi hurriedly pointed at him and introduced him. He's Tamok's sect's top disciple. Hearing that, Lu Tian-Wen turned and shot her an icy glare, making Ha Quan-gi jump in fright. He cursed inwardly, "This meddlesome old woman. If she weren't my mother-in-law, I'd have sent her on her way already." This attitude only made the envoy look down on him even more. A mere top disciple dared to speak so loudly? He turned, cupped his hands, and reported to the Crown Prince of Dong Tuesday, "Your Highness, please permit me to destroy Tamok's sect." Those words threw everyone from Tamok's sect into extreme panic. The Crown Prince of Dong Tuesday spoke up, envoy of Not Tang. "The truth of the matter is still unclear. Isn't your way of handling this a bit too careless?" Being reprimanded in front of so many people, the envoy's face turned livid with anger. He shot back, "Your Highness, are you planning to protect Tamok's sect?" He turned away and thought to himself, "Fine then, I still have to give Dong Tuesday Kingdom some face." After that, he took out a large scroll and loudly declared, "However, Hwin Am's sect is an important sect of Not Tang Kingdom. If Tamok's sect is not to be destroyed, then you must sign this treaty." Two subordinates quickly spread open the treaty, which was 2 full pages long. The envoy read it out clearly, word by word. All the resources Hwin Am's sect was supposed to pay in tribute each year must now be compensated by Tamok's sect. Deepon looked at the paper and gaped in horror. "This amount is far too much. I'm afraid even the entire fortune of Tamok's sect combined wouldn't be enough." The envoy of Not Tang Kingdom knelt before the Crown Prince's sedan chair and cupped his hands. "Your Highness surely does not want friction to arise between our two nations, correct? After all, Hwin Am's sect of my nation was destroyed on the territory of Dong Tuesday Kingdom. Of course, if Dong Tuesday Kingdom wishes to sign in Tamok's sect's place, that would also be acceptable." Thick-skinned as ever, he continued, "No matter who signs it, it will make it easier for me to report back to Not Tang Kingdom that our two nations still live in harmony and maintain good neighborly relations." Hearing such shameless words, the blond man curled his lips into a faint smile. Lu Tian-Wen calmly stepped forward and casually took the treaty. This action horrified Deepon so much his eyes nearly popped out. He shouted, "Hey, how dare you take that?" The envoy of Not Tang Kingdom glanced at Deepon from the corner of his eye and smirked smugly. There's a saying that fits perfectly. Only those who understand the times are true heroes. The envoy from Not Tang Kingdom clapped in approval, his tone dripping with condescension. This young man truly deserves his reputation as the finest disciple. Such commendable foresight. Then he arrogantly pointed toward the elders standing there and ordered loudly, "What are you all standing around for? Why haven't you gone to prepare a banquet to receive us?" Are you really going to make a noble envoy like me wait here? Hurry, and serve me some pastries. Lu Tianwen crushed the paper in his hand into a compact wad, then called out, "Hey, envoy." The envoy turned around and raised his brow in confusion. In the next instant, Lu Tianwen moved with terrifying speed and stuffed the crumpled ball of paper straight into his mouth. Then he asked in a deep voice, "Are you satisfied with the pastry I served you?" With his jaw held tight, the envoy couldn't spit the foreign object out. The extreme discomfort turned his face purple, and cold sweat poured down him. After a few seconds, Lu Tianwen casually let go and asked again, "Well, tasty?" The envoy collapsed to the ground, coughing violently and completely unable to answer. As soon as he caught his breath, he frantically ordered his attendants, "Cough, cough, cough. Seize this insolent bastard for me." Immediately, 3 subordinates drew their swords and charged. Lu Tianwen merely raised a hand and stopped all 3 sharp blades. With a slight twist of his wrist, the swords were instantly bent into arcs, and the 3 subordinates were sent flying by an invisible force, suffering severe injuries. After dealing with the attendants, Lu Tianwen slowly advanced toward the envoy. The envoy's face went deathly pale with terror as he desperately backed away. In his panic, he shouted a warning, You mustn't touch me. I represent not Tang Kingdom. If you dare lay a hand on me, that will be an act of war between our 2 nations." Then he hurriedly turned to the blond man beside him. "General Fuang, protect me at once. If anything happens to me, all of you will die with me." General Fuang answered with a loud shout and unleashed the full force of his palm strike straight at Lu Tianwen's chest. Lu Tianwen did not move at all. Instead, General Fuang was blasted backward several meters by an overwhelmingly powerful recoil. He cried out, "Ow, this power! It's terrifying!" Unfortunately, when he fell, he stepped hard on the envoy's hand, making the man scream in agony. General Fuang then ordered all the soldiers, "Everyone, charge. Don't let him harm me." At the same time, he secretly gave the troops a signal. Understanding their commander's meaning, they gave slight nods in response. Understood. The entire force charged at Lu Tianwen at once. But just like every other time, the moment pressure radiated from his body, all of them were blown backward. Cries of pain echoed everywhere. "Ugh, BF50. Ow, Aya, too strong." Lu Tianwen watched this clumsy farce with a helpless expression and muttered, "I'm truly speechless." In the distance, Minvu ground his teeth in rage. That old clown. I didn't expect even the soldiers under his command to act so well in sync. General Fuang straightened up, his voice trembling. "This man is too strong. That power has probably reached the Great Emperor realm. A Great Emperor expert needs only to use pressure to crush mortals into ash." Hearing that, the envoy became utterly terrified. In his mind appeared an image of Lu Tianwen smirking while crushing a boulder beneath his foot. The Great Emperor realm? Just the thought of it was enough to chill him to the bone. The invisible intimidation coming from Lu Tianwen forced him to keep retreating. Desperate, he tried to pull the diplomatic card. "Stop. This has already seriously damaged the harmony between our 2 nations." Just then, a voice rang out. "Stop!" The Crown Prince of Dong Tuesday Kingdom, Chu Muoi, stepped out of the sedan chair and frowned at the envoy. "You are the official envoy of a nation, yet you've been frightened out of your wits by a mere little sect. If this matter gets out, the reputation of Not Tang Kingdom will suffer greatly. I will keep this incident secret for you this time." After saying that, he turned and ordered his men, "Escort this envoy's party back to rest at once." Immediately, the soldiers of Dong Tuesday Kingdom supported the battered group from Not Tang Kingdom and removed them from the scene. Lu Tianwen cast a cold look at Chu Muoi, while the crown prince calmly accepted that gaze without the slightest sign of fear or hesitation. Ma Tanvim anxiously asked Deep On in a low voice, "Could it be that the crown prince plans to extort Tamok sect?" Deep On replied firmly, "If he dares, we'll fight to the death. At worst, both sides will be badly wounded, but at least we'll die protecting the sect." Suddenly, Lu Tianwen raised a hand, signaling everyone to step away for a moment. When Tian Han was about to leave with the others, he stopped her. "Yin Han, stay." Afraid he might act rashly, T-Bat Pham leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Don't do anything reckless. He's the crown prince." Lu Tianwen gave no reaction at all to his father-in-law's warning. T-Bat Pham could only sigh helplessly and turn away. Tian Han looked at him anxiously. Lu Tianwen and Chu Muoi stood facing each other, staring in silence. Chu Muoi smiled and greeted him, "Second brother." Lu Tianwen replied softly, "Third brother." This intimate form of address left Ti Yanhan utterly stunned, her mouth hanging open in shock. Chu Muoi turned to her and smiled. This must be sister-in-law. He bowed politely. Second brother mentioned you before. Only today has this little brother had the chance to meet you in person. Then he pointed toward the sedan chair where a girl was standing. Second brother, I brought someone else as well. That girl was Long Lin, known publicly as the Crown Princess. She immediately dashed over and shouted, Tien Nguyen. He looked at her with a rare hint of coldness. Xiaoling, you've grown up. She loudly complained. Why haven't you come to see me these past few years? You and little sister promised brother that you'd take care of me. Suddenly, Long Lin turned to Tien Han, poked her head out, and waved. Hello, sister-in-law. You're so pretty. Tien Han nodded in response, but inwardly her curiosity surged. Just what had Tien Nguyen gone through over the years? Why did he have such a close brotherly relationship with the Crown Prince of Dong, Tuesday Kingdom? Night fell, and lantern light from the buildings glowed beneath the blood-red moon. The three siblings, Lu Tien Nguyen, Tu Muoi, and Long Lin, sat together on a rooftop drinking wine. Long Lin had already fallen asleep from exhaustion, leaving only the two men talking. Tu Muoi gave a light snort. I haven't even settled the matter of Huin AM sect from Dongtang Kingdom entering Dong Tuesday Kingdom without permission, and yet they still dared demand goods from us. That level of shamelessness is something only Nam Hu Kingdom can rival. Lu Tien Nguyen looked at Chu Muoi apologetically. This matter has caused third brother quite a bit of trouble. Chu Muoi glanced at him and replied, if second brother personally wiped out Huin AM sect, then what is there to worry about? If it truly came to a confrontation, Dong Tuesday Kingdom wouldn't necessarily fear not Tang Kingdom. At that, he let out a weary sigh. But when it comes to dealing with neighboring states, my imperial father really is far too weak. A moment later, Lu Tien Nguyen set down his wine jug and said with certainty, whenever you decide to claim the throne, just tell me. Second brother will help you. Chu Muoi looked at him, his eyes welling with emotion, and softly answered yes. Then he raised his wine jug and shouted, enough about that. Let's drink. This cup is for eldest brother. Lu Tien Nguyen smiled, also lifting his jug. This cup is for eldest brother Long Chu. As soon as he finished speaking, he tilted his head back and drained it. In her sleep, Long Lin seemed to dream of her beloved brother and softly murmured, brother. Lu Tien Nguyen held the girl firmly. Chu Muoi sadly continued, after what happened back then, quite a few people set their sights on Xiaoling. I had no choice but to borrow the title of Crown Princess to protect her. Lu Tien Nguyen's eyes filled with memory as he recalled the scene from years ago, a resolute figure carrying someone unconscious on his back. That person being him, racing through the forest. Behind them, dozens of people were madly pursuing them, roaring, hand over the blood of 10,000 spirits. Don't let him get away. Long Chu had run all the way to the edge of a cliff and hurried to a stop. Both of them had nearly fallen over. The pursuers closed in, and one of them shouted, Long Chu, hand over the blood of 10,000 spirits, and we'll spare your life. Otherwise, if we all attack together, it's not like we can't kill you. Long Chu turned around, let out a contemptuous snort, and burst into loud laughter. He used the cruelest tone to say the most cowardly words. He fully turned to face them, and his aura suddenly erupted like a declaration of war against the whole world. Come then, however many of you there are today, I'll settle accounts with every one of you. My junior brother and I will kill to our heart's content. All of a sudden, a heaven-shaking pressure appeared. Two currents of black and white energy twisted through the sky like a pair of yin-yang fish entwining each other. One of the pursuers recognized it in horror. That's Hong Trong Chiu, Immortal Hong of the twin immortals of Tai Hu. At once, an old man appeared with a falsely compassionate expression and spoke in a tone of persuasion. Long Chiu, it was not easy for you to reach the great Emperor realm. There's no need to ruin your brilliant future for one person. If you hand over the blood of 10,000 spirits, I will accept you as my 11th disciple. Long Chu looked at Hong Trong Chiu with utter contempt and mocked him without the slightest restraint. So this is what a so-called immortal amounts to. Every last one of you is just a pack of petty scoundrels obsessed with profit, putting on a sanctimonious act like garbage. Those words instantly enraged Hong Trong Chiu, and he roared, insolent brat. Today, this immortal will sever all 4 of your limbs, gouge out your eyes, cut off your tongue, and refine you into a living corpse, so you can taste pain for all eternity. Lying on Long Chu's back, Lu Tianguin weakly tried to persuade him. Big brother, let me down. It will be better if you were alone than carrying two people. But Long Chu remained firm and unshaken. Second brother, I'm the big brother. Protecting my younger brothers is my responsibility. If I can't even protect my own brothers, then what right do I have to call myself your big brother? At that moment, Long Chu took out an immortal pill and smiled teasingly at Lu Tianguin. Second brother, who would have thought the immortal pill you gave me would actually be used one day? Today, let your big brother carve out a path to survival from this hopeless situation. At the sight of the pill, someone cried out in shock. A 6th Revolution immortal pill. He looked as though he could not believe his own eyes. Long Chu immediately swallowed the immortal pill. Before long, an immense pressure began radiating from his body. Then he shoved Lu Tianguin far away and shouted, Second brother, if you see third brother, tell him I'm sorry for me. We won't be able to drink together anymore. Power erupted from Long Chu, tearing his clothes apart. Tilting his head back, he declared, What's so great about immortals? Today, I'll break through every limit and wipe out every last one of you bastards. Hong Trong Nguyen watched in horror as Long Chu, in his desperation, detonated all of his own star essence. He had never expected that after taking the 6th Revolution immortal pill, Long Chu would still go so far as to sacrifice his origin. In the end, he unleashed the secret art 9 Netherworld Resonance, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to explode and fly everywhere. In that terrifying instant, Lu Tianguin stared at the scene before him in stunned disbelief. In agony, he stretched out his hand as though trying to grasp his big brother's fading figure, crying out in despair, Big brother! He would never be able to forget that pain and helplessness. Gritting his teeth, Lu Tianguin crushed the wine flask in his hand and swore in fury. We've remembered every one of those faces. Not a single one will be forgotten. Chu Muoi raised his head to look at the moon and said thoughtfully, Besides avenging Big Brother, there is also your own grudge and the grudges of tens of thousands of living beings. He looked at Lu Tianguin and sighed. The vengeance you want to take is truly too great. Lu Tianguin raised his wrist, and a dark red, cursed aura spread out from it. He laughed at himself bitterly. Perhaps because there are too many people I want to kill, I only have 2 more years left to live. Chu Muoi lowered his head sadly, not knowing how to comfort him. After a moment, he changed the subject. Right, second brother. I heard General Fuang say that your breakthrough failed. Le Tianguin Sidonino dead. Chu Muoi continued. Second brother, I just heard a secret. Someone in Trung Nguyen's sect has just broken through and become an immortal. Frowning, he warned him, the time that person became an immortal coincides with your own breakthrough. I'm afraid he planned it carefully and borrowed your fortune to weaken his own lightning tribulation. Hearing this, Lu Tianguin let out a cold snort in anger. Borrow my fortune? Let's see if he can. Just then, one of his subordinates appeared and urgently reported, Hall Master, we found a lead on Q Van Upper Sect. The man stood behind him awaiting orders. Lu Tianguin said gently to him, We're all brothers here. No need to be so reserved. Only then did the man feel at ease enough to continue. Hall Master, we found a clue about the young master's heavenly vein soul bone. The sect master of Q Van Upper Sect obtained a treasure, then suddenly announced he was entering seclusion. But in truth, he only left behind a substitute body inside the sect. His real place of seclusion is near Zhang City. Chu Muoi frowned in thought. Zhang City. He looked at Lu Tianguin with concern. Second brother, the imperial domain around Zhang City seems to have been unsettled lately. I also heard from General Fuang that he'll be going there in the next few days. Do you think these two matters are connected? After thinking for a moment, Lu Tianguin replied, It's not impossible. The next morning, Lu Tianguin's family came to see Chu Muoi and Long Lin off. Little Long Lin hugged him tightly and reminded him, Tianguin, you absolutely have to come visit me, all right? Lu Tianguin quietly looked at the little girl. Standing beside Tian Han, Tu Chi spoke up indignantly. Stop hugging my father. My mother's about to get jealous. Long Lin pinched the girl's cheek and scolded her affectionately. How rude. You should call me little aunt. After that, Long Lin curiously asked Tian Han a question that caught her off guard, making her hastily wave her hands and explain, No. Lu Tianguin patted Chu Muoi on the shoulder and instructed him, Big brother, Xiao Ling is our only little sister. Protect her well. Chu Muoi slapped his hand in response and said, You have to live well too. The imperial domain won't be able to hold you back. Lu Tian-Nguyen stood watching the carriage leave until it disappeared completely, then turned to Tian-Han and said, "Yin-Han, it's time for us to set out for Zhong City." She answered with a soft acknowledgement and said, "Let's go tell father and mother." Early the next morning, under a clear sky dotted with a few white clouds, after seeing Chu Mu-Oi and Long Lin off, Lu Tian-Nguyen and his wife returned to the main hall. At that moment, Ha Van was speaking with Ha Quan-gi. "Aunt, since you represent Tammok sect, you absolutely have to attend." When he saw Lu Tian-Nguyen walk in, his eyes widened in surprise, and he stepped forward to the two of them. "So this is my cousin-in-law, right? A pleasure, a pleasure." Lu Tian-Nguyen closed his eyes to rest, while Tian-Han looked at her cousin in confusion. Ha Van suddenly patted Lu Tian-Nguyen lightly on the arm and said with a smile, "Cousin-in-law is indeed elegant and handsome. Your cultivation must be very high too, right?" Even though Lu Tian-Nguyen did not answer, he kept rambling on. "This time there will also be a competition in Zhong City. When the time comes, we absolutely must exchange pointers." Ha Van grabbed Lu Tian-Nguyen's cursed arm without realizing it, while the dark red true chi silently continued to spread. Not long after, he cupped his hands and said, "Everyone, I'll see you in Zhong City," and then quickly left. Ha Quan-gi explained, "Yin-Han, your grandfather is celebrating his birthday and wants to invite us to Zhong City. At the same time, he's also summoning fellow cultivators from all over the world. It seems he wants to announce something important." Tian-Han said softly to her mother, "Mother, we actually came here intending to tell you that Tian-Nguyen and I are going to Zhong City as well." Ha Quan-gi happily replied, "Then that works out perfectly. You two can take Nok Non and represent Tammok's sect in my stead." She explained, "Bat Pham has only just taken over Tammok's sect, and there are still many matters to handle. I need to help him. Once things are settled, we'll go to Zhong City later to pay our respects." Remembering how her husband had once snatched her away in marriage, she could not help but sigh. "Besides, your father did carry me off back then. It wouldn't be very appropriate for him to show up on this occasion." Hearing an old story about her father again, Tian-Han could only smile helplessly. Then Ha Quan-gi said seriously, "When the time comes, let Ha Van look after you. I think that child is very capable when it comes to handling things." Suddenly, Le Tian-Nguyen spoke up. "Your cousin Ha Van is not a good person." Seeing the puzzled look on his wife's face, he explained, "Just now, he secretly sent hidden force into my body, trying to corrode my meridians." Hearing this, Tian-Han said angrily, "He's so despicable. Are you all right?" He replied, "Of course I'm fine. I already sent that hidden force back to him." Looking toward the doorway, Lu Tian-Nguyen continued, "After this, he'll reap what he sowed." Not long after, Ha Van flew away on his sword, while Tai Fong and Min Vu stood watching him in the sky. Min Vu cursed angrily, "Damn it, just watch how I deal with you." Tai Fong shook his head and tried to dissuade him. "No need to waste your energy on trash like him." Min Vu immediately shot back, "I want to. Are you doing it or not?" Tai Fong let out a sigh and waved his hand. "Do whatever you want." Then Min Vu really did make a move. He cast his magic toward Ha Van and shouted, "Go." A second later, the spell struck Ha Van's sword, but he remained completely unaware and kept muttering to himself, "I can't believe Yin-Han would end up with someone like that. Once we get to the Ha family in Zhong City, I'll definitely teach him a lesson and let Yin-Han see just how humiliating it is for him. This time, all the famous figures under Elder Dan will be in Zhong City. I have to find a way to make use of Lu Tian-Nguyen. Maybe I can even use it to stand out in front of those big shots." He was so absorbed in muttering to himself that he failed to notice the sword he was riding gradually cracking apart. Not long after, the sword shattered completely, and he instantly lost his footing, plunging toward the ground as he screamed in terror, "Oh, mother!" Not long after that, the time came for the two sisters, Tian-Han and Nok Non, to leave Tammok's sect for Zhong City. Bat Pham and Ha Quan-gi came to see them off. Seeing the two children, Nok Non asked curiously, "Tu Chi and Chu Deep are going too?" Chu Deep answered yes. Tian-Han then looked at her curiously and asked, "As for you, as the holy maiden, how can you so easily come along with us?" Nok Non replied, casually, "Don't even mention it. Right now, every time Aunt sees brother-in-law, she turns around and runs away, so she's not going to bother with me." Then she laughed loudly. Bat Pham instructed him, "Son-in-law, I'll trouble you to make this trip on behalf of Tammok sect." Then he lowered his voice and said to Lu Tian-Nguyen, "Truth be told, I really don't dare go to that old Ha family's place." Ha Quan-gi also asked, "How are you planning to get there? Do you need me to arrange a ship for you?" "Forget everything else. The ships of Tammok sect are famous for being top quality. Lu Tianwen smiled and politely declined her kindness. No need. Then he flicked his finger lightly, and Min Vu drove over in a carriage, bringing it to a stop in front of T-Bat Fam. He stared at the carriage in shock and stammered. Just now I thought I heard the faint sound of a dragon's roar. Could this be a dragon steed carriage? Elder Tai Thursday excitedly pointed at Min Vu and shouted, "It was that young man, Min Vu Waver in Viting." Yo, old man. T-Bat Fam touched the wheel and exclaimed in astonishment. This entire carriage seems to be cast from platinum. If I hadn't seen platinum when I was young, an ordinary person would never be able to recognize it. Akwan she suddenly understood. No wonder you didn't choose one of Tam-Mok-Sek's ships. Min Vu proudly introduced it. This dragon steed sand carriage can travel 10,000 li, and its interior is incomparably luxurious. How could some ordinary boat of yours ever compare? Suddenly, Lu Tianwen turned his head toward a young girl hiding in the bushes. His sharp gaze startled her so badly that the hair on the back of her neck stood up. Seeing Lu Tianwen staring in that direction, Tian Han curiously asked, "Is something wrong, husband?" He lifted the carriage curtain and replied calmly, "Nothing. Let's go." The moment they entered, Tu Chi cried out in delight. "It's so spacious inside." Tinoch Non looked around curiously and loudly asked Lu Tianwen, "The inside is completely different from the outside. From the outside, this just looks like an ordinary carriage. Brother-in-law, how did you do it?" He explained, "I arranged spatial stones all around it and added an array." That was enough. Only then did Tinoch Non notice the spatial stone cleverly placed in one corner. Ignoring her astonishment, Lu Tianwen turned to Tian Han. "Yin Han, I'll first remove part of the seal on your body, at least enough for you to use part of your cultivation." She looked at him in surprise. Lu Tianwen said gravely, "This trip to Zhong City is bound to bring many upheavals. It would be better if you had at least some power to protect yourself. Certain things are about to begin." Only after the carriage had completely disappeared did the green-haired girl hiding in the bushes dare to stand upright. She let out a breath of relief. That was close. I almost got discovered. After that, she returned to her place, casually opened and closed the door, and the moment she turned around, she nearly jumped out of her skin. A man was kneeling before her, respectfully calling out, "Mississippi." The girl patted her chest to calm herself. "Uncle Tien, it's you? Next time, don't appear so suddenly. You scare me half to death." Bowing his head, he reported, "Miss, you've spent far too long wandering around Tam-Mok-Sek. Master and young master are very worried about you." The girl brushed a strand of green hair aside and acted as though she understood. Moonwasa. Uncle Tien continued, "Your elder brother hopes that Miss can make a trip to Zhong City." The girl had been about to leave, but stopped short when she heard that. Scratching her head, she frowned and muttered, "It's not impossible to heal someone whose meridians have been completely destroyed, but for them to suddenly recover like that, an ordinary person couldn't possibly do it." Then she asked Uncle Tien, could he be the blood of 10,000 spirits from back then? Uncle Tien could not hide his shock. The blood of 10,000 spirits. The girl giggled. Tam-Mok-Sek is pretty interesting, but the most interesting part was these last few days. Or rather, that person is what's truly interesting. As she spoke, she let out a meaningful laugh. Then she grabbed the hem of her clothes and gave it a light tug. And in the blink of an eye, she had changed into a new outfit. She ordered Uncle Tien, "Let's go." To Zhong City. Uncle Tien thought to himself, his mind full of questions, "Oh heavens, this makes no sense at all." The first thing she said and the second thing she said have nothing to do with each other. Is there something wrong with Mrs. Head? Back in the Dragon Steed sand carriage, Lu Tianwen was focusing all his attention on treating Tian Han. He gathered true chi into his palm, and a pure blue light shone from it, making Tu Chi beside him stare wide-eyed in amazement. When that powerful stream of true chi entered Tian Han's chest, she seemed to be enduring intense pain. Her face turned deathly pale, and the agony forced a faint moan from her lips. In only a short while, the true chi had circulated through her entire body, and the blocked meridians seemed to have been partially opened. Seeing her mother's face drained of all color, Tu Chi anxiously asked, "Mother, are you all right?" She replied weakly, "Mother is fine." Right after that, Tian Han tried circulating her true chi, and a faint stream of true power appeared in her palm. Tinoch Non cried out happily, "Sister, you can use true power again." Lu Tianwen said gently, At the moment, only part of it has been removed. There is still another portion of a seal left. Give me some more time. Tian-Han looked at him, her eyes full of hope, and softly replied, all right. Lu Tianwen looked at Chu Deep, who was sitting silently in a corner, and thought to himself, it's time to teach the boy a real cultivation technique. Then he turned to Tu Chi and asked, Tu Chi, do you want to start cultivating? The little girl answered decisively, I don't need to. As long as father protects me, that's enough. Then she nestled into his arms, and he stroked her head, thinking to himself that, as an immortal spirit body, perhaps Tu Chi had her own destiny waiting for her. Just then, a voice sounded from outside the carriage. Young master, we've arrived at Zhong City. The carriage came to a stop. Tu Chi pulled open the curtain and looked outside, exclaiming in surprise, the city gate is so huge. Before her eyes, a man was repeatedly lashing an old man with a whip, shouting, you damned old fool. How dare you block my path and spook my horse? As soon as he finished speaking, he struck him several more times. The old man tried to explain through the pain. Young master, I truly didn't do it on purpose. The surrounding townspeople, having witnessed the incident, gathered around and began whispering among themselves. One person sighed, the city gate is this wide, yet he insisted on passing right next to the old man. And when the old man tried to avoid him, he turned around and claimed the horse had been startled. The man beside him whispered a warning, keep your voice down. Don't you see all those guard around him? Who would dare provoke him? The other man's blows grew heavier and heavier. The old man cried out in agony, ow, ow. The man became even more furious and cursed. You damn old thing, you still dare dodge? Men, tie up his hands and feet for me. This young master is going to beat him to death, and I'll even rip out his tendons. Let's see if he still dares block my path again. The two guards answered in unison and slowly advanced toward the old man. Suddenly, a childish voice rang out, you can't bully the elderly. The man jerked his head around in surprise. When he saw that the one speaking was only a little girl, the surrounding crowd became even more alarmed. Someone hurriedly said, whose child is that? Take her away quickly. This is no joke. He frowned at Tu Ji. Then he tossed a bag of money straight down in front of the little girl and arrogantly said, this young master happens to be short of a maid. Consider this your selling price. Hearing that, Tu Ji's face flushed purple with anger. She pointed straight at him and shouted, I'm not becoming your maid. He immediately ordered his subordinates. That's not up to you. Go, bring her here. A maid is not allowed to talk back to her master. Tie her up together with that old man. Holding a whip, his face dark with rage, he snarled, if I don't give you 10 or 20 lashes to teach you some manners, then I'm not Gumang. He lashed the whip hard toward Tu Ji, but strangely, it did not strike the little girl at all, and instead cracked straight into his own man. Gumang was stunned. Who? Only then did he notice Ming Vu sitting on the carriage, holding the whip with a lazy, carefree expression. Looking at the whip in Ming Vu's hand, Gumang immediately identified the culprit. He stormed forward and shouted, you dare hit this young master's people? You must be tired of living. But when he got close to the dragon steed sand carriage, Gumang could not help but praise it. HM, what a fine horse. Pointing at the horse, he said loudly, I quite like that horse of yours. Offer it to me, and I'll spare you this once. I'll only cut off 2 of your fingers. Ming Vu gave a disdainful snort. What, you little brat, are vicious. First you want my horse, and now you want 2 of my fingers too. Ming Vu's words enraged Gumang. He pointed at him and ordered his men, go, chop off his arms and legs for me. The subordinates accepted the order and immediately charged at Ming Vu. But in the blink of an eye, all of them were sent flying. At that moment, Tu Ji helped the old man to his feet and asked worriedly, Grandpa, are you all right? His face bruised and swollen. The old man replied, I'm all right. Thank you so much, little girl. Meanwhile, Ming Vu continued leisurely thrashing Gumang's men with the whip. Then he jumped down from the horse and slowly walked toward Gumang. Gumang was so frightened that he collapsed onto the ground and stammered, Why you? Don't act recklessly. I'm the second young master of the Gu family. If you touch me, my master Ding Jai will never let you off. Suddenly, Gumang fired a hidden weapon, a dart shooting straight at Ming Vu's face. Gumang burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, you're still too green to fight this young master. But to his utter shock, the dart missed. Ming Vu was holding it in his mouth, mocking him. Here, have it back. As he spoke, he shot the dart back with force, and it sank into Gumang's shoulder. Blood spurted out. Gumang clutched his shoulder and rolled on the ground in agony, his face drained of all color. He roared a warning, "I'm definitely going to kill," before he could finish. Mingvu bent down and coldly asked, "You're definitely going to do what?" A wise man knows when to yield. Gumang instantly changed his tune. His face twisted miserably. "I am definitely going to respect the elderly and care for the young." Hearing that, Mingvu nodded approvingly. "Good boy, you know how to listen." With that, he turned and walked back toward the dragon steed sand carriage. Tuji also bade the old man farewell. "Grandpa, be careful next time. If you run into bad people, make sure you stay far away from them." Gumang's injured men hurriedly helped him up and asked anxiously, "Young master, are you all right?" Gumang shouted furiously, "A bunch of useless trash. What'd I even keep you around for?" While he was cursing them out, he suddenly saw a shadow falling over him. The dragon steed sand carriage and the horse were standing right in front of him. Gumang asked in confusion, "I already let you off. What do you want now?" Mingvu did not answer directly. He only curled his lip and said, "Hey, you're blocking the way." Gumang could no longer hold back his anger and shouted, "The city gate is this wide. Even 5 carriages could pass through it once. Why do you have to come straight at me?" Mingvu remained calm. "I don't care. I just want to go this way. Are you moving or not? If you don't, I'll go right through you." As soon as he finished speaking, Mingvu smashed apart the axle of Gumang's carriage with his whip, then coldly said, "A smart dog doesn't block the road. Since you blocked it, don't blame me if you end up dead." Gumang's group was terrified out of their wits and hurriedly scrambled aside as the dragon steed sand carriage swept past. The surrounding townspeople all raised their thumbs in admiration at Mingvu's actions, and he quickly responded with an enthusiastic thumbs up of his own. Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, Gumang gritted his teeth and ordered, "Investigate them for me. Find out exactly who they are." One of his subordinates said hesitantly, "Young master, we can't beat them. Even if we find out, it'll be useless." Gumang slapped him hard across the face and roared, "We can't beat them, sure, but do you think my father can't deal with them? If my father can't, then there's still my maternal grandfather. I even have my elder brother as my trump card." Only then did the subordinate realize how foolish he had sounded, and he quickly lowered his head and admitted his mistake. "Young master is absolutely right." Gumang grabbed him by the collar and ordered, "Go inform my master at once. Tell him to come to Zhang City immediately." The subordinate hurriedly replied, "Yes." Gumang's face twisted with fury as he thought to himself, "Gumang never shows mercy when taking revenge. Whoever dares anger me, I'll wipe out their whole family." That is the Gu family style. Not long after, the dragon steed sand carriage arrived at the Ha residence. Inside the carriage, Tu Chi asked Tianguin, "Dad, that old grandpa was so pitiful. I just couldn't hold back, so I went out." He gently instructed her, "If you want to stand up for the weak, you need strength to match. Otherwise, you'll only harm both others and yourself." Tu Chi snuggled into his arms and said with a bright smile, "Hee hee, but I have Dad. Dad is my strongest support." Hearing that, he looked at her with a gentle smile, and Lu Tianguin softly patted her head. Only then did the little girl remember that Mingvu had helped her, so she turned and thanked him. "Thank you, Uncle Mingvu." Mingvu looked at her and gave a roguish, free-spirited grin. In the courtyard of the Ha residence, people bustled in and out as Lu Tianguin and Ti Yin Han walked in together. Ti Yin Han quietly said to him, "Tianguin, my maternal grandfather's family was never particularly close with ours. Especially after I was no longer the Holy Maiden, the two families had even less contact. The Ha family may say some unpleasant things later. Don't take it to heart. We only stopped by the Ha family on the way anyway." He nodded gently in agreement. At that moment, a young man stepped forward and clasped his hands politely. "You all have come from the Tamok sect. The elders are currently occupied and unable to come receive you. Please do not take offense." Ti Yin Han introduced the young man before them to Lu Tianguin. "This is my uncle's eldest son, Ha Van, whom we met earlier, is the second son. They also have a younger sister named Ha Tan." Ha added, "Tani has always wanted to know what is so special about the Holy Maiden of the Tamok sect. Little sister Nok Noan and little sister Yin Han have both come. I was just on my way to receive my youngest aunt and my cousin Gumang." Suddenly, his gaze sharpened when he heard a voice ring out. "And this one is?" Gumang was angrily complaining to his mother. "Mother, you must avenge me. Tell grandfather that no matter what, he has to find them. She ground her teeth and said, "They dared injure my Mangni. I will definitely make your grandfather find those people. My Gu family will never let them off. We'll tear out their tendons and skin them alive." At that moment, Gu Meng spotted Chu Chi. Chu Chi angrily shouted, "He's the one who wanted to beat me." Almost at the same time, Gu Meng also pointed straight at her. "It's that little slut." Then he pointed at Chu Chi and said to his mother, "Mother, they're the ones who injured me." Seeing the fiery rage on the woman's face, Haha called out worriedly, "Third aunt." She looked toward Lu Tianwen's group and said disdainfully, "So you're people from the Tamok sect." Tian Han stepped in front of her and said softly, "Third aunt, thank you for your concern. The Tamok sect is doing very well." At that moment, Tinoch Non whispered quietly to Lu Tingwen, "Brother-in-law, back then our father snatched the bride from the Gu family. Mother said that only afterward was third aunt able to marry into the Gu family as she wished." The woman sneered contemptuously. "Oomph, that girl really does have a slick tongue, just like that bitch Ha Quan Gi. And now you still dare lecture my son?" Then she pointed at Chu Chi and shouted, "You little brat, just now you said Meng you wanted to hit you, right? Then why didn't he hit someone else? Why did he hit you instead? Why don't you look for the reason in yourself? How did your parents raise you?" Seeing her sister being bullied, Chu Deep quickly stood in front of Chu Chi. Lu Tianwen calmly stepped forward and said, "So that's the logic." She looked at him sideways and said loudly, "And what are you supposed to be?" The moment she finished speaking, Lu Tianwen slapped her hard across the face. She had no idea why she had been struck and shouted angrily, "You!" Before she could finish, he interrupted, "Why didn't I hit someone else and hit you instead? Why don't you look for the reason in yourself?" Those words infuriated her so much she nearly smoked with rage, and she immediately ordered loudly, "Men, surround them." At that moment, Mingvu came in from outside and reported, "Young master, I've parked the carriage. Since these people here haven't seen much of the world, I specially found a secluded spot." Seeing Mingvu, Gu Meng showed a flicker of fear and quickly said to his mother, "Mother, let's put this matter aside for now." She looked at Gu Meng, her mind full of questions. Since when had he suddenly become so sensible? This did not seem like her son at all. He tugged at his mother and said, "Mother, let's go first and talk later." Mingvu looked at their backs in confusion and wondered what just happened. Watching the departing group, Tian Han said, "This time, the Gu family will definitely come looking for trouble." Lu Tianwen looked at her and smiled teasingly. "You're not exactly one to back down either. Weren't those words you just said also picking a fight?" Tian Han replied calmly, "I only spoke the truth. If Gu Meng is allowed to keep causing trouble, there definitely won't be a good outcome." Tinoch Noan broke out in sweat and blurted out, "You two really don't put anyone in your eyes." Haha said to everyone, "Third, Anne has already left. Please follow me to pay respects to grandfather. We can also stop by the arena on the way. My two younger sisters, especially Hatan, want to meet you and get acquainted." He clasped his hands politely and said, "Please do not refuse." Watching Lu Tian Wen's whole family follow along, Tinoch Noan felt puzzled. Earlier he had acted like he wanted nothing to do with them, but now he was suddenly warm and enthusiastic. At the arena, an intense match was underway. The two fighters were evenly matched, neither willing to yield. The girl with the phoenix manifestation behind her frowned slightly. She rushed forward. A loud explosion rang out as she blasted the man away. The spectators below shouted loudly, "Miss Ha Tan's Luo Feng's sacred body has reached perfection. I'm afraid among the younger generation this time, hardly anyone can match her. She truly brings glory to the Ha family." This time, the old master specially arranged a contest during the birthday banquet. It seems he wants a young miss to show off her talents. Standing in the middle of the arena, Hatan said gently to the man she had just defeated, "Teacher, you let your guard down." He cupped his hands and replied, "Young miss has advanced at astonishing speed. Now that your Luo Feng sacred body has reached perfection, I am no match for you." Suddenly, Hatan quickly flew over to Ha and called out loudly, "Big brother." Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Hatan pointed at the Yin Han sisters and asked, "Are you from the Tamok sect?" Ha said, "Tan Ni, haven't you seen them before? They're your cousin Yin Han and cousin Nok Noan." Hearing that, the disciples around them became excited. "So that's Yin Han, the former holy maiden of the Tamok sect. She's so beautiful. I heard that after her accident, she never showed herself again. I never thought I'd get to see her while I'm still alive. I'm so lucky." Only then did Ha notice Lu Tianwen. "Then this gentleman is..." Tian Han smiled and replied, "My husband." The disciples felt as if struck by lightning. What? Then they began whispering among themselves. We thought something had gone wrong with her, some kind of cultivation mishap, and that was why the position of Holy Maiden was passed to her younger sister. So it turns out she broke her chastity vows. Ha ha ha. Not only that, they smugly added, "What terrible taste. How could she choose someone like that? He's not even as handsome as I am." Hatan also laughed until tears came out. Ha ha ha. And she was even a former Holy Maiden. Is she an idiot or what? At that moment, Tinoch Non clenched her teeth in fury and shouted at Hatan and the disciples, "Shut all your mouths." Hatan gomleten un fa lao li jalen tingok nuan. She sneered. Humph. You like got exposed and now you're embarrassed? Dare to have a match? The loser has to bark like a dog 3 times. Tinoch Non immediately answered with confidence. Fine, let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The 2 girls stood facing each other, ready to begin. Tinoch Non turned and pointed at Hatan as she called to Lu Tianguin. Brother-in-law, go on, take her down. Show them your strength. Lu Tianguin coldly brushed it aside. I'm not joining. She turned back to look at him, startled. The Ha family is making things difficult like this, and you're not going to use this chance to crush their arrogance. He answered sternly, you made this wager yourself. You have to finish it yourself. At once, the surrounding disciples burst into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha, this is the expert you were talking about? He's just a useless man hiding behind women. Tinoch Non ran over to Lu Tianwen and pointed at herself. Me? But she has the Luo Feng sacred body. Before she could finish, he cut her off. I trained you for 5 whole days. If you still can't defeat trash like this, then what use is that? Hatan sneered and taunted. You were talking so loudly just now. But now that it's time for a real fight, are you scared and trying to run away? Her pride stung. Tinoch Non immediately charged toward Hatan and declared in a clear voice, "Come on then. I'm not afraid of you." Full of excitement, Hatan leaped into the center and shouted, "Let's fight." The 2 girls faced each other, and the air instantly grew tense. Hatan struck first, pushing off with her feet and darting toward Tinoch Non. A brilliant golden aura erupted around her whole body, overflowing with fighting spirit. Chu-Chi called out worriedly, "Auntie, be careful." Standing beside her, Chu Deep said softly, "Sis, I don't think Andy will lose." Chu-Chi asked in surprise, huh? The little boy explained, "There's a huge gap between that woman's actual true chi and Andy's. The fight will probably be over in less than 5 moves." Chu-Chi asked curiously, really? In the battle, the 2 sides exchanged moves, and at first glance they seemed evenly matched. Suddenly, Tinoch Non clenched her fist tightly, pouring all her strength into a fierce punch. Hatan chose to take the blow to the abdomen and staggered backward, clutching her stomach. Her face twisted in pain. Damn turtle, how despicable. She deliberately pretended to be weak to make me lower my guard. Even Tinoch Non herself was stunned by the power of that punch, blankly wondering, am I really this strong? Hatan shot up into the air, thinking grimly. High above, she shouted, "The Luo Feng's sacred body. Full release. Meteor strike." Then she dove straight down. The disciples burst into excited cheers. This was the strongest move their young miss had mastered. The Holy Maiden of the Tammok sect was bound to lose. However, something unexpected happened. Hatan's strongest attack did not bring victory. The 2 forces collided, producing a huge explosion. Yet Tinoch Non still stood proudly in place, while Hatan was knocked back several steps. Shocked beyond measure, Tinoch Non struck with another palm, leaving Hatan unable to defend herself as she fell hard to the ground. The disciples were utterly stunned, mouths hanging open in disbelief. Their young miss had lost. Someone exclaimed, I heard the Tammok sect has 2 supreme arts, the Tide of Burning Heart art and the Holy Maiden Sacred Body. The Tide of Burning Heart art is extremely difficult to cultivate and very few succeed. As for the Holy Maiden physique, it can only be inherited with an extremely low probability. Who would have thought Tinoch Non had actually attained the Sacred Body? Another person lamented, "Oh heavens, we were far too careless." Tian Han, who had been watching the battle, was equally astonished. She murmured, "The myriad origin flowing transmission body. You helped knock Non awaken the true Holy Maiden physique." He gave a faint nod. The girl's comprehension is very good, but she still lacks real combat experience. If she wants to go further, she can't keep being coddled. It would be best for her to follow me to the wild region and temper herself through life and death battles. Hatan still could not accept the truth, muttering over and over, I lost. It took Tinoch Known a moment to collect herself, and then she cried out happily, I won. Seeing her jumping up and down with joy, Hatan snorted coldly. It was just luck. I'll definitely prove that I'm no worse than the holy maiden of the Tamok sect. After that, she turned to her master. Master, I want to continue my bitter training. Suddenly, Lu Tingwen spoke up, hold it. Hatan asked angrily, what now? He reminded her coldly, what about those 3 dog barks? His words made the disciples suddenly remember. Right? They had made a bet earlier. Hatan's face flushed purple with rage, and she pointed at him, shouting, you. Ah, Uriedli Stiptin. Young Master Lu, that was just an impulsive wager between children. Before he could finish, Lu Tingwen cut him off coldly. Does the Ha family intend to go back on its word? Rebuked like that, Ha was deeply humiliated. All he could do was grit out, you. Hatan secretly pulled out the dagger she carried for self-defense, and suddenly charged at Lu Tingwen, shouting, Madman, how could I possibly endure this humiliation from you? But in the next instant, a hand had already seized the wrist holding her blade. Mingvu tightened his grip on Hatan's wrist and said coldly, you started trouble the moment you came in, and now you dare attack my young master? He twisted her wrist backward, turning the blade toward her own face. Ha cried out anxiously, let Tani go at once. Mingvu said nothing, merely glanced at Ha and released an overwhelming pressure. Ha tried to rush over and stop him, but Mingvu's terrifying aura completely suppressed him, leaving him unable to move. He thought in horror, this pressure is monstrous. This man's cultivation is terrifying. Could it be that Cousin Gu Mang and Third Aunt fled earlier because of him? Mingvu threatened Hatan, 3 dog barks. Are you going to bark, or should I slice a few lines across your face? To prove he meant it, he lightly cut a small mark across her cheek. Terrified of being disfigured, Hatan panicked and hurriedly barked 3 times. Woof, woof, woof. The disciples were so shocked they could hardly believe their ears. After hearing it, Mingvu smiled in satisfaction, patted her on the head, and said, a good child keeps her promises. Humiliated, Hatan angrily slapped his hand away, declared loudly, I will never let you off, and then quickly ran away. Mingvu smiled as he watched Hatan flee in disgrace. Lu Tingwen asked who was that person? Ha replied, that was the new Master Mok. He's quite accomplished, very formidable. Lu Tingwen merely gave an oh, showing that he understood. At the same time, in the Ha residence, a middle-aged man came in to report to old Master Ha. Father, I'm afraid General Leap of Phuong Chao won't arrive until tomorrow. At the moment, only Tan Van Mountain is still missing. Old Master Ha took a sip of tea. Tan Van Mountain? I already told that boy Ha Van to notify both the Tamok sect and Tan Van Mountain. He paused. Why hasn't he returned yet? Haven't the people from the Tamok sect already arrived? The middle-aged man stroked his beard. I'm not sure what Van Nee is doing to be delayed this long. I only hope nothing unexpected has happened. As the two were talking, a servant came in to report. Old Patriarch, young Master Ha Van has returned. After the announcement, Ha Van entered the room looking battered and disheveled. The middle-aged man, Ha Van's father, hurried over in concern. How did you end up like this? Ha Van sighed and explained, my flying sword suddenly shattered. Luckily, I reacted in time, or I would have fallen to my death. His father found it hard to believe and shouted, I spent a great deal of money to have that flying sword forged. How could it break apart for no reason? Faced with the questioning, Ha Van could only lower his head and sigh. Then he said seriously, let's put that aside for now. Father, grandfather, something huge has happened. Tan Van Mountain has disappeared. The two elders were both greatly shocked. His father hurriedly asked, explain clearly. What do you mean, disappeared? Ha Van affirmed, it really disappeared. I deliberately flew around the area several times to confirm it. I was so uneasy that I rushed back at once. Old Master Ha said sternly, the Trang family of Tan Van Mountain has close ties with me. If there hadn't been some earth-shaking upheaval, it would be impossible for no news at all to leak out. His son proposed, Father, the Tamok sect is near Tan Van Mountain. Why don't we ask them? They may know what happened. The old man replied, very well. Receive the guests. Not long after, the two of them stepped into the main hall. Old Master Ha sat in the seat of honor, repeatedly praising, good, very good. Ha suddenly called out, Father, then pointed toward the Ten Winds group and introduced them. The people from the Tamok sect have arrived. Old Master Ha frowned and asked, why is it you children who came? Tian Han explained on their behalf. My mother, Ha Quan Ni, is occupied with sect affairs and truly could not come in person. She sent us to celebrate grandfather's birthday first. When matters in the Tamok sect are settled, Mother will personally come visit. We ask great-granduncle for your understanding. Ha Tuong, old Master Ha, gave a cold snort, his voice full of contempt. No matter what, you shouldn't have sent a few brats here. Especially you. Weren't you imprisoned? And you still have the face to show up here. These humiliating words made Nok known misunderstand, thinking he was questioning Lu Tianwen about his past. She quickly tugged at his sleeve to stop him. Brother-in-law, bear with it a little. He's my mother's own uncle. Ha Tuong waved his hand. Fine then. Since you're here, let me ask you something. Tan Van Mountain is near your Tamok sect. What's the situation there now? Do you know anything? Lu Tianwen replied in a serious, icy tone. Tan Van Mountain was destroyed by me. Both the Ha father and son, as well as Nok known, were stunned. Ha Tuong thought he was making a ridiculously tasteless joke and immediately darkened his face. What kind of joke is that? Who exactly are you? Ha hurriedly explained. Father, he is cousin Yen Han's husband. On hearing that, Ha Tuong became even more scornful toward the couple. What a fool. And you, my second daughter, Ha Quan Ni, has truly debased herself. With Trung Nguyen sect and Thuong Dong City as such good options, she chose instead a useless man like this. Watching Ha Tuong's disdainful figure walk away, Nok known angrily raised a finger at his back in challenge. Ha still kept up his friendly appearance and said with a social smile, Haha, please follow me inside. As they walked, Nok known curiously asked Lu Tianwen, aren't you too angry at all? He gently closed his eyes and answered, I never cared in the first place. Why should I be angry? Everyone then entered the Hall of Longevity. Ti Han spoke gratefully, bidding Gadang Fat. We present the gift Mother prepared. Nok known stepped forward carrying a box. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, interrupting the ceremony. Elder Dan has arrived. Elder Dan and his entourage casually walked past Yen Han's group as they were paying respects. He strode straight and grandly, not even bothering to greet them. Ha Tuong had to stand up personally and lower himself to welcome him. Elder Dan, gracing the Ha family with your presence is a great honor. Elder Dan Laugid Lo Udli. Brother Ha, you are too polite. It's only a small gift, nothing worth mentioning. With that, he ordered his servant to present the gift. The box was opened, revealing a jade dragon white lotus inside, and the entire hall gasped in surprise. Elder Dan presents a jade dragon white lotus to congratulate old patriarch Ha on his birthday. Someone exclaimed in amazement, it's a jade dragon white lotus. I heard that flower only blooms once every 1,000 years. Using it can stabilize a major realm, and it may even be no worse than a first-turn immortal pill. Another guest sighed. For someone like Elder Dan, even if he came empty-handed, his mere presence would already be enough to show respect. The person beside him added, in recent years, the Ha family has truly grown stronger and stronger. Old Patriarch Ha's eldest son, Ha Tong Duong, is not only the head of the family, but is himself an expert at the monarch realm. His 3 children are all outstanding as well. The eldest, Ha, is now a rare high-level alchemist. The second, Ha Van, has already reached the Marquis realm at a young age, and not to mention the youngest daughter, Atan, who possesses the Luo Foam sacred body. That person shook his head. As for old Patriarch Ha's third daughter, Ha Bao Gi, she married into the Gu family. You should know that the Gu family has Gun Gu Chao, who is on the verge of breaking through a major realm. There may even be a hidden great emperor among them. At that moment, a young man cut in. But what about the second daughter, Ha Quan Ni, who married T-Bat Pham of the Tamok sect? At the mention of Ha Quan Ni, the older man shook his head regretfully. 20 years ago, T-Bat Pham shone brilliantly, but then he suddenly met with disaster. Later, their daughter Tien Han also became famous throughout the region. Who knows how many geniuses fought over her? He sighed. Afterward, no one knows what mistake she made, but her position as Holy Maiden was replaced, and the Tamok sect declined from there. A moment later, Ha cupped his hands. Grandson wishes grandfather a lifespan as boundless as the Eastern Sea, and that every year be as joyful as this day. He presented several types of pills. These are 5 refined spirit pills, including vein restoration pills, wind travel pills, and chi nourishing pills. Then he paused and offered another bottle, explaining softly, this is a 10 refined pill that I painstakingly succeeded in refining recently. It has arrived just in time for your birthday celebration, grandfather. I hope you will accept it. Ha Tuong took the pills and praised him lavishly. Excellent, excellent. Elder Dan looked to Ha and could not help but sigh in admiration. At such a young age, and already able to refine a 10-refined pill, truly impressive. The crowd buzzed with excitement. To refine a 10-refined pill at this age, later on, the Ha family will surely produce a great alchemist. And he's even been acknowledged by Elder Dan. His future is truly brilliant. At that moment, Tu Ji curiously asked Lu Tianwen, "Father, the things they're talking about don't seem as good as your pills, right?" He rubbed the little girl's head and replied, Elder Dan glanced at the father and daughter. Havan also stepped forward with a longevity manual and said cheerfully, "Grandfather, this is a longevity art I happened to obtain by chance. I wish you blessings, longevity, and peace." The guests were once again astonished. I can't believe it's a longevity art. Longevity arts are even rarer than cultivation arts and Tao techniques. They can regulate the qi and blood of the whole body, making a cultivator's age, blood, and vitality brim with life again. It truly is something that extends one's lifespan. Old Patriarch Ha accepted it with a smile. "Van Ni, you've been thoughtful." Lu Tianguin frowned as he looked at the longevity art in the old man's hand and murmured, "This longevity art." Ha Tong Duong turned to ask his eldest son, "Where is Tan Ni?" Ha leaned over and whispered in his ear. At that moment, the two sisters, Tien Han and Tinoch Non, were standing in the middle of the hall, with Tinoch Non holding the box. Tien Han took out a red robe embroidered with exquisite patterns. "Wishing grandfather all things as you desire," she said gently. This robe was personally embroidered by Mother. Each longevity character hides a small formation within it, helping to calm the mind, ward off evil energy, and keep the body warm. The old man gave a slight nod, his reaction lukewarm. Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out, "How shabby. No wonder Ha Quan Ni didn't dare come in person. This birthday gift is really beneath contempt." This man in purple was the head of the Gu family, Ha Bao Gi's husband. His words enraged Ti Nok Non. She turned and shouted, "My mother stitched that robe herself, one thread and one needle at a time. It contains her heartfelt sincerity." The Gu family head snorted coldly in disdain, making Tinoch Non grit her teeth in fury. After that, he called for a servant to bring forward his gift. "These longevity pills are my gift to father-in-law. I wish father-in-law youth that endures through the years." The gift shocked everyone. These longevity pills are all close to 100 refined pills, and there are so many of them too. As expected of the Gu family, they're truly generous. The birthday elder, Ha Tuong, also praised him. Good. After taking the longevity pills you gave me last time, I've been feeling younger and younger." Tien Han's aunt, Ha Bao Gi, touched the robe with one hand and covered her mouth with the other as she sneered. "Father, just look at the gift your worthy granddaughter brought you, and then look at someone else's gift." She continued mocking the two sisters. "Really now, niece, if the Tammok sect doesn't even have this much strength left, your mother could have said something to me in advance. I'm still her younger sister. I could have lent you some spirit stones or pills. At least, then you wouldn't have had to bring such a pitiful birthday gift here and let others laugh at you." With that, she suddenly flung the robe out of Tien Han's hands and shouted loudly, "Did you deliberately come here to humiliate my father?" The two sisters turned purple with anger. Just as Tinoch Non was about to retort, Tien Han stopped her. She gently explained, "What matters in a gift is the thought behind it. We have already presented ours. If it is not welcome, then we will take our leave." Only then did Ha Tuong speak to smooth things over. Enough. But he still pointed at Tien Han and reproached her. "Still, you should look at what your third aunt gave me, and then look at what you children brought. Your third aunt has a hot temper, so you can't really blame her." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, cutting through the noise. "If you want to die sooner, then by all means eat as much of it as you can." The whole crowd whipped around to look at Lu Tianguin. He went on to ask Ha Tuong, "Does the back of your neck often feel itchy?" Startled, Ha Tuong raised a hand to touch the nape of his neck. Lu Tianguin explained, "That is where the toxic energy in your body is increasing. Before long, it will invade your brain. At that point, you'll be nothing more than a puppet controlled by someone else." Hearing this, the Gu family head furiously shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Get out at once." Yet Lu Tianguin turned to him and said, "You as well." The Gu family head was utterly stunned. Lu Tianguin picked up one of the longevity pills and asked, "You've taken longevity pills before, haven't you?" He glanced at the Gu family head and Ha Tuong. An itchy neck is only one symptom. Recently, your cultivation has risen sharply, but your Yumin acupoint has been aching slightly. That mild pain has probably already spread to the Lingshu acupoint. His words struck right at the heart of the matter, and both men froze in shock, wondering, how does he know that? However, the Gu family head still stubbornly argued back. Humph, what toxic energy. It's obviously auspicious qi emanating from within. You dare say my longevity pills have a problem? Elder Dan happens to be here. Let him inspect them. Elder Dan stepped forward and said in a deep voice, then let me have a look. The head of the Gu family approached Lu Tianwen, coldly declaring, if Elder Dan confirms that there are no problems with the pills, I will cut out your tongue. Lu Tianwen remained standing still, his attitude calm. On the other side, Elder Dan had begun the process of examining the pill, and after a moment he confirmed it is indeed exactly as this young brother said. Hearing this, everyone in the room changed their expressions in astonishment. What? Elder Dan continued. However, what exactly this toxic gas is and whether it causes harm still needs further examination. Saying this, he held up a longevity pill and asked Old Patriarch Ha, could you allow me to borrow a longevity pill for a more thorough study? Old Patriarch Ha calmly agreed. Please go ahead. Third Aunt fearfully tried to stop him. Elder Dan, you must examine it very carefully. How can my good nephew harm his father and brother? Elder Dan explained his viewpoint. Every medicine carries 3 parts toxicity. If the medicine is highly effective, a little toxicity or accompanying side effects is acceptable. Lu Tianwen turned his back and coldly mocked. Do you even need to study such an ordinary thing? This title of Elder Dan is truly not commensurate with your fame. The people present in the hall were immediately outraged and unanimously spoke up to criticize him. You are so arrogant, daring to insult Elder Dan? Even if Elder Dan generously forgave you, the major forces he once saved will not let you survive. Gu Hien Tun disdainfully mocked, you ragged clown. Even Elder Dan hasn't dared to assert that the longevity pill has a problem. On what grounds are you speaking so loudly? He provoked, or perhaps you can present a pill that is better than mine. Tinoch Known couldn't control herself. She loudly retorted, what's there to be proud of? I, a member of the Tamok sect, have the 100 refinement pill. Its quality is absolutely not inferior to your longevity pill. Moreover, my brother-in-law once refined a 5-turn immortal pill. Gu Hien Tun clearly did not believe it. He crossed his arms, his nose turned up in disdain. Humph, do you think mentioning the Tamok sect can scare me? And a 5-turn immortal pill at that? His wife chimed in, trying to use the Tamok sect to show off? In the eyes of the Gu family, the Tamok sect is nothing. Perhaps only organizations of the caliber of the Tien Lai Hall are valued by our Gu family. The banquet guests also started commenting. This young woman is quite hasty, speaking without thinking. How could a 5-turn immortal pill possibly exist? Let alone a 1-turn immortal pill. I haven't even seen a 100 refinement pill before. Gu Hien Tun continued to throw contemptuous words at him. You little brat, you'd better have a real immortal pill. Otherwise, with the crime of insulting Elder Dan, your death will be very tragic. Lu Tianwen then asked back, what if I can take one out? Gu Hien Tun was stunned, then stepped closer, full of defiance. If you can do it, I will willingly let you slap me 10 times right in front of everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tianwen quickly swung his hand, landing a slap. This action completely astonished everyone. What was he doing? Being unexpectedly struck made him lose all face. He angrily yelled, you are so insolent. Lu Tianwen calmly finished the remaining 9 slaps, while explaining, slapping first to prevent you from going back on your word. After 10 consecutive slaps, Gu Hien Tun's face was swollen like a bun. One hand holding his face, the other pointing straight at him, he screamed orders to his subordinates, men. Catch him for me. I want to chop him into pieces. Tinoch Known irritably muttered. Indeed, birds of a feather. Their personalities are exactly the same. Lu Tianwen silently reached into his shirt. Then he threw out a pill and said, I have a 2-turn immortal pill here that got saliva on it. Elder Dan was utterly amazed when he saw the pill. Right at this moment, the Gu family crowd started rushing forward to capture him. Elder Dan suddenly shouted loudly, stop. He quickly rushed towards Lu Tianwen, catching the pill that was falling to the ground. The crowd was entirely horrified. Old Patriarch Ha stood up in shock, looking at Elder Dan lying prostrate on the ground, and asked in confusion, what are you doing? Elder Dan sat up and sternly ordered, no one is allowed to move. When he held the pill, standing dumbfounded looking at him, Lu Tianwen asked back, what's the matter? Elder Dan shook his head, muttering to himself, a two-turn immortal pill this pure. I had to go through countless hardships, only coincidentally refining my first one at the age of 70. Across this divine continent, how many people can refine this immortal pill, let alone you being so young? Gu Hien Tun and his wife were so astonished their jaws dropped. Could this really be a two-turn immortal pill? At this time, Elder Dan curiously asked him, I wonder where my young friend learned his craft? Which senior expert refined this two-turn immortal pill? He continued, this old man has a few things to ask your master. I hope you will generously point me in the right direction. Everyone in the hall began to discuss animatedly. This person definitely has a high-level expert backing him. How could there be such a young alchemist who has already refined a two-turn immortal pill? That must be it. Then they suddenly understood. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. It turns out he has a patron so lucky. Elder Dan began to persuade. Then, could my young friend sell this pill to me? I am willing to pay 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, along with 5 rare herbs, their quality no less than the jade dragon white lotus. Suddenly another person raised his hand. Young brother, I also want to buy it. Just as this person finished speaking, 2 others turned to advise against it. Don't compete with Elder Dan. He has saved many people. The pill will realize its best value in his hands. The other person still regrettably said, but I really want that two-turn immortal pill. Immediately after, another man stepped out and introduced himself. Brother, I am Dai Tuma of the Loi-Fi sect. The Loi-Fi sect is willing to exchange this two-turn immortal pill for 100 high-grade 7 refinement spirit pills, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, along with 3 promises of honor from the Loi-Fi sect. This price stunned everyone. 100 high-grade 7 refinement spirit pills, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. This amount was enough to buy a whole city. People whispered, don't forget, there are also the 3 promises from the Loi-Fi sect. The Loi-Fi sect's power is not small. With those 3 promises, one could almost act freely across the divine continent. Then I want it too. Old Patriarch Ha and his son turned pale, speaking awkwardly. Suddenly, Gu Hien Tun loudly offered a price, 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. Seeing that he was entirely unmoved, he continued to increase the price. Still not enough? Then I'll raise it to 500,000. The whole crowd was once again extremely shocked. He told him, I'm also giving you a chance to resolve the grudge with my Gu family. Then he started threatening, give the two-turn immortal pill to me, and I will overlook the 10 slaps just now. Otherwise, you will have to bear the full revenge of the Gu family. Elder Dan closed his eyes, shook his head, and sighed. Sigh, I do not have the financial capability. Young friend, just give it to him. Otherwise, you will offend the Gu family. Keeping your life is more important. Lu Tien Nguyen remained silent for a moment. Then he finally spoke. Did I say I wanted to sell it? After that, he said to Elder Dan, the two-turn immortal pill isn't anything too precious. If you want to study it, just take it. Seeing that your attitude is good, if you have any difficult problems, I will consider pointing out a few things to you. Those present were utterly astounded, pointing at him and exclaiming, what? Point out things to Elder Dan. He is too arrogant, but saying he gives the entire two-turn immortal pill is indeed too generous. Does he want to curry favor with Elder Dan, but demanding to instruct Elder Dan is truly absurd. Elder Dan nodded and said, I always fail when refining heaven refinement pills, and even if I succeed, the purity falls far short of the pill in your hands. However, surely you cannot answer this question either. I intended to find Master Lu to discuss it. Suddenly, he asked back, do you have any pills on you? Elder Dan was momentarily stunned. Then he took out some pills and handed them to him, replying yes. Lu Tien Nguyen poured the pills out to look, then tightly clenched his fist around them and began to channel his mana. Elder Dan's eyes widened in amazement as he exclaimed, this universe in the palm technique. Only an alchemy grandmaster could execute it. He thought to himself, furthermore, without the support of immense, true energy, it would be impossible to reach this level. After a moment, he opened his palm. The pills had changed from yellow to red, and not only that, patterns had appeared on them. Elder Dan could not believe his eyes. The rank has increased by several levels, almost reaching the one-turn immortal pill. He bewilderedly asked himself, impossible, how can pills merge and upgrade? He explained, when each pill is refined, the medicinal power is fixed. Even when fusing 2 pills of the same type, it will break the existing medicinal power, reducing the quality of the pill. That is why immortal pills are so hard to refine, but you are able to merge and upgrade them. Lu Tianguin tossed the upgraded Immortal pill to Elder Dan and said, "Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it either. You all can only refine one pill at a time, while I can refine a large batch all at once. Take this pill back and study it carefully. Whether you comprehend anything is up to you." After that, Elder Dan turned to ask Tenoch Known, "Young lady, is the matter of the 5-turn Immortal pill you mentioned earlier true?" Tenoch Known, with a sulky face, affirmed, "Of course it's true." Everyone was completely terrified. At this time, Dai Tuma spoke up with a flattering attitude. "Brother, I wonder if you're already engaged? I have a cousin who just turned 18, exquisitely beautiful." Those present panicked. "Oh, that's indeed a different approach. Recruiting him is much better than buying the pills." Under the admiring gaze of Chu Deep, many people quickly recommended their relatives. They rushed to say, "Young brother, I have a granddaughter, please consider it." Or, "My daughter, my wife here, what do you think? I don't need any betrothal gifts." Tian Han approached Lu Tianguin and firmly declared, "My husband is already married. Please do not waste your efforts matchmaking." Elder Dan also said regretfully, "What a pity, I still have an unmarried older sister." He softly whispered to him, "Young friend, how about considering taking on a concubine?" Tenoch Known pouted and muttered, "His older sister, isn't she already over 70 or 80 years old?" Lu Tianguin turned and walked towards the door, saying to Tian Han, "Yin Han, let's go." Old Patriarch Ha was incredibly excited now, smiling brightly and calling him grandson-in-law. His attitude had taken a 180-degree turn from the beginning. Lu Tianguin glanced over. "Completely indifferent, grandson-in-law. Actually, it's not impossible to give you this pill. It's just a pity you are too good at flattering." Saying so, he calmly continued walking. However, obviously the people here would not let him leave easily. 3 masked men blocked his way. Gu Hien Tun threatened from behind. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to appreciate it, daring to damage the dignity of my Gu family. If you can walk out of here in one piece today, I will change my surname to yours." Saying this, he ordered his subordinates to attack. As soon as the crowd rushed forward, Elder Dan stepped in front of Lu Tianguin. He turned and said to Gu Hien Tun, "Mr. Gu, these people are my friends. Please give me some face. Do not casually cause trouble." The words were initially polite, but immediately followed by a clear warning. "Even though I am an old man, my friends everywhere still give me respect. I hope Mr. Gu can give this old man some face." Gu Hien Tun understood that escalating the situation would be disadvantageous, and Elder Dan had also given him a way out. If he remained stubborn, it would be truly unwise. So he tilted his chin and replied, "Humph, then I will give face to Elder Dan." Elder Dan clasped his hands in thanks. "Many thanks." Then he said to Lu Tianguin, "But young friend, please don't be in a hurry to leave. There is a major event tonight. Please stay and keep me company for a while." Since Elder Dan had asked, he readily agreed. "All right." Elder Dan smiled amiably and asked Old Patriarch Ha, "Old Patriarch Ha, a few of my friends will stay to discuss a major matter. You don't mind, do you?" Old Patriarch Ha replied without hesitation, "Everything is up to Elder Dan." At the same time, in another place, a hand violently struck a martial arts dummy, accompanied by an angry shout, "Despicable." That person was Hatan. She gritted her teeth and resentfully exclaimed, "Why couldn't I defeat the holy maiden of the Tammok sect?" Gumang had appeared behind her at some point. Hands on his hips, he said, "Cousin, I have a way to help you vent this anger." These words immediately caught her attention. Hatan raised her eyebrows and asked Gumang, "Cousin, what is the way you speak of?" Gumang frowned tightly, his face dark with anger. "This group of people has been an eyesore to me since they entered the city. I will definitely make them taste my tricks." After saying that, he turned to look at Master Mok and said, "For this matter, I will have to trouble Master Mok to lend a hand." As soon as they left the door, Tenoch Known wondered, "Brother-in-law, didn't you say you didn't want to mind business that doesn't concern you? I saw that you were very antagonistic towards the Gu family today." Lu Tianguin paused for a moment and then frankly replied to his sister-in-law, "Because I despise the Gu family. The Gu family will be a target I must destroy in the future." Tenoch Known didn't expect him to answer so bluntly. She was stunned in surprise. Tian Han spoke up to remind him, "Tianguin, we accepted Elder Dan's invitation. Tonight we must go to the Tu-Hien Pavilion for the banquet." He nodded in agreement. "MHM, you all go ahead first. I still have some business to settle." Following his words, the 2 sisters and the 2 children walked ahead, leaving only Lu Tianguin standing quietly watching their backs. When the 4 were out of sight, Lai Tan appeared and reported, "Home Master, the longevity technique you gave to the Gu family. This subordinate has copied a portion to study." Laitan opened the longevity technique to look. When he saw the contents clearly, his jaw dropped in shock. Home master, this longevity technique seems to be. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Tianwen had guessed his thought. You guessed correctly, this is the modified cultivation technique of the demon race. Then he handed Laitan a longevity pill and instructed, go investigate how many forces possess this kind of longevity technique and longevity pill. Speaking up to here, his expression became serious. When these two things are combined, the one who practices and takes the pill will gradually turn into a puppet without even knowing. It seems someone behind the scenes is plotting deeply, wanting to use this method to control the small and medium forces. Returning to the two sisters Tien Han, Tenoch Non let out a long yawn and said, I don't know why I'm so sleepy. I'll go back to my room for a nap, and I will come over later tonight. Tien Han nodded. MHM. Tenoch Non then returned to her room. Tien Han and her two children strolled down the street. On the bustling street, Tu Ji saw the old man who had once been whipped by Gu Meng. It's that old man. Recognizing an acquaintance, the little girl happily ran over and called out, Grandpa. The old man also recognized the little girl. Little girl, it's you. The little girl curiously asked, Grandpa, what are you doing sitting here? Do you want to use the bathroom? The old man clutched his stomach and weakly said, No, I'm too hungry to walk anymore. Little girl, do you have anything to eat? The little girl scratched her head and apologetically replied, I didn't bring anything. Then the little girl smiled, thinking of something, but I'm about to have food. So she asked Tien Han, Mom, can I bring this old man along with us? With her mother's consent, the little girl smiled and helped the old man up. Let's go. Grandpa, I'll take you to a banquet. Meanwhile, Tenoch Non was sleeping soundly. A scent slowly wafted into her room. In her sleep, she inhaled that drugged incense. The door was gently pushed open by a man in black. He used a black blanket to wrap Tenoch Non, picked her up, then carried her over his shoulder, left the room, and slammed the door shut. At the gathering of Sage's pavilion, the banquet was bustling. The Ha family patriarch glanced at Tien Han and her children, frowning as he muttered, Why did they bring along such a filthy old man? How improper. He looked in annoyance at the three of them and the old man, who were happily eating and drinking. Elder Dan warmly invited Lu Tianwen to his seat. Little friend, please come this way. As soon as he sat down, Tien Han asked anxiously, Why hasn't Nok Non arrived yet? He softly replied to her, Someone is attempting to kidnap her. Hearing this, Tien Han turned pale with fear. What? Seeing her panic, he reassured her, Rest assured, she will be fine. Right at that moment, on the streets, the man in black was fleeing with the unconscious Tenoch Non on his shoulder. Suddenly, a large rock flew over, hitting him hard in the chest. He halted in pain, unable to keep moving. A hand gently opened a paper fan. Tai Fong slowly walked over and spoke. Mok Vo Dan, Protector Mok, one of the 4 great experts of the Nine Clouds upper sect. To think he would do something as dirty as kidnapping. Tai Fong gently fanned himself, looking elegant and worldly like a scholar. Mok Vo Dan carried Tenoch Non and leapt onto the roof. Tai Fong remained standing calmly in place, but just a moment later, he quickly flew up, closely pursuing Mok Vo Dan. The two of them, one fleeing and one chasing, looked like a game of cat and mouse. Suddenly, Mok Vo Dan drew a hidden weapon and fired it straight at Tai Fong. Tai Fong lightly flicked his fan, sending out a surge of power that forced the hidden weapon to fly back. The hidden weapon pierced a roof tile and shattered. Mok Vo Dan landed on the ground, holding Tenoch Non. Tai Fong probed with his magic and realized Mok Vo Dan's ability was to manifest a micro-realm, shifting from formless to tangible. Tai Fong immediately set up a barrier to trap Mok Vo Dan, leaving him no way to escape. As soon as Mok Vo Dan took another step, he hit the invisible wall of the barrier, forcing him to stop abruptly. He stood still, looking around, surprised to find himself trapped. From outside the barrier, not even a cat would notice anything unusual. Tai Fong and Mok Vo Dan stood facing each other. A moment later, Tai Fong spoke. You originally intended to steal the falling phoenix holy body, but on the night of the operation, you discovered the myriad source flowing body of the Tam Mok Sect's holy maiden. So, you changed your plan, taking advantage of Hatan and Komang's request to kidnap Tenoch Non, to later present her to the sect master of the Nine Clouds upper sect. Am I right? Mok Vo Dan tossed Tenoch Non onto the roof and said, Since you know who I am, you must also know my strength. Tenoch Non was placed safely on the roof. Tai Fong replied, Of course I know. You have just stepped into the great Emperor realm. Mok Vo Dan pulled down his mask and asked coldly, "I do not kill nameless nobodies." "Who exactly are you?" Tai Fong gently introduced himself. "I am Tai Fong, one of the 8 talents of the Tien Lai Palace." The name Tien Lai Palace was not unfamiliar to Mok Vodan. He frowned in suspicion. Tien Lai Palace. My 9 clouds, upper sect, and Tien Lai Palace have no grievances. Why don't we settle this peacefully right here? Tai Fong shook his head, refusing to disclose information. My palace master has some private business with your esteemed sect master. You don't need to know the rest of the details. He opened his eyes, his gaze stern as he declared, "Furthermore, the moment you learn my name, I never intended to let you leave here alive." These words instantly enraged Mok Vodan. He roared, his erupting aura shredding his clothes to reveal a robust, muscular physique. He declared loudly, "Humph, then I will see if the 8 talents of Tien Lai truly live up to their reputation." Seeing Vodan begin to exert his magic, Tai Fong merely observed with indifference. As soon as his opponent launched a palm strike at him, the Tien Lai talent simply leaned slightly, dodging it with ease. He clenched his fists, and a violent purple energy emanated from his hands. He swung a punch forward, the energy shooting straight toward Tai Fong following the motion of his fist. To counter this, Tai Fong only lightly twirled his fan, creating a solid defensive shield. Suddenly, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Tai Fong swung his fan, slicing right through Vodan's illusion. The illusion unleashed an extremely powerful wave of purple magic. Even though it was incomplete, this power was not easy to deal with. The purple magic transformed into a furious vortex with razor-sharp peaks. Not just one, but a series of tornadoes appeared, surrounding Tai Fong. Mok Vodan stood mid-air, manipulating the tornadoes to tighten around the target. Right on cue, he slammed his palms together and shouted, "Myriad Derma's annihilation." The tornadoes simultaneously rushed at Tai Fong, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere as the purple magic spread out, even reaching the spot where Tenoch Known was resting on the roof. Fortunately, she had been protected by Tai Fong's green magic. Not long after, the dust settled, revealing a large clearing with no sign of Tai Fong anywhere. Mok Vodan touched down gently on the ground, but suddenly, the fan soared toward him from behind, shocking him to the core. He had thought Tai Fong had perished in the blast. The fan spun in a circle and returned to its master's hand. Tai Fong stood tall, wielding the fan, looking incredibly handsome and dashing. Mok Vodan then asked in a low voice, "You people of Tien Lai Palace rarely reveal your identities when roaming the martial world. Only today do I get to witness the title the outside world has given you." Tai Fong listened calmly. "You are the head of the 8 talents of Tien Lai, the blue-robed young master." Tai Fong seemed surprised. "Oh, there's such a title for me?" He continued, "But Mok Vodan's strength cannot be denied. You truly live up to your name as one of the top 3 experts of the 9 clouds upper sect. I will have to get serious." With that, Tai Fong spread his arms and executed the technique Ethereal Shadow, Heavenly Severance. A massive green aura erupted from him. Very quickly, dozens of illusions appeared, then multiplied, surrounding Mok Vodan. Next, an illusion leapt down to attack. When he threw a punch at the illusion, he couldn't land a hit. His fist phased right through it. Then, Tai Fong withdrew the attacking illusion, merging it with the one behind it. And another illusion charged at Mok Vodan. The previous scene repeated itself. He punched right through the illusion, and then that illusion merged back into the group behind. The blue-robed young master stood silently, continuously controlling the illusions to attack Vodan from all sides. It seemed he was starting to lose his grip on how to deal with these illusions, because even when he struck, he couldn't hit anything. He appeared to be running out of stamina as the illusions repeatedly rained blows upon him. Mok Vodan clenched his teeth, enduring the assault. He gathered all his remaining strength, tilted his head to the sky, and let out a tragic, booming roar. This shout caused the illusions surrounding Tai Fong to gradually dissipate. Mok Vo Dan struggled to his knees on the ground. Tai Fong gently landed and casually listened as he admitted defeat. Well done. The reputation of the 8 talents of Tien Lai Palace is indeed true. Dying by your hands is not unjust. Saying this, he coldly offered one final provocation. However, you will never find our sect master. Tai Fong closed his eyes and replied, that is none of your concern. With that, Tai Fong swung his fan, severing Mok Vo Dan's head. As Tenoch Known fell from the roof, Tai Fong quickly caught her, carrying her in a princess hold. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, curiously looking at the strange man before her. Who are you? Tai Fong channeled his magic and softly said, it's all right, just go back to sleep. His magic lulled her into a deep slumber. Mok Vo Dan's corpse was gradually consumed by red flames, vanishing into thin air. Outside the barrier, 2 people had been watching. A green-haired girl asked the older man, Uncle Tien, if it were you, what are your chances of winning? After a moment of thought, he answered, 90. Why are you answering a completely different question? The girl frowned and clarified, I'm in against the one who just won. He answered again, 60. Hearing this, the girl glanced at him skeptically. Oh, you rate him that highly? He explained, we are observing from outside the barrier, so it's not entirely clear, but both of these men are at the Great Emperor level, or at least the Profound Light Realm. He defeated Mok Vo Dan, a long-established expert, in just a few moments. His true strength is obvious at a single glance. Saying this, he stroked his beard in deep thought. The green-haired girl also frowned. She looked in the distance and muttered faintly, why does this person look somewhat similar to the one at Vai Kai Kin's house? After clearly recounting the events to ease Yen Han's worries, he ended in a soft tone, that is the gist of it. At this moment, Haha stood in the middle of the stage and announced loudly, distinguished guests, today is my grandfather's grand birthday. He has always cherished talent, and all of you seated here are the outstanding youths of the Dong Tuesday Nation, ordinarily scattered far and wide. Today we are gathered here. I want to take this opportunity to organize a martial arts competition so we can all improve together. Hearing this, the guests at the banquet began to murmur among themselves. A man stroking his beard said, is this to see whose family's youths have higher skills? Someone else said, who doesn't know that the Ha family wants to use this chance to show off the strength of their younger generation? Another person added, it's rare for everyone to gather. A sparring match is a good thing. At another table, someone said, speaking of outstanding youths, we must mention the 7 sons of Mount Tan Van, especially the 7th son, Chuang Dong, who was even accepted as a disciple by the 9 Clouds upper sect. Someone looked out the door and said regretfully, but Mount Tan Van is absent this time. How strange. Haha continued his announcement. Of course, there will be winners and losers in the competition. The one with the most outstanding performance will be rewarded with a. He paused for a moment, letting everyone guess. Amidst everyone's expectant gazes, he announced the precious prize, an absolute heaven divine elixir. Hearing of such a precious reward, those present gaped in astonishment. The entire hall fell into an uproar, never expecting it to be the absolute heaven divine elixir. Rumor had it that only by consuming it could one move freely in the barren domain. However, the barren domain was currently teeming with strange anomalies, and not even Holy Emperor Realm experts dared enter casually. A man spoke up loudly. However, you must know that the barren domain is a land of infinite possibilities and countless unexplored treasures. If someone were to find some ancient divine weapons in the barren domain, it would surely shake the entire divine province. Suddenly, Hatan appeared and called Haha Big Brother. Confidently pointing at herself, she said, since this competition is hosted by the Ha family, why don't I lead the vanguard? With that, she stepped onto the stage. Haha was proud of his talented younger sister, patting her shoulder encouragingly. All right, you may begin. He then stepped down from the stage, leaving Hatan alone. She loudly issued a challenge. Distinguished guests, since I was young, I have admired the prestige of the Tam Mok sect's Holy Maiden. This humble girl would like to challenge the Holy Maiden of the Tam Mok sect. I wonder if she would honor me with a match? Komang glanced at Lu Tianguin and Tian Han from the corner of her eye, seemingly certain that they would suffer humiliation in front of so many people. Seeing no response, Hatan continued to provoke. What's wrong? No reaction? Ha ha ha. It's just a small sparring match, yet you don't even dare to reply. Is the title of Holy Maiden really just this? At this point, she placed her hands on her hips and raised her voice. It's just a sparring match. What did Sister Knock Known run off to? Sister Yin Han, don't you agree? Suddenly, Tien Han stood up, and the people around stared at her in astonishment. She spoke coldly, "Knock known is not present, so let me, the former holy maiden, take up the challenge." And without showing any mercy, she exposed her to even dare resort to kidnapping. "It is time someone taught you a lesson." Seeing his mother wanted to fight, Too Deep said worriedly, "Mother, you are no match for her. Let me go up. I've seen her moves before. At the very least, I can handle it for a bit." Tien Han was immersed in the happiness of her son's care. She looked at him tenderly, then gently patted his head. Too Deep stared at her with wide eyes as she slowly stepped onto the stage. Lu Tianwen crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes still closed, confidently asserting, "Don't worry, your mother knows her limits." Witnessing her step up to the challenge, the people present were incredibly surprised. "Is that Tien Han? I heard her cultivation was sealed, so why is she going up to fight? Hatan possesses the falling phoenix holy body. How can someone with no cultivation fight a holy body?" Tien Han and Hatan stood facing each other as the crowd below held their breath to watch. Hatan smiled, her eyes full of calculation. "Let's see if I can teach you a lesson." With that thought, she launched herself upward, shouting loudly, "Sister Yen Han, pardon my offense." The twins shouted in unison with worry. "Mother, be careful." Just as she launched a palm strike at Tien Han, she gracefully flew up and dodged it. Hatan couldn't believe it. 9 out of 10 normal people wouldn't have been able to evade that. She exclaimed in shock. "You dodged it?" Tien Han looked at her coldly. She swung her hand and slapped Hatan hard across the face. Unexpectedly, Hatan, the possessor of the falling phoenix holy body, could not evade the attack of someone with sealed cultivation. Hatan was knocked sideways, staggering as she tried to maintain her balance. She reached up to touch her cheek, which was now swelling like a guava, and asked in disbelief, "You hit me? How is that possible?" The crowd below was also horrified, asking each other, was Miss Hatan careless? On the stage, the two girls glared coldly at their opponent. Hatan concentrated her power, raising her fist and rushing at Tien Han to resume the attack. She shouted confidently, "Humph, as if I could be dominated by a cripple like you." Haha observed the match, noting that Hatan was using all her strength. He muttered, "Tan Hi is getting truly serious now. I wonder if Tien Han can dodge it?" Tien Han stood still in place, coldly watching the fist coming toward her. Strangely, Hatan's raised fist suddenly dropped. It was as if it had been crippled, devoid of all strength. Meanwhile, Tien Han simply stood there, without even making a move. Just exuding her aura was enough to render Hatan's left arm powerless. The 3 members of the Ha family gasped in amazement. "This is..." Hatan stared at Tien Han, completely unable to understand what was happening. As if reading her mind, Tien Han spoke, left arm powerless. How could she endure this humiliation? So, she focused her power into her right arm and launched another strike. Her eyes glared at Tien Han with utter hatred as she cursed through gritted teeth, "Bastard." Just as her fist reached her face, Tien Han flipped her palm, face up, effortlessly controlling her wrist. She nonchalantly said, "Right hand unproficient." At this point, Hatan's right hand was trembling. She clenched her teeth and tensed her muscles, trying to control her hand, but to no avail. It felt as if an invisible force was restraining her, truly infuriating her to death. Hatan exerted herself so much that the veins on her face bulged, and she shouted loudly, "Falling Phoenix." Before she could finish speaking, Tien Han smacked her on the head with one hand and reprimanded her. "Creating your own flashy move to boost your momentum is useless. All it does is warn your opponent." As soon as she finished speaking, she struck straight at Hatan's chest with spiritual power, forcing her to stagger backward. Too Deep stared at her use of spiritual power with his mouth hanging open in shock. "Mom, is that amazing?" Lu Tianwen suddenly said, "Back then, your mother didn't become famous based on beauty alone." At the mention of this, he was filled with pride for his beautiful wife. Hatan stood frozen in place, gritting her teeth as she cursed, "Damn it." Tien Han suddenly appeared in front of her like a flash of lightning, startling her badly. She asked coldly, "The fight isn't over yet, and you've already let your guard down? You still have a lot to learn." Then she lashed out with her long legs and kicked Hatan. Terrified, Hatan looked up at Tien Han's foot. Just as Tien Han's foot was about to come down on her head, it suddenly stopped. Hatan squeezed her eyes shut in terror, not daring to move. By the time Tien Han withdrew her leg, Hatan had already collapsed to her knees on the ground, panting heavily. Tien Han stepped down from the stage, and the people present burst in a loud discussion. If that kick had landed on her head, it would have been disastrous. Whereas Miss Ha's falling phoenix sacred body, why didn't it activate? Only then did they realize that this was likely Tien Han's signature technique. Strike fast, suppress fast, and subdue the opponent before they can even make a move. I can't believe that even with her cultivation sealed, she can still defeat Miss Ha so easily. Someone exclaimed, I don't know whether Tien Han is too strong or Miss Ha is too weak, but either way, the gap between them is enormous. Since the plan had failed, Ko Meng turned around and shouted angrily, useless trash. At that moment, Ha Tan was still drowning in the shock of defeat. Powerful spiritual energy from the falling phoenix sacred body radiated from her entire body, but it was already useless now. She had lost. Grinding her teeth in fury, Ha Tan muttered to herself, my falling phoenix sacred body has failed twice. Unforgivable. Her hands clenched into fists as she stared at Tien Han's back while she walked off the stage. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming pressure that made cold sweat pour down her body. That pressure was coming from Lu Tianwen. The moment he sensed that she intended to sneak attack his wife, he angrily released his pressure to threaten her. Just a single glance from him, carrying that pressure, made her feel as if she could barely breathe. Ha Tan stood rigid like a statue, thinking inwardly, something is there. Something absolutely terrifying. I can't move. At that moment, Ha walked up to Tien Han, cupped his hands politely, and said, many thanks, Cousin Yin Han, for showing mercy. Watching Tien Han walk down from the stage, Ha Van asked curiously, Cousin, are you stepping down just like that? Aren't you going to continue? She gently shook her head. No. As Ha Tan was helped down, she kept muttering, what was that? Too terrifying. Old Master Ha and the father and son beside him silently watched everything. Not long afterward, Tien Han returned to her seat. Tu Ji clenched her fists and praised her excitedly. Mom, you're amazing. Ha Bin stepped onto the stage and loudly announced, everyone, my little sister is lacking in skill. Since Cousin Yin Han does not wish to continue competing, then I shall continue in her place. After a brief pause, he added, however, I also wish to challenge an outstanding talent. Today, that person has broadened my horizons with his superb pill refining skills. I only wonder how his cultivation compares. He then asked Lu Tianwen, cousin-in-law, do you dare accept the challenge? Lu Tianwen stood there coldly with his arms folded, not answering right away. Then he said to Tien Han, they keep making things difficult again and again. In that case, I'll play with them for a bit. After that, he slowly walked toward the stage and gently advised Ha Van, we can spar, but I advise you not to overuse your inner force. Ha Van smiled, as though grateful, and said, then many thanks for your concern, cousin-in-law. Inwardly, however, he swore, absolute heaven divine elixir, I must obtain it no matter what. As for you, brat, I've already corroded your meridians. Why would I be afraid of you? He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Red spiritual energy spread from the blade, and he thought confidently, just obediently become the stepping stone on my road to fame. With that thought, he leapt forward and attacked Lu Tianwen with his sword. Unexpectedly, Lu Tianwen did not move from where he stood at all. He merely raised one finger and stopped the tip of the sword. Then, with a slight flick of that finger, Ha Van was sent flying back, and the sword slipped from his hand and spun through the air. Ha Van instinctively retreated, crying out in horror, how is this possible? Very quickly, he forced himself to calm down and challenge him. Cousin-in-law, you've hidden your true strength well. Judging from that single strike, just now, I'm afraid you've already reached the second level of the Marquis realm. Hearing that, everyone present was shocked. This young man is truly incredible. He's already reached the Marquis realm. I'm this old, and have only barely stepped into the Sparrow realm. A genius truly is a genius. At that moment, Ha Van was thinking viciously, Lu Tianwen, the stronger you are, the higher I'll praise you. That way, defeating you will only prove my own worth even more. He smugly recalled what he had done earlier. Planting his inner force into Lu Tianwen's body had truly been a wise decision. He swore inwardly, Lu Tianwen, if you've made the Ha family lose face today, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Then he pretended to kindly remind him, cousin-in-law, be careful. As soon as he said that, he clenched his fist and charged forward with all his strength, throwing a full power punch at Lu Tianwen. Lu Tianwen stood still and let him punch him in the chest. The instant Ha Van's fist touched his chest, it felt as though he had hit solid rock. A muffled grunt escaped him as pain made his face turn purple. At that moment, Havan felt like a raging wave crashing into an unshakable stone wall. He simply cannot believe it. What is happening? Why is there no reaction at all? I clearly used all my strength. Suddenly, a tiny crack appeared in the defensive wall. It was swiftly pierced through, leaving behind a minuscule hole. Havan immediately drove his blood energy forward, determined to use the meridian-destroying technique to cripple Lu Tianguin. However, the result was the complete opposite of what he expected. Not only was he unable to harm his opponent, he suffered a backlash himself and vomited blood on the spot. The audience below was utterly baffled and murmured among themselves. Why is the one who attacked the one coughing up blood? Just then, Havan felt chaos erupt inside his body. In horror, he shouted, "What did you do? Why are my meridians?" Le Tianguin reprit coldly. "Oh, if I hadn't returned all of your inner force to you, would this have been my fate instead?" This was the final straw, the moment Havan fully understood the situation. He glared at his opponent, so furious his teeth were grinding audibly, and forced out a single word, "You." A moment later, an unbearable wave of pain struck him. Clutching his chest, unable to endure it, he grabbed his head with both hands and fell backward. Lying on the ground, Havan rolled around non-stop, screaming miserably. "Heavens, what's happening?" The spectators asked one another in astonishment. Funner, Havan's father, rushed over anxiously, calling out to him. But how could Havan hear him? He still clutched his head, while fresh blood continuously poured from his mouth. Old Master Ha hurriedly called Elder Dan over and pleaded for help. "Elder Dan, please, for my sake, take a look at my grandson's condition." Out of respect for Old Master Ha, Elder Dan approached. He crouched down and placed a hand on Havan's chest. A scattered stream of red inner energy rose up and swirled around the young man's body. The scene was truly abnormal. Havan's father flushed red with rage and demanded of Lu Tianguin, "What vicious trick did you use?" Lu Tianguin answered in an indifferent tone, "A vicious trick? Shouldn't you ask your son first?" Seeing that his opponent not only failed to answer, but even dared to throw the question back at him, the man angrily pointed straight at Lu Tianguin and shouted, "You still dare talk back? Let's see if I can't beat you down." Just as he was about to strike, Old Master Ha spoke up to stop him. "Enough," he said sternly. "Do not act rashly. We will wait until Elder Dan has finished examining Vanner's injuries before deciding anything further." Hearing the warning, Havan's father only dared to glare at Lu Tianguin with murderous eyes. After examining Havan for a while, Elder Dan's expression turned extremely grave. He reported the situation to Old Master Ha with difficulty. "Brother Ha, your grandson's meridians are completely severed, and all of his inner force has already dissipated. Abans fatapanika." "What? Doesn't that mean Vanner has been crippled?" Elder Dan looked at him with pity. "There is something else I think should be said." Old Master Ha replied frankly, "Please speak, Elder Dan." With his permission, Elder Dan continued, "Although his meridians are severed and his inner force is gone, I can say with certainty that he once cultivated an extremely vicious technique specifically used to destroy an opponent's meridians. Such a horrifying technique actually exists in this world. The people present were horrified, their mouths hanging open. Elder Dan speculated. Most likely, he intended to use this cruel secret art on his opponent, but unexpectedly suffered the backlash himself, which led to this outcome. Old Master Ha seemed unable to believe his own ears and stammered, asking Elder Dan again, "Oh, really? Is that truly the case?" Elder Dan affirmed, "This old man has never lied." As for Havan's father, he was trembling violently. He pointed straight at Elder Dan's face and shouted, "Nonsense! You're clearly covering for Lu Tianguin. What a waste that people hold you in such high esteem." The moment he finished speaking, Old Master Ha slapped him hard across the face. Old Master Ha shouted at him, "Haven't we lost enough face already?" The scene on the fighting stage now looked no different from a drama put on by the Ha family, turning all the banquet guests into unwilling spectators. After that, Old Master Ha lowered his head and apologized to everyone. "I'm deeply sorry for making all of you laugh at us. I accept responsibility here and now." Then he declared, "The competition will continue." With that, he sternly stepped down from the stage. A young man whispered to the person beside him, "Serves them right. Shameless, truly shameless." The other asked curiously, "Why doesn't the Ha family dare argue back against Elder Dan?" The young man replied, "Elder Dan is a man of great virtue and prestige. His words have never been wrong. Could he possibly lie?" Someone else chimed in, Besides, it looks like Ha Van has done this more than once. The Ha family clearly had ulterior motives. Fortunately, this Lu Tianwen has real ability. If it had been someone else, they definitely would have fallen for it. Not a single word of these discussions escaped the ears of the Ha family head. His face darkened with rage, but he did not dare refute a single word. Not long after, the final match of the competition finally ended. The victor stood on stage, clasped his hands modestly, and said, "You let me win, you let me win." He received the prize he deserved. A young man carried up a small box and handed it to him. The audience below cried out in unison. That's the absolute heaven divine elixir. Just one of those is worth thousands of spirit stones. In the end, first place still belonged to Dai Tuma of the Loi-Fi sect. At that moment, Old Master Har raised his voice and spoke solemnly. All of you are the young talents of the Dong Tuesday Kingdom. Surely everyone has heard of Zhang City, which borders the perilous wilderness region. Although the wilderness region contains countless opportunities, it is also extremely dangerous. Dense fog covers that place. Ordinary people die upon touching it, and some even mutate, growing whiskers from their cheeks like catfish. The part of the wilderness region closest to Zhang City experiences one period each year when the fog becomes thinner. However, even with less fog, the wilderness region still hides immeasurable danger. Today's competition was also meant to assess whether everyone here has the ability to enter the wilderness region. Dai Tuma smiled and asked, "Old Patriarch Ha, why bring up the wilderness region so suddenly? Could it be that there is some treasure inside?" The old man nodded firmly. "That's right." Then he lifted his chin and announced a shocking piece of news. During this period when the fog has thinned, we accidentally discovered an immortal artifact within the wilderness region. Everyone was stunned and cried out in disbelief. An immortal artifact? Even from hundreds of miles away from the wilderness region, one can vaguely hear the ringing of a sword. Under the suppression of immortal might, all evil dares not approach. According to this old man's estimation, the grade of this immortal artifact is at least 7th rank, perhaps even 8th rank. This information sent the crowd into a frenzy of discussion. A 7th rank immortal artifact? An immortal artifact is enough to change the fate of an entire kingdom, and this one is even 7th rank. If I obtained it, wouldn't I be able to walk the world without fear? After a while, Old Master Har raised one hand and shouted loudly. This time, under the name of my birthday celebration, I sincerely invite all fellow cultivators of the Dong Tuesday Kingdom to share in this immortal artifact together and strengthen the national prestige of Dong Tuesday Kingdom. Following his call, everyone shouted in unison, "Strengthen the national prestige of Dong Tuesday Kingdom." Suddenly, Dai Tuma asked him, "Old Patriarch Ha, but there's only one immortal artifact while there's so many people gathered here." The old man pointed toward him and replied, "Sect Master Dai speaks well. There is indeed only one immortal artifact. In the end, whoever obtains it must rely on their own destiny." Then he looked at the crowd and announced, "Tomorrow, the fog in the wilderness region will be at its thinnest. It will be convenient for us to enter together and coordinate with one another." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, this old man still has one wish. No matter who is fortunate enough to seize the immortal artifact, I hope that person will use it to contribute to Dong Tuesday Kingdom, sweep away enemy forces, and restore the strength of our nation." Elder Dan led the crowd in cupping their hands and shouting, "Old Patriarch Ha is truly righteous. We admire you deeply." Suddenly, Lieutenant Gwyn spoke in a cool tone. "So this is the major matter you were talking about?" Elder Dan was momentarily stunned by his words, then explained gently, "Young friend, that is an immortal artifact. An immortal artifact can suppress an entire region. Is that not a major matter?" Inside a private room, the 3 members of the Ko family were talking. The wife said irritably, "Hien Tun, why didn't you make a move against that fellow today? Is Elder Dan's face really worth that much? He injured your son like this." Ko Hien Tun glanced at her and replied calmly, "Elder Dan is naturally one reason, but that brat fears neither heaven nor earth. He must have strong backing. Besides, even Elder Dan would feel ashamed before his bare-handed pill refinement. Do you think someone with that kind of ability could possibly have an ordinary background?" He sat down in his chair, lowered his head, and continued, "Before we clarify his origins, it's better to rely on Elder Dan's presence and temporarily yield." But how could Komang endure such humiliation? He roared in anger, "Father, the older you get, the more cowardly and useless you become. If Big Brother were here, he definitely would have avenged me. Suddenly, a subordinate entered through the door, cupped his hands, and reported, "Master, young Master Ko Fong has arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, Ko Fong strode in slowly, full of confidence and imposing bearing. He said, "Father, Mother, I just led the vanguard to Zhong City. In a moment, I'll go pay my respects to Grandfather." The moment Ko Mang saw Ko Fong, he immediately rushed over to him and loudly complained, "Big Brother, I was bullied." Then he opened his robe, showing his older brother the carefully bandaged wound on his shoulder. With teary eyes like a wronged puppy, Ko Mang whined, "That arrogant bastard not only stabbed and injured me. Today he also slapped me 10 times in front of everyone at Grandfather's birthday banquet." Hearing this, Ko Fong's brows knitted tightly, and his furious face turned pale. It felt like a thunderbolt crashing into his ears. Gritting his teeth, he asked Ko Mang, "Did that really happen?" In the dark of night, Ko Mang's hateful voice rang out. Our Ko family was treated by him as if we weren't worth a single coin. Provoked by Ko Mang's mocking and inflammatory words, Ko Fong's rage surged to its peak. He slammed his hand down on the table and roared, "Outrageous! Absolutely outrageous!" Seeing his son so furious, Ko Hien Tun immediately changed the subject. "Fonger, I heard you were just promoted. Congratulations. Under your leadership, the Ko family will surely prosper greatly in the future." Then, with a grave expression, he added, "Right now, we still don't know that man's true strength and his identity is unclear. Who knows how powerful the force behind him might be? Now that you've risen in rank, there's no need to concern yourself with such a minor matter." But Ko Fong did not agree at all. He immediately rejected it firmly. "Father, nothing is more important than the Ko family's dignity. I am now one of Dong Tuesday's 3 great generals, Deputy General under General Fuang, and commander of the entire Vanguard Guard. With General Fuang backing me, what does it matter no matter how influential that man may be?" Even so, Ko Hien Tun still hesitated. "Fama, least men." Before he could finish, Ko Fong cut him off and asked, "Isn't the Ko family's business mine to decide?" Ko Hien Tun broke into a radiant smile. All his earlier gloom swept away. "Once you've completed your training in the army and returned, of course the entire Ko family will be yours to command." Seizing the chance, Ko Fong declared, "Then from this moment on, all matters of the Ko family will be decided by me." Ko Fong stood upright, his whole body trembling with rage. "They dared humiliate our Ko family, injure my younger brother, and turn our family into a laughingstock. If I don't make him suffer a punishment he will never forget for the rest of his life, how will the Ko family ever face the world again? Tomorrow, I will personally deal with him. None of you need interfere. I will definitely vent our family's hatred, the spirit, soul, and the secret of the wilderness region." At the same time, in a sealed room, Lu Tianguin walked in. Tai Fong immediately greeted him. "Young master." He pointed at a severed head placed on the table and explained softly, "A trace of consciousness was preserved, so a soul search can still be performed." Hearing that, Lu Tianguin placed his hand on top of the head and began casting the soul-searching art. Blue true energy spread from his body and enveloped the head. Suddenly, the head opened its mouth wide and let out a scream of agony, its eyes rolling white. Lu Tianguin closed his eyes and focused. A moment later, he lightly waved his right hand. The blue true energy flared up, drawing a bright streak of flame in the air. 1 second later, he murmured to himself, "So they're hiding in the wilderness region, and they even set up an identifying formation." He then ordered Tai Fong to immediately summon Lac Tien. Gather at the entrance to the wilderness region. The next morning, inside a building, Elder Dan said to the 2 young friends, Lu Tianguin and Tien Han, "Young friends, today we explore the wilderness region. Everyone is already gathered." Lu Tianguin frowned and said, "You 2 go ahead first. I still need to prepare a few items." Very quickly, everyone assembled on an open stretch of ground. Tinoch Noan raised her hand and yawned. "Sis, I have a feeling that after I fell asleep last night, quite a lot of major things happened." Tien Han note that. Quite a lot did happen indeed. At that moment, Old Master Ha scratched his head and said, "Everyone, in about half an hour, the once-in-a-century weakening of the wilderness region's mist will appear." He emphasized, "But one thing you must note is that even though the mist will weaken, that doesn't mean it won't still be dangerous. If you do not have the absolute heaven divine medicine protecting you, you must still wrap your bodies in true energy." The crowd was shocked after hearing this, but none of them backed down. They were determined to go through with it. A young man shouted solemnly, "I'll risk it all. I'll become the most extraordinary figure in all of Divine Continent. The others joined in as well. Cowards don't deserve such a stroke of fortune. Let's do it. Glory and wealth must have a share for me too. Better than being suppressed everywhere. At the same time, the white-haired man glanced at the black-haired man, who gave a nod in signal. The group then began slowly advancing deeper into the wilderness region. Suddenly, Ko Fong rode in on horseback, leading soldiers to block their path. Those present did not know who he was and asked curiously, "Who is this?" Sitting on horseback, Ko Fong cupped his fists and said, "Your grandson pays his respects to grandfather. I've led the Vanguard Guard here in advance." The old man glanced at everyone before saying, "In this operation, General Fuang Chao Leap will also personally come later to prevent the Immortal artifact from falling into foreign hands and to escort everyone." It could be said, Fuang Chao Leap, the iron-blooded blade of the frontier, is one of Dong Tuesday's 3 great generals. The crowd was extremely excited. I never thought we'd get to see such a great figure today. But if that's the case, our chances of obtaining the Immortal artifact will be even slimmer. Old Master Ha smiled and praised his grandson with satisfaction. Fong I never expected you to already command the Vanguard Guard. Your grandfather is truly proud. Ko Fong replied indifferently. General Fuang Chao Leap will arrive shortly, but before that, I have one matter to handle first. With that, he rode toward Tien Han and her 2 children. Stopping in front of her, his face darkened as he coldly demanded, "It was you people who humiliated my Ko family yesterday, and you were also the ones who injured my younger brother, wasn't it?" Tu Ji immediately pointed at Ko Mang and retorted loudly, "Your people were the ones bullying us first, and him too." He wanted to beat an innocent old man. Ignoring reason entirely, Ko Fong shouted, "What right do you have to slander the Ko family, you lowly wretches in black?" Then he ordered the soldiers to surround the mother and her 2 children. He pointed his whip at Tu Ji and barked, "You are the one who started all this, you brat with no manners." As soon as he finished speaking, he lashed the whip hard at Tu Ji. At the tip of the whip was a sharp hooked barb. Seeing the whip about to strike Tu Ji's small body, Yin Han hurriedly pulled the girl aside, then shielded both children behind her and shouted at Ko Fong, "Ko Fong, you've gone too far. You dare strike a child." Tu Deep anxiously looked Yin Han over and asked, "Sis, are you all right?" Ko Fong curled his lips into a cold smile. What is one lowly child's life worth? Those words struck the very limit of Lu Tien Nguyen's tolerance. A terrifying pressure suddenly burst from him. Streams of blue true energy surged out like long ribbons. The pressure became more and more dreadful. Ko Fong and his men strained to resist the overwhelming force, sweat pouring from them as if they had been drenched, their bodies seeming on the verge of collapse. Not long after, Lu Tien Nguyen stepped up beside Ko Fong, startling him badly. Ko Fong swung his whip at him and shouted, "Who are you? Could you be the one who slapped my father 10 times yesterday?" Before he could even finish the word Lu Tien Nguyen had already seized the whip in his hand. Then he gave it a violent yank. Unwilling to let go, Ko Fong was dragged forward by the force. And a second later, he crashed heavily to the ground. Gritting his teeth, Ko Fong pushed himself up. Before he could stand, Lu Tien Nguyen threw a heaven-shaking punch straight into his face, blood spraying everywhere. With that punch, the sharp tip of the whip also drove deep into his cheek. Ko Fong screamed in agony. His subordinates stood there in horror, mouths agape. Then they surrounded Lu Tien Nguyen, leveling their spears at him and shouting threats. "Release him now, or don't blame us for being rude." The moment they finished speaking, Lu Tien Nguyen released an even stronger pressure than before. That was his answer. The soldiers were blasted away by the sheer force. How could Ko Fong endure such humiliation? Roaring in fury, he swung his fist and charged straight at Lu Tien Nguyen. "You dare attack me, the commander of the Vanguard Guard." Before he could strike, Lu Tien Nguyen had already grabbed his wrist. Twisting it behind his back, he made the sound of bones snapping ring out harshly. Over here, Manhwa reached out and gently rubbed Tu Ji's cheek, asking with concern, "Tu Ji, are you all right?" "Let me see. Yes, it only stings a little. It's already much better." Pointing at Lu Tien Nguyen with his unbroken arm, Ko Fong said in a trembling voice, "I am General Fuang's deputy. Laying a hand on me is the same as laying a hand on the entire Dong Tuesday kingdom." At that moment, Lu Tien Nguyen grabbed the wrist that was pointing at him and bent it behind his back as well. Just like that, his remaining arm was broken too. Ko Hien-tun and his wife rushed over in panic and shouted at him, "Let go of our son!" Suddenly, Lu Tianguin placed a hand on Ko Fong's head, scaring him out of his wits. Trembling, he stammered, "Why you can't kill me? You can't kill me. I'm the commander of the Vanguard Guard. You can't kill me." Lu Tianguin had no interest in listening to his nonsense and kicked his leg hard, forcing Ko Fong to kneel on the ground. In a lowly voice, he begged, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have struck anyone." Just then, Fong Chao Leap arrived with his soldiers. The moment he saw the general, Ko Fong burst into loud laughter and arrogantly said to Lu Tianguin, "I take those words back." Then he shouted at him, "You dare disfigure my face and break all my limbs. You're finished, absolutely finished. I will definitely kill you." After saying that, he screamed like a madman. Lu Tianguin released his pressure, freezing him in place. Not long after, Ko Fong spat out a huge mouthful of blood, which poured from both his mouth and ears. Ko Hien-tun and his wife stared in horror with their mouths wide open. Ko Hien-tun's face turned deathly pale as he pointed at Lu Tianguin with a trembling hand and shouted, "You dare commit violence right in front of General Fong." Lu Tianguin paid him no attention at all. After dealing with Ko Fong, he casually flicked his hand and sent him flying to the ground. Ko Hien-tun and his wife painfully gathered Ko Fong into their arms. Ko Hien-tun immediately turned to Fong Chao Leap and accused, "General Fong, you must seek justice for my son and severely punish this man." Fong Chao Leap slightly raised his brows, his gaze sweeping over the group. Looking at Ko Fong's blood-covered face, Ko Hien-tun stressed, "He not only disrespected the military banner, he even dared attack me in front of you. This is clearly contempt for the authority of the Dong Tuesday Kingdom." Instead, General Fong responded with a mocking question. "You represent the Dong Tuesday Kingdom? You're not qualified." Under the extreme shock of the three members of the Ko family, he let out a cold snort, his tone turning stern. "Did I give you the position of Vanguard Guard Commander so you could use it to act arrogant and tyrannical? I saw everything you did just now." Right after that, General Fong resolutely declared, "From this day on, you no longer need to report to the army. Go back obediently and be the Ko family's idle young master." Hearing this, Ko Fong hurriedly dropped to his knees and begged loudly, General Fong, what mistake have I committed exactly?" Fong Chao Leap coldly explained, "He spared your Ko family for my sake and chose not to wipe you all out. Yet you still dared provoke trouble on your own and even strike his daughter. Wasn't that simply seeking death?" Then General Fong gave an order in an unquestionable tone. Ko Fong harmed 2 innocent children of Dong Tuesday, damaged the army's dignity, and abused public authority for private revenge. Today, all his military posts are revoked. He is forbidden from ever entering the army again. Ko Fong looked at General Fong in utter despair, completely unable to believe the judgment he had just heard. Ko Hien-tun was shocked to the extreme. What was going on? Fong had been stripped of office. Fong Chao Leap did not even show the slightest intention of blaming Lu Tianguin. Inwardly, he asked himself, just who exactly was Lu Tianguin? What kind of background did he have? Fong Chao Leap looked toward him and thought to himself, I thought I had found another weakness, but who would have guessed it was actually an inverse scale no one could touch? Lu Tianguin walked over to Tenoch Non and Two Deep tossed a bag to the boy and instructed, in a moment, you and Nok Non will enter the wilderness region together. Then he turned and called to Yen Han. She nodded gently. At that exact moment, the purple mist began to thin and disperse. Lu Tianguin's family and Tenoch Non stood silently, watching the scene unfolding before them. Suddenly, Lu Tianguin alone strode calmly straight into the mist. Everyone present stared his back in shock, mouths hanging open. They had never expected him to dare enter the mist alone. Tuji looked after him worriedly and softly called, Father. A man shouted loudly, I didn't expect this guy to dare go first. Not wanting Lu Tianguin to seize the opportunity before them, everyone immediately scrambled forward. They urged one another, we can't let him get it first. The immortal artifact must be mine. Charge! Seeing the crowd all rushing into the mist, Old Master Ha became so anxious he could hardly stay still. In alarm, he shouted a warning. The mist hasn't fully dispersed yet. You can't go in. However, ignoring his warning, everyone continued charging forward. Suddenly, the moment a man touched the purple mist with his hand, black smoke rose from his fingers as though they were being violently corroded. The man let out a shrill scream of pain. The person directly behind him heard the terrifying scream and froze in place. But the people further back, unable to see what was happening, kept shouting and shoving forward. The one being pushed cried out in extreme fear, "Don't push! Don't push!" Immediately, the man who had rushed into the mist screamed even more miserably, making those behind him turn pale with fright. By now, huge blisters had appeared on his face. His flesh had begun to melt, yet he seemed immobilized and unable to move. All he could do was cry for help. "Save me!" Not long after, he collapsed face first onto the ground. The man behind him stared wide-eyed at the horrifying scene, then suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. Only then did he look down at his own hand in terror. Standing at the rear, Fuang Chao Leap shouted, "Circulate your strength to protect your body." His words snapped the panicking man out of it. He hurriedly activated his true power to protect himself, but the force seemed far too weak. In only a short moment, most of his hand had already been corroded away. Terrified beyond measure, the man cried out, "No, don't!" Suddenly, a brilliant golden sword shot over at high speed. Those behind all saw the dazzling golden sword standing out sharply amid the purple mist. Fuang Chao Leap immediately ordered the soldiers, "Control the situation. Treat the wounded." When he looked up, he saw a group of people flying in on swords. They were dressed in golden robes, and their sword-riding bearing was exceptionally imposing. Fuang Chao Leap recognized the leader and cupped his fists. The son of the sword saint of Dongtsang City, young hero Lai Thua Ken. No sooner had he spoken than the group landed on the ground. Lai Thua Ken cupped his fists and respectfully greeted Fuang Chao Leap. "General Fuang, it has been a long time. You are still as mighty and imposing as ever." The people around them were extremely surprised. They had not expected Dongtsang City to send people as well. "Isn't their city lord, the Sword Saint, known as the #1 expert below the immortal level?" Another person immediately objected. "I don't agree with that. I admit the Sword Saint is very strong, but to call him the #1 below the immortal level is still open to debate." Someone else continued, "Exactly. His Highness Prince Vu Lang, then Ken has already reached the Heavenly Emperor Galaxy realm, only a single step away from becoming an immortal. Besides that, there are also the extraordinarily powerful elders of the Kanwen sect, the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Decree Hall, and the Sect Master of the 9 Cloud Upper Sect. There are countless experts in this world. Since they've never had the chance to compete, how can anyone casually conclude who is strongest below the immortal level?" A young man folded his arms across his chest and sneered arrogantly. "Haha, if you ask me, the true #1 under heaven should be the Hall Master of the Heavenly Separation Hall. In just a few short years, that person has built such a powerful force. Who knows whether he might be some ancient monster who cultivated in seclusion for countless years and has only recently returned to the world. Besides, has anyone ever heard of him losing a battle?" Those words made the others fall silent in thought. One of them asked curiously, "Has the Hall Master of the Heavenly Separation Hall ever lost?" Another replied, "He's never actually fought anyone, so no one dares say for sure who the true #1 under heaven is." The third nodded in agreement. "That's true." Just then, Lai Thua Ken strolled past the three of them with his hands clasped behind his back, calm and composed, making it impossible for them not to notice him. The three men instantly turned miserable, their faces going pale with fear. Had he heard everything they had just said? He walked up to Old Master Ha and cupped his hands respectfully. "Old Master Ha, I came uninvited this time. I hope you will forgive my presumption." Old Master Ha laughed heartily. "Ha, Dongtsang City is also part of the Dong Tuesday Kingdom. This event receiving support from Dongtsang is truly a great honor. The Sword Saint's reputation is far too great, and I fear the gift for this journey would be unworthy, so this old man did not dare send an invitation." Lai Thua Ken waved his hand and replied politely, "Old Master Ha, you are too courteous. You are Yin Han's grandfather, so I regard you as my own grandfather as well." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened an exquisite box. Inside was a rare first-turn immortal pill. He said, "When I heard Old Master was celebrating his birthday, this junior specially came to present a first-turn immortal pill. May Old Master remain forever young." Seeing such a precious birthday gift, Old Master Ha beamed and thanked him. "What a generous gift. This old man thanks you. May I ask if Senior Sword Saint has also come?" Lai Thua Ken half opened his eyes and answered, "My father has recently been in seclusion cultivating, and his whereabouts are uncertain. Even I do not know where he is." The crowd was stunned by the birthday gift, mouths hanging open. As expected of Dongtsang City, what extravagance. They actually gave away a first-turn immortal pill. One person said, a first turn immortal pill is good, but it feels a bit underwhelming. Another cut in, exactly. We already saw a second turn immortal pill yesterday. After seeing something better, this doesn't feel that impressive anymore. A third shook his head and added, not like it's for us anyway. Lai Thua can heard every word clearly. He turned his head and shot the crowd a sharp, icy glance, instantly silencing them. Suddenly, Ispati Yenan, delighted, he hurried over and called out, Yin Han. He reached out, wanted to take her hand as he began expressing his feelings. I missed you terribly. But when he lifted the hand, he found it large and rough, leaving him completely bewildered. Was this really a girl's hand? When he looked up, he saw Minvu staring at him with a dark expression, while Tien Han stood silently behind him. Lai Thua Kan's face turned purple with shock. Had he just grabbed a man's hand? Minvu forcefully shoved his hand away and shouted, Hey! Hey, hey! Minvu kept shaking his hand, his face twisted in disgust. Pointing at Lai Thua Kan, he snapped, You filthy thing, stay away from me. Lai Thua Kan ground his teeth in fury, but could not argue, because he had been the one to grab the other person's hand first. After that, he turned to Tien Han, behind Minvu. Yin Han, I heard Qinyan Mountain has already resolved your crisis with the Huan AM sect. I had originally planned to come help. With my father's prestige as the Sword Saint, driving back the Huan AM sect would have been easy. Then he turned and asked Minvu curiously, What is your relationship with Yin Han? Minvu answered in a mocking tone, Why should I tell you? What gives you the right to demand an answer from me? It's always my father with you. What are you, some child clinging to his father's coattails? Lai Thua Kan ignored him and kept speaking earnestly to Tien Han. It has been so long, yet you are still as beautiful as ever. My feelings for you have never changed. He thumped his chest confidently and continued, As long as you agree, I will immediately come to ask for your hand in marriage. With my father's intervention, no matter how much the Tammok sect wants to restrain you, they will have to give Dongtsong City face and reconsider. What are you acting tough for? Without your father, what are you even worth? Those words made Lai Thua Kan so furious his face turned purple, his whole body trembling as both fists clenched tight. He forced himself to maintain his composure and asked coldly, May I ask who you are? Minvu immediately cut him off. Your father, your grandfather. Lai Thua Kan's subordinates were enraged. Their hands tightened on their sword hilts, ready to draw and fight. But Minvu only put his hands on his hips and continued mocking Lai Thua Kan. Take a good look in the mirror. 1 part arrogance, 2 parts contempt, 3 parts boasting, 4 parts smugness. Everywhere you go, it's my father, my father. Why don't you mention your grandfather? Deep down, don't you know it perfectly well? Your ability is so poor you can only rely on your father's name. You useless coward. Lai Thua Kan gritted his teeth and said word by word, If you keep speaking so insolently, don't blame me for cutting out your tongue. Hearing that, Minvu immediately stuck out his tongue right in front of him and taunted, Here it is. Come cut it. Tien Han lowered her head and spoke politely but firmly. Young Master Lai, I'm already someone's wife. I already have children. There's no need for you to do this. In the future, I hope you will not trouble me again. Lai Thua Kan froze, his face going deathly pale, unable to believe what he had just heard. Minvu stared at him closely, worried he might do something harmful to Tien Han. It took Lai Thua Kan a long while before he finally reacted. He turned and pointed at the twins, stammering. Then, could they be? She confirmed, Yes, they're my children. That answer left Lai Thua Kan completely numb. Just then, Old Master Ha announced, Everyone, prepare yourselves. The mist is beginning to disperse. Still unwilling to give up, Lai Thua Kan patted his chest and vowed, Yin Han, even if you already have children, it doesn't matter. Wait for me to return from the wilderness region. With that, he strode into the wilderness region. Minvu stood with his hands on his hips and shouted mockingly, Go on, get lost already, you nagging idiot. Minvu's words made Lai Thua Kan grit his teeth in rage as he turned and shot him a vicious glare. But Minvu even raised his middle finger at him in challenge. What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome man before. Never in his life had Lai Thua Kan suffered such humiliation. Minvu had provoked him until he was trembling with rage. He pointed at 2 subordinates and ordered, Zwasan, you 2 stay behind and protect Yin Han. You heir, follow me into the wilderness region. Hearing the order, the subordinates answered in unison. Minvu pointed at Lai Thua Kan and said irritably, Who needs your protection? Suddenly, he noticed Tai Fong leaning against a tree, holding an open fan before his chest, looking refined like a scholar. Fuang Chao leaped, rode his horse over to Min Vu, and asked curiously, "Your young master and little brother Tai Fong are both not here, and yet you still dare provoke him so openly?" Min Vu whipped his head around, glanced at him, and mocked Lai Thua Can again. How dare some rotten egg, some turtle hiding in its shell, set his sights on Madam? Riding past Min Vu, Fuang Chao Leap said, "On this trip into the wilderness region, I'll have to rely on you to watch over things a bit more." Min Vu closed his eyes confidently and waved a hand. "Easy." Before leaving, General Fuang cast Min Vu a meaningful glance, then ordered the soldiers, all troops split into teams, and enter the wilderness region. Xiao Yi held his sword, golden spiritual energy radiating from his body as he muttered, "No problem. I should be able to enter the wilderness region." Seeing that her younger brother wanted to charge into the wilderness region, Xiao Ji said worriedly, "Xiao Yi, I can't go. You and everyone else must be careful inside. Mother and I will wait for all of you outside." The boy looked at his sister and nodded. Even if I don't obtain any lucky opportunity this time, it's still a good chance to temper myself." Min Vu suddenly slapped Xiao Yi on the shoulder, making the boy jump. He praised him, "Not bad. You've got spirit. Ti ngok nuan waver thaw ti yin han. Big sister. Then we're going in." At that moment, Tian Han politely said to Min Vu, "I'll have to trouble you to look after Xiao Yi and Nok Non." Min Vu thumped his chest confidently. "Don't worry, madam. I'm incredibly strong." Ko Mang silently watched as everyone entered the wilderness region one after another. He frowned and said irritably, "Father, mother, I want to enter the wilderness region too." At that moment, the Ko couple were still holding their eldest son in grief, and they were stunned to hear those words from their younger son. The two of them turned pale as they looked at him. Madame Ko spoke up to stop him. "Manger, don't go." Ko Mang planted one hand on his hip and pointed at the subordinates behind him with the other, saying confidently, "Don't worry. I prepared a whole pile of pills. I even have a supreme, heavenly, divine medicine. Besides, I've got plenty of experts following me. Nothing will happen." After that, Ko Mang led his subordinates into the wilderness region. As he walked, he thought to himself, "Who would have thought even Big Brother is a useless waste?" Holding a medicine bottle in his hand, his eyes revealed obvious calculation as he thought confidently, "So many people are going in to fight over the immortal artifact. It's bound to be chaotic then. I'll take advantage of the chaos and use the poison I stole from Master to kill them all. Maybe then the immortal artifact will end up in my hands." Madame Ko asked her husband, Hien Tun, "Should we go in too?" He looked at his wife and reassured her, "Don't worry too much. Your father and the others are there as well. They'll take care of Manger. Nothing will happen." Then he looked toward his eldest son lying on the stretcher and said softly, "Take Fonger away for treatment first. I also need to report this matter to the clan. Old grudges and new grievances will be settled together. I will definitely wipe out the Tammok sect." Suddenly, he saw a flash of light in the sky. It landed right in front of him. The enormous force sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. And Dinjai emerged from the cloud of dust, shouting angrily, "Where is my disciple?" Recognizing him, Ko Hien Tun cupped his hands respectfully. "So, is Senior Dinjai?" The moment Dinjai grabbed Ko Fong's wrist and squeezed, Ko Fong cried out in agony, his face turning pale. Dinjai twisted Ko Fong's broken arm behind his back, making his eyes bulge from the pain. After staring at him suspiciously for a while, he concluded, "You are not my disciple." With that, he rudely flung him far away. Ko Hien Tun watched his son get thrown like a ball, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets in shock. Madame Ko rushed over anxiously to help Ko Fong up, while Ko Hien Tun pointed toward the wilderness region and said, "Mr. Din, Manger has already entered the wilderness region." Hearing that, Dinjai shouted, "Disciple, I'm coming." Then he rushed toward the wilderness region at full speed. Only after he disappeared did Madame Ko question her husband, Hien Tun, "What kind of master did you find for Manger? He's insane. He only made Fonger's injuries worse. Sooner or later, Manger will be led astray by him too." Hearing this, Ko Hien Tun's face turned livid with anger. After a long moment, he finally turned and told her, "What do you know? Din Jai's ancestors once did a favor for the ageless immortal of Heavenly Master Mountain." That name startled her greatly. The ageless immortal? Isn't that one of the 5 immortals? He continued, "The ageless immortal once promised the Din family 3 wishes, and Din Jai is now the only surviving descendant of the Din family. If Manger can inherit that connection, then we will be tied to the ageless immortal. In the future, even the main family will have to value us. Inside a cave, a powerful stream of purple true chi poured out from the entrance, forming hazy ribbons of light. Inside, a man sat cross-legged in cultivation. He was Tu Kong Huin, sect master of the Nine Cloud Supreme sect. Suddenly, he opened his tightly shut eyes and said to the figure appearing at the cave entrance, "You're here. I've reached the critical moment of my breakthrough." He asked Mok Vo Dan, "Have you found the sacred body I need yet?" The black-clothed man, Mok Vo Dan, stared at him. Only after a moment did he answer, "Not yet." Tu Kong Huin frowned, clearly displeased. That was not the answer he had wanted, so he rebuked him. "Then why did you come here?" "I need to quickly absorb a powerful special physique to strengthen myself. If all goes smoothly, in less than 3 years, I will become the first immortal of the Nine Cloud Supreme sect. And if I can also obtain the immortal artifact in the wilderness region along the way, then the chances of the Nine Cloud Supreme sect obtaining a fortune at the assembly of all peoples will be even greater." Mok Vo Dan asked him why he had not absorbed that heavenly vein soul bone. He replied, "Didn't the holy envoy take the heavenly vein soul bone away a few days ago? That's why I exchanged it for a cultivation treasure for myself." As he said that, he suddenly realized something was wrong. "No, how do you know about the heavenly vein soul bone? You only knew that I had obtained a treasure. You had no idea what I used to exchange for it." Mok Vo Dan coldly stepped into the cave, and Tu Kong Huin asked, "Mok Vo Dan, have you been watching me this whole time?" At that moment, Lu Tingwen tore off Mok Vo Dan's mask and said, "I'm not that bored." Seeing Lu Tianwen's true face, Tu Kong Huin was horrified. He blurted out, "What? Even the killing formation I set up couldn't—" The moment he finished speaking, a giant transparent purple hand condensed from a mortal cloud suddenly appeared and slammed down toward Lu Tianwen. Controlled by Tu Kong Huin, the hand crashed hard into the ground. Astonishingly, this powerful strike quickly dispersed into smoke and dust, while Lu Tianwen remained standing exactly where he was, as steady as a mountain, without moving in the slightest. Seeing that his opponent was completely unharmed, Tu Kong Huin cried out in shock, "You took my immortal cloud palm head-on and still came out unscathed?" Lu Tianwen looked at him calmly and declared, "Fine. In any case, once I perform a soul search later, the result will be the same." With that, he suddenly attacked, forcing Tu Kong Huin into hurried defense. The two clashed head-on, one attacking and the other defending, evenly matched for the moment. The battle grew fiercer and fiercer, with powerful streams of true chi and the overwhelming pressure of great Emperor-level experts suppressing the entire space. After exchanging blows for a while, Tu Kong Huin judged, "So you really are a great Emperor-level expert as well. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered probing you. That last move was already my full strength." Lu Tianwen coldly cut him off, giving him no chance to speak more nonsense. "I don't have the patience to listen to meaningless words." As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful kick that sent Tu Kong Huin reeling backward. Forced back by Lu Tianwen's power, Tu Kong Huin quickly brought his hands together, forming a powerful purple energy sphere between them, then roared, "Boundless true body." After that, he struck his palm force toward his opponent. Lu Tianwen blocked the palm force easily with one hand. At the same time, a gigantic transparent purple avatar appeared behind Tu Kong Huin, majestic and imposing, with a sword in hand. Tu Kong Huin's face darkened, his brows knitted tightly together. He said coldly, "State your name. This is your last chance." Lu Tianwen only stared at him with a disdainful look, not even bothering to answer. That completely enraged Tu Kong Huin. He immediately activated his power, and the giant purple avatar behind him raised its sword one-handed toward the heavens. From that heaven-shaking force, streaks of purple light shot upward, piercing through the pitch-black opening above. Tu Kong Huin raised the hand holding his horsetail whisk. Its strands flew toward Lu Tianwen as if to bind him, while the sword-wielding avatar prepared to strike down. But instead of the earth-shattering slash everyone expected, Tu Kong Huin suddenly fired off a flurry of sealing talismans and pasted them onto Lu Tianwen's body, leaving him unable to move. The avatar's two gigantic hands clenched tightly around him, and his whole body was imprisoned inside a purple sphere with formidable sealing power. Controlling his avatar, Tu Kong Huin declared confidently, "You've already fallen into the heavenly mechanism cage I prepared. Attacking me here is no different from throwing yourself into death." As soon as he said that, he poured even more power into the cage. Yet in less than a second, the cage shattered to pieces. Lu Tianwen stood proudly amid the remaining purple smoke, completely unharmed. Tu Kong Huin gathered spiritual power into his palm and shouted, "Heart Devil Realm." The spiritual power swirling in his palm slowly rose into the air, guided by purple tassel-like strands that flowed like long ribbons. Then he poured more power into it and directed the Heart Devil Realm at Lu Tianwen. Standing outside, he explained smugly, "My formation has already restricted your movements, and my Heart Devil Mirror will drag you into your inner demons so deeply that you'll never escape. Meanwhile, the mist of the wilderness region will keep corroding your body. So what if we're in the same realm? Once you've lost all fighting strength, won't your life be mine to decide? Stay here quietly and die, nameless Great Emperor." After saying that, he poured even more spiritual power into the Heart Devil Mirror, trying to control Lu Tianwen's mind. At that moment, the Heart Devil Mirror gradually entered Lu Tianwen's consciousness. He simply stood there in the midst of the purple formation's overwhelming power. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. A voice rang out in his ears. Little Tien, it was from when he was still a child. He was standing in the middle of a vast open field. His mother waved to him. "Stop spacing out." She smiled and held up a little toy to coax him. "Little Tien, come here." Lu Tianwen widened his eyes and called out, "Mother." Suddenly, an icy iron collar tightened around his neck, leaving him unable to breathe. His face began turning purple. Grinding his teeth, Lu Tianwen reached up and tried to loosen the collar with his hands. A moment later, he snapped his eyes open. Now he was tightly bound to a tree trunk. When he turned to the right, the sight before him shattered his heart. His mother was tied to the base of a tree, her whole body pinned, full of tiny daggers. She had already lost consciousness. A group of black-clad men slowly approached and shouted at him, "Monster! Monster!" Then countless throwing knives shot toward him. Lu Tianwen could not resist. He could only watch helplessly as they sank deep into his body. He let out a cry of agony. At the head of that group stood a man in yellow robes, with two men in blue standing beside him and a large number of black-clad subordinates following behind. A giant hand rose, and they began a ritual to curse him. "Thunder Origin, Heavenly Tribulation, may you never be reborn for all eternity." At that moment, Lu Tianwen felt a strange stream of black energy begin to invade his body, causing unbearable pain. His face turned deathly pale from the torment. All he could do was throw his head back and scream. The pain was so overwhelming that a child like Lu Tianwen only wanted to give up. Just when he was at his most desperate and ready to surrender, his mother spoke. "Keep living. As long as you live, there is hope." One morning, in a peaceful village hidden among the mountains and forests, Lu Tianwen suddenly opened his eyes while lying on a bed. He saw an old man who told him, "From today on, your name will be Lu Tianwen." After that, the old man raised his hand. Golden power swirled into a vortex around his palm, and then that force blasted toward Lu Tianwen, sending him flying out of the house. Even the bed he had been lying on was hurled out with him. Lu Tianwen sat on the ground. Hearing the huge commotion, the villagers immediately ran out to see what had happened. He quickly got to his feet and looked around at them. The old man in the house shouted, "Don't even think about being lazy. Hurry up and train. If you displease me, I'll skin you alive." As soon as he finished speaking, two enormous boulders flew over and settled heavily above his head. And so Lu Tianwen had to raise, with both hands, two giant rocks several times larger than his own body. Clenching his teeth, he cursed inwardly, "Old bastard." By nightfall, his legs had already gone weak and his knees were ready to buckle. After all, he was still just a child, and he had only just begun training. Enduring until this late was already remarkable. At that moment, he could no longer hold on and collapsed to his knees on the ground. Lu Tianwen looked up, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. A large number of cultivators had suddenly invaded this peaceful village. They used flying swords to set it ablaze. The fire spread rapidly. Many villagers were slaughtered, and corpses lay scattered across the ground. The leader shouted, "Kill every last monster." Then he drove his flying sword into a young man pinned to the ground. Lu Tianwen's mind nearly collapsed. He stared blankly as the people of the village were butchered, when suddenly a freezing hand rested on his. A girl lying in a pool of blood struggled to tell him, "Run." Lu Tianwen's heart ached, and tears fell from his eyes. Those people rushed up behind him to attack, but now he had nothing left to lose. He spun around and struck with a palm, blasting them far away, then screamed madly, "Get lost, all of you! Just as he was about to run into the house to see how his master was doing, the old man staggered out first, covered in blood, and collapsed into his arms. Alarmed, Lu Tianwen caught him. Before dying, his master gently stroked the little disciple's head and said, "Your ideal is a beautiful one. Always remain steadfast on your own path." At that moment, Lu Tianwen had nothing to say. He could only weep silently as tears streamed down both cheeks. Within Tu Kong Huin's heart devil mirror, something like a mirror surface shone down from above, and a deep violet hue covered the whole space. Lu Tianwen seemed trapped inside it, unable to break free. Tu Kong Huin frowned as he watched him and confidently said, "Has he already been swallowed by his inner demons and fallen into the trap?" Seeing him immersed in the heart devil realm, Tu Kong Huin gave a cold laugh. And yet, without true power protecting his body, after being eroded by the wilderness mist for so long, his body still hasn't been hollowed out. He withdrew his avatar and said coldly, "Fine. Since you're in the Great Emperor realm, of course you have your special qualities. I'll send you on your way myself." And so Tu Kong Huin loudly declared the battle over. "Let this end here, nameless Great Emperor." The sword in his avatar's hand erupted with power, when suddenly something shattered. After a deafening explosion, an earth-shaking surge of azure, spiritual energy burst forth. Using all his spiritual power, he widened his eyes and stared at Lu Tianwen. "What the hell is this?" Lu Tianwen was still standing proudly before him, completely intact and utterly unscathed. Tu Kong Huin was so shocked he could hardly believe it, and blurted out, "You broke free from the heart devil mirror's control and suppressed your inner demons? What exactly are you?" Lu Tianwen's eyes turned a blazing red as he spoke coldly. "The faith everyone placed in me, and you dare call that inner demons?" A look of remembrance flashed in his eyes. Then he said sincerely, "Still, I should thank you. I got to see them again." Lu Tianwen raised a hand and stood as upright as a divine statue, his palm taking control of the avatar's sword and the heart devil mirror. Then he calmly introduced himself, "Tian Lai Hall, Lu Tianwen." Hearing that title, Tu Kong Huin was utterly stunned and shouted, "Tian Lai Hall? You're from Tian Lai Hall." Frowning, he stared fixedly at him, standing frozen in place like a statue, as if he still had not recovered from the shock of Lu Tianwen's background. Then a world-shaking explosion rang out, and Tu Kong Huin, along with the surrounding earth and stone, was blasted into the sky. His avatar shattered as well and gradually dissipated. Lu Tianwen's azure true energy relentlessly pursued Tu Kong Huin's purple true energy. A cold light shone from Lu Tianwen's eyes, and his whole body radiated overwhelming pressure. Tu Kong Huin stared in horror as he realized this was not an aura a great emperor of the Star River realm should possess. At that moment, Lu Tianwen flew straight to where Tu Kong Huin stood, and the two men faced each other. Lu Tianwen raised his fist, took the initiative, and lunged at him, driving a fierce punch into his right cheek, followed by a precise blow to Tu Kong Huin's chin. Tu Kong Huin reeled from the pain, his face ashen as he glared at Lu Tianwen and roared, "What have you done? My Nine Cloud Supreme sect is not afraid of Tian Lai Hall, let alone." Lu Tianwen replied softly, "The Nine Cloud Supreme sect is only one step in my plan. My ultimate target is only one: destroy the Van Ko sect." Tu Kong Huin was utterly horrified. "What? How do you know that the Van Ko sect exists?" Lu Tianwen did not bother answering. Instead, he used his spiritual power to form streaks of azure light that surrounded Tu Kong Huin. Tu Kong Huin zetjet bakwat? He realized he was no match for Lu Tianwen, but he was unwilling to accept it, and once more activated the heart devil mirror in his palm. The artifact's power spread out more and more strongly, but suddenly cracks appeared on its surface. Naturally, Tu Kong Huin noticed them, and in panic he thought, even the heart devil mirror, a treasure on par with a divine artifact, can't withstand him? Are the people of Tian Lai Hall all this terrifying? So he immediately used the Qian Kun lightning escape art to flee. A second later, the heart devil mirror shattered into pieces, and the stream of purple true energy gradually faded from the sky. Lu Tianwen stood there watching calmly and muttered, "No real skill to speak of, but you sure are good at running." As soon as he said that, he too quickly departed, leaving behind only a streak of azure energy across the sky, on a wide stretch of open ground. A great many people had gathered, advancing step by step. Suddenly, three men gaped in shock at what was happening before them. Their companion was standing frozen in place, trembling nonstop. Shaking all over, the young man said, "This place is terrifying." The others turned pale as they looked at the youth. One of them could not help saying, "I know this is all our first time entering the wilderness region, but don't make me lose face like this." Old Master Ha pointed ahead and said, "The immortal artifact is not far from here." The young man, still trembling with fear, turned his head back and said nervously, "Hey, I keep feeling like there's an eye staring at us." A man replied, "In a barren place like the wilderness region, who besides us would be staring at you?" As he said that, he failed to notice a pair of red eyes hidden ahead. The moment he finished speaking, a stream of black, true energy pierced straight through his chest. He could hardly believe it. It had been too fast, too sudden. He stared dumbly with his mouth open and touched the gaping hole in his chest. In front of them stood a wolf, a chunk of flesh hanging from its mouth. Everyone's eyes bulged as they stared ahead in terror. What is that? Before them was a massive wolf pack. Fuang Chao leap ordered the soldiers. Défensive formation. On my command, the soldiers lowered their spears toward the wolves. The old man shouted, "They're wilderness beasts." Everyone's morale surged. "There are so many of us. What's there to fear if we swarm them?" But when they looked again and saw the wolf pack growing larger and larger, the speaker immediately lost his nerve. Wait, there seemed to be even more of them. Just like that, the two sides crashed into chaotic battle. Lai Thua ordered his men to form up, and countless flaming swords began circling around him. Any wolves that rushed in were instantly chopped apart like minced meat. Old Master Ha also warned everyone, "Move, don't stay here." And so they broke through the encirclement and gradually pushed forward. However, some unlucky people ended up becoming prey for the beasts. General Fuang shouted, "Don't panic, hold the line." Xiao Ye's group also gradually advanced. Auntie kept reminding Xiao Yi to be careful. A wild wolf tried to sneak up and bite the boy, but Minvu dealt with it neatly, and its body dissipated as though it had never existed. Elsewhere, another group was not so fortunate. Exhausted and spent, they became a lavish feast for the wolves. They had only come to watch the excitement, and in the end, they lost everything. Then someone noticed something and shouted. The wolves seemed to have stopped. Old Master Ha immediately explained, "The power of the immortal artifact is keeping them from charging closer." A young man pointed ahead in alarm and cried out, "Look, is it the immortal artifact?" In the distance, a black sword was floating above a mountain peak. A few desperate people ran ahead, hoping to seize the treasure. Minvu looked at it and quietly guessed, "Could this place be?" Xiao Yi immediately asked, "Uncle Min, aren't we going over there?" "Of course we're going. What's there to be afraid of, kid?" The people in front desperately rushed toward the immortal artifact, but they were suddenly attacked by two golden swords. It was young Master Lai. He began claiming, "This immortal artifact is a sword, so naturally it suits Sword City and my father best, doesn't it?" He boldly declared that if everyone yielded it to him, they would receive an even higher grade spirit artifact in return, and Dongtsang City would also take care of them. Hearing that, many people wanted to back down. After all, with their strength, it would be difficult to seize the immortal artifact anyway. But others thought differently. "If I get that immortal artifact in my hands, I can crush your whole city by myself." The moment he said that, they charged forward to attack, only to be blasted back by Lai Thua Kan's sword energy. Even Deputy Commander Tu Ma could not stay still and stepped in to interfere. And so the standoff continued. Every last one of them was greedy. Xiao Yi and Minvu slowly walked over to watch what would happen. At that moment, a young man seized the opportunity and rushed forward, trying to snatch the immortal artifact. But a burst of dark sword energy shot out and killed him instantly. His body shattered and fell to the ground. Seeing this, everyone was overcome with fear. "Go ahead then. Whoever wants it can try taking it." A group of shameless onlookers even said, "Many thanks to young Master Lai for the spirit artifact. Haha." Even he had taken a huge loss this time. If he kept pressing forward against that terrifying sword energy, he would be saying goodbye to his life. Minvu noticed that General Fuang seemed to have come here for a different purpose. At the same time, young Master Lai desperately advanced toward the immortal sword. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not get any closer. Only then did he shamelessly announce, "The immortal artifact is a fated opportunity for everyone. We may as well let nature take its course and see who is destined for it." Secretly, he thought bitterly, "Just now, the meridians throughout my body were nearly severed, and I still couldn't get any closer. Could it be that I'm not fated to obtain it? At that moment, Minvu urged Xiao Yi to go forward instead. Who knows? Maybe you can pull it out. Annie was immediately alarmed. Big brother Minvu, that's too dangerous. But he showed no concern at all and told Xiao Yi to just give it a try. I think it's fated for you. Despite Andy's attempts to stop him, the boy finally decided, I'll try. When some people saw the boy step forward, they were shocked. Is he trying to get himself killed? Even young Master Lai was startled, thinking, isn't that Yanhan's son? Xiao Yi slowly walked forward, inwardly shaken. Is this an immortal artifact? It feels even more painful than being near Father's sword. Suddenly, it was as if he saw something, a familiar figure's back, frantically slaughtering monsters here. It was as if he realized something. Compared with the training he went through with his father, this was nothing at all. He swung his attack and unleashed the 7 forms of the god-slaying slash. Countless phantom monsters vanished, and Xiao Yi smoothly made it to the immortal sword, leaving everyone dumbfounded. All the cultivators stared at Xiao Yi with their mouths agape. Even Lai Thuakin was stunned speechless. Everyone started chattering at once. I don't know, I just saw him walk there step by step. Just now, even Lai Thuakin couldn't break through the barrier around the immortal artifact. Yet a child like him actually made it all the way to the front of the immortal artifact. Could it be that the immortal artifact is fated to him? No matter how they speculated, the boy stepped forward and gripped the sword hilt tightly. Everyone held their breath and watched his every move. Lai Thuakin sent a voice transmission to his 4 subordinates, telling them to prepare to seize the sword, but not to harm the boy. Tani, Huni blocked the others. Seeing that the boy had reached the sword, the others were just like Lai Thuakin. They immediately began thinking of snatching the sword from him and edged closer to Xiao Yi. Minvu had long found them unbearable. He utterly despised such vile, petty behavior, stealing another person's prize. If Xiao Yi managed to draw the sword, all these people would swarm him at once, rushing headlong to their deaths. Komang did not charge forward. Hugging his bottle of poison, he stood quietly behind the others and calculated in secret. Go on, fight over it. Once chaos breaks out, I'll release the poison. I'll be the final winner. Xiao Yi clenched the sword hilt with both hands. As Xiao Yi moved, Lai Thuakin directed his men to get ready. His 2 subordinates were already prepared, their hands on the hilts of the swords behind their backs. Unexpectedly, no matter how hard Xiao Yi pulled, the sword did not budge in the slightest. The boy shouted loudly, I can't pull it out, seeing that he could not draw the sword. What was there left to snatch? So they all stayed where they were and kept waiting. Xiao Yi strained until his face turned red, puffed out his cheeks, and his whole body trembled. Yet the sword still did not move, even a little. It simply could not be pulled out. Xiao Yi turned back dejectedly. Dai Tuma could not help saying, It seems his fate only goes so far. Tinoch Non patted her chest and let out a relieved breath. Xiao Yi, you nearly scare me to death. Minvu patted the boy on the shoulder encouragingly. Not bad, not bad. At least you've learned a few good things. He couldn't pull out the sword and was still being praised. Xiao Yi looked up at him in surprise and asked, Uncle Minvu, do you know the moves hidden inside the sword aura? Minvu shot Lai Thuakin a glance and mocked him. You're far better than that guy who only knows how to rely on his father. Seems like someone couldn't even touch the sword. Although Lai Thuakin was furious, there was nothing he could say because Minvu wasn't wrong. He turned away, shooting Minvu a cold, resentful glare. His fists clenched tightly as he unwillingly thought, am I really going back empty-handed? If not, then I'll just try taking the whole mountain peak away. Suddenly, everyone stared ahead in shock. 2 streams of true energy, one green and one violet, were chasing and clashing with each other. Tu Kong Huin was fleeing very quickly, but Lu Tianguin was no ordinary opponent either. He pursued closely behind, the 2 of them like a cat chasing a mouse. Tu Kong Huin was furious. Why is this killing god chasing me so relentlessly? I've already used all my strength to run. Gritting his teeth, he thought, must I burn my blood essence and lifespan just to escape? Suddenly he stopped. This aura, has the immortal artifact appeared? At once, he burst into excited laughter. Ha ha, heaven never seals off every path. Tu Kong Huin immediately changed direction and flew toward the sword. Then he said to Lu Tianguin, do you know what my other purpose in cultivating here was? Lu Tianguin looked at him coldly. Tu Kong Huin kept talking without pause. I sensed an immortal artifact inside the wilderness region. I was waiting for the wilderness fog to thin so I could take it. True, your strength surpasses mine, but if I have the immortal artifact, then naturally I'll be stronger than you. He looked down at the crowd below and said confidently, perfect timing. The The moment for my comeback has arrived. Hearing his words, everyone looked up together at his hand. Tu Kong Huin's hand was very close to the sword. Only a little more, and he would touch it. A second later, his hand gripped the hilt, and he said, "When I rise again, my ass." Before he could finish, the sword's protective energy blasted him away, making him cough up blood. Unbelievable. The young cultivators stared so hard their eyes nearly popped out. Lai Thua can recognize the man who had fallen in front of them. Wasn't that Tu Kong Huin, the sect master of the Nine Cloud Supreme sect? So he cupped his hands politely and asked softly, "Senior Tu Kong, why are you here?" Tu Kong Huin ignored him completely and kept trying to pull the sword out. No matter how hard he strained, even with his face turning purple, the sword would not move at all. While Tu Kong Huin was focused on pulling the sword, Lai Thua thought he hadn't heard, so he hurriedly reminded him, "Senior Tu Kong, it's too late." Just then, as Tu Kong Huin raised his head, a streak of green light rushed over. It was Lu Tianguin. Tu Kong Huin frowned slightly and quickly assessed the situation. Realizing the enemy was too strong, he decisively let go of the sword he had been trying to draw and immediately turned to flee. Lai Thua was astonished. Senior Tu Kong has met a powerful enemy? Confidently, he declared, "Don't worry, I am Lai Thua Kan, son of the Sword Saint of Dong Song City. I will help you." As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered his attendants, and 4 sword energies instantly appeared behind him. Lai Thua leaped straight at Lu Tianguin, loudly announcing his identity again. "I am the son of the Sword Saint of Dong Song City." He had only just raised his hand to attack and shouted, "You!" When Lu Tianguin coldly barked, "Get lost," and sent him flying. By then, Lu Tianguin had already reached the sword. He lightly opened his hand, gently grasped the hilt, and drew it up. With the immortal sword in hand, he continued chasing Tu Kong Huin. Seeing him pull out the sword as easily as if it were nothing, Tu Kong Huin stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to speak. Unwilling to accept it, he roared, "Why can you obtain this immortal artifact so easily?" Lu Tianguin calmly explained, "That sword, Jinyu is mine to begin with." Hearing that, Tu Kong Huin was shaken to the core. "What? Are you the original owner of this immortal artifact? You were the one who planted it there?" "Le tien ingrédient nodded. What else would it be?" Cold sweat drenched Tu Kong Huin as he muttered, "Just what kind of terrifying existence are you?" Suddenly, he turned back and shouted, "Could it be that you are the Hall Master of Tien Lai Hall?" Lu Tianguin looked straight at him and replied, "You guessed right." Hearing that title, Tu Kong Huin turned deathly pale with terror. He immediately used a secret technique, burning his blood essence and escaping at 10 times his normal lightning speed. Lu Tianguin did not let him go. With disdain, he said, "Let's see how long you can hold out." Below, the cultivators stared open-mouthed as Lu Tianguin and Tu Kong Huin shot away like meteors. One of the attendants hurried over to help Lai Thua up. His face was swollen, his whole body trembling so badly he could barely stand. In disbelief, he muttered, "He defeated me in a single move. That man is far too terrifying." Tinoch Non watched the green streak flash past and felt it looked extremely familiar. She racked her brains for a moment, then suddenly remembered and asked Minvu, "Uncle Minvu, the person just now. Was that my brother-in-law, right?" Minvu put his hands on his hips and glanced at her. Though he wondered why she was asking such an obvious question, he still answered frankly, "That's right. It was the young master." Hearing that, Lai Thua Kan's mouth fell open. Was his romantic rival really this strong? His eyes bulged, veins stood out on his face, and he even spat out a nosebleed from sheer shock and agitation. He tried to connect all the clues. Could he be? Even injured, he still resolved to leap after them, not forgetting to order his subordinates, Tanat, Tani, Hunat, Huni, follow me. The 4 subordinates answered in unison, understood, and immediately followed him into the air. The remaining cultivators were still in shock. The immortal artifact has been taken away. Before they could recover, they saw countless wilderness beasts densely packed and slowly approaching, their eyes blood red and their fangs terrifyingly sharp. One person cried out in panic, "This is bad. The wilderness beasts are here." Fear engulfed everyone. With the immortal artifact drawn away, the beasts were no longer restrained and came surging over. Everyone went pale, with no idea how to escape the savage horde. Sensing no more danger, the beasts immediately charged at them like the wind. The young cultivators were drenched in sweat, and some burst into tears. One person cried out despairingly, "Damn it, not only did we fail to get the immortal artifact, now we're being attacked by wilderness beasts too. This loss is too great." Another young cultivator clutched his head and wailed, "I don't want the immortal artifact anymore. I just want to survive and make it back alive." They exhausted all their strength, gathering into small groups and trying to use their power to fend off the wilderness beasts. Standing behind Manhwa and Xiao Yi, Komang's face was full of anger. He thought to himself, this trip into the wilderness region can't end with nothing at all. Kill them all first, then we'll talk. Suddenly, all the cultivators looked up at the sky at once. Some invisible force was restraining the wilderness beasts. They struggled to move, but could not advance even a single step. The cultivators were astonished, unable to understand what was happening. Right after that, an enormous object appeared in the sky, blotting out the sunlight. Everyone looked up curiously. One person cried out in shock, "Look, what is that?" In the sky was a gigantic beast shaped somewhat like a dolphin, yet it could soar and swim through the air. A faint, mysterious green haze drifted from the top of its head. A young cultivator stammered, that. What is that?" Old Master Ha stared at it and guessed. Could it be the sun-devouring exalt? Xiao Yi repeated curiously, "The sun-devouring exalt?" Manhwa kept his eyes fixed on the beast and explained to Xiao Yi, its rank is above low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, saint-grade, and even super-grade demonic beasts. You should know that Saint-grade is equivalent to the Saint Emperor realm, super-grade is equivalent to the Great Emperor realm, and above that is the sun-devouring exalt. As he said this, his expression was extremely tense. He paused for a moment, then said something that made everyone stop breathing. This demonic beast can rival an immortal. After hearing that, Xiao Yi turned deathly pale, lips pressed tight, eyes wide with terror. Known could not hold back and angrily warned, "Big brother Manhwa, this is not the time for a lesson. What are we supposed to do now?" Manhwa stared intently at the monster, readying his power. In a grave voice, he said, "Everyone stay where you are and see what it wants to do." The cultivators' faces were drained of all color as they started talking in alarm. The sun-devouring exalt? Why would something like that appear here? This creature is no simple matter. Even great emperors fear it. We're doomed this time. The wilderness fog suddenly thickened. One person shouted in horror. The density of the wilderness fog is increasing again. At that moment, the sun-devouring exalt opened its enormous mouth and began sucking away the cultivators' true power. Everyone felt in horror that the energy inside their bodies was being drained away. If this keeps up, won't we be sucked dry? One cultivator with lower cultivation could not endure it. Clutching his chest, he writhed in agony as blood began seeping from his eyes and mouth, and he let out a painful scream. Another person cried out, "It's sucking away our true power." Known and Xiao Yi gritted their teeth and endured. Manhwa reached out toward the two children and called for everyone to gather closer together and stabilize their true power. Staring at the sun-devouring exalt with deeply furrowed brows, he explained seriously, "Every time it inhales and exhales, it swallows a huge amount of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, while releasing miasmic waste gas, which makes the wilderness fog even more corrosive. But this is an unconscious behavior. It isn't targeting us. Let's hope it doesn't do anything else and leave soon." The cultivators huddled together and cried as they asked, "What if it is targeting us?" Manhwa did not flinch at all. He answered confidently, then prepared to fight. But the monster continued to suck away everyone's true power. The sun-devouring exalt's two golden eyes began releasing black energy. The moment Manhwa saw it, he froze and realized this is bad. It really is targeting us. After absorbing enough true power, it slowly descended toward the ground where everyone was standing. As it drew closer and closer, they felt an invisible force devouring their true power and eroding their bodies. Piercing pain spread through them. Unable to resist, they could only endure the torment. Manhwa gritted his teeth and decided he could not keep retreating forever. He immediately gathered his power, and brilliant golden light flared from his palm. From a void, he drew out a treasured sword. Pointing the blade straight at his opponent, he roared, Lion King's roar. All the surrounding cultivators held their breath and stared at the sword. One elder could not help but speculate. Could the weapon in his hand be an immortal artifact? Manhwa raised the divine weapon high, formed a seal with his other hand, and recited the incantation firmly. Boundless golden light, protect my body. Golden lion's roar, stand guard before me. The moment he finished invoking it, the images of gigantic golden lions appeared majestically behind him, dazzling in brilliant gold. They immediately let out a roar and, in the blink of an eye, charged straight at the sun-devouring Exalt. The two heaven-shaking forces collided, producing a thunderous explosion. Feeling the crushing pressure, Manhwa could not help admiring it. As expected of a dragon whisker whale of the sun-devouring Exalt rank, truly worthy of its name. He shouted, "Let's see if you can withstand this strike of mine." As soon as he said that, he poured all of his power into the golden lions again. Just as the sun-devouring Exalt opened its mouth to counterattack, the pack of golden lions immediately launched a lightning-fast strike. Unfortunately, the attack was still blocked by the opponent. The sun-devouring Exalt did not stop. It continued opening its mouth wide, madly sucking dry the cultivator's true power and the surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth alike. The ground beneath their feet began to crack, the fissures spreading wider and deeper with each passing moment. At the same time, the wilderness fog had already enveloped Nok Non's position. She had to endure a double pressure, the poison of the fog and the sun-devouring Exalt's draining force, making her head feel as though it were being split open by a hammer. Clutching her head, sweat pouring off her like rain, she cried out with difficulty, "This is too terrifying." As the ground beneath her feet split open, Nok Non staggered and pitched forward, but in the very next instant, an invisible force knocked her backward onto the ground. Realizing how dire the situation was, Manhwa cried out, "This is bad." Xiaoyi called out anxiously, "Sister Nok Non." Though utterly horrified, the boy could not move at all. He could only call her name, helplessly. The wilderness fog quickly swallowed Nok Non's body. She closed her eyes and whispered in despair, "It's over." Completely exhausted, she no longer had the strength to resist the fog's corrosion. Unexpectedly, a streak of golden light cut through the mist, and a pair of steady hands caught Nok Non just in time. She slowly opened her eyes. Nok Non's eyes widened in shock as she stared at the person holding her, his bearing extraordinary. Nok Non looked closely in astonishment. It was Tai Fong. Without saying much, Tai Fong only reminded her in a cold voice, "Gather your qi and focus your mind. Quickly circulate your true power to protect your body." She nodded repeatedly without thinking, almost by instinct, and softly answered, Seeing Tai Fong appear and rescue her, Manhwa could only sigh and mutter, "I almost forgot you were here too." Tai Fong gently set Nok Non down, made sure she could stabilize her true power on her own, then walked straight toward Manhwa and instructed, "Focus all your strength on dealing with that dragon whisker whale." As he passed Xiaoyi, he added, "Xiaoyi, hurry and retreat to the rear." Xiaoyi hurried to obey. Tai Fong immediately channeled spiritual power to reinforce Manhwa and said to him, "The sun-devouring Exalt is incredibly powerful. Let's join forces and see if we can force it to retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them fused their power at once. Resonant energy erupted and condensed into a ferocious tiger clad in golden armor. Without the slightest hesitation, the tiger let out an earth-shaking roar and charged straight at the sun-devouring Exalt. Manhwa shouted, "You vile beast, taste this young master's power." The two streams of power clashed violently. At first, their alliance seemed evenly matched with the sun-devouring Exalt, but before long, the balance tipped completely. Both of them felt as though all the power they poured in vanished like a drop in the ocean, utterly incapable of restraining the monster. Even so, they gritted their teeth and endured, absolutely refusing to surrender. The surrounding cultivators were so terrified, they were nearly in tears. What do we do now? Those two are already that strong, and they even have an immortal artifact helping them, yet they still can't defeat the sun-devouring Exalt. Fuang Chao Li and his troops still stood by and watched. Manhwa cried out anxiously, "I can't hold on any longer." By now Tai Fong was drenched in sweat as well, and he shouted, "Stay focused." The sun-devouring Exalt opened its mouth and continued devouring spiritual power, even while fighting the two of them. Suddenly, a massive block of frigid ice rose up directly in front of the tiger, forming a solid wall barring its path. Flames roared from the tiger's body, but they weren't enough to melt the ice. At most, they produced a thin veil of steam before dying away. Soon after, the ice wall shattered, and the sun-devouring Exalt shot out two tendrils from its mouth. They swiftly wrapped around the tiger and tightened. Suddenly, Fuang Chao Li shouted, "Now!" He and his soldiers immediately activated their army formation. As the formation unfolded, a gigantic orange avatar appeared and charged straight at the sun-devouring Exalt. The avatar slammed hard into the spot where the tendrils were binding the tiger, forcing the two tentacles to release it. The sun-devouring Exalt twisted around and lashed out with its tail at the avatar. At that very moment, the tiger rushed forward in time to block the blow. Minvu shouted angrily, "Do you even know how to coordinate?" Fuang Chao Li frowned and shot back. "I saved your life and still get cursed at? What ingratitude!" The cultivators suddenly regained faith in Fuang Chao Li's abilities and cheered excitedly. "Haha, General Fuang has finally made his move. We're saved. There's hope now." However, another loud explosion rang out. Immediately afterward, a purple, spiked tail appeared, followed by a purple monster covered from head to toe in sharp spines. With its blazing golden eyes and long purple tongue hanging out, it appeared right in front of them. All the cultivators were horrified. "What is that thing now?" "We escaped one sun-devouring Exalt only to run into another monster. Who knows how strong it is?" By this point, Minvu was almost completely exhausted. His face was deathly pale, and cold sweat streamed down him as he stammered in realization. This is another sun-devouring Exalt." Hearing his confirmation, the cultivators fell into utter panic. "Another one? We're definitely dead this time. Don't give us hope only to throw us back into despair like this." They could only pray. "Please let them fight each other. Maybe then we'll still have a chance to survive." It rolled over, causing the surrounding mist to spread even more thickly. Old Master Ha observed the scene and shouted a warning. "The wilderness region's mist is becoming denser in this area. No one must slacken their true energy." Suddenly, Minvu seemed to think of something and yelled, "Why is there a second sun-devouring Exalt? Does the appearance of the dragon whisker whale have anything to do with it?" He turned to Tai Fong. "And why would a sun-devouring Exalt appear beneath the land that the Hall Master suppressed all those years ago?" Tai Fong stared at the newly appeared sun-devouring Exalt and guessed in shock. The earlier rampage of the wild beasts could have been caused by this thing. He recalled, back then, the young master left the Zhen Yu sword behind to suppress and dissolve the resentment of the wild creatures that had been slain. Could it be that it also happened to suppress this sun-devouring Exalt, and now that the young master has withdrawn the Zhen Yu sword, he unintentionally set it free? Of course, this was only Tai Fong's own speculation. He thought to himself that it was also possible the dragon whisker whale had awakened the monster. At this moment, two tremendous forces, one from the first sun-devouring Exalt and one from the alliance of Tai Fong and the others, were locked in a fierce struggle, opposing each other like two natural-born powers. Meanwhile, the purple, sun-devouring Exalt suddenly rushed at the cultivators. Miserable screams rang out as it sent them flying. Strangely enough, no one knew how, but Xiao Yi ended up standing on top of the monster's head. Having never encountered such a situation before, the boy called out in fear to Tinoch Known. "Xiao Yi." Seeing the boy in such a dangerous position, Tinoch Known turned pale and cried out anxiously. The monster suddenly lifted its head high, causing Xiao Yi to slide down onto its neck. In that precarious instant, he hurriedly grabbed hold of a protruding sharp spine, trying to keep himself from falling. Seeing that the first sun-devouring Exalt seemed to be trying to escape, Minvu shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" He poured all his strength into it, his aura surging like a rising tide as he prepared to unleash a finishing blow. But unfortunately, no matter how much Minvu struggled, he couldn't move. Grinding his teeth, he roared, "Damn it, its power is suppressing me. I can't move." Tai Fong was also pinned down, unable to budge. In a low voice, he said, "For now, we have no choice but to focus all our efforts on dealing with the dragon whisker whale first. As soon as we get a chance to break free, we'll immediately go after Xiao Yi." The two of them could only watch helplessly as Xiao Yi was carried away by the purple, sun-devouring Exalt. The boy gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "The wilderness region's mist seems to be getting thicker and thicker. I won't be able to maintain my true energy much longer." Suddenly, the sun-devouring Exalt shot straight toward a mountain at a terrifying speed. Even as it neared it, there was no sign of slowing down. Xiao Yi's eyes widened in utter horror. It's going to crash. And indeed, it slammed straight into the mountain. The impact hurled Xiao Yi far away, and his body smashed hard against a boulder. Xiao Yi lay sprawled on the icy ground, coughing so violently it felt as if his chest were being torn apart. The thick mist of the wilderness region grew denser and denser, swallowing up his vision. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself upright, bracing with his hands. There was only one urgent thought in his mind now. Where the hell is this place? I have to find my way back to Uncle Min Vu and the others immediately. Within the dense mist, a flickering dark figure appeared, accompanied by muttered complaints. Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes and stared, but the figure was so indistinct he couldn't be sure. Suddenly, the voice rang out in suspicion. "Is that you? Who are you?" Xiao Yi asked, frowning. Swish, swish, swish. 3 poisoned arrows shot straight at him with lightning speed. Gritting his teeth, the boy twisted aside and narrowly escaped disaster, but not completely. The 3rd arrow grazed his cheek, leaving a long bloody cut. Komang stepped out of the mist, his expression smug to the point of disgust, his hands still held in the posture from releasing the hidden weapons. He sneered, "Enemies really do meet on narrow roads." "What timing?" On seeing him, Xiao Yi loudly demanded, "Komang, did that sun-devouring exalt bring you here too?" Suddenly, a wave of dizziness struck him. Black energy began wrapping around Xiao Yi, and his whole body went limp. He dropped to his knees, cold sweat beading across his forehead, unable to understand what was happening to him. Komang made no effort to hide it and answered with a mocking laugh. "Well, is my poison potent enough for you?" Only then did Xiao Yi remember that those arrows had been coated with poison. His entire body weakened, and his strength drained away. Komang stepped forward and stomped hard on his back, his voice cold and cruel. "I've been sick of your whole group for a long time." He pulled out a sharp dagger, murderous intent flashing in his eyes, and declared the sentence, "I'll kill you first." Xiao Yi desperately searched for a chance to survive and decided to use a psychological tactic. At a time like this, shouldn't we be working together to escape the wilderness region? That seemingly pointless remark only enraged Komang. His face twisted viciously at once. Raising the knife high, he howled like a madman, "Idiot, you're far too naive." Just as the knife was about to plunge down, a powerful force stopped it. Xiao Yi gathered all the strength he had left and forced his sword up to block the strike. But before he could rejoice, he crashed heavily back down, completely overpowered. He lay there gasping, still gripping his sword tightly as sweat poured off him. He tried to persuade Komang again. "This place is far too far from the border of the wilderness region. We need each other's true energy to endure. It'll be very hard for one person alone to survive until they get out." Komang was utterly unmoved. Coldly, he took out a yellow pill and said with contempt, "Humph. Do you know what this is?" Then he swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, the layer of protective true energy around him vanished, replaced by a baffling air of confidence. Komang spread his arms wide, lifted his face to the sky, and shouted, "As expected of the absolute heaven divine medicine, the wilderness mist doesn't affect me in the slightest." Seeing that he was completely immune to the wilderness region's erosion, Xiao Ye's eyes widened in shock. "He actually has a pill that good?" Then Komang reached into his chest and took out a compass, saying with a grin, "My master has already arrived nearby, too." He paused for a moment, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Don't worry. After I kill you, I'll kill every last one of them, too." With that, he raised his sword and charged straight at Xiao Yi. The boy tightened his grip on his own sword. He had already steeled himself. He could only fight. As Komang attacked, Xiao Yi did his best to protect himself while dodging the incoming blows. Because he was overexerting himself, the boy's steps became unsteady. Xiao Yi planted his sword into the ground, his whole body trembling as if he were about to collapse. Even Komang was surprised by his stubborn will. Calmly, he said, "Poisoned by me, and you still have to keep your true energy up for protection. That must be tough, huh?" As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his dagger again. Xiao Yi dodged, but his movement was much slower this time. Komang ground his teeth in frustration. Since he couldn't finish him with the dagger, he immediately fired 2 hidden arrows. Slow by the poison, Xiao Yi couldn't dodge in time. The 2 arrows buried themselves deep in his abdomen, and fresh blood stained his clothes red. Xiao Yi clenched his teeth tightly and fought not to collapse, his whole body shaking. Seeing that he still hadn't died, Komang pointed at him and shouted, "How is a brat like you this hard to kill?" He immediately launched a relentless flurry of attacks. Xiao Yi used every last shred of strength to defend himself. Unlike the utterly spent boy, Komang was still brimming with vigor. He shouted provocatively, "Let's see how long you can hold on." Then he roared, "Die!" Xiao Yi knew he had reached his limit and despaired. I can't keep going much longer. Suddenly, a spark of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He realized that Ko Meng's attack patterns were all too similar. Perhaps because he still couldn't kill Xiao Yi after so long. Ko Meng was so furious that the veins on his forehead bulged as he muttered, "What a stubborn little brat." Without warning, Xiao Yi struck back. The boy had found an opening and decided to use the 7 forms of the slaughter god. Ko Meng was terrified out of his wits. Panic-stricken, he shouted, "What the hell is this?" Xiao Yi shot forward like an arrow. Brilliant golden energy burst from his sword, enveloping his entire body in dazzling light. Ko Meng's face turned livid with humiliation. Furious, he pointed his dagger at Xiao Yi and arrogantly declared, "I'm the young master of the Ko family. You think I'd be frightened by a little brat like you?" The moment he finished speaking, he lunged with a reckless attack. Xiao Yi merely tilted his body slightly, narrowly avoiding it, then swung his sword in counterattack. By then, Ko Meng had already fallen back onto the ground, and naked terror was written all over his face. One slash from Xiao Ye's sword was all it would take to end his life. Seeing the boy about to strike, he shouted, "Wait, I was wrong. I agree to make peace with you." At those words, the sword stopped right in front of Ko Meng's face, only inches away. He felt as though he had just stepped back from death's gate, his soul still reeling. Then he dropped to his knees and begged, "Xiao Yi, from now on I won't make trouble for your group anymore. Let's work together and get out of the wilderness region alive." By now, the boy was breathing raggedly, his face ashen from the poison. Losing patience, Xiao Yi shouted, "Give me the antidote." Ko Meng said fearfully, "I'll give it to you right away." As he spoke, he reached in his chest, but instead of medicine, he threw out a handful of white powder. "Here, have this." Then he said coldly, "You're still too green to fight me. Be a good boy and die already." With that, he rushed forward with his dagger to stab Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi from it. In a flash, the 7 forms of the slaughter god was unleashed once more, decisive and clean, with only a single move. Brilliant golden spiritual energy erupted powerfully as Xiao Yi drove his sword through Ko Meng's abdomen. Ko Meng coughed up blood, his eyes still unable to believe that he had been defeated by a child. How is this possible? Looking at the sword stuck in his stomach, he whispered, "I died by your hand?" As soon as he finished speaking, his breath ceased and his whole body slumped forward to its knees. Xiao Yi, meanwhile, could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground, crawling with effort toward the medicine bottle that had fallen from Ko Meng's body. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth and crawled forward inch by inch, thinking, "I can't even gather my true energy anymore." The pills were not far away, yet to him they seemed 10,000 miles distant. In despair, Xiao Yi thought, "Am I going to die too?" He stared at the pill, and suddenly he remembered what Lu Tianguin had once said to Tinoch known during cultivation. Absolute heaven, divine medicine. What he gave me was the absolute heaven divine medicine. He struggled to stretch out his hand toward them. At last, his effort was not in vain. Xiao Yi managed to seize one pill. He quickly swallowed it. The boy's body was limp and drained, while the mist continued to close in around him. Lying on the ground, he thought, "The wilderness mist isn't eroding me anymore. But if I can't find a way to deal with the poison in my body, I'm still going to die." Xiao Yi stared fixedly at Ko Meng's corpse. His gaze was hollow. "I really killed him." But he also understood that if he hadn't killed Ko Meng, then he would have been the one to die. "I have to see whether he has an antidote on him." Thinking that, he forced himself to drag his body forward. Suddenly, a voice boomed like thunder. "Disciple, I'm here." A terrifying palm strike blasted apart the hill in front of him. Ko Meng's master looked left and right, searching for the figure of his beloved disciple. When he saw Ko Meng's body kneeling there motionless, his mouth fell open in shock, snapping out of it. He dashed over at full speed, calling urgently, "My disciple." He grabbed Ko Meng by the shoulders and shook him hard, as if trying to wake the dead. Shaking him like that, he wailed loudly, "Disciple, how did you die in a place like this? Your master was one step too late." Xiao Ye's face went pale with fear when he heard those words. "This is bad. It's Ko Meng's master. My luck really couldn't be worse." Then the man hugged Ko Meng's corpse and cried out in grief, "Disciple, how am I supposed to go on living now? You were my only disciple. I still had so many secret techniques left to teach you." Only after he had cried his fill did he finally notice Xiao Ye's presence. At once, he pointed straight at the boy and demanded harshly, "It was you. You killed my disciple." Xiao Yi felt his body growing more and more unbearable, as if the poison were tearing him apart from the inside. The venom was getting worse and worse. He stepped closer and asked in a cold voice, "You killed my only disciple?" As he spoke, he grabbed Xiao Yi, who was lying limply on the ground, by the collar and lifted him up, then loudly declared, "I will make you pay with your life." The boy thought in despair that he still could not escape death after all. But then, the man's next words left him stunned. "From now on, you are my disciple." It was utterly unbelievable. Xiao Yi raised his pale face to look at him and blurted out in shock, "Huh, hurry up and kowtow to your master." With that, the man threw the boy roughly to the ground, forcing him into an extremely awkward kneeling posture. Then he grabbed Xiao Yi by the hair, lifted his head, and slammed it down hard against the ground, forcing him to complete the ceremony of apprenticeship. This time, blood flowed from Xiao Ye's forehead, a long red streak running down the middle of his face. After finishing his own version of the ritual, the man held Xiao Yi by both shoulders and happily announced, "Haha, good disciple, from now on you are the successor of Windball Fist, my official disciple." Just like that, he pulled the boy around in a wild dance like a madman, laughing as he said, "Hee, good disciple, are you happy?" When he lifted Xiao Ye's hand and saw the boy's head droop forward, he finally realized something was wrong. He immediately checked Xiao Ye's pulse and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, so you're still poisoned?" Then he tossed him back onto the ground like a useless object and shouted, "Don't be afraid. Master will detoxify you." And he began channeling powerful inner force into Xiao Yi, forcing the poison out. After a while, the venom was slowly neutralized. Xiao Yi slowly opened his eyes. He was astonished to find that the man really was helping him expel the poison. What an eccentric person. Seeing him sit there in silence, the man asked, disciple, why can't you circulate your true qi?" He knew he would get no answer from the boy, so he began examining Xiao Ye's whole body, and what he found shocked him greatly. He stared at the boy and asked coldly, "You don't have heavenly veins or soul bones?" After a pause, he threw back his head and laughed like a lunatic. "Ah, you are truly a prodigy. I've never met anyone without heavenly veins or soul bones before. If no one has ever seen it, then you must be a rare genius. Now I will pass on the heart method of our Windball Fist sect to you." And without caring whether Xiao Yi agreed or not, he immediately began transmitting the method. The moment the heart method entered his body, Xiao Yi felt a bone-piercing pain. He opened his mouth and screamed, It hurt so much. It felt as if his body were about to explode. After transmitting for a while, the man dejectedly realized, why still can't the true force circulate? It must be because I haven't transmitted enough. That must be it. With that, he continued pouring more in. The red energy of the heart method surrounding Xiao Ye's body grew stronger and stronger. The boy cried out in agony. Just then, Tu Kong Huin landed nearby. He turned to look at the pursuer, closely chasing him, and cursed angrily. Damn it, so persistent. If this keeps up, I won't even have to wait for him to make a move. I'll die from exhausting my blood essence first. When he got here, Lu Tianguin was startled to see his son being infused with power by another man. He immediately landed in front of them and called softly, Xiao Yi, then forcefully pulled Xiao Yi away. Seeing his disciple snatched from him, the man pointed straight at Lu Tianguin and shouted, "Give my disciple back." And so the two of them clashed at once, neither yielding an inch. When their powers collided, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending earth and rocks flying everywhere. The man could not help but praise him. Pretty impressive. Lu Tianguin glared at him furiously, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Then he gathered strength and sent the man flying with a palm strike. Din Jai stared blankly at his own hands, rubbing them as he muttered, that hurts. Wow, you're really strong." At this moment, Lu Tianguin checked Xiao Ye's body and sensed a violent current of true force inside him. Fortunately, it was not life-threatening yet. But how had the boy ended up here? Had something happened on Minvu's side? Watching the two, Tu Kong Huin suddenly realized that this was Din Jai, successor of the Wind God, the famous Senior Din. He immediately greeted him. "Senior Din, I am Tu Kong Huin, sect master of the Nine Cloud Supreme sect. Today I am being hunted by villains. I beg you to save my life. In the future, the Nine Cloud Supreme sect will surely repay you generously." But Din Jai paid him no attention. He only pointed at Lu Tianguin and stubbornly demanded his disciple back. "Give my disciple back to me, or else you have to become my disciple." With that, he charged straight at Lu Tianguin again. Being treated like thin air left Tu Kong Huin feeling utterly humiliated, his face turning pale. Was the man really ignoring him completely? Even so, a new idea quickly formed in his mind. Right now, Din Jai was also hostile toward Lu Tianguin. Din Jai alone might be able to hold him down. So why shouldn't he seize this opportunity to join forces with Din Jai, kill the Hall Master of Tian Lai Hall, and eliminate a great threat? Lu Tianguin hurriedly took Xiao Yi into his arms as carefully as if holding a fragile treasure, then immediately began examining and treating him all over like a reluctant physician. Din Jai watched his actions in confusion. At this time, Lu Tianguin was channeling magical power into Xiao Ye's body. The boy was drenched in sweat, his brows tightly furrowed in intense pain. With Din Jai's utterly abnormal way of thinking, he assumed Lu Tianguin was about to kill Xiao Yi. At once, killing intent flared in his eyes. He shot toward Lu Tianguin like lightning and roared, "Don't touch my disciple." Lu Tianguin gripped the sword hilt tightly with one hand while using the other to send healing power into his son, and with his sword he struck back at Din Jai. Although Din Jai avoided the direct slash, the residual force alone was enough to split apart a huge boulder as easily as chopping a watermelon. Din Jai felt no fear at all and immediately unleashed Wind Ball Frenzied Claw against Lu Tianguin. The two continued to struggle, and throughout it Lu Tianguin was still healing Xiao Yi. Then he sent another sword strike at Din Jai. Din Jai dodged with extreme speed, but not fast enough. Lu Tianguin's blade grazed his neck and drew blood. Din Jai froze. Instead of attacking again, he kept muttering, I'm hurt, I'm hurt." Then he stuck out his tongue and licked the blood running from his neck. A huge translucent pink sword appeared, pointing straight at Lu Tianguin. He tilted aside to evade it, casually raising the immortal weapon in his hand. Lu Tianguin easily blocked Din Jai's move, as though teasing a child. He almost mocked him aloud. "Hey now, go a little easier. If you chip my sword, who's going to pay for it?" At that moment, Lu Tianguin fixed his gaze on Din Jai, causing his opponent to jolt. He assessed him inwardly. "I didn't expect Din Jai to possess strength at the great Emperor Stellar River Realm, and his true essence is extremely strange. This is the first time I've encountered an opponent like this." As for Din Jai, he was still drenched in sweat, instinctively licking at the wound on his wrist like a dog. Seeing that the blood kept seeping out, he cried in panic, "It won't stop bleeding." Suddenly, he remembered a secret technique. He quickly yanked out a few strands of hair from his head and shouted excitedly, "Oh, I forgot I knew this move." After pulling out the hair, he pressed it to his wrist and shouted with all his strength, "Blood-sealing wind." Sure enough, not long after, the bleeding stopped. Din Jai pointed straight at Lu Tianguin and loudly declared, "Hey, you're really strong. I have to get serious now." With that, he rushed in to attack again. Din Jai opened his mouth and roared, Wind Ball Furious Roar, and a tremendously powerful surge of magical force burst forth at once. Meanwhile, Lu Tianguin was still focused on healing Xiao Yi, continuously sending a stream of blue magical power into the boy's body. Suddenly, Tu Kong Huan appeared right behind Din Jai. Le Tianguin poussait Xiao Yi fartureve. Now he had to face both of them alone. Tu Kong Huan immediately unleashed magical power against him while loudly encouraging Din Jai. "Senior Din, keep it up. If the two of us join forces, he's no match for us." No one knew where he got such confidence from. At this moment, Lu Tianguin had to use both hands to direct power and defend against attacks from both sides. He answered blandly, "No match? Then try it." Being looked down on by Lu Tianguin made Tu Kong Huan so angry he nearly coughed blood. He shouted, "What are you acting tough for? It's 2 against 1. The advantage is mine. So what if you have an immortal weapon helping you?" Yet the moment he finished speaking, both Din Jai and Tu Kong Huan were blasted away by a single palm strike from Lu Tianguin. An earth-shaking pressure spread from him as he slowly walked toward them like an Azura from hell, declaring, "End this quickly." Having been knocked back, Tu Kong Huan could not believe that even with the two of them together, they still could not defeat him. Frowning hard, he blurted out, "How is that possible? Why do you still have another immortal weapon?" Lu Tianguin approached coldly, holding 2 chilling immortal weapons in his hands. Seeing the situation turn bad, Din Jai unleashed Boundless True Form. At once, a gigantic purple Dharma form appeared behind him. That manifestation raised its sword and pointed it straight at Lu Tianguin's face. Lu Tianguin lifted the immortal weapon in his left hand to block, then used his sword to cut the Dharma form's weapon in two. Still refusing to concede, Dinjai used Wind Ball Resistant Bone. A blazing red, dog-like manifestation appeared behind him and opened its enormous mouth. Just as the beast lunged to swallow him, Lu Tianwen braced the immortal weapon directly between its jaws. Seeing Lu Tianwen standing there calmly while the dog's mouth was pinned open and unable to close, Dinjai was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. In fear, he cried, "Ah, what is that thing of yours? Why is it so hard that my dog's head can't bite through it?" Taking the chance, the purple manifestation attacked Lu Tianwen from behind. By then, Lu Tianwen had lost all patience. With one slash, he chopped off the dog's head. Unfortunately, Dinjai's dog's head flew right into the path of Tu Kong Huin's manifestation as it was attacking, and it got struck by Tu Kong Huin's blow. Dinjai immediately turned and accused Tu Kong Huin, "You hit my dog's head." At some point, Xiao Yi had regained consciousness. The boy opened his eyes wide and watched the battle, thinking, is this a fight between people who are nearly immortals? Every move of theirs looks ordinary, yet I can feel that each strike contains enough power to destroy heaven and earth. Their attacks collide, yet also cancel each other out. Looking at the three people facing one another, he had a terrifying thought. If their strengths were not so evenly matched, this land would probably have been destroyed long ago. Lu Tianwen raised both immortal weapons overhead and loudly declared, "In the great world, there is nothing I cannot cut down." The moment he finished speaking, he swung both immortal weapons with both hands like a chef chopping vegetables, instantly cleaving his opponents apart with a dual sword annihilation combo. A surging blue pressure burst forth, leaving the Dharma form and the dog's head unable to resist. In just an instant, the two were defeated and sent flying backward, crying out loudly. Xiao Yi stared in amazement, thinking to himself, both of those opponents are incredibly strong. Probably the strongest people I've ever met. Ah, right, except for him. Yes, Lu Tianwen always seems to be the strongest. It feels like he's never lost before. After struggling for a while, both Dinjai and Tu Kong Huin were getting tired. Tu Kong Huin panted heavily, looking at Dinjai like a rabid dog in front of him in sheer frustration. And yet this was still not enough to stop the man from thinking about fighting Lu Tianwen. In his mind, he asked himself, with the Hall Master of Tian Lai Hall and those two weapons, both high-grade immortal weapons, could it really be that only a true immortal could defeat him? Dinjai, meanwhile, was furious to death. He loudly cursed, "Damn it, I'm too filthy already. I have to use my ultimate move." Then he pressed his palms together in front of his chest and shouted, "Wind Ball." At that moment, his whole body emitted fiery red spiritual power, and then he immediately dashed at Tu Kong Huin. The force and wind were so intense that Tu Kong Huin could not stand upright, his hair blown wildly upward. One would have thought he was about to unleash some earth-shattering move, but instead he urinated, in the exact posture of a dog pissing on a wall. Tu Kong Huin was horrified at the sight, his jaw dropping open. What the hell is that? There's actually such a shameless technique. Just then, Dinjai's deranged thoughts became even more tangled. He muttered suspiciously, no, that can't be right. Was it wind ball poop? No, wait. Was it wine ball drinks water, eats shit, eats dog food? Why can't I remember? At this point, Lu Tianwen could not hold back any longer and smacked him on the head with a palm. When Dinjai turned around to see who had hit him, a swollen lump the size of a guava had already risen on his head. He shouted angrily, "If I remembered that move, you wouldn't be my match." Suddenly, a huge dark brown mountain appeared in front of the three of them. With his mind in total chaos, Dinjai thought, did I actually use that move? The effect doesn't seem right. It should have been more shocking than this. Lu Tianwen looked grimly at the situation before him. A sun-devouring exalt flew out. Tu Kong Huin paled with fear and exclaimed, "Could that be the sun-devouring exalt, Chi-Chi?" The ancient records say this is a world-destroying, desolate beast. Whenever it appears, the world falls into danger. Of course, Xiao Yi recognized it. It was this very sun-devouring exalt that had brought him here. He widened his eyes in fear. Why had that thing come here? Could it be that the battle between the great emperors just now had attracted it? The sun-devouring exalt opened its enormous mouth right in front of the three of them, and Lu Tianwen began using his immortal weapon. He unleashed a move. Gripping the immortal weapon tightly, he raised it straight to the sky and shouted, "Devouring dragon form." Instantly, a blue dragon carrying an ancient aura appeared and confronted the sun-devouring exalt. Sensing the azure dragon's aura, Tu Kong Huin could hardly believe his eyes. Was this real? This immortal weapon even contains the aura of an azure dragon. Could it be that it was forged by slaying an azure dragon and refining countless torrents of blood into this immortal weapon? As far as he knew, even the weakest azure dragon was an extremely high-level existence. Just how many absurdly powerful beings had this man slain to forge these two immortal weapons? The azure dragon opened its mouth and shot toward the sun-devouring Exalt like lightning, then quickly vanished without leaving a trace of its aura. The sun-devouring Exalt looked left and right in search of the azure dragon. At that very moment, the azure dragon appeared and bit down on the Exalt's neck. It bit with such force, yet when it released, the sun-devouring Exalt had only suffered a little bleeding. This made Lu Tianwen think, I didn't expect Kakai's hide to be this tough. Tu Kong Huin had already gaped too much by this point. He was passing from one shock to another, as expected of the sun-devouring Exalt. Earlier, even Din Jai and I had a hard fight against Lu Tianwen together, and now it actually seems to be suppressing him. It seems the Hall Master of Tian Lai Hall still hasn't reached the immortal realm. Just then, Din Jai charged at Lu Tianwen like a madman and shouted, Hey, you and I aren't done fighting yet. The hand holding Lu Tianwen's other immortal weapon was forced to block Din Jai's sudden attack, and Tu Kong Huin seized the opportunity. At that moment, Lu Tianwen was being attacked from two sides. How could he possibly avoid a sneak attack from him as well? Wasn't this a golden opportunity? With that thought, Tu Kong Huin gathered spiritual power in his palm and lunged at him. One of Lu Tianwen's hands had to hold off the sun-devouring Exalt, while the other had to fight these two lunatics. He frowned and glanced at Din Jai's dog's head. Suddenly, Din Jai grabbed Tu Kong Huin by the wrist. Standing in front of Lu Tianwen, he coldly asked Tu Kong Huin, trying to assassinate me? Tu Kong Huin was completely stunned. His face went pale, and he stared at Din Jai with wide eyes. While his thoughts were still in disarray, Din Jai had already angrily demanded, Hey, who exactly are you? Why have you been interfering in my fight with that guy this whole time? Hearing that, Tu Kong Huin pointed at his own chest in bewilderment. Only after a moment did he let out a dumbfounded Then he blurted out a line that left everyone there speechless. The two of you are teaming up against me alone. How's that fair? Tu Kong Huin could not understand what he had done to make the other side think he was joining forces with Lu Tianwen. He was so furious that he stammered, unable to speak properly. You, bastard. At that moment, Xiao Yi struggled to prop himself up. Inwardly, he told himself, I have to help him. If he faces the sun-devouring Exalt and those two by himself, there's no way he can hold out. In the blink of an eye, the sun-devouring Exalt bit down hard, tearing the azure dragon in two, then swiftly crushed its body to pieces, until only a few soft feathers remained, drifting lightly in the wind. Suddenly, the sun-devouring Exalt's icy gaze stopped on Xiao Yi. The boy turned pale with fear. Had it noticed him? Black smoke billowed from the monster's nostrils, and then it charged straight at Xiao Yi in a violent rush. Din Jai also realized the danger in time and raised a hand to signal, Truce! Stop for now. My disciple is in danger. Sure enough, the sun-devouring Exalt had opened its horrifying maw wide, ready to swallow Xiao Ye's tiny body whole. Seeing those terrifying sharp fangs right in front of him, the boy was seized by utter panic, feeling as if he were about to be devoured any second. Suddenly, a large hand shot out toward the sun-devouring Exalt. Lu Tianwen activated his spiritual power. What happened next left Xiao Yi too stunned to react. Lu Tianwen had flown straight into the sun-devouring Exalt's mouth of his own accord. The monster immediately clenched its jaws, as if intending to chew and swallow him. Xiao Yi dropped to his knees, eyes fixed on the sun-devouring Exalt, able only to hope that Lu Tianwen could destroy its mouth from the inside and escape. After swallowing the man whole, the sun-devouring Exalt let out a snorting breath. Tu Kong Huin shuddered in fear and thought to himself, as expected of the sun-devouring Exalt, Hall Master of Tian Lai Hall, until the day you reach the immortal realm, you will never be able to contend against the true towering mountain of this world. At last, one great threat has been removed. It seems Chi Kai no longer has any desire to keep attacking. As long as I can escape this wilderness region, my path to the great Tao will be smooth. Xiao Yi wept in pain, his whole body trembling violently as he softly called, "Father." He felt overwhelmed with regret. In the past, his father had always protected him, yet he had treated him coldly because he thought he did not need a father. He had to be strong and independent and carry everything himself. When he was little, he had once naively thought, "I'll protect mother and elder sister. It doesn't matter if I don't have father. I don't need one." The other children in the village bullied him, throwing stones at him and mocking him. "Don't play with that bastard. Chase him away." He always told himself, "I don't need a father. I don't need a father." But in his moments of deepest pain, he would run to the cliffside and scream, "I'm not a bastard." He knew it was all a lie, because deep down, he had always longed for a father. Xiao Yi sat hugging his knees and looked up at the sky as he asked, "Father, where exactly are you?" Tears welled in the boy's eyes, and he looked as pitiful as an abandoned puppy. He could not deny that ever since his father had suddenly appeared, his heart had become peaceful again. But he did not dare face his father the way his elder sister did, because he was afraid his father would leave his mother and the children behind again. That fear had always haunted the boy's mind. The sun-devouring Exalt suddenly soared into the air and opened its mouth in a great roar. Xiao Yi dragged his heavy steps toward Komang's corpse. He pulled the sword out of the dead man's chest. He thought to himself, "Father doesn't need to be some great hero, and he doesn't need to have overwhelming magical power." Gripping the sword hilt tightly, Xiao Yi slowly walked toward the sun-devouring Exalt, with only one wish in his heart. "I only hope Father can stay by our side forever." In that instant, an enormous power erupted from Xiao Ye's body. His entire body blazed with violent scarlet flames. His eyes were reddened, tears still clinging to the corners, as he screamed to the heavens, "Give my father back to me!" The boy raised his sword straight toward the sky. His eyes turned blank white, empty and frenzied, while his whole body seemed wrapped in crimson fire. Murderous intent, pressure, and berserk power spread through the air. Din Jai looked at the power erupting from the boy and was horrified. He shouted a warning, "Hey, disciple, be careful." But then, to his surprise, he froze. Xiao Yi clenched his teeth and endured it, roaring in agony. Right where he stood, an earth-shaking explosion rang out. The ground split apart, and dirt and stone were blasted everywhere as if torn apart by a raging storm. The power flowing from the sword became incomparably violent, shaking even the surrounding space. The boy roared amid a sea of crimson fire that filled the sky, the cry sounding as if it could tear heaven and earth apart. Thinking of his father, the boy's power erupted even further. Veins bulged across his face as he shouted, "Summon!" Both Tu Kong Huin and Din Jai tilted their heads up toward the sky. Threads of red spiritual power were gathering toward a single point, and the pressure abruptly shifted into an azure hue. Xiao Yi opened his mouth and roared. The two forces of red and blue pressure intertwined around his body. Du Hong Huin Thou Wen. Lightning arts at this level? How dare this brat use them? What is this he's broken through? What shocked him even more was that Xiao Yi had broken through two realms at once. He truly was a rare prodigy. Unlike Tu Kong Huin, Din Jai held his head in fear. The boy still could not control the true power erupting inside him. If he failed, he would explode and die. At this moment, Xiao Ye's lightning art had completely enveloped the sun-devouring Exalt's body. The boy continued to increase the power of Tong Tian, and finally, the most violent power of Godslayer. Lu Tianwen looked at the boy in surprise and softly called in his heart, "Xiao Yi." Struck by the power of the lightning art, the sun-devouring Exalt thrashed unceasingly, shaking its head back and forth violently. Xiao Yi wept, tears soaking his cheeks. Before collapsing, he kept calling, "Father." Suddenly, the father Xiao Yi had believed dead abruptly appeared. Using immortal energy, he slashed straight into the sun-devouring Exalt, piercing its belly with a single sword strike and bursting out. At the sight of him, Tu Kong Huin was terrified beyond measure. That man, he got out. Lu Tianwen caught Xiao Yi just as he was falling. Seeing him, the boy softly called, "Father, you're really all right." Then he threw himself into Lu Tianwen's arms, crying as he called, "Father." Only then did he suddenly remember what Tien Han had once told him. In truth, Xiao Yi always acted strong, but the boy was not nearly as tough as everyone believed. Just give him more time, and he'll open his heart to you. He gently stroked his little son's head and told himself, I will never leave my children again. Lu Tianwen looked at the boy with astonishment. He had not expected him to forcibly use Tong Tian Godslayer. He recalled, if I'm not mistaken, the boy has probably only seen me use it once. I didn't expect his talent in lightning arts to be this heaven-defying. The sun-devouring Exalt was still alive. It struggled and opened its mouth in a great roar. Lu Tianwen could not help but sigh. As expected of a demonic beast at the level of the sun-devouring Exalt, I destroyed and attacked it from inside its body, yet still couldn't deal it a fatal blow. Suddenly, its belly swelled. It had opened its mouth and spat out a round object. The monster threw it onto the ground and quickly flew away. Tu Kong Huin stared at the egg-shaped object before him and exclaimed in surprise. Chi Kai was beaten so badly it had to flee. The moment he saw Lu Tianwen, Din Jai started provoking him again. Hey, dare to say your name? Makes it easier for me to call more people to beat you. Lu Tianwen glanced at him and coldly uttered 3 words. Lu Tianwen. The instant he finished speaking, Din Jai turned and ran without a trace. Before leaving, he even threw out a threat. I may not be your match now, but I'll definitely come back and teach you a lesson. My disciple can stay with you for the time being. Tu Kong Huin was speechless when he saw his opponent flee in fright. Just then, when he looked up, Lu Tianwen had already appeared right behind him. He hurriedly raised a hand to signal for a halt. Stop! If you make a move against me, the council. Before he could finish, Lu Tianwen beheaded him with a single stroke. Sword in hand, he killed the man the instant he struck. After dealing with his enemy, he withdrew his pressure and prepared to lower his sword. At that exact moment, cracks suddenly appeared on the red egg. He immediately sensed a strange aura and turned his gaze toward it. The cracks grew larger and larger, and the egg was nearly split in 2. Through the widening fissure, he could see the thing inside. It was a skull. The aura made Lu Tianwen profoundly wary. Without another word, he swung his blade in a decisive slash, shattering the egg into countless fragments. The moment it broke apart, a powerful pressure and a terrifying whirlwind instantly erupted, sweeping across the area and forcing Xiao Yi to struggle to hold his ground. Shielding his face with one hand, the boy exclaimed in shock, "How can a broken egg release such terrifying power?" Then, a dense stream of black energy appeared, twisting into a black cyclone around a white skeleton. Litien Nguyen pondered in silence. Could the eerie energy I sensed inside Chi Kai before have come from this thing? A moment later, the skeleton's feet touched the ground, and it slowly rose upright. Xiao Yi was dumbstruck by the extraordinary scene. Chi Kai's egg had actually hatched a skeleton. A bold thought suddenly came to him. Could this be some great master who had once been devoured and was now reborn? Purple pupils burned in the empty sockets of the skull as the skeleton instantly shot toward Lu Tianwen. He responded with agility, swinging long Qyet in a lethal slash. The skeleton twisted aside and dodged, while the sword chi split a distant mountain in 2. It leapt into the air, intending to hack straight down onto the crown of his head, but Lu Tianwen raised long Qyet in time and blocked it with the flat of the blade. He then slashed at its arm. Yet strangely, even the peerlessly sharp long Qyet could not sever it. Le tien Nguyen froned. Too hard. Even long Qyet can't cut through it. He immediately tried another strike. When the black aura began spreading even more violently, Lu Tianwen quickly grabbed Xiao Yi and flew straight into the sky. The skeleton remained standing still as the dark energy around it diffused outward with horrifying corrosive power, no different from the deathly mist of the wilderness region. Xiao Yi silently thanked his father for pulling him away in time. He wondered, that corrosive force is far too strong. If it had touched me just now, would I have melted away? The skeleton slowly stepped forward, then suddenly glanced at something. It was Tu Kong Huin's headless corpse. The skeleton manipulated the black energy to cover it. It lifted the body, and in the blink of an eye, Tu Kong Huin's flesh began to corrode. Using the black energy, it peeled away the skin and flesh, taking them to patch its own legs. Then its arms, face, and entire body. In other words, it had stolen Tu Kong Huin's skin, but still could not fully recover. Its upper body remained skeletal, leaving it puzzled. Only this much recovery? That's not right. Xiaoyi staved in horror. Maut agape. Oh heavens. It turned into a person. The skeleton reached down, picked up a piece of cloth from the ground, and wrapped it around its waist to cover itself. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Chikai hurriedly forced me out like this. What a pity. The timing still wasn't right. Lu Tianguin calmly asked, "Who are you?" The half-human, half-ghost being replied, "I am the son of the wilderness god." Lu Tianguin immediately recognized the other party's identity. The son of the wilderness god looked at him with contempt and mocked. A mere mortal dares hear the name of the wilderness god and show no fear? Lu Tianguin answered in an indifferent tone. "Just because your name contains the word god, does that mean I should bow my head?" He looked up at the sky, his voice tinged with nostalgia. "Time really does fly. It seems the name of the wilderness god has weakened quite a bit." Then he continued, "There's an aura on your body that feels familiar to me. It seems to come from another deity." The moment he finished speaking, the son of the wilderness god raised a hand and gathered tremendous pressure. Xiaoyi suddenly felt a powerful force pulling at his arm, making his eyes widen in shock. The son of the wilderness god proposed, "Come with me, and I will not destroy you." Realizing his intent, Lu Tianguin quickly pulled his son behind him. The being said coldly, "I don't know why Chi Kai expel me at this moment, but you truly are an excellent material. You would be of great help to my recovery." At once, a pitch-black surge of true energy with terrifying force shot straight at him. Lu Tianguin gripped long, Qiyet tightly and swung, tracing a beautiful arc. Blue sword Qi burst from the blade and instantly scattered the dark energy. The son of the wilderness god showed no panic even though his move had been broken so easily. He stood still and watched as Lu Tianguin flew toward him, sword raised to pierce straight through him. When the sword tip was only a few inches from his face, the son of the wilderness god precisely caught the blade and exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect this sword to be able to wound my divine bones." Then he shamelessly declared, "Your sword is excellent. It suits me perfectly. I want to take it." Lu Tianguin coldly asked, "Can you even hold it?" The son of the wilderness god intensified the black energy to restrain Long Qiyet, but was immediately struck back. In the very next instant, Lu Tianguin yanked the sword hard. The son of the wilderness god dropped to one knee, bowing low in a miserable posture. Lu Tianguin shouted, "Even 10,000 armies cannot stop me," and drove the sword forward with all his strength. To resist him, the son of the wilderness god released the might of the wilderness god, causing pitch-black, true energy to envelop his entire body. The son of the wilderness god tried to save face, making excuses that he had only just awakened and was still weak. Refusing to submit, he gathered more black energy into his palm and shouted, "Black Qi, gather!" The streams of black energy, like ribbons, began surrounding Lu Tianguin and his son. Although he himself was unaffected, Lu Tianguin worried about Xiao Yi and immediately used true energy to protect the boy. A sturdy layer of blue, true energy wrapped around Xiao Yi like a solid barrier. The sword, knocked loose, landed in front of Xiao Yi, and the boy quickly ran toward it. Lu Tianguin watched his son and shouted, "Guard!" At the same time, a blue flame ignited in his palm. The instant the word left his mouth, true energy centered on the sword and formed a huge sphere of light around Xiao Yi. The black aura outside was still spreading everywhere. Xiao Yi called out anxiously, "Father." He glanced at his son and instructed, "In a moment, I may not be able to pay attention to you. Just stay where you are. Jinyue will protect you completely." As for the son of the wilderness god, he continued gathering true energy. The black aura spread wider and wider, and an object shaped like a gun appeared in his hand. The son of the wilderness god raised it proudly. Xiao Yi turned pale at the sight, having never seen such a weapon before. Could that be a divine artifact? The son of the wilderness god aimed the gun at Lu Tianguin. Lu Tianguin had already swiftly condensed his pressure into his own weapon, ready to fight. One of his eyes emitted a purple light. The son of the wilderness god said disdainfully, "Brat, you won't even have time to cry out." Then he pulled the trigger. A streak of black aura shot toward Lu Tianguin. He raised his blade to block it, shouted, "Slash!" and brought his saber down, shattering the incoming stream. The force he deflected struck a nearby mountain, and in the span of a single instant, it corroded and melted the entire massive peak. Its power was truly terrifying. Lu Tianguin spun his blade, deflecting stream after stream into the surrounding mountains and causing them to collapse in rapid succession. Just like that, one mountain after another shattered apart. Suddenly, Xiaoyi cried out in alarm, "Father, be careful. To your right." Lu Tianguin reacted instantly and tilted his body to dodge. At the same time, he was inwardly astonished by his son's ability. He had not expected Xiao Ye's eyesight to have become sharp enough to keep up with both his movements and those of the son of the wilderness god. This journey into the wilderness region had truly helped the boy mature greatly. The unfortunate mountain struck by the attack exploded into pieces. The wilderness god's descendant continued with his ultimate move, Touch of the Wilderness God. The ground split apart, forming a huge chasm, and a crimson glow like erupting lava surged up from below. A series of pitch-black hands rose up and clawed toward Lu Tianguin, trying to seize him. However, he had already prepared a response. Lu Tianguin poured all of his pressure into the blade, causing a blue aura to envelop it. When he felt the power had reached its peak, he struck fiercely at the grasping hands and shouted, "Ha!" The blue pressure immediately wrapped around the wilderness god's black aura and shot straight toward the enemy. In a flash, Lu Tianguin used the chance to slip through the stream of energy, suddenly appearing in front of the son of the wilderness god and shocking him to the core. As Lu Tianguin swung his blade down, the son of the wilderness god hurriedly raised his bony arm to block. Lu Tianguin's blade turned fluidly, then abruptly changed direction and thrust straight at his lower abdomen. The son of the wilderness god reacted in time and dodged left by a hair's breadth. Otherwise, a large hole would have been blasted through his body. At such close range, he swung his weapon to counterattack. But Lu Tianguin was faster, pressing down with his blade and preventing him from using it. I admit you're immune to the threat of divine artifacts, but for a mere mortal like you to dream of defeating someone with divine blood like me is sheer fantasy. Whether it's fantasy or not, we'll know after we try. Before the son of the wilderness god could finish gloating, Lu Tianguin's blade had already sliced through one of his ribs. The son of the wilderness god was horrified and could not believe his eyes. How is that possible? Lu Tianguin remained cold and declared, "You with divine blood, let me see whether you bleed." The son of the wilderness god stubbornly tried to deceive himself. "Mortal, I have to admit you are strong, but make me bleed?" Suddenly, Lu Tianguin's pressure erupted with terrifying force, producing a deafening explosion that shook heaven and earth. Xiaoyi held his breath as he watched the battle, exclaiming in shock, "Is that father's full strength?" Lu Tianguin continued unleashing slashing energy. He spun the current of energy in his hand, then tightened his grip on the hilt and brought the blade down in a decisive overhead strike. The blue pressure pierced through the opponent's black true energy. A golden flash appeared, and the black aura began to crumble away. With a clatter, the gun in the son of the wilderness god's hand fell to the ground. The slash had cut clean through his body. He stared at Lu Tianguin with hatred and unwillingness, unable to accept being defeated by a mortal. His divine artifact began to break apart into countless tiny red fragments that looked like precious jewels. In a cold voice, he said, "I didn't expect that even using a divine artifact wouldn't be enough to defeat you." A red glow filled the space, and the surrounding mountains exploded, sending earth and stone flying in all directions. With the last of his curiosity, he asked, "Mortal, what is your name?" Lu Tianguin answered confidently with 3 words, "Lu Tianguin." Before closing his eyes, the other softly muttered, "I'll remember that." Then the son of the wilderness god was completely buried beneath falling rocks. Sometime later, Lu Tianguin stood atop a mountain peak. He used his pressure to recall the Jinyue sword. The sword spun through the air and carried Xiao Yi flying back to him. Father and son swept up into the sky, leaving behind the land that was about to be reduced to ashes. Xiao Yi looked up at the enormous mountain ahead as it suddenly collapsed. His innocent little head could not understand what was happening. He asked his father, "Why did this mountain collapse?" Lu Tianguin explained, "Because I severed the source divine artifact of this mountain, so the whole mountain collapsed with it." Xiao Yi listened intently, feeling as though his horizons had been broadened. This was completely beyond anything he had imagined. He had never thought a divine artifact could be the root of a mountain. Could this mountain once have been the residence of some sect? Lu Tianguin spoke to his son as if to an adult, candidly sharing his own speculation. My guess is that everything in the world has the potential to become a divine artifact. Father, the more you say, the less I understand. Lu Tianguin went on explaining. There is also another possibility. Everything in the world is made up of divine artifacts, while rivers, mountains, and stones are merely their outward manifestation. The father and son continued flying onward. Xiaoyu was still puzzled and kept asking questions. The world is made up of divine artifacts? If that's true, then it's far too shocking. What exactly are these divine artifacts? Could they be things left behind by the gods? Lu Tianguin honestly replied to his son, all of this is only my speculation. However, I have fought divine artifacts many times. Their forms are incredibly varied, and they are not something human strength could create. That is what troubles me the most. I once tried to study them and make models, but what I created only resembled divine artifacts in appearance. Their power was nowhere close. The most they could do was punch a tiny hole in a wooden board. Looking straight ahead, Lu Tianguin continued explaining to his son, as for the divine artifacts strengthened and reinforced by sex, their power becomes even greater. For example, the divine artifacts of the Tammok sect and Qingyun Mountain are even stronger than the son of the wilderness god held. That line of reasoning gave the boy another question. Father, if divine artifacts are the source of rivers and mountains, then why didn't the Tammok sect collapse back when you destroyed its divine artifact? Lu Tianguin shook his head lightly. Because I never destroyed the Tammok sect's divine artifact. I only broke it. Xiaoyu recalled the way the divine artifact had disappeared, yet still could not understand. So he asked, but the way the son of the wilderness god's divine artifact disappeared looked exactly the same as when the Tammok sect's divine artifact disappeared. Strange symbols appeared in both cases, only the colors were different. Lu Tianguin frowned and replied softly to his son, those special symbols that appear when a divine artifact disappears. I once saw them in an ancient book. They're called numbers. Numbers? What are those? Lu Tianguin continued explaining things that were difficult for Xiaoyu to grasp. Those numbers are 0 and 1. Xiaoyu came up with a bold idea. Could they be the same numbers we usually use? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? He still had not run out of questions. If they mean the same thing, why are they written with such strange symbols? Lu Tianguin's son truly seemed to have 10,000 questions to ask. Lu Tianguin could only promise, if you want to understand more deeply, next time Father will bring you the ancient book to read. That sounds really interesting. Xiaoyu raised his brows with clear interest and nodded. Yes, I'm very curious. Could these numbers be the foundation that makes up this world and even influence the way we cultivate? Suddenly, Lu Tianguin saw 3 figures hurrying toward them through the air. Everyone, land at once. When she saw that Xiaoyu was safe and sound, she rushed toward him like the wind and said emotionally, "You're all right." That's wonderful. When she saw Lu Tianguin, she was extremely surprised and asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, was it you who found Xiaoyi?" He nodded in reply. Only then did she crouch down to inspect Xiaoye's small body, and when she saw that he had not suffered any serious injuries, she finally let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain this to elder sister. After confirming that Xiaoyi was all right, she asked him, "Brother-in-law, how did you run into Xiaoyi?" "All right, earlier you quietly entered the wilderness region. What exactly were you here to do?" He answered briefly, "Do a few things. Kill someone." Then I happened to find Xiaoyi. Sui Feng spoke up to report, "Young master, after you left the land of Jinhua, Long Su Jing brought his forces over. After that, another sun-devouring exalt crawled out from within the mountain and took Xiaoyi away." After comparing everything, the sun-devouring exalt that took Xiaoyi away should have been Jiqi. Li Tian Nguyen nodded in confirmation. That's right. I encountered Jiqi. It has already retreated into the deepest part of the wilderness region, and for now, its next move is unclear. Suddenly, something occurred to him and his face darkened. What about that Long Su Jing? Shi Yunwan answered blankly. Brother-in-law, that giant whale was far too savage. Brother Sui Feng, Brother Minvu, and General Fuang's forces all had to join hands just to barely hold it back for a while. Sui Feng continued for her. Fortunately, Long Su Jing didn't target us. After Jiqi flew away, it left some time later as well. Only then did Shi Yunwan suddenly remember an important detail. Also, every time that Long Su Jing breathed, it sucked away all of our true power. almost completely drained it. Luckily, Brother Sui Feng gave me a Ju Tian divine medicine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. Lu Tianguin looked up at the sky and murmured, Long Su Jing, Fuong Xiaolit. As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered everyone, leave the wilderness region immediately. Suddenly, Xiaoyi felt a pain that pierced to the bone marrow, and he could not help letting out a soft groan. Image. Then his whole body swayed as though he were about to collapse. Shi Yunwan ran over anxiously and asked, Xiaoyi, what's wrong with you? Sui Feng immediately examined him and cried out in astonishment. Xiaoyi has already reached the peak of the true man realm? Even stranger, what is this violent current of true power inside his body? This is absolutely not the kind of true power someone in the true man realm should possess. Lu Tianguin explained. Xiaoyi was forcibly infused with a large amount of true power. Because of that, he had already broken through to the Linsu realm for a short time earlier. Hearing this, all three of them exclaimed in shock, What? Lu Tianguin paid no attention to their surprise and urged, We'll leave the wilderness region first. Some things can no longer be delayed. They must be set in motion earlier than planned. At the same time, in another part of the wilderness region, the son of the wilderness god was darting through the air as if fleeing for his life. Even more surprisingly, he was intercepted by Lai Thua Can. The two stared at each other with hostility and caution in their eyes. Lai Thua Can unleashed spiritual power to attack the son of the wilderness god and shouted, What demon from the demon moon are you? The palm strike created a massive explosion. At the same time, Lai Thua Can's figure split into 5 illusory forms, each like a whirling gust of wind. Which is real? Lai Thua Can flung out his hand, and spiritual power condensed into a dazzling, spiraling pillar of light aimed straight at the son of the wilderness god. Divine might flashed in his eyes as he shouted, Return! A black smoke shaped like countless skulls slowly condensed into a human form, leaving Lai Thua Can utterly shocked. The moment he released his spiritual power, he sensed that something was wrong. Before that force could even touch the enemy, it was completely redirected and dissolved by the son of the wilderness god. The situation before him horrified Lai Thua Can, and he shouted, Who exactly are you? No, what exactly are you? The son of the wilderness god said coldly, Compared to Lu Tianguin, you are far inferior. The subordinate standing behind Lai Thua Can saw his honored young master insulted and could not contain his rage. Gripping the sword hilt with one hand, he shouted, How presumptuous! How dare you be disrespectful to the young master? With that, he also launched spiritual power and sword techniques at the enemy. Just as the sword blade was about to touch the son of the wilderness god's face, it was suppressed by a stream of black aura. With only the faintest flick of his arm, the sword twisted and bent out of shape. At the same time, the arm of the man wielding the sword suffered the same recoil as the blade itself, twisting into a grotesque angle. The pain was so severe, he nearly fainted on the spot. A streak of black aura swept past, and his arm was severed from his body. This situation could only be dealt with by using a formation. Lai Thua Can immediately ordered his remaining 3 subordinates. Form up. Yes, young master. They quickly set up their formation. Numerous swords appeared behind Lai Thua Can. He raised his hand to control the formation. Spirit runes shone in all directions, and sword intent surged from the center like a tide. Then came a shout that shook heaven and earth. Amber sword, slash demons, and eliminate evil. As soon as the words fell, the sword shadows tore through the air. The blades transformed into dragons and crashed downward like divine thunder, subduing fiends. Sword after sword flew along its trajectory toward the son of the wilderness god, but he did not move at all, simply standing there like a statue. 1 second later, all of those swords shattered into fragments. One man cried out in horror, What? The 5 of us attacked with all our strength, and he wasn't harmed at all? The son of the wilderness god looked at them with contempt. Is that all? Lend me your lives for a moment. As soon as he spoke, he released a sinister black aura. Even with Lai Thua Can protected by the formation, he was unable to resist the son of the wilderness god. His whole body broke out in cold sweat. His face turned deathly pale, and his heart was flooded with fear. What is this thing? This terror that seeps straight into the marrow. There is no way I can be his opponent. Absolutely no way. At that moment, one loyal subordinate used all his strength to strike Lai Thua Can with a palm, knocking him out of the area engulfed by the black aura, and shouted, "Young master, run." The instant the words left his mouth, his entire body was corroded by the black aura and riddled with holes. Even before closing his eyes, he did not forget to urge Lithua Can, "Young master, run." Very quickly, that subordinate was completely absorbed by the son of the wilderness god. The skeletal parts of the son of the wilderness god's body gradually recovered somewhat. 3 subordinates remained. One stayed behind to fight, while the other 2 supported Lithua Can. The one who remained ordered them, "Escort the young master away." Hearing him, the other 2 immediately took Lithua Can and retreated, while the one left behind attacked with his full power. Lithua Can anxiously turned back and called out, "Tani!" In an instant, the man had already charged in front of the enemy. The son of the wilderness god seized his head with one hand. Blood slowly flowed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Barely a moment later, he crushed the man's head to pieces. After absorbing another person, his body recovered even further. In this situation, the 3 of them could not possibly escape. One of the remaining subordinates stepped forward to stay behind and hold off the son of the wilderness god. He shouted, "Huni, the young master is in your hands now. I'll hold that monster back." As soon as he finished speaking, he spat out his natal blood essence onto the blade and thought to himself, "I'll use the cultivation of my entire life to keep the young master safe." The move erupted with terrifying power, forming a gigantic sword. Lithua Can cried out in anguish, "Hunot!" Another sword shot toward the son of the wilderness god. Just as expected, with a casual wave of his hand, it shattered into pieces. That same swing also sliced Hunot in half. Then he flew in front of the 2 people who were trying to escape. The last remaining subordinate chose to sacrifice himself to protect the young master. He shoved Lithua Can away and said, "Take care, young master." Then he lunged forward and grabbed the son of the wilderness god's leg, shouting, "Monster, die with me." Black chi slowly seeped into his body. Gradually, the dark energy swelled, wave after wave like rolling black tides. Lithua Can dropped to his knees on the cold ground, his eyes vacant. He slammed his fist into the earth and shouted unwillingly, "Tanat, Tani, Hunot, Huni. It's all my fault. You all died because of a useless piece of trash like me." Suddenly, a voice rang out and made him jump. "You really are useless." At some point, the son of the wilderness god had already approached him. Lithua Can went pale with fear and stammered, "You actually..." Before he could finish, the son of the wilderness god's shriveled hand seized his throat, making him cough up blood. Curiously, he asked Lithua Can, "I'm very curious. What is so special about you that those people were willing to risk their lives to protect you?" After thinking for a while and finding no answer, he shook his head and muttered, "Mediocre. Completely meaningless." With his throat tightly crushed and veins bulging, Lithua Can struggled to say, word by word, "My father is the Sword Saint. He will definitely avenge me." Even though the son of the wilderness god did not know who the Sword Saint was, he could guess that the name belonged to a true expert. "Li Tukan Snot Gon Li. My father is the strongest man in this world." Hearing that, the son of the wilderness god grew even more interested. He decided to spare him and ordered, "Take me to him." Lithua Can slowly got to his feet, frowned at him, and asked, "Scared now, are you? Why do you want to find my father?" The son of the wilderness god did not hide it at all. "Absorbing those 4 just now only restored part of my injuries. Only the flesh and blood of a true expert can restore my body to its original state and bring back my real power." Lithua Can felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Sweating in terror, he stammered, You want to absorb my father." In the stillness of the night, 2 spheres of light, one blood red, the other violet like poisonous bone, floated near the bright moon, giving off flickering spiritual radiance. Xiaoyu was sitting in his room, cultivating, when Lu Tianwen suddenly stepped in and stood before him. Calmly, he said, "You forcibly used the heaven-piercing God-Slayer. That caused Ding Zhai's true force to move and gather inside your body. Right now, that current of true force has already spread through all your internal organs." He continued, "I originally planned to wait until your foundation was more stable before teaching you this. But given the current situation, I can't delay any longer." Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately circulated his power through 2 fingers and transmitted it straight into the boy's body. A stream of green, true force wrapped around Xiao Yi and seeped into him. While the red true force within him was still in chaos, Xiaoyi closed his eyes to receive it and listened carefully to his father's instruction. The cultivation art I am passing on to you is the 9-9 origin art. It is also the main cultivation method I practice. After explaining that, he began guiding the boy in how to direct origin chi, how to merge with it, and how to completely absorb that chaotic current of true chi into something that would become his own. Xiaoyi closed his eyes, looked inward into his chi sea, and felt the red true force surge even more fiercely. A golden figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Lu Tingwen opened the acupoint on his son's chest and shouted, "First revolution, guide the killing force back into the meridians." A stream of blazing red spiritual power burst forth like fire, winding along the meridians throughout his body like a crimson serpent piercing through bone and marrow, making his body tremble violently beneath the pressure of heaven and earth's spiritual force. Xiaoyi spat out blood, but Lu Tianguin continued opening his channels, shouting, "Second revolution. Transform the killing force into the formless state." The father and son sat inside a golden circle as Lu Tianguin's green true force poured in, soothing the chaotic energy raging inside his son. The boy's entire body seemed to be burned by an invisible flame. Lu Tianguin placed a hand on Xiaoye's head and deployed a yin-yang formation. Third revolution. Stabilize the origin. The scattered true force was immediately drawn out, floating in the air like drifting red silk. The boy's small body lay in the middle of that powerful current of true force. After a while, Xiaoyi looked up at Lu Tianguin and said happily, "Father, I feel much better now." He nodded. "Good. From now on, continue cultivating this art. The true force of all things in this world can gradually be transformed into something you can use. With your current condition, as long as you cultivate it to the 10th level, you'll be able to control this true force and use it as you please." Xiaoyi asked curiously, "Father, this technique is called the 9-9 origin art. Does that mean there are 9,981 levels in total?" He patiently explained, "The number 99 symbolizes endlessness. As for how many levels one can truly cultivate, that depends entirely on fate and one's own effort." That reminded him of Sui Feng, who had already cultivated it to the 69th level. Xiaoyi was utterly shocked by that and quickly asked, "Then what about Uncle Minvu?" Lu Tianguin shook his head. He has no affinity for cultivating it. The father and son spoke in the room without realizing that Minvu was already standing outside the door, having heard everything clearly. He immediately went to find Sui Feng, his eyes full of scrutiny. "You've cultivated the 9-9 origin art to the 69th level? Then compared to Osam now, who's stronger?" Sui Feng answered modestly and somewhat vaguely. "No matter what, I still can't compare to the Hallmaster." That answer made Min Vu's blood boil. He frowned at Sui Feng and said quietly, "At a time like this, what's the point of being modest?" As he spoke, Minvu glanced toward the father and son inside the room and could not help sighing. Still, Xiaoye's talent is truly astonishing. In such a short time, he's already reached the 3rd level. Sui Feng continued, "Teaching Xiaoyi is different from teaching us. The boy has to cultivate while guarding against the true force's backlash. On top of that, his foundation still isn't completely stable, so the Hall Master had to transfer a part of his own true force to help speed up his cultivation. Fortunately, Xiaoyi has already mastered the 2 arts of life and death, so his ability to adapt is stronger than most people's. But how far he can go on the road ahead will still depend on the will of heaven." Minvu asked in confusion, "With us protecting him, what is there to fear?" Just then, Shiyin Han and Shiyin Wan hurried over and asked in unison, "How is he?" The door opened, and Lu Tianguin led Xiaoyi outside, saying firmly, "He's fine now." The moment the boy saw his mother, his eyes lit up, and he softly called, "Mother." Shiyin Han anxiously asked, "Xiaoyi, are you all right?" The boy answered proudly, "Yes. Father taught me a new cultivation art, so I'm fine now." She lifted her eyes to look at Lu Tianguin, and a faintly romantic atmosphere spread between them. Shiyin Han said, "This experience may not be a bad thing after all. Finding life in the midst of death will surely bring about a new transformation." Lu Tianguin then said to everyone, "Get some rest tonight. Tomorrow, we leave for the 9 Cloud Supreme Sect." Shiyin Wan looked utterly puzzled. "The 9 Cloud Supreme Sect? Why do we have to go there?" As he passed by Shiyin Han, Lu Tianguin patted her shoulder and said softly, "I'm going to see Fuang Chao leap for a moment." With that, he immediately left. When Shi Yunwan noticed the bloodstain on Sui Feng's back, she was greatly alarmed. She hurriedly asked, "Big brother Sui Feng, are you hurt?" He searched his memory and replied, "I must have been struck during the fight with Long Tu Kin." Embarrassed, Sui Feng turned and walked away, saying softly, "It's nothing serious. I'm going to change." He left in such a hurry that he did not notice the jade pendant at his waist had fallen, and it ended up in Min Vu's hand. Min Vu stood there staring as Sui Feng hurried off as though fleeing, behavior completely unlike his usual calm self. Min Vu Thawen in Gon Fu Xin. Why is Sui Feng being so absent-minded? He even dropped his pendant. Don't tell me he was seriously injured in the fight with Long Tu Kin. Shi Yunwan took the jade pendant from Min Vu's hand and said, "I'll go check on brother Sui Feng. I need to thank him for saving me anyway." As soon as she said that, she rushed off with the pendant before Min Vu could react. Min Vu grumbled irritably, "No matter what, I helped Sui Feng save her too, and she hasn't thanked me at all." He felt deeply wounded. Sui Feng returned to his room and began taking off his clothes. His body was covered in wounds, large and small. At that exact moment, Shi Yunwan pushed the door open and walked in, cheerfully calling, "Big brother Sui Feng, your jade pendant fell." Her sudden appearance startled him, and he froze on the spot like a statue, staring at her with wide eyes. Shi Yunwan stared back at Sui Feng's body, her cheeks flushing red. Only a second later, she immediately turned her face away and said awkwardly, Sorry, I didn't mean to." Sui Feng gracefully put his clothes back on and gently shook his head. "It's all right." Then he took back the jade pendant and did not forget to thank her. "Thank you." Shi Yunwan turned back worriedly and asked, "Big brother Sui Feng, are your injuries really all right?" He lowered his head, his voice flat. "They're just some unpleasant matters from the past." Seeing the sorrow on his face, her heart ached. Shi Yunwan asked softly, "Big brother Sui Feng, are you really okay? Is there something hard to talk about? Can you share with me?" Then she suddenly remembered. "Oh, right. Big brother Minvu also said you seemed a little distracted." Sui Feng answered painfully, "My elder sister's death anniversary is approaching." Shi Yunwan looked at him with sympathy, realizing that he needed space. She stepped toward the door and softly comforted him before leaving. "Big brother Sui Feng, please try to bear your grief. I'll be going now." When she reached the doorway, she suddenly asked, "Oh, right, big brother Sui Feng. Last night, when I was half conscious, it seemed like someone captured me. Were you the one who saved me?" Sui Feng gave a slight nod. Only then did she realize with a start that she had not been dreaming after all. Closing his eyes, he explained, "The young master arranged long ago for me to protect you in secret." After hearing the answer, she nodded gently, her voice soft as spring breeze. Thank you, big brother Sui Feng." Under the quiet night sky, Lu Tianwen went to see Fuang Chao Li and got straight to the point. "The purpose of your trip into the wilderness region this time was Long Tu Kin, wasn't it?" Fuang Chao Li glanced at him and nodded. "That's right." Then he activated his power, and a brilliant golden spiritual light flared in his palm, dazzling like a flame in the night. Fuang Chao Li introduced the golden sphere in his hand. Long Tu Kin's whiskers are called Long Dying Tuesday. They are an important material for refining the elixir of immortality. Lu Tianwen asked in curiosity, "The elixir of immortality?" Fuang Chao Li slowly lowered his hand, and Long Dying Tu gradually disappeared. In an even tone, he said, "His Majesty is old. It is only natural that he desires an elixir of immortality." Lam Tuong happened to propose that one could be refined, and that is how this encounter of ours came about. Lu Tianwen curled his lips in a faint smile. "So, if you wanted Long Tu Kin, you just happened to run into it. Quite lucky, isn't it?" Fuang Chao Li replied coldly, "Lam Tuong has great ability. The thinning of the wilderness region's fog and the place where Long Tu Kin would appear this time were both divined by him." From what Lu Tianwen knew, this Lam Tuong has always opposed your third younger brother and wants to support the fourth prince as crown prince, doesn't he? Fuang Chao Li tilted his head back to look at the sky and sighed. "The crown prince has already made it clear that he hopes you won't interfere in court affairs. He can handle these matters himself." After a moment, Lu Tianwen sat down in a nearby chair, his head lowered. Fuang Chao Li looked at him and continued, "The crown prince did not stop such an absurd matter as the elixir of immortality. He even let me lead this operation. Do you know why? He also wanted to see whether Lam Tuong could really refine such an elixir, whether it might help prolong your life." Lu Tianguin answered wearily. Life and death are decreed by fate. Why forcefully seek more years? Fuang Chao Li recalled exactly. I advised him the same way, but he only laughed loudly and neither denied nor explained anything. Then he spread his hands and remarked casually, who told him to value you even more than the imperial throne? Suddenly, he patted his chest, his face clearly showing worry as he asked, Brother, are you really not afraid? A fortune teller told me I wouldn't live past 60, and I've been uneasy about it ever since. Lu Tianguin fell silent for a long time before looking up at the sky and saying softly, I will exhaust the very essence of my life to change the future. If I cannot finish this matter, Sui Feng will take over as the successor of Tian Lai Hall. As long as my will remains, I do not fear death. He added, besides, now my wife and child are both by my side. Then he turned and asked, and you? Are you still not planning to make your relationship with Manhwa public? Fuang Chao Li closed his eyes, his words light as mist. I already told you. Maybe when I turn 60 I'll leave. I might even die earlier than that. Though there are some regrets, with that kid beside you, I'm completely at ease. Sometimes, being a grumbling uncle is easier than being a father. The two men, each carrying his own burdens, stood silently facing each other in the stillness of the night. The next morning, on Mount Heavenly Master, a thunderous voice rang out. I beg Master Bulow to help me seek justice. The speaker was Ding Jai. Kneeling before the gate of a grand building, he loudly pleaded, help me punish that Lu Tianguin. He stole my disciple from me, and I can't beat him. I beg Master Bulow to intervene for me. Vida, holding a whisk, stood at the gate and watched in silence. Ding Jai looked up at Vida and continued, Master Bulow promised to do 3 things for my Ding family. Vida looked extremely troubled and replied coldly, for hundreds and thousands of years, the Ding family has never used that promise. And today, you want to use it simply to punish one person? You would use one of Master Bulow's promises just to teach someone a lesson. Xing Zai be met? That's right. Why shouldn't I use it? Vida tried with difficulty to persuade him. Doesn't this matter deserve more careful consideration? Ding Jai pointed at his own face in confusion. What is there to consider? Right now, I'm the only one left in the Ding family. If I want to use this promise, I'll use it. Vida was helpless before his stubborn stupidity and could only sigh softly. After that, he reported the matter to Master Bulow, then came back to inform Ding Jai. Master Bulow is already aware of it. At that, Ding Jai became visibly excited and cried out, so he's going to teach that Lu Tianguin a lesson for me, right? Vida nodded. That's right. In the quiet room, the meditation cushion sat empty. A half-burned candle flickered with golden light, and the curtains swayed softly in the faint breeze. In another silent room, old Lord Ha sat blankly in his chair, unaware that someone had entered. The old man lowered his head gloomily and let out a sigh. I wonder if this mission counts as completed or not. At that moment, a gloomy current of black qi emerged from the back of his neck. He muttered. Qi Ji appeared smoothly, and no new orders have come. I suppose it's finished. The moment he raised his head, he saw someone standing imposingly right in front of him. Old Lord Ha asked in shock, Tong Duong, why are you here? Caught off guard by the sudden questioning, Tong Duong was so startled that he could not react in time. He awkwardly scratched his head and muttered 3 words, I don't know either. Then he added, I remember we were still analyzing what happened this time. At the mention of Lu Tianguin, old Lord Ha let out a heavy sigh. What a pity. I had planned to seize the opportunity created by the chaos under heaven to obtain the immortal artifact, but I never expected Lu Tianguin to ruin it. Tong Duong asked his father, Father, now that the immortal artifact is in Lu Tianguin's hands, what can we still do? Hearing that, the old man's eyes flashed with cunning calculation. It's only in his hands for now. Whether he can keep it is still another matter. The next morning, Lu Tianwen's family prepared to board their carriage and depart. Just as he was about to step into the carriage, old Lord Ha arrived with his people and asked warmly, Leaving already, my grandson-in-law? The old man smiled and earnestly invited him. Jiang City may be small, but it is still an ancient city with 1,000 years of history. Why not stay one night and let us show a host's hospitality? Hearing this, Minvu turned back and waited for Lu Tianwen's answer. Lu Tianwen refused without hesitation. No need. Then he let out a cold, contemptuous smile. Since when did I suddenly become your grandson-in-law? That wasn't your attitude the other day. Tong Duong stepped closer and voiced his desire. I heard that during this trip to the wilderness region, you obtained the immortal artifact, grandson-in-law. Might we be allowed to take a look? After all, the appearance of an immortal artifact is something every cultivator in the world longs for. Hearing that, the people behind him instantly lit up with anticipation and all turned their gaze toward Lu Tianguin. At that moment, he fully understood their purpose. Old Lord Ha even pretended to be benevolent as he sought Lu Tianguin's opinion. Grandson-in-law, no matter how precious the immortal artifact is, possessing a treasure invites disaster. Why not let the Ha family keep it safe for you temporarily? Of course, I will provide an item of equal value in exchange. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man lightly clapped his hands, and at once a young man stepped forward from behind, respectfully carrying an object covered in silk. Old Lord Hot gently lifted the red silk, revealing the item beneath and drawing astonished looks from all around. The pearl emitted red spiritual energy as the old man introduced it. This is the true essence protective pearl. It can, before he could finish, Minvu loudly sneered. Keep it safe temporarily? The Ha family really knows how to scheme. Interrupted so abruptly, Tong Duong flushed red with anger, frowned, and shouted, Rude Jr., we're trying to help out of goodwill, and yet you repay us with ingratitude. At that moment, one of the people who had come with the Ha family spoke up. Since an immortal artifact has appeared, it really should be kept by the great noble families, so it doesn't fall into the hands of evil men. Then the Gumang family forced their way forward. Gumang's father pointed straight at Lu Tianwen's face without the slightest courtesy and demanded loudly, Hey, where's Manger? Gumang's mother wore a vicious expression. Her trembling fingers stabbed toward Xiao Yi, and her voice was as cold as ice. Someone saw my Manger and that little brat being taken away by Phenot Tun. Why did he come back? But my Manger didn't. Xiao Yi seemed frightened and stared at her blankly. When he said nothing, she grew even more agitated and kept pressing him. Where is that boy? Did you harm him? Lu Tianwen spoke softly and tersely. He's dead. Gumang's parents were stunned as if struck by lightning. Their vision darkened and all color drained from their faces. Next came Lai Thua Can's subordinates. One of them pointed at Lu Tianwen and demanded, In the wilderness region, we heard our young master was also pursuing you. Another immediately added, Now our young master still hasn't come out of the wilderness region and hasn't contacted us. Shouldn't you give our Dongsong City faction a clear explanation as well? And so the entire crowd gathered and surrounded him, loudly condemning him as if he were some criminal. Minvu could not bear to see the home master being threatened like this. He spoke in a cold voice, annoying. Do you believe I'll kill all of you right here? Gumang's mother jabbed a finger at Lu Tianwen's chest and ground her teeth as she asked, What do you mean Manger is dead? If you don't give Manger back to me, I'll kill. Before she could finish, Lu Tianwen struck her with a thunderous slap. After the slap, he spoke indifferently. Gumang was arrogant, overbearing, and committed evil without restraint. He deserved to die 1,000 times over. She clutched her swollen cheek and stammered, unable to say anything coherent. Why you? Gumang's father roared in fury. You harmed both of my sons. I, Guare, will fight you to the bitter end. Lu Tianwen looked at them with killing intent filling his eyes and coldly declared, Ha, Guare, it seems your turn is coming soon too. Even at this point, old Lord Ha still wanted to maintain a normal front, calling him grandson-in-law again and again, shamelessly thick-skinned. Grandson-in-law, it seems there are quite a few troublesome matters here if they aren't explained clearly. He even played the good man and advised him, why not accept this pearl and then hand over the immortal artifact? The Ha family will help you shoulder the coming disaster. After all, we're family. Lu Tianwen stepped past the old man, glanced at him, and asked in return, You want the immortal artifact? Old Lord Ha said nothing, but his silence was an answer in itself. Lu Tianwen lightly stirred his spiritual power. A stream of azure energy began to spread through the air like mist, and something gradually appeared in his palm. Everyone present widened their eyes and stared without blinking. Their eyes glittered with anticipation, fixed on the immortal aura gradually materializing in Lu Tianwen's hand. The cyan aura radiated an increasingly terrifying pressure, and the pressure upon the soul surged like tidal waves, crashing into the mind again and again. Those with low cultivation could not endure it. Their bodies trembled violently, and one after another, they dropped to their knees on the shaking ground. Before long, even old Lord Ha himself began to falter. Gritting his teeth, he circulated his energy, struggling to use the spiritual power in his body to resist the crushing pressure as heavy as Mount Tai. His whole body shook, and cold sweat poured from him like rain. Although Lai Thua Kan's two subordinates tried with all their strength to resist the invisible power, their resistance quickly became hopeless and nearly collapsed. At that moment, Lu Tianwen coldly asked, "Are you worthy of demanding it?" Immediately afterward, he abruptly increased the pressure. Tong Duong was completely subdued. He dropped to his knees and gritted out, "This power, this is definitely the immortal artifact." Lu Tianwen mocked those who overestimated themselves. "Clearly, you are not qualified." With that, he withdrew the power and boarded the carriage together with Shi Yan Han and her children. The entire crowd still lay prostrate on the ground, creating a scene that looked almost like a respectful send-off. Gu Mang's wife refused to accept the painful truth and kept pleading with her husband, "Hien, Tan, send people deep into the wilderness region immediately. I'm sure Manger is still alive." Gu Hien Tan, his face rigid with pent-up hatred, recalled the old humiliation of Shi Bat Pham stealing his bride. Through clenched teeth, he said, "I have never forgotten the disgrace Shi Bat Pham caused me when he stole my bride all those years ago. And now they have taken my son's life as well. I swear, your entire clan will suffer a terrible price. Even death will not end it." At the same time, Lai Thua Kan's two attendants whispered to each other, "The fog in the wilderness region has returned to its former density. We can't continue the search. Hu Tam, stay here and wait for the young master. I'll return to Dongsong City and report." As Lu Tianwen's carriage entered an open stretch of land, a group dressed in yellow robes was already waiting there. The old man leading them cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Mr. Lu, meeting you during this trip to Jiang City is truly an honor for my family for 3 generations. Recently, I completed an alchemy chamber in the imperial city of Dong Tuesday. I respectfully invite you to visit." Lu Tianwen merely glanced at him and replied with a cold, emotionless sound, "We'll see when I have time." The old man frowned slightly, curiosity and caution in his eyes, and asked in return, "Mr. Lu, I heard that you obtained an immortal artifact in the wilderness region, and the soul-shaking pressure in the city just now must have come from it. The allure of an immortal artifact is simply too great. If you run into any difficulty, come find me in the imperial city of Dong Tuesday. As it happens, there is also a matter in which I would like to ask for your help." After hearing the old man explain the whole story, Lu Tianwen frowned lightly, his gaze deep and unreadable. He said nothing more and simply waved for the carriage to move on. Once the carriage had gone some distance away, only his indifferent voice drifted back on the wind. "Perhaps in 15 days, I will make a trip to the imperial city." Having received that promise, the old man was somewhat reassured. He bowed respectfully with clasped hands. "This old man will await Mr. Li's arrival. Please take care of your health." The carriage continued rolling steadily onward. Lu Tianwen stepped inside and faced Xiao Yi, who was quietly cultivating. The boy opened his eyes and looked at his father with some worry. "Father, now that the immortal artifact has been openly revealed, I'm afraid they'll be even less willing to let things go." Lu Tianwen closed his eyes slightly and said with certainty, "It doesn't matter. No matter how many little fish and shrimp there are, they cannot shake a mountain. Displaying strength at the proper time will force those who don't know their own limits to retreat and not dare to disturb us." Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Ji ran over and wrapped her arms around Xiao Yi from behind, giggling happily. "Xiao Yi, you finally called him father. Our trip to the wilderness region wasn't in vain after all." The boy smiled brightly and nodded. Suddenly, Sui Feng appeared from behind with a rare look of tension on his face and hurriedly said, "Young master, regarding Tu Konghuan." In contrast to Sui Feng's urgency, Lu Tianwen remained perfectly calm. He said evenly, "I already probed Tu Konghuan's soul, but the crucial part of his memory was obscured and unclear." As he spoke, he gathered magic power into his palm, forming a sphere of blue light in which an image appeared of Tu Konghuan reporting to a mysterious figure. "My lord, I've already gathered all the items you requested. Furthermore, only I know about this secret chamber, so you may rest assured." The "my lord" in the memory was a man dressed in black, his back turned, so Lu Tianwen could not clearly see his face. face. Sui Feng suddenly noticed that this memory of Tu Kong Huin seemed to have been forcibly distorted. Lu Tianwen frowned and explained, "This is a kind of mind misdirection technique. If we want to know the content of that conversation, we can only find the person from the memory and make direct contact." Sui Feng voiced his suspicion. "Young master, could Xiao Ye's heavenly meridian soulbone be among the items he mentioned?" Lu Tianwen withdrew his magic power, and the light sphere vanished. Lowering his voice, he said, "Fortunately, I have already determined the location of a secret chamber Tu Kong Huin mentioned in that memory. First, we'll go there and search for clues." Lu Tianwen's face suddenly darkened, and his sword-like brows drew together. "And while we're at it, it's time to wipe out the Nine Cloud Supreme Sect." The smoothly moving carriage suddenly jerked to a halt. Everyone inside was startled by the abrupt stop. Shi Yunwan was the first to stick her head out and ask Minvu, "Minvu, what happened? Why did the carriage stop?" Minvu frowned and answered, "I find it strange too." Sui Feng appeared and gave his opinion. "The dragon horse's senses are extremely sharp. If it stopped so suddenly, it likely sensed some sort of danger. Still, no one could understand it, because the surroundings were eerily still." Just then, a rustling sound came from the bushes. Minvu pointed in that direction and shouted, "There's someone over there." Recognizing the person, Xiaoji cried out excitedly, "I know that old grandpa." She quickly jumped down from the carriage, ran toward him, and happily called out, "Grandpa." Sui Feng was about to stop her, but Minvu reassured him, "Don't worry. We met him when we first arrived in Jiang City. He's just an ordinary person." With her round eyes full of curiosity, Xiaoji tilted her head, tugged at the old man's sleeve, and asked in a childlike voice, "Grandpa, where are you going this time?" At the sight of the adorable little girl, the old man's mood immediately brightened. He replied kindly, "Little miss, it's you." As he stood up, Xiaoji quickly ran over and used her tiny hands to support his arm, her eyes shining with concern. The old man smiled faintly and said in a low voice tinged with worry, "I'm waiting for someone." This only made the little girl even more confused. Waiting for someone in such a desolate place? Just then, the old man shifted his gaze toward the carriage. Lu Tingwen and his wife stepped down together, and the old man coldly uttered a single word, "Im." Xiaoji turned back toward her father, full of curiosity. "Father, Grandpa, do you know my father?" Lu Tianwen slowly walked toward the two of them. He gently told the little girl, "Xiaoji, go back to the carriage first." The girl obediently answered, "Yes, father." Listening to him, she returned to the carriage, though she still kept turning back to look at the two men facing each other. The old man stared straight at Lu Tianwen and asked coldly, "Or Lu Tianwen?" He answered firmly, "That's right." Once he had confirmed the person he was looking for, the old man explained, "I was asked to come by Ding Jai, the descendant of the Ding family." Lu Tianwen recalled that among the Ding family's descendants, only Ding Jai remained. The old man nodded in confirmation. Lu Tianwen also realized who the other party was. Mount Heavenly Master, Master Bulow. So it really is Master Bulow of Mount Heavenly Master. Without another word, the old man slightly raised his hand, and in an instant, a fierce wave of magic power erupted outward like a volcanic explosion. Immediately, Lu Tianwen activated his own magic power, creating a heaven-shaking pressure wave that clashed head-on with Mount Heavenly Master's savage assault. The pressure was so overwhelming that Sui Feng and Minvu hurriedly joined forces to create a shield around the carriage. Minvu gritted his teeth and struggled until sweat streamed down his body. He cried out, "This pressure is terrifying. Could that old man actually be an immortal? Can we hold on?" Sui Feng remained slightly calmer, though he still had to reassure his companion. "Minvu, stay calm. If the situation turns bad, you must take everyone and leave here immediately." While maintaining the protective spell, Sui Feng kept his eyes fixed on the two figures silently contesting inner power ahead, his face clearly showing worry. "This man's strength. I'm afraid he's the strongest opponent I've ever faced." Hearing that, Minvu whipped his head around and asked, "Stronger even than the Hall Master?" Sui Feng's face turned pale, and his brows drew together slightly. In a heavy whisper, he said, "Perhaps so." In that space, the surging inner forces of an old man and a young man clashed without pause, as though both intended to use sheer pressure to crush the other and determine the victor once and for all. Shi Han and the children watched his every move with anxious hearts. In the suffocating tension, Xiao Ji's innocent but uneasy voice rang out, "Will father be safe?" Shi Han frowned as she watched. Even she could not foresee the outcome of this confrontation. The soul-shaking pressure suddenly spread everywhere, sending earth and stones flying in all directions. At the center of the storm, the two figures still stood firmly facing each other in silence. Lu Tianwen narrowed his eyes slightly at his opponent. Though his face had gone pale, his eyes shone with unbelievable resolve, leaving the man opposite him inwardly astonished. Even Master Bulow himself could not help being surprised by such determination. He cleared his throat and said thoughtfully, "So that's how it is." He admitted it. There was no denying that Lu Tianwen was one of the very few people capable of forcing him into such a state. After a brief pause, Master Bulow sincerely advised, "Hall Master of Tianlai Hall, please stop." With that said, the old man slowly withdrew his inner force, and Lu Tianwen also halted his movements at the same time. Master Bulow looked at him with open admiration. As expected of the Hall Master of Tianlai Hall, you have reached the fourth stage of the Great Emperor Realm, the Zhitian Realm. The entire space suddenly fell so silent it seemed frozen, as if even the wind itself was holding its breath. Unable to restrain himself, Master Bulow was the first to speak again. At once, Lu Tianwen used his magic power to move a table and chairs down from the carriage, then formally invited the old man to sit and talk. Seeing this scene, he was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide in disbelief. What the hell was going on? These two had just been fighting fiercely a moment ago. So why were they now sitting down and chatting like old friends reunited after years apart? He simply could not understand either of them. Lu Tianwen asked, "Master Bulow, what would you like to teach me?" The old man coughed lightly and replied modestly, "The title Bulow is just flattery from the world. Could it be that this old man truly cannot age? Hall Master, just call me Lao Xian if you wish." Curious, Lu Tianwen asked back, "I have never revealed my sect. How were you able to determine my identity?" Master Bulow recalled, "Recently, several people attempted to break through the tribulation realm and ascend to immortality, but only one truly became an immortal. The rest all failed, and among them was the Hall Master of Tianlai Hall. I once came into contact with people from Tianlai Hall. Their cultivation method bears similarities to yours, so I venture guess." The old man suddenly grew a little nostalgic as he spoke of the past. You could say it was fate. The first person I ever met who used this cultivation method was a very long time ago, and that person also had the surname Lo. Lu Tianwen blurted out, "My grandfather." Master Bulow continued, "And when the thing concealing your face was broken, I became even more certain that you were a descendant of my old acquaintance, Lu Tianlai. How interesting. The fact that you passed down this peerless cultivation method in full, without hiding it, explains why Tianlai Hall rose so quickly. Very few people could do such a thing." Lu Tianwen explained calmly, "A cultivation method is only a dead thing. Living people are the ones who control it. Since you knew my grandfather, Master, I assume you did not come merely to chat with me about family matters, did you?" Master Bulow had not expected him to get straight to the point so directly. He slowly explained, "Every major realm has 4 stages: initial stage, middle stage, high grade, and peak. But when it comes to the Great Emperor realm, the world only knows of 3 levels: profound light, myriad manifestations, and stellar river." He shook his head. "In truth, that is not the case. The Great Emperor realm also has a corresponding 4th level. It is precisely the realm you are in now, the Zhitian realm, the realm closest to immortality. Most people who become immortals break through from the Stellar River realm, so very few know of this realm. Back when I was on the verge of becoming an immortal, I also sensed this realm, and I was one of the few who ascended from the Zhitian realm." This explanation finally cleared up the doubts that had lingered in Lu Tianwen's heart for so long. The Zhitian realm. No wonder he had sensed the call of heaven and earth back then. It was because he had reached this stage. He spoke frankly. "That explains why I don't feel any discomfort in my body. Lately, I've even been able to vaguely sense fate." Master Bulow nodded. "That is why you did not fail in your breakthrough. On the contrary, your success surpassed that of ordinary immortals." He looked up at the blue butterfly fluttering in the air and said gently, "Take time to fully comprehend this realm. Once you have thoroughly mastered it, becoming an immortal will not be too late. I fear that by then, this old man may already have been surpassed by you." Lu Tianwen thanked him sincerely. "Many thanks, Master, for enlightening me." Stroking his beard, Master Bulow laughed. "Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Becoming an immortal will only grow harder in the future. I may well be unintentionally slowing your progress." The old man suddenly asked, "When you underwent your tribulation, did you count exactly how many heavenly lightning bolts there were?" Lu Tianguin answered without hesitation. 28. Master Bulow spoke slowly. Do you know that the earliest immortals never had to endure heavenly lightning? Lu Tianguin still did not understand. Then where did the heavenly lightning come from? The old man said in a deep voice, I'm afraid you have already guessed. After cultivators become immortals, each of them adds a portion of their power to the heavenly tribulation in order to prevent those who come after from becoming immortals as well. 28 bolts of heavenly lightning means that from ancient times until now, there have been at least 28 immortals in this world. Lu Tianguin asked him, Master, I want to ask you something. Master Bulow responded generously. If I know it, I will answer. With some concern, Lu Tianguin asked, with my current strength, what would happen if I faced the Taishu twin immortals? Master Bulow stroked his beard and said calmly, the Taishu twin immortals. Those two ascended together, which was no different from cheating, sharing the pressure of the heavenly lightning between them. Thus, together they are strong, apart they are weak. With your current strength, if you fight one of them alone, it is not certain that you cannot win. Le Tien Nguyen nodded. I understand. Their exchange had come to an end. Bracing himself on his knee, Master Bulow stood up and declared, all right, now that we've said what needed to be said, it's time for me to go. Seeing that he really intended to leave just like that, Lu Tianguin asked in puzzlement, didn't you promise Ding Jai that you would teach me a lesson? Master Bulow shrugged indifferently. I only agreed to the promise. I never said I had to carry it out. His gaze suddenly stopped on Xiaoji. Curious, he asked, an immortal spirit body. You don't intend to train the little girl yourself? Lu Tianguin looked at his daughter with deep affection and shook his head gently. My killing intent is too heavy, and the cultivation method I practice does not suit Xiaoji. If I were to teach her myself, at best she would only reach my level. That would limit her potential. The old man lowered his head and gave an O. Just then, Xiaoji jumped down from the carriage, ran over to the two of them, and loudly confronted Master Bulow. So you're the bad guy, Grandpa? Why were you bullying my dad? Master Bulow smiled helplessly and sincerely apologized to the little girl. I'm sorry, little miss. Then he handed Xiaoji a token. You helped me twice. This old man has nothing else to give in thanks, so take this. The little girl did not dare accept it on her own and looked up at Lu Tianguin for permission. He looked at his daughter and nodded. With her father's permission, Xiaoji accepted the token from the old man and said softly, thank you, Grandpa. Before she could even finish speaking, the old man had already turned and strode away, laughing as he said, this old man takes his leave here. After only a few steps, he asked Lu Tianguin, what about those two? Are you just going to ignore them? Lu Tianguin replied lightly, I was just about to shake them off. The old man left behind only 2 words, I'm off. As Lu Tianguin and his daughter slowly approached the carriage, 2 figures suddenly rose from the grass by the roadside. Tilting her head, the girl curiously asked the man beside her, Uncle Tian, were you able to overhear what they said? The man stroked his beard and replied, from the moment that old man appeared, I could no longer hear them clearly. His cultivation is likely above even the stellar river stage of the great emperor realm. Hearing that, the girl exclaimed in shock, that's strong. Suddenly, the girl's eyes flashed. Lu Tianguin had somehow appeared right in front of her. He bent down and stared at her, frightening her into letting out a scream. Lu Tianguin simply stood there, silently looking at the old man and the young girl hiding behind the bushes to eavesdrop. The two of them felt guilty and did not dare say a word. In the end, the girl was the first to break the oppressive silence. She raised her hand in greeting. Hello, Lu Tianguin said coldly. You have followed us from Tamok's sect until now. It is time for us to part ways. The girl cried out in alarm. What? You knew all along that we were following you. He did not answer. Turning around, he ordered, Sui Feng, see the guests out for me. The girl spoke awkwardly. Hey, after following you for so long, doesn't that count for something? At least let us come along a little farther. Lu Tianguin gave no reply and continued walking. Just as the girl was about to follow him, Sui Feng raised a hand to stop her. You too, it is time to leave. Seeing that Lu Tianguin's decision could not be changed, the girl sighed and finally admitted, all right. Actually, I wanted to ask you for a favor. Then Sui Feng also turned and followed Lu Tianguin, leaving the old man and the girl standing there blankly. Suddenly, the girl called out to Sui Feng, hey wait, I feel like I've seen you before. Your surname is Yuan, right? Sui Feng felt as if struck by lightning. Then the girl spoke a name. I remember now, Yuan Suiyan. That name touched the deep fury hidden in Sui Feng's heart. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and without the slightest hesitation, he struck at the girl with a palm. At the very instant Sui Feng's hand was about to hit the girl's face, another powerful hand suddenly seized his wrist. Sui Feng and the older man simultaneously released overwhelming pressure, creating two violent waves that collided in midair, one icy blue, the other deep green, clashing fiercely against each other. Having just escaped danger, the girl showed no fear at all. Instead, she clenched her fists and shouted excitedly. Such a strong reaction? Then I really didn't identify the wrong person. You are the son of Lord Yuan Qijing of the Wuling Divine Dynasty. Sui Feng gesse usual calm vanished. Gritting his teeth, he warned the two of them word by word. Never mention that person in front of me. Taking advantage of the older man's brief lapse in focus, Sui Feng immediately launched a powerful palm strike at the talkative girl. The girl took the hit, staggered, and was badly injured. Miss! Just as the confrontation was reaching its peak, Lu Tianwen suddenly spoke. Let's go. Seizing the chance, while Sui Feng was distracted by Lu Tianwen's words, the older man violently flung his hand aside, scooped up the girl, and shot away. Even while lying in his arms, the girl showed no fear and still shouted back loudly. Hey, next time I ask you for help, I'll treat you to a huge feast. The older man broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing that and quietly reminded her, Mississippi, please be quiet for a moment. Once only the two of them remained, Lu Tingwen turned and instructed, Sui Feng, on this trip to the Nine Cloud Supreme Sect, you do not need to follow me any farther. Sui Feng froze, then hurried forward, about to speak. Young master, but Lu Tianwen did not let him finish. He only lightly patted his shoulder and continued, Go take care of your own matters first. Having followed Lu Tianwen for a long time, Sui Feng clearly understood his decisive nature. Once he said something, it was final, so he could only accept it. Yes. After that, the two of them returned to the carriage. Before the carriage set off, Sui Feng turned to remind Min Vu to take good care of the young master. You need to pay attention, don't. Before he could finish, Min Vu had already lost patience. He pointed straight at Sui Feng's face and protested fiercely. What? You're the only capable one, and I need to be reminded? Sui Feng did not hesitate in the least. One sentence struck right at Min Vu's sore spot. Haha, the weakest of the 8 elites. Min Vu was so angry he felt ready to explode. He swore, but could not refute it because it was the truth. After teasing him enough, Sui Feng turned and left. Just as Lu Tingwen was about to board the carriage, Min Vu asked curiously, Young master, who exactly was that older man just now? Shinnok Noan also turned around and asked, That's right, brother-in-law. Who was he? Lu Tianwen lifted the carriage curtain and answered indifferently, Someone from Mount Heavenly Master. Min Vu rubbed his chin and muttered, Mount Heavenly Master. Immediately, a terrifying name surfaced in his mind. Could it be Master Bulow? The moment he spoke that name, his expression changed at once, unable to conceal his fear. Shinnok Noan also cried out in shock. Master Bulow? Master Bulow, one of the 5 immortals of the Proud Age. At the foot of Nine Cloud Supreme Sect was a bustling town called Chongyan Town. At this moment, Lu Tianwen's carriage had already entered it. Min Vu, who was driving the carriage, could clearly sense how gloomy the atmosphere here was. The passers-by all looked pale, their heads lowered toward the ground as they dragged themselves forward like lifeless shadows. He reported, Hall Master, we have arrived at Chongyan Town. Inside the carriage, Xiao Yu was concentrating on his cultivation. Holding Shi Yin Han's hand, Lu Tianwen said apologetically, Yin Han, Xiao Yu needs to cultivate continuously. It's been hard on you, protecting him. She smiled and reassured him. It's all right. You must be careful too. Feeling bored, Xiaoji poked her head out the carriage window to look at the scenery. Xiaoji asked curiously, Daddy, why does everyone here look so strange? Shinnok Noan shivered. A chill ran down her spine, and she said listlessly, That's true. This place feels heavy with deathly energy. Just then, a little girl clung tightly to a man's leg, crying and begging, Dad, don't go. I don't want you to leave me. Though his heart was heavy, the man still shoved his daughter away and coldly warned, Do not follow me. Even though his eyes were filled with reluctance and pain at having to part from her, he still gently told his daughter to stay home and behave with her grandmother. As soon as he finished speaking, he resolutely turned and walked away, ignoring the little girl's miserable cries behind him. Dad, Dad! Xiaoji suddenly jumped down from the carriage, helped the girl up, and gently asked, Big sister, are you okay? The girl sobbed as she said, I don't want my father to go. If he goes, he'll never come back again. Charnak known had gotten out of the carriage at some point. She crouched down, wiped the girl's tears, and asked softly, "Little sister, can you tell us what exactly happened?" Still crying, the girl explained, "It's the Immortals. Every month, the Immortals come here. They take people from the town up the mountain, saying it's to work for the higher Immortals. Everyone here worships the Immortals. They kneel and willingly do whatever they are told." At first, everyone thought it was a great blessing. They happily followed the Immortals up the mountain. But the frightening thing is that more and more people went, and not a single one ever came back. Each time, they only bring back immortal fruits and sweet dew, saying it is payment. But I don't want immortal fruits. I just want my father to stay with me. After saying that, the little girl burst into tears. Charnak known comforted her and suggested, "Then let me take you to find your father." The little girl brightened with hope and said gratefully, "Thank you, big sister." Xiaoji ran over, grabbed Lieutenant Wen's hand, pointed ahead, and said excitedly, "Daddy, let's go and have a look too." In a crowded area up ahead, a woman's tearful voice rang out in anguish. "Immortal, my husband is really sick. I wouldn't dare deceive you. Could you please let him delay it until next time?" The moment she finished speaking, the man calling himself an immortal slapped her hard across the face. He warned her coldly, "The list has already been set. Don't talk to me about sickness. Even if he were on the verge of death, he would still have to go." The woman refused to back down and dropped to her knees, pleading, "Higher Immortal, I beg you, please show mercy." In response to her desperate plea, he was not moved in the slightest, and instead even drew his sword and slashed straight at her hand. The woman clutched her bleeding arm, her face pale as she cried out in pain. Looking down at her trembling figure kneeling on the ground, he said with contempt, "Lowly thing, do you think someone like you is worthy of touching my immortal robe?" After saying that, he ordered his subordinates, "You two, go drag that brat's husband over here." The men watching nearby let out sorrowful sighs. There's no escaping it, no avoiding it. Begging will only get you hurt worse. It solves nothing. After dealing with the girl, the so-called Immortal shouted, "Next, come up and register." The one who stepped forward was the little girl's father. Just as he was about to register, he heard his daughter call out, "Father." Thinking he had misheard, he turned around in shock. It really was his daughter, being led over by a beautiful young woman. At once, the Immortal roared, "Silence," causing a disturbance and disrupting order. Whoever dares offend immortal authority will be killed immediately. Terrified, the father dropped to his knees and begged, "Exalted Immortal, please spare our lives." The surrounding villagers all went pale and whispered among themselves, "It's over. Someone's going to die again." Without the slightest hesitation, the man drew his sword and slashed straight at the little girl. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended. The Immortal looked up in horror. What is this? Such terrifying power. Minvu appeared and casually caught the sword blade between two fingers, the pressure pouring off him so heavily that his opponent's whole body trembled. He raised a brow, looked at the arrogant man before him, and mocked him coldly. "What is this? So weak and powerless. Are you all right?" The Immortal was still reeling from Minvu's strength. His eyes went wide and his jaw dropped. How is this possible? Even a Marquis realm expert couldn't block my attack that easily. He then shouted at Minvu, "Who exactly are you to dare interfere in the affairs of our Nine-Cloud Supreme sect?" Minvu merely curled his lips into a faint smile, then swung his hand and delivered a brutal slap straight to the self-proclaimed Immortal's chest. With just that one blow, the man collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony. Minvu leisurely sat down on his back and asked, "Weren't you acting pretty impressive just now?" Then he reached down, grabbed the man by the hair, shook his head, and asked indifferently, "So you know how pain feels too?" Lieutenant Nguyen stepped forward. He cut a small wound into his own finger, then let a drop of blood fall onto the injury of the girl who had just been slashed. In an instant, the wound healed completely, leaving not even the slightest scar behind. The Immortal yanked out his sword again. The blade gleamed with a cold light, and his eyes turned bloodshot like a wild beast's as he viciously locked onto Minvu. His face darkened, murderous intent surging as he bellowed, "Insolence!" He immediately unleashed the cloud-sundering sword. The sword shot straight into the sky, radiating a mighty purple stream of spiritual power. And moments later, it split into countless streams of sword chi, every one of them aimed directly at the innocent crowd below. The sword chi rained down. The townspeople fled in panic, but there was no escaping. In despair, they cried out, "Stop! Save us!" Minvu's brows drew tightly together as his anger finally began to erupt. Without the slightest hesitation, Minvu activated divine power and condensed it into a brilliant golden sphere that shone with dazzling light. He roared, "Hey!" attacking without any rules now. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurled the golden sphere straight at the descending, flying swords. The shocking force of his power instantly crushed the cloud-sundering sword technique completely. While the enemy still had his eyes shut in dizziness, Minvu strolled over. With one hand, he grabbed a fistful of the man's bangs, making him scream miserably in pain. Next, Minvu slammed his opponent's head hard into the ground. At the same moment, that blonde-haired man hastily pulled out a jade talisman for help, tossed it into the air, and shouted, "A powerful enemy has invaded. Send reinforcements at once." But before the message could be sent, the jade talisman suddenly exploded. The man's expression changed drastically. His hair was singed and smoking, his eyes bulging in stunned disbelief, as if he couldn't accept what had just happened. How could this be? How could a jade talisman explode? In despair, he slumped face first to the ground, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Lu Tianguin walked past with Xiaoji. He glanced at Minvu and lightly reminded him, "Stop fooling around." Minvu just gave an ah, then calmly stepped over the blonde man. And the two companions of the defeated man panicked and demanded, "Who exactly are you people?" Lu Tianguin remained silent. He only swept a cold glance over them, while releasing an immense pressure that frightened the two so badly their legs nearly gave out. Then a loud explosion rang out. Xiao Ji was about to turn around to look, but Minvu quickly stepped in front of her and blocked her view. Just as the group was about to leave, a man from the village pleaded, "Exalted Immortals, please leave here quickly. You don't understand. There are countless experts in the Nine Cloud Supreme sect. Take this chance to withdraw before they can react." Minvu crossed his arms, his unblinking eyes full of pride as he shot back. "You're telling us to run? On the contrary, I want to ask you this. After being oppressed and enslaved like this, why don't you go somewhere else to live?" The man shook his head sadly, his voice full of resignation. "We can't leave. Every village within 100 miles of this place has been bound by the Nine Cloud Supreme sect with immortal arts. For generation after generation, we can only remain here. Whoever dares to leave will have their entire family hunted down and slaughtered." Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads in gloom, despair written plainly across every face. When Shernak Known heard this, she was filled with fury. She said indignantly, "I never imagined that a sect claiming to be noble could behave so despicably." While everyone was talking, Lu Tianguin had already walked some distance away. He turned back and instructed, "Wait here for me." Shernak Known asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Minvu was already far too familiar with his actions, so he gently reassured her, "Just wait. The dark cloud hanging over their heads will disappear soon enough." A short while later, Lu Tianguin ascended the seemingly endless flight of stairs alone and called out, "Laitan." Laitan immediately appeared behind him, cupped his hands, and bowed. "Hall Master, all half-demon slaves and innocent civilians within the territory of the Nine Cloud Supreme sect have already been secretly secured and protected." He nodded and answered briefly, "Good." Then he lifted his head and stared straight ahead, killing intent clear in his eyes as he enunciated each word coldly. "Next, station men to guard every major route. Do not allow a single member of the Nine Cloud Supreme sect to escape." Laitan hurriedly accepted the order. "Yes, Hallmaster, please allow me to accompany you." Lu Tianguin refused and permitted only Lac Tien to follow behind him. After saying that, he fixed his gaze on the region of the Nine Cloud Supreme sect, his eyes incomparably resolute. "This time, I want to test my true strength." And so, Lu Tianguin advanced alone toward the Nine Cloud Supreme sect, which was shrouded in a formation of raging thunder and lightning. Thunder boomed deafeningly, and bolts of lightning lashed across the sky as though they wanted to tear space apart. At the same time, inside the Nine Cloud Supreme sect, lightning struck down without pause, white radiance illuminating the entire sky. Amid layers of dense cloud, dark miasma spread everywhere, as if countless ghostly shadows were lurking within, making the whole space feel heavy and stifling, on the verge of bursting apart. Suddenly, the two gatekeeping disciples of the Nine Cloud Supreme sect widened their eyes in terror, their hearts pounding wildly. Right before them, Lu Tianwen was slowly walking through the gate. The two immediately stepped forward to block him, pointed straight at him, and shouted, "Who goes there? How dare you barge into the Nine-Cloud Supreme Sect?" Before they could finish speaking, the pressure from him crushed their chests so badly they could barely breathe, as though they were about to burst apart. Their vision blurred, and their minds seemed invaded by some invisible force. As he passed by, both disciples spat blood and collapsed to the ground. From the cliff walls above, rocks of every size came crashing down, each weighing hundreds of pounds, smashing violently onto the road right in front of Lu Tianwen. But he continued forward as calmly as ever. Inside the training grounds of the Nine-Cloud Supreme Sect, the disciples were engrossed in practice. Lu Tianwen strolled in leisurely, carrying himself with the easy grace of drifting clouds and flowing wind. His extraordinary presence causing the man giving instructions, senior brother Li, to freeze in momentary shock, too stunned to say a word. A minute later, he finally regained his senses, knitted his brows, pointed at Lu Tianwen, and snapped, "Which branch disciple are you? Don't you understand the rules of the sect? How dare you barge in so rudely? Step back at once." The disciples who had been training also stopped and began whispering among themselves. "Who's this reckless fool?" A newly admitted disciple. "Senior brother, Lee has been in a bad mood lately. If this guy falls into his hands, this should be entertaining." By then, Lu Tianwen had already stepped onto the stone stairs, drawing closer to senior brother Li. Seeing that he was being completely ignored, the man grew furious and shouted again, "I told you to get back. Didn't you hear me?" His face had already gone pale with rage as he ground out, word by word, "Looks like I'll have to enforce punishment on behalf of the sect." With that, he gathered spiritual energy into his palm, and a blazing golden glow flared up like fire. Suddenly, his eyes bulged. A second later, he clutched his chest and began coughing up blood repeatedly. And as his whole body collapsed to the ground, Lu Tianwen had already stepped past him. An oppressive aura radiated from him, suffocating his enemies. In an instant, an immense suppressive force exploded outward, spreading through the entire area. All the disciples who had been training were violently shaken, their bodies feeling as if they were being crushed beneath 1,000 caddies. One after another, they were forced to the ground. Someone cried out in terror, "What is happening?" Before long, the miserable screams abruptly ceased. Every last one of them had fallen, their breathing stopped, all signs of life extinguished. On the mountain peak, an elder sensed this terrifying pressure and hurriedly flew out. And as soon as he smelled the thick scent of blood, his expression instantly turned grave. His eyes narrowed slightly. What is this smell of blood? He realized at once that something major must have happened in the sect and muttered, "This is bad," before vanishing like a flash of lightning. A minute later, he landed in front of Lu Tianwen, fury blazing within him, and shouted, "Who dares come to the Nine-Cloud Supreme Sect and cause trouble so arrogantly?" The moment he struck out with a palm toward Lu Tianwen simply tilted his body and avoided it lightly, while increasing his pressure in response. Very quickly, the sword in the elder's hand began to crack under the pressure of Lu Tianwen's aura, fine fractures spreading across it with a dim glow. Before he could think of a countermeasure, the sword shattered into pieces, and he himself spat out fresh blood and was blasted to the ground by the heavy rebound. Just like that, he fell face first into the dirt right in front of Lu Tianwen, all dignity utterly gone. Barely managing to struggle back to his feet, his body shaking violently, the elder stared at him with horror-filled eyes and cried out, "Saint Emperor Realm? No, this is the great Emperor Realm. Who are you? Why do you deliberately barge into my Nine-Cloud Supreme Sect?" The very moment he had just stood up, Lu Tianwen once again intensified his crushing pressure, and the unbearably terrifying force made the elder's eyes bulge as blood burst from his 7 orifices. Then his body exploded. After dealing with this elder, Lu Tianwen continued walking straight ahead. At that moment, a group of people appeared in the sky from the distance. Leading them was Elder Su, one of the sect's 4 great experts. Grinding his teeth in fury, he shouted, "You dare slaughter disciples of the Nine-Cloud Supreme Sect. No matter who you are, you will pay the price." After saying that, he ordered those accompanying him to join forces and unleash, gathering wind and clouds. 10,000 swords unleashed. As soon as the command was given, countless swords shot into the sky together, forming a massive vortex in midair. The disciples below all cheered excitedly and praised him without end. As expected of Elder Su, just one move from him can shake heaven and earth. That's right, Elder Su is one of the sect's 4 great experts, a great emperor expert of the myriad phenomena realm. Elder Su, one of the sect's supreme masters, had once relied on the heavenly cloud sword art to crush 3 powerful enemies in the great emperor realm. Now, using that same sword art again and combining it with the disciples' coordinated control, he was certain he could eliminate the intruder. A barrage of sword blades shot out like arrows, joining together to create a heaven-shaking explosion. And fully satisfied with the result, Elder Su stroked his beard calmly and nodded. Anyone who dares oppose the 9 Cloud Supreme sect will end like this. The surrounding disciples shouted excitedly. Elder Su is mighty, as expected of the sect's pillar of support, peerless in power. However, their joy did not last long. As the smoke and dust from the explosion gradually cleared, Lu Tianwen was still standing there, towering and completely unharmed. One disciple cried out in terror, "Wait, he's still alive." Those words made Elder Su whirl around in shock, his face full of fear. What? He followed the disciple's gaze and then froze. How could this be? This man actually withstood that full-force attack so casually? Lu Tianwen coldly brushed the dust off his clothes and uttered 2 words, utterly ridiculous. Elder Su was extremely alarmed. He blocked a strike that concentrated all my power. Could he be a great emperor expert of the Stellar River realm? But he's far too young. That's impossible. After a brief moment of consideration, Elder Su decided to probe him first. So his attitude changed completely, and in a much more polite tone he asked, "Who exactly are you? Why are you so intent on opposing our 9 Cloud Supreme sect?" Lu Tianwen pointed at him and, without the slightest restraint, increased his pressure. His face was icy as he said each word distinctly. Those perched on high can never feel the suffering below. Come down here at once. With that, he activated his power, forming a blue whirlwind that came crashing down from the sky directly onto Elder Su's position. The moment the whirlwind descended, the disciples immediately felt their bodies turn unbearably heavy, their breathing cut off, and they all collapsed onto the ground, crying out in panic, "Ah, what's happening?" The entire crowd writhed on the ground, their faces deathly pale as they begged in despair. "It hurts. I can't breathe. Help." Even Elder Su had to use all his strength to withstand it, his whole body trembling violently. Unable to help himself, he muttered, "I never thought just one finger could carry such terrifying might." At that critical moment, another stream of power appeared and clashed against Lu Tianwen's. And Elder Su looked up into the sky, his eyes filling with joy. It's the sect master. To resist the surging pressure from Lu Tianwen, their sect master hurriedly cast the Immortal Cloud Dharma Seal. Instantly, the 2 forces collided violently, clashing fiercely between heaven and earth. The Immortal Cloud Hand Seal erupted, transforming into a giant, radiant purple hand. Beneath that hand stood 2 men, while Lu Tianwen merely remained where he was, silently watching. The disciples shouted, "It's the sect master. The sect master has arrived." That's right, the 2 men beneath that hand are the sect master and Elder Lu. They looked at the sect master as though he were their savior and shouted joyfully. The sect master possesses the strength of the great Emperor's Stellar River realm. He's only 1 step away from becoming an immortal. This brat is definitely doomed now. Very quickly, Elder Su hurried to the sect master's side and whispered softly into his ear, "Sect master, this man may be a Stellar River realm expert." Those words surprised the sect master. Great emperor experts of the Stellar River realm were exceedingly rare. Is he the Sword Saint or the Hall Master of Tien Lai Hall? No, he looks far too young. An expert of this age. I can't think of anyone. In the end, he stopped guessing and directly asked Lu Tianwen, "Are you the first prince of the Wuling Divine Dynasty?" Lu Tianwen did not answer. He only raised a brow and stared at him. Even though he was being ignored, the sect master kept talking to himself. "There has never been any grievance between us and the Wuling Divine Dynasty, First Prince." Lu Tianwen had completely run out of patience and cut him off. "Enough nonsense. I'm not the first prince. I came here today for one reason only, to wipe out your 9 Cloud Supreme sect." At the word wipe out, how could the sect master possibly endure it? He unleashed his power, sending earth and stones flying into the air, and shouted through gritted teeth, "Since you have come with ill intent." He paused for a moment, then ordered his disciples, "Everyone, calm your minds and focus your spirits. Form ranks and face the enemy. Kill this man with me. At the command, all the disciples immediately steadied themselves, circulated their energy, and activated their formation in unison. Surging killing intent rushed straight toward him. At that moment, the sect master used his power to create a formation in the shape of a seven-colored rainbow. Standing at its center, he said arrogantly, "The heavens have 9 layers, and the clouds have 9 transformations." This formation borrows the power of clouds and mist to transform into 9 calamities. Its tribulation force cycles endlessly without cease. Even an immortal can be pinned down by this formation for a time. As he said this, he glared at Lu Tianguin and coldly declared each word. Even if you are a great emperor-level expert of the galaxy realm, once you fall into this formation, death is your only end. If you must blame someone, blame your own carelessness for daring to storm my 9-Cloud Supreme sect alone. Activate it. The moment the sect master finished speaking, power began pouring in torrents from the disciples seated on the ground, while he controlled the entire stream of force, turning the whole space a deep violet. Waves of power rose in surges, sweeping up earth, rocks, and lush green leaves, creating a scene both violent and mystical. Lu Tianguin lifted his head and calmly asked, "Comparable to an immortal?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he too began to circulate his power. He said lightly, "In that case, I'll hold back a little and test it for myself." With that, he flicked his hand and sent a glowing character straight at them. The character expanded, becoming a sturdy shield that blocked all the flying earth and stones before him. When the attack from the formation was so easily blocked, all the disciples of the 9-Cloud Supreme sect gaped in shock. Impossible. An attack equal to an immortal's was neutralized just like that? Could he be an immortal? Impossible. There's no way anyone in this world has successfully broken through to that realm yet. The sect master, having poured all his strength into the formation, was already exhausted. His face had turned pale, and beads of sweat covered his brow. A thought flashed through his mind. Even a galaxy realm expert shouldn't be able to block my Grand 9 Heavens CloudNet formation so easily. No, that's not right. He must have used some secret art. After thinking it over, he boldly declared, "Then let me see which lasts longer, your secret art or the power of heaven and earth." Having said that, he pushed the formation to an even higher level, magical runes appearing together with overwhelming force. Suddenly, he ordered the elders, Elder Lu, Elder Su, execute the joint attack technique. The 2 men immediately obeyed. Yes, sect master. And so a thunderous assault was launched. Streams of runes pierced through earth and stone and stabbed straight at Lu Tianguin's character of steadfastness, as though trying to shatter it. At that moment, the sect master roared again. Transformation of the 9 heavens. 9 manifestations of the Cloud Dragon. Very quickly, 9 dragons appeared. They opened their jaws and roared, smashing apart Lu Tianguin's steadfast character. Just as one dragon lunged to devour him, Lu Tianguin released power and formed a barrier to stop it. At this point, the 9-Cloud Supreme sect had gained the upper hand, and the disciples cheered in delight. Great! The enemy is being driven back. As expected of the joint technique of 3 great Emperor experts, its power is truly unmatched. This brat is dead for sure now. Not long after, 3 dragons broke through his barrier. Earth and stones whipped past Lu Tianguin's body, yet he still stood firm and resisted. He looked at the 3 dragons and coldly declared, "So this is the power of an immortal? Thank you for testing it for me. Now I know at last exactly how strong I am. But false things are false in the end. No matter how similar they appear, they can never become the truth." As soon as he finished speaking, he released that familiar, overwhelming pressure. The pressure made the 3 dragons wary, not daring to approach him. Lu Tianguin's hand moved slightly. He gathered his power into his palm, then struck out with a decisive palm attack using his full strength. With that single move, the 3 dragons were blown away. The pressure formed a tornado that shot into the sky, along with bolts of lightning crashing directly into the 9-Cloud Supreme sect formation. Earth, rocks, and leaves were blasted several meters away. The sect master suffered a crushing defeat and collapsed to his knees. He appeared seriously injured, clutching his chest with one hand as he muttered weakly, You actually, At this moment, the pressure in Lu Tianwen's hand had yet to be withdrawn. In a low voice, he said, "So the power of an immortal is only this much." As soon as he finished speaking, killing intent quietly spread from him, and his determined eyes gleamed. "The test is over. Now it's time for all of you to die." The badly injured disciples knelt on the ground in utter defeat, cursing unwillingly. Damn it, how did this happen? Even the sect master's group couldn't do anything to him. Damn it. Is he using us as whetstones? Just as everyone was sinking into despair, one elder spoke up. "Don't be afraid. We still have the sect-protecting divine artifact." Those words were like waking them from a dream, letting them glimpse a faint sliver of hope. That's right. Then he urged the sect master. "Sect master, quickly activate the sect-protecting divine artifact." At this moment, a sharp object appeared, and the white-haired elder continued persuading the sect master. "Sect master, with things as they are now, we can only invoke the sect-protecting divine artifact." While the sect master was still hesitating, the elder urged again, "With the sect-protecting divine artifact shielding us, we will definitely be able to kill him." Seeing the sect master's strange silence, the disciples were confused, and one of them blurted out, "Sect master, what are you still hesitating for?" Lu Tianwen coldly cut in, "He can't do it." As soon as he said that, he extended a hand. A severed head rolled out. Only then did everyone realize in horror that it was the sect master's head. They cried out in shock, "Sect master, what is going on?" The two elders turned deathly pale and exclaimed in alarm, "What kind of madness is this? Why are there two sect masters?" A moment later, the impostor stammered, "Why you killed Tu Kong Huin." The two elders immediately turned and questioned him one after another. "If that head truly belongs to the sect master, then who are you?" "That's right, who are you? Why are you impersonating the sect master?" The impostor avoided the main issue and stressed instead, "Elders, now is not the time to investigate what is true and false. The urgent matter is to drive back the enemy and remove the threat to our sect. As things stand, only by gathering the strength of the entire Nine-Cloud Supreme sect can we hope to repel him." Then he spread his arms and solemnly declared, "The sect is in danger. I am willing to use my body as a vessel to contain the power of the entire sect. Perhaps then I can summon the divine artifact." One elder immediately objected. "To condense the entire sect's power into one person in such a short time, you won't be able to withstand it." But the false sect master paid no heed. Bringing his hands together in preparation, he decisively ordered the entire sect, "Disciples, hear my command. Transfer your power to me. I will use the might of the divine artifact to destroy the enemy." The white-haired elder was still hesitating, but the other interrupted him. "Drive back the enemy first. Whatever else it is, we can deal with it later." The two elders joined in agreement, and all the disciples simultaneously transferred their power to the impostor. 9 clouds piercing heaven. 9 revolutions returned to 1. Suddenly, the two elders turned to look at each other. Then they too transferred their power to him, shouting together, 9 clouds piercing heaven. 9 revolutions returned to 1. At that moment, the power of the entire sect gathered within the impostor's body, forming an enormous sphere of energy floating above his head. Right then, the disciples all began trembling and cried out, what's happening? I can't control myself." The white-haired elder shouted in horror, "What are you doing?" "My cultivation." The green-haired elder realized it too late. "So you really did have evil intentions. You are an imposter." The imposter offered no explanation, only said blandly, "For the survival of the 9 Cloud Supreme sect, I hope you will endure this suffering." Then he gave a sinister laugh. Besides, Tu Kong Huin also used this technique to seize other people's sacred bodies and cultivation. By now, the disciples had all collapsed to the ground, their life or death unknown, while the false sect master stared intently at the sphere in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Your cultivation has improved. Keep working hard." The shadow of the false sect master spread his arms, his gaze resolute. "Though from childhood I was only his shadow, I never accepted it. Everything in the 9 Cloud Supreme sect was handled by me. I am the one who truly cared about this sect. I cultivated with all my might, advancing step by step. Who says a shadow cannot surpass the original body? As he spoke, he raised his hand. Muscles bulged as his clothes split apart. His eyes shone brilliantly as he announced in a low voice, "From this moment on, I am the true Tu Kong Huin." That name was mine to begin with. I am Tu Kong Huin, Sect Master of the Nine Cloud Supreme Sect. As he spoke, he manipulated his power to create a massive vortex in the sky, spiraling upward until it seemed to pierce the heavens. The white-haired elder stared at the scene in astonishment. The divine artifact is resonating with him. He really is doing this for the Nine Cloud Supreme Sect. A moment later, a sword that looked like part of the divine artifact appeared in his hand. Tu Kong Huin's shadow threw back his head and laughed loudly. "Ah, at last, the Nine Cloud Supreme Sect has acknowledged me. Ah." While he was immersed in the joy of being recognized, Lu Tingwen spoke coldly. "This divine artifact seems incomplete." The moment he said that, a small sword appeared behind Lu Tingwen, along with something that looked like a gun barrel. The imposter pointed the divine artifact at Lu Tingwen. Purple pressure like streaming ribbons radiated from his entire body as he loudly declared, "So what if it's incomplete? I've absorbed the cultivation of the entire sect, and now I have the divine artifact as well." As soon as he finished speaking, he began unleashing sharp arcs of sword energy. The ferocious pressure shattered the ground and stones beneath his feet. He was extremely pleased with this divine artifact, gazing at it like a priceless treasure as he laughed and said, "As expected of the sect-protecting divine artifact, in this world, no one can block its attack." The other disciples, though pale from having their spiritual energy drained away, could not help rejoicing. "So this is the might of the divine artifact? I never thought that while still alive, I would one day witness the divine artifact slaying an enemy with my own eyes." At that moment, he stood watching the thick smoke ahead and curled his lips into a smile. Now it's finally over. Very soon, the smoke cleared completely. A foot stepped out. It was Lu Tingwen, the man who seemed to have been buried by the divine artifact. As he walked, he said, "All right, I'll consider my test of my own strength complete." He drew his weapon and said in a low voice, "I should thank all of you as well." By then, the imposter's power had already dispersed. He coughed up blood and dropped to his knees, staring at Lu Tingwen in disbelief. "You suffered no damage at all? Could you really be an immortal?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Lu Tingwen coldly swung his weapon, releasing overwhelming pressure as he declared, "It's time to end this." Then he slashed once, and the disciples' heads fell in all directions. Tu Kong Huin, yes, eyes wide with horror, he watched as those disciples had their lives ended by a single strike from Lu Tingwen. It was beyond belief. He let his hands fall in despair, and the divine artifact in his grasp dropped to the ground and quickly shattered into pieces. He was struck by Lu Tingwen's pressure and coughed up blood once more. Tu Kong Huin, as if driven mad, lowered his head and muttered, Why did it turn out like this? Just who are you? Why did you destroy my Nine Cloud Supreme Sect?" Lu Tingwen calmly walked toward him and coldly uttered 4 words. "Ling Yun Cave. Tu Kong Huin Mumut Sopti Linguin Cave." So that's it. Then he glanced at the head of the Tu Kong Huin he had been impersonating and said, "In the end, you were all birds of a feather, so righteous in words, but in truth blinded by greed." Having said that, he struck with a palm and burned the real sect master's head. Then he smashed his own face with a punch. As blood flowed onto the ground, his head remained bowed, yet he burst into manic laughter. "Aha! Ling Yun Cave contains a great secret formation established by an immortal. Only this face can open it." He raised his face, half of it already ruined, and declared with absolute certainty, "Ha ha! Even if the Nine Cloud Supreme Sect is destroyed, I still won't let you get what you want. Ha ha ha!" Lu Tingwen looked at him and said indifferently, "It would indeed be a bit troublesome if I had to break the formation by force." After a pause, he gave a faint smile. "But Tu Kong Huin's face can remove the formation directly, can it?" Then he called softly, "Lac Tan." A single second later, a man appeared behind him. The imposter was horrified beyond measure when he saw the newcomer's face. This was him. That's right, it was Tu Kong Huin himself. He cupped his hands toward Lu Tingwen in salute and solemnly addressed him, "Home Master." That title struck the imposter like a bolt of lightning. He shouted, "Who exactly are you?" Lu Tingwen answered coldly, "Home Master of Tien Lai Hall." After speaking, Lu Tingwen walked toward his opponent step by step. The imposter still could not believe his ears and cried out in shock, "The Home Master of Tien Lai Hall? You You are the Hall Master of Tien Lai Hall? How can you still be this young? What wrong did my Nine Cloud Supreme sect commit for you to hunt us down like this? Lu Tianwen's expression darkened completely as he ground out each word. Your Nine Cloud Supreme sect was my target from the beginning. I want all of you erased into nothingness. At that moment, the imposter suddenly realized his true objective. Could your real target be the 10,000 Cloud sect? How dare you? How dare you? Before he could finish, Lu Tianwen kicked him away. He fell back onto the ground and muttered faintly, "Impossible. Impossible." Just like that, he died full of unwillingness. After dealing with the Nine Cloud Supreme sect, Tu Kong Huin, Lac Tien, asked Lu Tingwen respectfully, "Hall Master, the Nine Cloud Supreme sect has been destroyed, but why wasn't that divine artifact destroyed as well?" Lu Tingwen glanced at him and asked in a low voice, "Am I the kind of person who destroys everything completely wherever I go?" He spread his hands and calmly replied, "Aren't you?" Lu Tianwen ignored him, continued walking forward, and ordered, "We're going to Lingyun Cave." A little later, the two of them arrived at Lingyun Cave. Inside was a formation, and within countless transparent spheres were many heavenly veined soul bones. Tu Kong Huin looked at his own face reflected in one of the spheres and said, "Lingyun Cave was arranged with extreme care in harmony with the will of heaven. It truly was set up by an immortal. Without this face, barging in recklessly would definitely damage the structure here and cause everything to be destroyed together." Lu Tianwen used an invisible force, spiritual pressure, perhaps divine power, to push the moving spheres aside. Then he said, "It seems that all this time, the Nine Cloud Supreme sect has secretly been searching for mortals with potential but no backing, specifically excavating and taking away their heavenly vein soul bones." Then he closed his eyes and focused his senses on Shao Deep's heavenly vein soul bone. Every moment, he waved his hand again to continue searching among the thousands upon thousands of soul bones within the cave. Tu Kong Huin asked curiously, "With so many heavenly vein soul bones, what exactly does the Nine Cloud Supreme sect want to do?" It seems certain that the young master's heavenly vein soul bone is here as well. Suddenly, Lu Tianwen's brows drew tightly together. Tu Kong Huin called out loudly, "Hall Master!" Abruptly, Lu Tianwen's eyes snapped open. He stared straight at the heavenly vein soul bone in front of him and calmly declared, "It's not here." Hearing that, Tu Kong Huin was utterly shocked and hurriedly asked, "How is that possible?" He immediately replied with certainty, "I'm not mistaken. Shue Deep's heavenly vein soul bone is not here at all." Tu Kong Huin then asked again, "Hall Master, the formation here is extremely mysterious. Could there be some hidden area we haven't discovered yet?" Lu Tianwen answered decisively, "This formation's main purpose is protection. It has no concealment function whatsoever." Tu Kong Huin's eyes widened in astonishment, and he loudly asked, "Hall Master, then what should we do next?" He explained, "I want to use this grand formation to trace back the movements of the person connected to it. Hopefully, we'll gain something." Right after that, Lu Tianwen chanted an incantation, and ancient characters appeared in the air. He raised a hand and intoned, "Heavens suppress the soul, reverse heaven and earth," then clenched his hand into a fist and shouted, "Reveal!" The spiritual energy and mist immediately dispersed, revealing an image of Tu Kong Huin speaking with a masked man. The mysterious figure instructed him, "Use the time well and cultivate. The situation in the imperial city of the Dong Tuesday Kingdom has already been arranged. When the time comes, there will be no shortage of opportunities for you to show your worth, to contribute." Seeing this scene, the Tu Kong Huin standing beside Lu Tianwen muttered, "The imperial city of the Dong Tuesday Kingdom. Could it be?" The image quickly faded, and Tu Kong Huin asked him, "The imperial city of the Dong Tuesday Kingdom? Wasn't that just a strand of spiritual energy floating in the air?" Lu Tianwen half closed his eyes, released his pressure, and began calculating on his fingers. A moment later, he suddenly said, could this actually not be a bad thing after all?" Tu Kong Huin curiously asked, "Not a bad thing? Hall Master, do you mean young Master K losing his heavenly vein soul bone may not be a bad thing?" He replied calmly, "It's hard to say, but the heavenly signs I just sensed indicate that it may actually be an auspicious omen." Smoke still lingered over the ruined ground before the main gate of the destroyed Nine Cloud Supreme sect. Hundreds of people, including captured commoners and the so-called half-demon slaves, with slave shackles branded into their flesh, were huddled together, trembling. Lu Tinguin, cold and imposing, did not use any divine art to teleport. Instead, he slowly walked out of the ruins. His trusted subordinate, Li Tan, quickly stepped forward and bowed as he reported, "Hall Master, the task is complete. All the imprisoned commoners and half-demon slaves have been rescued." Lu Tinguin merely swept his gaze over the fearful yet hopeful crowd before him, and his voice rang out like a final judgment. "The Nine Cloud Supreme sect has been destroyed. The chains binding you are no more. From this day forward, you are completely free. Go where your own will lead you." That declaration was like rain in the desert. Joy erupted and overwhelmed all fear, so much so that even the men could not hold back their tears. They cheered in unison, cries of thanks to the Immortal mingling with calls for home and for loved ones. At that moment, a weathered middle-aged man stepped forward. His name was Wang Fuk, the representative of the people of Chongyan Town, and he knelt to thank him for saving their lives. However, unable to hide his worry, he revealed a horrifying secret. "Honored Immortal, what you may not know is that this land still lies entirely within the scope of an ancient formation. An invisible, unbreakable barrier has imprisoned us here for generation after generation. Furthermore, the allies of the Nine Cloud Supreme sect will surely hunt down those you have freed." Litien Nguyen listened in silence. He gently closed his eyes, and without another word, flicked his sleeve. At once, a deep cracking sound rang out in the air. Not the breaking of matter, but the shattering of the sealing veil that had bound this land for generations. In the distance atop the mountain, Min Vu, another subordinate, stood there with a blade of grass in his mouth and laughed proudly. As expected of the Hallmaster, truly maximum efficiency. At the same time, giant cracks appeared across the mountain, and the stone tablet engraved with the name Nine Cloud Supreme Sect split apart, then crumbled into dust. The sky suddenly became clearer and more open than ever before, as if unveiling a brand new future. Li Tan's voice rang out in reminder. "The restriction has vanished. You may now enter and leave freely." Just then, a young girl from among the half-demon slaves stepped forward. Her name was Denoyet. "Honored Immortal, after being freed, we half-demon slaves have nowhere to go and no place to hide from pursuit. Would you be willing to take us in and give us shelter?" Lu Tianwen used his power to lift the girl to her feet, his gaze fixed on the black metal, soul-locking collar studded with spikes around her neck, and he said softly, "There is no need to kneel before me. I will remove the soul-locking collars from your bodies." The entire group of half-demon slaves froze in shock. Remove the soul-locking collar? Wasn't that impossible? Lu Tianwen placed his hand on the slave lock around Denoyet's neck, and a stream of pure white light, like polished jade, flowed into that dark object. The soul-locking collar did not shatter. Instead, it slowly melted beneath the purifying light. In an instant, the slave shackle vanished completely, falling to the ground as a pile of metallic dust. With her neck finally freed, she trembled with excitement, tears streaming down her face. "It worked. It really worked. You are our reborn benefactor." She bowed again. "This servant, Denoyet, sincerely wishes to submit. Honored Immortal, please accept us into Tien Lai Hall." Upon hearing that famous name, the other half-demon slaves also immediately knelt and expressed their loyalty in unison. Lu Tianwen raised a hand, signaling for everyone to stand, and his face turned stern. "The first rule upon entering Tien Lai Hall: you are absolutely forbidden to kneel to anyone. And from now on, you are not to call me master. Also, if you wish to join Tien Lai Hall, you must undergo soul inspection, a soul examination. This is a mandatory condition to ensure the purity and safety of the hall. Decide for yourselves." The half-demon slaves looked at one another, then all nodded firmly. "We are willing to undergo soul inspection. We ask to join Tien Lai Hall." He turned to Li Tan. "Begin the arrangements and screening." Before his words had even fully settled, Lu Tianwen's gaze turned cold. "The Nine Cloud Supreme sect has been destroyed. Their allied forces will not remain silent. Prepare to respond and stay vigilant at all times." Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Lu Tianwen quickly reunited with his daughter, Xiaoji, and Minvu. Xiaoji excitedly threw herself in his arms, her eyes full of pride. Seeing Lu Tianwen return unharmed from the Nine Cloud Supreme sect, the villagers were still confused and half-convinced at best. He came down the mountain without a scratch. Could the Nine Cloud Supreme sect really have been destroyed? Or is he lying to us? Xiaoji angrily wanted to explain things for her father, but suddenly a panicked cry rang out. The sight of freed half-demon slaves and villagers rushing down the mountain, still carrying chains in their hands, caused a terrifying misunderstanding. The crowd at the foot of the mountain erupted into panic and shouted, "Half-demon slaves! So many half-demon slaves! The Nine Cloud Supreme sect must have sent them to surround and kill us. Run!" However, right afterward, one man noticed something strange. "Wait, look! Those people are the ones they took up the mountain." In a single instant, the screams of panic were replaced by sobs of reunion, tight embraces, and heartbreaking cries of brother and father, proving that Lu Tianwen had told the truth. "Fuker, I thought you were dead." One father hugged his lost son as tears poured down his face. The son hurriedly pointed at Lu Tianwen. "Father, it was this honored immortal. He single-handedly destroyed the entire Nine Cloud Supreme sect, broke the immortal formation, and saved all of us." The villagers' attitude changed completely. They quickly knelt and cried out in unison. Many thanks to honored immortal for saving all the people of Chongyin Town. Lu Tianwen remained cold and expressionless. "The restriction here has been broken. You're free to leave." Even with their freedom, their faces still showed uncertainty. "Where should we go? How are we supposed to deal with the evil sect's allies?" At that moment, one man suddenly made a bold request. "Honored immortal, please be merciful. Can we join Tian Lai Hall as well, just like the half-demon slaves?" The name Tian Lai Hall once again sent a tremor through the crowd. They whispered among themselves with admiration and longing. Tian Lai Hall, a transcendent power. Will they really want ordinary mortals like us? Lu Tianwen did not change expression. He simply repeated the single condition. "Yes, but you must pass soul inspection." The word soul inspection made many people go pale with fear, but after a moment of hesitation, gratitude and the desire for protection won out. "My life was saved by honored immortal. I have nothing to hide. I accept the soul inspection," one person declared. A wave of voices immediately followed. "We agree to." Lu Tianwen nodded and ordered Li Tan to begin making arrangements. Even so, a few people still hesitated and stepped back, not daring to accept Tian Lai Hall's strict test. Though there were still many doubts and unease about the nature of soul inspection, everyone present ultimately accepted it decisively. Seeing the worry plainly visible on their faces, Minvu spoke to reassure them, his tone tinged with coldness. "There's no need to be afraid. Soul inspection is not frightening. If everyone follows the rules and behaves properly, all will be well." He paused, then curled his lips into a meaningful half-smile. "But if someone harbors dark intentions or improper motives?" Heh. Unlike Min Vu's rambling, Lu Tianwen wasted no time. He raised his hand and declared decisively, "If everyone has agreed, then let us begin." As soon as the words fell, he activated the soul inspection array. A golden formation immediately appeared above the crowd. Powerful streams of spiritual force from the formation shone down on every person, as if trying to peer into the deepest recesses of their minds. Among those affected, some felt light and at ease, but quite a few doubled over in extreme pain, sweat pouring from them as if they had been drenched, their faces ghastly pale. Minvu paid special attention to one man who was trembling violently. He glanced over and let out an intrigued little sound. His curiosity stirred. Minvu immediately sent out his power to observe and see what exactly the man had witnessed to be so terrified. Before long, a string of horrifying memories appeared in Minvu's mind. Images of the man being brutally tortured and abused by members of the Nine Cloud Supreme sect, cut over and over by sword strikes. The man knelt and begged miserably, "Please, spare me. Let me go." At that time, a blonde-haired man ordered him, "Keep a close watch on these mortals. The instant you notice anything unusual, report it at once." The man received the secret order, and his mind became completely twisted. He obeyed them and cruelly slaughtered innocent mortals. After seeing the scene, Minvu's face immediately darkened, and he said in an icy voice, "So that's how it is. You're the spy planted here by the Nine Cloud Supreme sect. You even used the chaos as an opportunity to rape other people's wives and daughters, then killed them all to silence them. No wonder you were so terrified of the soul inspection array." A middle-aged man in the crowd heard those words and shook with rage. Pointing straight at the traitor, he shouted, You told me my nephew's whole family had been taken away by the Nine Cloud Supreme sect. Don't tell me it was you. Was it really all you're doing?" At that point, he was so overwhelmed that he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The people around him were furious and began cursing the spy in unison. I can't believe you're such a despicable creature. Why would you harm your own people? We thought everything before was done by the Nine Cloud Supreme sect. Who would have guessed? If Honored Immortal hadn't used soul inspection, we would have been completely deceived by you. The whole crowd, all those who had been fooled by him, ground their teeth in rage. Suddenly, a short, fat man holding a sword rushed out, trying to ambush Lu Tianwen. As he charged, he yelled, "Die!" Lu Tianwen remained standing exactly where he was, calm and motionless. But in the very next instant, the sword in the fat man's hand clattered to the ground. He had not even managed to touch a single hair on Lu Tianwen's head. Min Vu, who stood nearby, burst out laughing in contempt. Damn it, do you really think that after personally wiping out the entire Nine Cloud Supreme sect, our Lu Tianwen would be ambushed by a cheap joke like you? The moment those words ended, the pressure radiating from Lu Tianwen suddenly multiplied. And under that terrifying force, the fat man collapsed to the ground, trembling like a leaf. His face twisted and contorted under the unbearable pressure. Then he exploded on the spot. His accomplices saw that miserable end and were scared out of their wits. They hurriedly shouted to each other, "Run, split up and run." Minvu moved like lightning and blocked their escape route, speaking coldly. "You still think you can run?" In the briefest moment, those people trying to flee all exploded into pieces before Minvu even had the chance to make a move. He could only stare wide-eyed at the scene in astonishment. Frowning, he complained to Lu Tianwen, "At least leave me a little chance to look impressive." Lu Tianwen paid no attention to the teasing. He turned to the crowd and ordered, "Continue." And so, the soul inspection array was activated once more. At this moment, a girl stepped forward and said to him, "Hall Master, can you act directly yourself? If this soul inspection technique makes a mistake, wouldn't it harm innocent people?" As soon as she said it, she realized her words had gone too far. So she hurriedly explained awkwardly, "This servant is only worried and does not in the least doubt your decision." Lu Tianwen answered in a steady voice, "Everyone who enters my Tianlai Hall does so voluntarily. I have never forced anyone. As for whether soul inspection can make mistakes, no matter how exquisite a memory-probing technique may be, any method that interferes with memories will leave flaws. If we discover hidden memories or signs of abnormality, we will keep them under close watch and pay special attention to them. Once we confirm information about an infiltrator, there is absolutely no need to show mercy." After explaining clearly, he said to the girl, "From this moment on, you are one of Tianlai Hall. When speaking to me, there is no need for fear or hesitation." The girl let out a soft, "Oh," her eyes shining as she looked at him, her face flushed red with embarrassment and admiration. Minvu immediately teased again, "Ha ha ha, just look at that expression. Another one has fallen into the net of love." A moment later, Li Tan respectfully reported, "Hall Master, the soul inspection array is complete. No further problems were found." He nodded. "Good. Li Tan, take them to be settled in and begin training." Li Tan answered, "Understood, Hall Master." Back at the carriage, Shurnak Non and Xiao Ji were sleeping soundly. Lu Tianwen walked over to Shi Yanhan, who was standing near where Xiao Deep was focused on cultivating. She raised her eyes and softly asked him, "Xiao Deep?" Understanding what she wanted to ask, he gently shook his head. Then Shi Yanhan asked again, "What is your next plan?" He looked at his wife, his voice full of tenderness. "Let's go to the imperial capital of Dong Tuesday. Fate has already given some guidance, so we might as well go and investigate. Besides treating Tuet Deep, the restraints on her body must also be completely removed. In the imperial capital of Dong Tuesday, I also have an old friend who specializes in formations." Leaning against his chest, Shi Yanhan softly reminded him, "You also have to pay attention to your own safety." Lu Tianwen's eyes were filled with love for her. He gently patted her hand to reassure her. "Don't worry." Just like that, the husband and wife embraced in complete silence. As for Tai Fong, he stood motionless before an ancient, withered tree. He looked sadly at the gravestone beneath the tree and whispered, "Big sister, I've come back to see you." Clearly carved on the stone tablet was the name of his elder sister, Bien Trin. He confided in her, "Young master saved me. All these years, I've followed him, and everything has been very good. You don't need to worry about me." As he spoke, he could not stop painful memories from resurfacing in his mind. The scene of himself tied up in a dark room, his face covered in blood and wounds. Then, in that fateful instant, Lu Tianwen pushed the door open and walked in. At that time, he had reached out his hand and said, "Come with me." At that moment, Tai Fong had only hesitated for a second before deciding to go with him, and that decision completely changed his life. Breaking free from his memories, he said proudly to her, "You never would have guessed, right? I've already reached the great Emperor realm now. No one can bully me anymore." As he spoke, he carefully wiped the dust off the gravestone. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out, and Tai Fong's eyes widened. "Who's there?" A length of iron chain shot toward him at terrifying speed. Tai Fong merely tilted his body slightly, and the chain grazed his robe, leaving behind a cold gust that whistled past his ears. A man in a black cloak landed lightly on the ground. He raised his head and said, "So you finally showed up. I've been waiting here for you for 7 years. No, to be exact, 8 years. I knew you would definitely return to this place." The moment Tai Fong saw the other man's face, his expression turned icy. Through clenched teeth, in a low voice, he spat out, "Soul-reaping ghost." Soul-reaping ghost roared as the pitch-black chain coiled into a deadly vortex in midair, letting out a horrifying screech. He spoke coldly, his hoarse voice brimming with killing intent. "If I don't take your life now, how am I supposed to carry out my next mission?" In an instant, Tai Fong swiftly activated the Piao Miao Ing Tian art. Immediately, a series of lifelike phantom figures appeared all around him. Tai Fong and his illusions rushed forward at the same time, forming a violent storm of attacks aimed at their opponent. Soul-reaping Ghost stared in shock and thought to himself that he truly had to look at this man differently now. He had never imagined that Tai Fong's power would break through to such a grand realm. Tai Fong remained silent, but the pressure pouring from his body surged more and more powerfully. When the two opposing forces collided violently, a loud grunt exploded out and shook the very air. Grinding his teeth, Soul-reaping Ghost swung his chain, creating sharp whip-like arcs that tore through the air with shrill, screaming sounds. But then his eyes suddenly bulged wide, as if he could not believe what he was seeing. What the hell was this? His chain, a treasured weapon, had been shattered into countless fragments by Tai Fong's pressure. Seizing the opportunity, Tai Fong charged in and increased his force, blasting Soul-reaping Ghost away with tremendous power. As he struggled to steady himself on the ground again, the man stared fixedly at Tai Fong, his eyes full of confusion and utter shock. If he wasn't mistaken, the thing gleaming in Tai Fong's hand was an immortal weapon. Tai Fong explained indifferently, "This sword is called Inverse Scale. It was forged from several reverse scales taken from a green dragon's neck, combined with 1,000-year cold iron, personally refined by a young master, and others." The moment he finished speaking, Tai Fong swung his sword without the slightest mercy. A cold flash swept past, and hot blood splattered onto the ground. The instant Tai Fong landed, Soul-reaping Ghost collapsed as well. Sheathing his sword, Tai Fong said in a voice as cold as ancient ice, "I'm no longer the man I used to be." However, at that very moment, Soul-reaping Ghost's hand suddenly twitched. He staggered back to his feet, his tongue hanging unnaturally long, blood still dripping from his arm onto the ground. Like a streak of black lightning, he once again charged madly at Tai Fong. Tai Fong turned back in shock to look at his opponent. Soul-reaping Ghost wasn't dead. At the same time, in the imperial capital of the Dong Tuesday Kingdom, Lu Tianwen's luxurious carriage began rolling through the city gates. The splendid, exquisitely crafted carriage drew curious looks from everyone on the street. People whispered among themselves, "Which eminent family does such a grand carriage belong to?" No idea. Even among the residences of the highest-ranking nobles and officials, I've never seen one like it. Could it be some great prince from a distant land? Inside the carriage, Shout Deep was sitting with his eyes closed, quietly cultivating. A blazing red pressure radiated from his body, entirely different from the calm blue aura usually seen around Lu Tianwen. Looking at her son, Shi Yan could not hide her worry. These past few days, Shout Deep had often shown signs of pain. She feared that while cultivating the extremely difficult 9-9 origin art, something might have gone wrong. Hearing her mother's concern, Xiao Ji became frightened as well. She timidly tugged on Lu Tianwen's sleeve and asked softly, "Father, will Xiao Deep be okay?" He gently rubbed his daughter's head and reassured her, "It's fine, my daughter. For your little brother, this is actually a good thing." Xiao Ji stared at her father with wide eyes and asked blankly, "A good thing?" Lu Tianwen gave no further explanation. He abruptly placed 2 fingers on Xiao Deep's forehead. Carefully, he examined his son's meridians and the condition of his true energy. Then he turned to Shi Han and said, Xiao Deep's path of cultivation is especially different from that of ordinary people. Only because of the simple pupil I personally forged for him was he able to build a path for his true energy. However, because his talent is so extraordinary, his blood vitality enters the body and strengthens him too quickly. Added to that is the fusion of special true energy from pills and other unique items, which has made the true energy in his body mixed and impure. That is why his cultivation has not been going smoothly. After a brief pause, he gently held her hand and comforted her in a low voice. You don't need to worry too much. Once we enter the city, I'll go find some blood vitality spirit herbs, and that should ease Xiao Deep's symptoms. Just then, Minvu's voice came from outside the carriage. Young master, we've reached Van Dam Pavilion. The carriage came to a stop in front of Van Dam Pavilion. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Move aside! Move aside! Don't block my young master's way. A pair of gold thread embroidered shoes slowly walked forward. The newcomer wore fine yellow silk robes and casually fanned himself with a paper fan, coldly eyeing the woman standing in front of him. The old woman spoke helplessly. Young master, how have we offended you? Why did you overturn our stall? He lifted one foot and said with extreme arrogance, These shabby stalls are blocking my view and keeping me from properly admiring the shine of my new shoes. The moment the surrounding townsfolk recognized him, their faces changed with obvious fear. They whispered to each other, This disaster is out again. Hurry and stay far away. If he notices you, you're in big trouble. That's right, that's right. Suddenly, a heavy gold ingot flew straight into a young man's face, making his nose bleed. The one who had thrown it was the young man in yellow. He said loudly and haughtily, What are you looking at? This young master is handsome and rich. Jealous. Then he repeatedly kicked the young man while shouting, Watch that mouth of yours. This money is for your medical fees. Is it enough? Is it enough? The young man clutched his head in pain and cried out, Enough! Enough! I was wrong. Somebody save me. Though the people around him wanted to help, they lacked both the strength and the courage, and trembled in fear. After beating the young man half to death, the fellow tossed down a few more taels of gold as medicine money, then wiped his hand with a handkerchief and said leisurely, What I hate most is people talking behind my back. Seeing the people standing nearby, he raised his brows provocatively. What do you all want medical fees to? Hearing that, the crowd turned and scattered in terror. Once he had driven the crowd away, his mood improved at once, and he laughed smugly. Ha, that feels great. When he opened his eyes, he suddenly saw a carriage slowly approaching. Not only did he refuse to move aside, he arrogantly planted himself in the middle of the street and ordered, Hey, stop the carriage. Minvu curled his lip and picked at his ear, sounding annoyed. You're blocking my way. Are you asking to have your bones broken? The man in yellow circled the carriage for a moment, greed flashing in his eyes, then came to a conclusion. Top-grade materials, strong defensive capability, and even a spatial formation. Soundproof and comfortable too. I like it. Starting today, it's mine. Then he walked straight up to Minvu and bluntly declared, This young master likes your carriage. Name your price. Minvu was so angry he nearly smoked. He could not believe there was really something wrong with this idiot's brain. Grinding his teeth, he said word by word, Moron, get lost. Not only did the man refuse to leave, he instead acted even more insolent and asked arrogantly, Humph, do you know who I am, to dare act so proudly in front of me? Minvu glanced at him contemptuously, as if looking at a fool, pointed at his face, and smirked. Huh, did I call your name? Why should I have to know who you are? The man grabbed a handful of gold and flung it into the air, then began his self-introduction with a pompous expression. I am Qiandada, son of Qian Chaoda, the richest man in the Dong Tuesday Kingdom. People call me Money Flinger. For this young master to take a liking to your carriage is the highest honor you could ever receive. As soon as he finished speaking, he arrogantly hurled a gold ingot straight at Minvu's face and asked loudly, Is this enough for you to hand over the carriage? Minvu coldly flicked his hand and sent the ingot flying back into Qiandada's face. At once, an invisible force pressed him down onto his knees, while the servants beside him were too stunned to react. Minvu frowned, his tone icy. There are some things you're not allowed to covet at will, much less reach out and demand. Kneeling on the ground, Qiandada's eyes turned red with humiliation. He pointed at Minvu and howled, You hit me. You actually dare hit me. Even my father has never laid so much as a finger on me. You dare hit me today. Do you believe I can crush you to death with money? Then he ordered his men, Men, get him. At his command, 3 servants charged at Min Vu together. Smack, smack, smack! 3 crisp slaps rang out as Min Vu gave each of them a resounding slap across the face and sent them flying. Yet the fool still failed to grasp the situation and continued shouting, "Hit him harder for me!" Before he could even finish speaking, his servants had already dropped all around him. Only a second later did Chiandada react. All his followers were already sprawled on the ground. Who was left to obey his orders? Looking at the groaning men on the ground, he finally became afraid and began trembling like a leaf. Stammering, he said, "You dare hit me? I'll make you compensate me. I'll definitely make you pay until you're ruined." Min Vu shrugged and patted his shoulder generously. "Sure, I'll compensate you." Chiandada's face turned pale. Before he could even cry out, Min Vu sent him flying with a heaven-shaking blow like a ball kicked through the air. Min Vu strolled over leisurely, arrogantly pointed at his hand, and launched into a speech. "This slap of mine was born of heaven and earth, infused with the moisture of rainwater and gathering the essence of the sun and moon. One hit from it clears the mind and extends the lifespan. So tell me," Min Vu leaned close, "wouldn't a slap this valuable be worth 1.8 million? Clutching his swollen cheek like a steamed bun, Chiandada gritted his teeth and shouted, "You!" Min Vu was faster. Before the man could finish, he started slapping him repeatedly again. "You what? Didn't I already compensate you? Don't act like you're getting cheated after profiting. Could my slap possibly be worth less than your lousy gold ingot?" The heavy slaps fell one after another, and his face quickly swelled into a pig's head. As he struck him, Min Vu pressed him. "Enough? Is it enough? Speak. Say it." When no answer came, Min Vu beat him even more enthusiastically, then finished by hurling Chiandada away. Chiandada lay flattened on the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head, tears streaming down as he struggled to say, You have to let me speak first. You kept slapping me." He staggered to his feet and said coldly through clenched teeth, "Even my father has never beaten me like this." Min Vu folded his arms across his chest and replied arrogantly, "Oh, I hit harder than your father then. In that case, you can choose to call me Grandpa." At that point, Chiandada pulled himself together and dramatically declared, "It's time for me to show you my trump card." The moment he finished speaking, he pointed at the sky and cried out twice, "Meow, meow." As soon as the words left his mouth, a violent gale rose up. Unable to withstand the pressure, passers-by collapsed all over the ground and shouted, "What's happening? Help!" Soldiers ran over and asked, "What happened?" Suddenly, Chiandada froze. In front of him was a mass of black smoke with 2 blazing eyes. Completely baffled, the 2 soldiers stammered to each other, "Tethys, what is this? A demon creature?" Not long after, the black aura condensed and transformed into a gigantic black cat. Standing before it, Chiandada burst into triumphant laughter. "Ha ha! This is a Baila beast, an unbelievably powerful demonic beast that this young master spent a huge fortune to subdue. Ha ha! Scared now? I'll make you regret ever laying a hand on me." Chiandada. Right then, the carriage curtain lifted, and Lu Tianguin stepped out coldly. He spoke lightly, "What's all this noise?" The instant he appeared, the previously ferocious Baila beast suddenly began trembling. Its eyes went wide, and its whole body broke out in cold sweat. Chiandada did not notice the Baila beast fear at all. He pointed at Min Vu and loudly accused, "Meow, meow, it was this guy who beat me. I want you to beat him into a pig's head." The nearby townsfolk whispered among themselves, "Who would have thought Chiandada had a demonic beast follower like this? Some people throw their weight around because of family backing, some because of local power. He throws his weight around because of cat." Those words reached the man in question's ears. Chiandada pointed at the 2 of them and shouted, "Shut up, all of you. Want to pay funeral expenses, do you? Whoever talks too much, this young master will deal with you too." Then he ordered the Baila beast, "Meow, meow, attack." Behind him, the Baila beast was sweating buckets. Lu Tianguin slowly walked forward, and the invisible pressure radiating from him terrified it out of its wits. Inwardly it wailed, "Oh heavens, how did I run into this great being?" Chiandada kept coaxing loudly, "Meow, meow, take him out. Once it's done, I'll prepare top-grade spirit food for you and arrange attendants to bathe you. Hurry up and hit him." Seeing no response, Chiandada turned around, and good grief, what was this? The cat was frozen in terror. He lightly touched it and called softly, "Meow, meow, why aren't you moving?" Min Vu reached out grabbed Qiandada by the head and warned coldly, "Beat someone into a pig's head, huh? You little bastard. Looks like you still haven't had enough." Terrified, Qiandada looked at Min Vu and stammered, "It wasn't me. I didn't mean it." Min Vu continued slapping him across the face, while Qiandada cried and begged for mercy. I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. Grandpa. I won't dare do it again." Even more astonishingly, when the Baila beast saw its master kneeling and kowtowing, it immediately copied him, dropping to the ground and crying out, "I was wrong. Please spare my life." Qiandada gaped, unable to believe his ears. His Baila beast was actually apologizing? He shouted, "Meow, meow." Lu Tianwen said to Min Vu, "Don't waste any more time." Following his order, Min Vu delivered one final blow to Qiandada, sending his body flying like a ball. Raising a brow, he said, "Nephew, learn to be humble. Otherwise, you might end up with a pig's head any day." Seeing that his two lackeys had already struggled back to their feet, Qiandada roared angrily, "What are you standing there stunned for? Move!" And so, the two servants helped him away. As he left, he shouted, "Just you wait. Next time, who turns into a pig's head is still up in the air." As Lu Tianwen's carriage rolled down the street, everyone turned to look. Their faces were filled with shock, and murmurs of amazement spread nonstop. Who is the person in that carriage to make that demonic beast so terrified it knelt and begged? No idea. I've never seen him before. Seeing that the Baila beast kept following them, Min Vu finally could not help asking, "Why are you following us?" Lowering its head, it let out a long, bitter sigh. Min Vu was displeased and warned it coldly, "Hey, that's because you're too weak. Otherwise, I'd have to go out and kill things myself. Do you know how dangerous that is?" Min Vu was so angry his face turned pale. He glared at it and questioned coldly, "If I remember correctly, you bullied the weak and feared the strong. And the moment things looked bad, you abandoned them, didn't you? So how is any of this our fault?" The Baila beast immediately retorted, "How can you blame me for that? That's called knowing the times. Those blind fools who didn't know better are probably dead in some wasteland by now. The fact that I survived proves I'm smart." When it looked at Lu Tianwen, it was as if it were looking at its savior. Trying hard to act cute, it pleaded, in times like these, if you don't eat, you starve to death. Great Lord, why not take me in?" It then began showing off its strengths. "Look at these powerful claws, this soft, glossy fur, these bright, intelligent eyes. I'm the #1 choice for guarding the house. I can also help you appraise treasures and sense cultivation levels." Lu Tianwen dismissed it bluntly. "You're too weak." Those words made the Baila beast feel like coughing up blood. It protested, "I'm a mighty Baila beast." Weak. Before it could finish, the invisible pressure released by Lu Tianwen made its whole body tremble, and it instantly changed its attitude. So it sprawled on the street, crying and throwing a tantrum. "I'm too weak, sob, just as it was wallowing in misery. Min Vu said, "Stop. Could you make yourself smaller? You're scaring everyone." The Baila beast glanced at the frightened townspeople and casually agreed, "I'm fine." As soon as it said that, it transformed into an unbelievably adorable little kitten. Min Vu stared at the scene, his eyes nearly popping out, and blurted, "You can really shrink down?" Just then, Xiaoji peeked outside. The Baila beast immediately realized this was a perfect opportunity, and at once pounced into Xiaoji's arms to act cute, making the little girl delighted. It thought happily, now I've got someone to rely on. As long as I protect this little girl well, my life will definitely be carefree from now on. I'm so smart." Lying in Xiaoji's arms, the Baila beast said to Lu Tianwen, "After all, I'm still a regional overlord. I won't boast about other things, but protecting this little girl? No problem at all." Xiaoji liked the little cat very much. Looking up with shining eyes, she asked, "Father, can I keep it with me?" Lu Tianwen could not bear to refuse his precious daughter. He let out a sigh and reluctantly agreed. "Fine, although it's weak, it can still barely pass as your pet beast." With his approval, the little girl said happily, "Thank you, father." Then Lu Tianwen conjured a ball filled with spiritual energy. He tossed it toward the Baila beast. Holding the sphere in its paws, it asked curiously, "Great Lord, what are you doing?" He answered in an even tone, "To keep you from betraying us." It asked fearfully, "And if I betray you, then what?" Lu Tianwen merely curled his lips in a cold smile. That smile made all the fur on the Baila beast stand on end. At the same time, on a street corner, a man ordered his subordinate, "Hurry and report to my lord. That person has returned." Not long after, the carriage slowly arrived at Wan Dam Pavilion. Lu Tianwen stepped down and instructed his wife and daughter, "Wait here for me." With that, he entered Wan Dan Pavilion alone. Unlike the quiet scene outside, the inside was bustling. Lu Tianguin walked forward slowly, and a salesgirl looked up at him in surprise. She stood and asked, "What do you need? If you're buying medicine, please go to the right. If you're looking for an alchemist, it's to the left." Lu Tianguin replied, "I'm looking for Elder Dan." She answered, "Him? He's very busy. If you really have something urgent, you can go upstairs to see him." Following the direction she pointed, he glanced upstairs, then handed her a money pouch and said, "Help me prepare Nether Spirit Ganoderma, 1,000-year blood ginseng, 9 heavens jade dew, and soul-breaking grass." Hearing that, she could not help asking in surprise. Blood ginseng and Ganoderma combined with 9 heavens jade dew can nourish chi and blood, but soul-breaking grass is incompatible with them, and it's highly toxic. "What do you want to buy it for?" Just then, a man walked over and answered on Lu Tianwin's behalf in a mocking tone, obviously to find an excuse to get close to Elder Dan's young lady. He continued speaking to the girl. "Recently, quite a few people have come to Wan Dan Pavilion under the pretense of seeking Elder Dan, but in truth they have ulterior motives and evil intentions." Then he looked at Lu Tianwen with contempt and sneered, "The people I despise most are pampered, rich young masters like you, who only want to throw money around for a beauty smile. These medicines may be life-saving to others. They're not toys for the likes of you." Then he handed his money to the salesgirl. "Miss, I want a refined continuation meridian pills. I'll take the soul-breaking grass." The girl looked blankly at the two men in front of her. She pushed Lu Tianwen's money pouch back and tactfully refused. "Sorry, but precious medicinal herbs should still be sold to those who truly need them." Lu Tianwen stepped in front of her and said slowly, "If soul-breaking grass is used in combination with continuation meridian pills, taking it over time will be extremely dangerous. By doing this, you're harming him." The other man only laughed at him. As expected, an ignorant piece of trash. You don't even know the formula for continuation meridian pills, yet you dare show off here. Get lost. The people present began whispering among themselves. He says continuation meridian pills, made with soul-breaking grass, are poison. How could that be? Exactly, he's talking nonsense. Lu Tianwen closed his eyes and shook his head lightly. Good advice is wasted on those determined to throw away their lives. Hearing that, the man angrily pointed straight at him and cursed. "You dare call me someone rushing to his death?" Everyone heard that. "I hope you all will uphold justice for me and throw him out." Suddenly, the girl selling medicine spoke up. "Wait, if you say it's poison, then you must understand alchemy as well. In that case, tell me this. If continuation meridian pills don't use soul-breaking grass, then what medicinal herb should be used instead?" He answered, "Yin-yang grass." The girl frowned in confusion. "Yin-yang grass? It grows where yin and yang intersect, and it does help suppress stagnation symptoms. But for continuation meridian pills..." At that moment, an old man suddenly jumped out and challenged him. "Yin-yang grass won't do. I am the steward of the Wan Dan Pavilion Main Hall. We had people test it long ago. After being refined into a pill, the yin energy in yin-yang grass only makes the patient's meridians even more blocked." One man folded his arms across his chest and arrogantly declared, "That's right. Every alchemist in Wan Dan Pavilion knows this." Another chimed in, "I thought he was some sort of expert, but it turns out he's just talking nonsense." Lu Tianguin replied coldly and firmly, "That's simply because you've never used the right method." The older man with a middle-aged appearance looked up and demanded, "Then tell us, exactly how should yin-yang grass be processed?" He explained slowly. Yin-yang grass contains the circulation of the two energies of life and death. If you use fire energy to refine it directly, the violent flames will activate the death energy. On the contrary, it should first be refined with wine, because the water nature within it is what can awaken the life energy. The moment those words were spoken, the whole hall burst into loud laughter and ridicule. "Ha ha ha, ridiculous. Since when does a pill furnace use wine? Could this pampered young master be so drunk he came here looking for entertainment? This is Wan Dan Pavilion, not a tavern where you can spout nonsense as you please." The old man frowned and stared at him, his tone grave. "Medicinal herbs are the very foundation of pills. You absolutely cannot make things up carelessly. What you said just now was nonsense, and you deliberately misled everyone. As punishment, if you ever want to buy anything at Wan Dan Pavilion in the future, the price will be increased tenfold." Lu Tianguin merely shook his head lightly, still indifferent. "Believe it or not, that's up to you." A man in a purple robe immediately pointed at him and shouted, "Brat, get out right now." Dan Pavilion does not welcome you. Stop standing here and hindering our business. His words were met with agreement from everyone in the hall, and they all chimed in, exactly. No knowledge, yet still pretending. Shameless. Lu Tingwen ignored all the accusations, slammed his money pouch onto the counter, and said to the girl in charge, I want to buy medicinal ingredients. Everyone standing there drew contemptuous breaths. The girl was stunned, her eyes wide as she stared at him, unable to speak. Another person cut in loudly. Miss, you saw it yourself. This man is causing trouble on purpose. I still need to refine continuation meridian pills. Sell that soul-breaking grass to me. The girl regained her stern expression and declared, the art of refining pills concerns human lives. The issue of soul-breaking grass and yin-yang grass must be made clear, or the consequences could be disastrous. After a moment of thought, she turned to Lu Tiangwen and said, since you are so certain of your stance, why not demonstrate your ability? That way everyone can see for themselves how this method of refining pills with wine and water actually works. Another old man immediately echoed, that's right, we'll know the truth once we try it. Lu Tiangwen did not object. He calmly walked over to a vessel containing liquid and gently lifted it up. Then he glanced around at everyone in the hall and confidently declared, very well. I'll broaden your horizons with a water pill method. The term was far too unfamiliar to those present, and they discussed it blankly among themselves. What is the water pill method? Is he really going to use water to refine pills? How could the temperature possibly be enough? Let's see what trick he's pulling. Then Lu Tianwen handed the girl a sheet of paper and asked her to prepare all the listed ingredients. The girl read the list aloud. High-grade yin-yang grass, extreme yin snail, dark orchid fungus. What? The moment those ingredients were named, the whole hall stirred. Is he trying to refine continuation meridian pills? Those are all highly toxic and yin-cold substances. Are you trying to kill someone? Exactly. The previously silent girl suddenly shouted, silence. She warned the crowd. The pill refining area is protected by Dan Pavilion's rules. Anyone who interferes before the pill is completed will be expelled. Please keep order and stop crowding. Then the girl turned to Lu Tianwen. The ingredients you need will be brought at once. Not long after, she delivered the medicinal herbs. With a wave of his hand, Lu Tianwen sent all the ingredients into a furnace and began refining. Tilting the vessel, he poured out the liquid and explained softly, the water pill method uses water as its foundation, for water nourishes all things. The ingredients were quickly soaked in the liquid. Then Lu Tianwen wrapped them in his abundant true essence and said, the essence of all things filters and purifies, removing impurities. Soon, that stream of true essence displayed all kinds of brilliant colors. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. How incredible. This man's true force is truly immense. I'm afraid he has already reached the peak Marquis realm. A man standing beside her whispered, you're only realizing that now? Could everything he said actually be true? A moment later, the colors gathered and fused together, forming a brilliant golden glow. Lu Tingwen continued reciting, heavenly blossom gathers dew. The crimson furnace is born of itself. He pointed toward the golden light and shouted, gather! In an instant, a dazzling radiance exploded throughout the entire room. Everyone hurriedly covered their eyes and cried out, ah, my eyes! What's happening? I can't see anything. The girl was also deeply shocked. Impossible. Such high heat. How could the water pill method achieve this? Only a moment later, the light shifted into a purple gold hue. A perfect pill covered in intricate pill patterns had been refined. Lu Tianwen caught it in his hand. Looking at the pill in his palm, everyone was stunned. He really succeeded? That color, those pill markings, it really is a high-grade continuation meridian pill. However, some people still doubted it. A man said, just because you say it's real? Who knows whether it's a fake pill or not? Lu Tianwen answered calmly, whether it's real or fake, we'll know once it's tested. Those words made the doubting man hesitate. Well, with so many poisonous ingredients, what if someone dies? A human life isn't a joke. Another man stepped forward before Lu Tianwen and said coldly, I was born with an incomplete left arm meridian, and continuation meridian pills are far too expensive. I can't afford one. Since this is a gamble anyway, let me be the test subject. Fine. Then he handed the pill to him. The man accepted it without the slightest hesitation and immediately swallowed it. In the blink of an eye, veins bulged all over his body, cold sweat poured down like rain, and agonizing pain spread through him. Unable to endure it, he screamed. He rolled on the floor in extreme torment, frightening everyone who witnessed it. They asked one another, "What's wrong with him? Has the poison taken effect?" Just then, another man pointed straight at Lu Tianguin and shouted, "I knew it. This man had bad intentions all along. You openly tried to murder someone. Men, seize him at once." As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates quickly surrounded Lu Tianguin. Immediately, the girls signaled for them to stop. "Wait, look at his arm." Only then did everyone notice the man's crippled left arm. It was tightening and straightening, and just moments later, he was able to move it. The man sat up and stared at his own hand in utter shock, stammering in disbelief. "Could it be? I've really been cured." Then he stood up straight, clasped his hands respectfully, and thanked Lu Tianguin. "Many thanks, benefactor, for granting me this medicine. I'm deeply grateful." Lu Tianguin did not answer. He merely turned to the girl and asked, "Have you seen clearly now?" The girl realized that she had wrongly blamed him and sincerely admitted her mistake. "The truth is clear now. There's no denying it. We really did misunderstand you, young master." At that moment, everyone in the hall stared in shock, and a wave of hushed discussion broke out. "He recovered just like that? How is that possible? Is this 1 in 10 survival pill refining method actually real?" Without needing any signal, the whole crowd rushed toward Lu Tianguin and eagerly asked, "Young master, do you have any more pills? We want to trade with you." "That's right. We also urgently need the Meridian Renewal pill." "Young master, please be merciful. Could you sell the pill formula to us?" At that moment, Lu Tianguin looked extremely displeased, and a powerful pressure began radiating from his entire body. The crowd was suppressed by that pressure until their bodies trembled uncontrollably, unable to take even a single step forward. The girl then asked him, "If your pill is the correct one, then what will happen if people keep taking medicine made by the original refining method?" He replied coldly, "Their meridians will be corroded, their souls sealed, and in the end they'll become empty husks." His words shook everyone to the core. No one had expected the consequences to be that severe. What? How could that happen? Whoever provided that pill formula is truly guilty of a monstrous crime. Suddenly, an authoritative voice rang out. "How dare you?" Elder Huin Tan entered with a group of people behind him. The man who had earlier ordered his subordinates to surround Lu Tianguin hurriedly bowed. "Viting Ao De Huin Tang." The elder looked at Lu Tianguin with killing intent and shouted, "Who are you to dare come here and deceive the masses with your nonsense?" The formula for the Meridian Renewal pill was collected by Chancellor Lam himself and bestowed upon Van Dam Pavilion. It has been verified by countless masters. How could it possibly be slandered by the likes of you? Before Lu Tianguin even needed to speak, the crowd quickly explained, "Elder, but he really did refine the Meridian Renewal pill." "That's right. We saw with our own eyes that this man's arm was healed." Elder Huin Tan did not believe them at all. He snorted disdainfully. Didn't he deliberately create a blinding flash of light just now? Who knows if he used some trick like the Li Dai Tao Quang substitution technique, switching one person for another and sacrificing this man just to deceive everyone. Lu Tianguin spoke up and said to the girl, "Please bring me the pill formula so I can inspect it." Elder Huin Tan immediately lunged forward, throwing out chains to trap him as he shouted, "Who do you think you are, behaving so wildly in Van Dam Pavilion? Surrender and be bound." The chains wrapped around Lu Tianguin from head to toe. Yet he remained standing calmly in place, letting the other side use whatever methods they wanted. With every move Elder Huin Tan made, the number of chains doubled. And yet, before long, the elder's face turned deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down his body, as though he was almost out of strength. He was inwardly shocked. This young man is so young. How can his inner power be this profound? Could he be from some opposing force, deliberately making trouble for Chancellor Lam? Just then, a man stepped forward to stop him. "Elder, please stop. This young man's strength is far too deep to measure. I'm afraid he may possess the power of a great emperor." The moment he finished speaking, Lu Tianguin casually shattered all the chains with one hand. Seeing this, the girl became extremely anxious and exclaimed, "This is bad." She hurriedly stepped between the two sides and loudly tried to mediate. "Please, everyone, Van Dam Pavilion is a place that values the Tao of alchemy. If there are doubts, then settle them through a pill refining contest. There is no need to resort to violence." Then the girl turned to Lu Tianguin and said, "Young master, I will bring you the pill formula you want right away." After speaking, she cast a glance at Elder Huin Tan. He gave a cold snort. "Fine, If you insist that there is a problem with the formula, then this old man will deal with you through alchemical debate. Lu Tianguin calmly nodded in agreement. Good. Not long after, the girl brought the pill formula and respectfully handed it to him. Please have a look, young master. If you can point out the flaws in this formula, that would also be a blessing for everyone. Lu Tianguin began flipping through the book. Elder Huin Tan still did not believe him and sneered. Stonebone grass combined with mystic jade marrow, assisted by 100 spirit fruit for fusion, with human soul flower kept under strict dosage control, and pill fire naturally handled by experienced alchemists. How could it possibly be as terrible as you claim? Lu Tianguin finished reading very quickly. He closed the book and casually tossed it back toward Elder Huintan. The crowd erupted in alarm. Really? Could this pill formula actually be wrong? This is terrible. My young master is still taking this kind of pill. What should we do? Elder Huintan was so furious his face turned purple. Pointing straight at Lu Tianguin, he shouted, You are talking nonsense, making baseless accusations. Then he raised his voice to explain to everyone, Stonebone grass and mystic jade marrow combined, aided by 100 spirit fruit, with human soul flower carefully controlled and pill fire managed by experienced alchemists. How could it be ruined the way he says? I think he is just deliberately nitpicking and misleading public opinion. However, his words caused some people to hesitate, and they nodded. It did sound somewhat reasonable. The girl suddenly remembered what the old alchemist had once told her. Although these pill formulas were effective, some of the ingredients used in them were rather puzzling. Doubt began to arise in her heart. Could he actually be right? Elder Huin Tan sternly declared, Furthermore, whether your meridian renewal pill truly works or not also needs to be tested by me, lest you use a fake and pass it off as the real thing. As he spoke, he pointed at the man whose arm Lu Tingwin had just healed and ordered, You come here. I will use the pill testing device and draw your blood for inspection. Very quickly, a Qilin-shaped pill testing device was brought out. He looked at Lu Tianguin with contempt and thought to himself, Ignorant brat, who told you not to know your place? Then, the subordinate of the healed man dropped blood onto the device. The blood landed on the Qilin's tongue, and its eyes instantly lit up. Flames burst from its body, and it opened its mouth with a roar before charging straight toward the crowd. The girl fled in fright. Lu Tianguin merely casted a brief glance, and the pressure from his gaze made the Qilin freeze instantly in place. Another man rushed forward, struck the Qilin with a palm, and shouted, Careful! The Qilin immediately shattered into countless pieces. Two attendants anxiously ran over to help the girl, who had fallen onto the ground. Miss, are you all right? The girl shook her head and replied, I'm Fine. The man let out a sigh of relief. That's good. If anything had happened to you, we would have had no way to answer to the old alchemist. Everyone in the room was terrified beyond measure, standing frozen in place, faces pale, their mouths hanging open in shock. Elder Huin Tan pointed at Lu Tianguin and continued cursing, You bastard! What you made is not a meridian renewal pill at all. It is clearly a soul-stealing evil pill meant to lure people into demonic deviation. His subordinate also spoke up to accuse him. Who would have thought that you, a Grandmaster alchemist, would concoct such a horrifying poison pill and even publicly slander Van Dam Pavilion's pill formula? What exactly is your objective? The healed man anxiously pleaded to Elder Huintan for help. What? What is going on? Am I going to die? Elder Huintan, save me. Public opinion began turning in the elder's favor, and people started discussing it loudly. Is it really a poison pill? But his arm was clearly healed just now. Some teenage master my foot. So he really was a fraud. Elder Huin Tan shoved the injured man aside. Your matter can wait. Then he gave an order. Hear my command. Activate the Van Dan Pavilion formation at once and subdue him. The instant the order was given, the formation was activated. A wave of purple spiritual power spread across the entire room. The girl widened her eyes in shock and rushed forward to stop him. Elder Huintan, wait. He said coldly, Miss Nan, please step back. We are protecting the honor of Van Dam Pavilion. I ask that you do not interfere. The girl thought to herself, It seems I'll have to find someone with enough authority to step in. With that thought, she turned and left. Lu Tianguin gave a slight shake of his head and said coldly, As expected, even in Van Dam Pavilion, not everyone is a pure alchemist like Nankai. Elder Huin Tan immediately denied it. What nonsense are you talking about? You slandered Van Dam Pavilion's pill formula and used poison pills to commit fraud. The evidence is right in front of us. What is there left to deny? Solid evidence. Indeed, the moment he finished speaking, the elder subordinate suddenly burst into flames and screamed in agony. He cried out in terror, "Save me!" The flames burned even fiercer. Elder Huintan pointed at Lu Tianguin and shouted, "You brat, how dare you! Suppress him at once. Don't let him harm anyone else." Following his order, the subordinates continued operating the formation. The purple spiritual power transformed into chains and tightly bound Lu Tianguin. The elder sneered. Inside the Van Dan Pavilion formation, even if you were a great emperor, you still wouldn't escape. Lu Tianguin remained standing there motionless and mocked him. Yang Ming's imprisonment technique is the lowest level there is. It seems he was far from sincere when he helped Van Dam Pavilion set up this formation. Lu Tianguin then casually took a step forward, shocking them all. "How is that possible? Why can you still move?" He looked at the person burning in flames and began to explain. "Mystic Qilin powder, colorless and odorless. It ignites upon contact with fire and directly corrodes the core of the heart." As he spoke, a flame rose from the tip of his index finger. "You were the one who secretly arranged for it to be added, weren't you?" As he said that, he cast Elder Huin on a meaningful glance. A second later, the elder and all his subordinates coughed up blood at the same time. One man loudly refuted him. "That's slander. We absolutely did no such thing." Another followed up. "Elder Huintan's judgment cannot be wrong." "Brat, do you dare wager with us in the Tao of Alchemy?" The spectators, enjoying the commotion, all chimed in to encourage him. "Elder Huintan, don't be afraid of him. Compete with him in alchemy." "That's right. Whether someone is capable or not will be clear after a test. If you dare compete, then we'll believe you." Elder Huintan looked anxious and awkward. "Well, the medicinal materials needed for an alchemy contest are very precious. If it's just because of someone like this." Right at that moment, a man spoke up generously. "Move aside, all of you. This young master will pay for the medicinal materials." The speaker was none other than Qian Deda, whose face had been beaten so badly that it looked like a pig's head. Everyone stared at him in confusion and asked one another, "Who is this pig head? Wait, isn't that young Master Qian? How did he end up like this?" Qian Deda pointed at the two people whispering and cursed. "Why are you babbling? Take it." Then he said to Elder Huintan, "You're Elder Huintan, right? Don't worry about the medicinal materials. Just show your full ability." His excuse for refusing had now been destroyed, and Elder Huintan looked a little uncomfortable. Before he could finish, Qian Deda shouted, "If this is a wager, then naturally there must be a prize. If you ask me, the prize should be." Lu Tianguin softly uttered two words. "Your life." The entire audience was utterly stunned, every face filled with extreme shock. "What? A wager that big? Is he crazy?" He continued in a provocative tone. "If you alchemists no longer care about your honor, then let me help you preserve some face. Begin." At that moment, Qian Deda leaned close to Elder Huintan's ear and whispered softly, "That bastard dared to make a servant beat me. This young master must see him die. As long as you do it, I will offer you endless wealth." That promise further strengthened the elder's resolve. He thought, "I've been in the alchemy world for so many years. Why should I fear some junior? Besides, I still have a secret treasure." After that, he answered decisively, "I understand young Master Qian's meaning. Rest assured, that brat won't escape today." Elder Huintan pointed straight at Lu Tianwen's face and declared, "Since you want to wager your life, then this old man will see it through to the end. For the honor of Van Dan Pavilion, I will use pill fire to burn away your soul right here." As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his arms wide and called out loudly, "I already have a plan for victory, but I need the assistance of my fellow alchemists. In return, after this is over, I am willing to pass on the alchemical insights and experience I have gained." Qian Dada nodded in admiration. "Excellent. Elder Huintan truly lives up to being one of Van Dan Pavilion's top alchemists, responsible and full of spirit." Without another word, he threw 2 heavy bags of silver onto the ground and promised, "As long as you help him win, I will reward you even more generously." The crowd immediately began to stir. Then hands started going up one after another. "Count me in, with young Master Qian backing us. What is there to fear from that brat? We'll support Elder Huintan." Elder Huintan solemnly declared, "Many thanks to all my fellow Taoists for your support. With your assistance, I will definitely defeat him." A man asked cautiously, "Elder, do you mean you want to use?" He nodded. "That's right. I need all of you working together in one heart. And while I'm at it, I also want to prove our strength, so that the world will not only know of the old alchemist and forget us." Inwardly, he felt incredibly fortunate. Luckily, Chancellor Lamb foresaw this situation and gave me the treasure in advance. Today is exactly the chance for me to make my name known throughout the world. Elder Huin Tan stepped into the center of the hall and began reciting a mysterious incantation. Sun, moon, stars, and constellations dissolve all things. Treasured cauldron awaken and help me subdue evil. As soon as the incantation ended, a majestic treasured cauldron appeared. The audience widened their eyes in shock. Could it be the legendary fan Tien Immortal Cauldron? Elder Huin Tan stood proudly and laughed arrogantly. Aha, that's right. This is indeed the fan Tien Immortal Cauldron, an immortal artifact made specifically for the Tao of Alchemy. With this treasured cauldron, even if you are an alchemy grandmaster, you still cannot compare to me. An old man stroked his beard and shook his head with a sigh. Oh, what a pity, the person beside him said with certainty. With an immortal alchemy cauldron in hand, Elder Huin Tan already has enough strength to contend against a grandmaster. Elder Huin Tan's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, his voice hoarse and deep as though from an Azura. I wonder whether you'll still dare to be this arrogant in a moment. Today, this old man will let you die with full understanding. We will compete in refining breakthrough pills. He turned toward Lu Tianguin and loudly challenged him. Well, do you dare accept refining such a difficult pill? As he provoked him, he was absolutely confident. I obtained the breakthrough pill formula from Chancellor Lam 5 years ago and have long since mastered every detail. Combined with the Fan Tien Immortal Cauldron, I will definitely crush this nameless brat. He pointed at the pill furnaces already arranged in the hall and said generously, the ingredients are all here. To avoid anyone saying Van Dan Pavilion lacks manners, I'll let you choose the furnace first. Lu Tianguin merely shook his head and refused outright. No need. Start right away. Immediately, Elder Huin Tan and the 2 assistant alchemists from Van Dan Pavilion began refining. The 3 of them simultaneously poured spiritual power into the furnace, grunting loudly as it burst with dazzling golden light. Then they quickly arranged and fed all the necessary medicinal ingredients into it, while the opposing group was completely focused on the refining process. Lu Tianguin still stood calmly in place, looking completely at ease. Qiandida muttered suspiciously, "Humph, this guy is putting on another mysterious act. He must be figuring out how he's going to run away later." With that thought, he immediately ordered his servant, quick, inform the Imperial City Office and all the guards of Van Dam Pavilion. Seal this place off. Absolutely do not let that brat lose and then escape. At that moment, Lu Tingwen suddenly spoke, commenting coldly, "The leaf fire is 3 parts too strong, and the kin water is delayed by 1 breath. That makes the Tsang Lam herb lose its optimal effect." As expected, this is just a bunch of miscellaneous alchemists thrown together to make up the numbers. The person he had singled out jolted in alarm and turned to glare at him furiously. Before he could retort, Lu Tianguin continued, "The wood spirit chi of the scarlet pine is excessive and directly clashes with the fire chi. Forcing the speed up will only create pointless waste." Immediately after that, one of the 2 assistant alchemists coughed up fresh blood and collapsed to the ground. The man Lu Tianguin had mentioned earlier stared with eyes wide and mouth agape, unable to believe what he had just seen. Lu Tianguin went on explaining, still in the same indifferent tone, "The pill fire is unstable, the foundation is hollow, and resources are being wasted. The order of the guiding ingredients has been reversed, and the positions of ruler and minister have been switched. This is a method that harms both others and oneself." Hearing this, Elder Huin Tan grew so furious that his face turned red and purple as he shouted, "You despicable little villain! Are you deliberately using these words to disrupt our pill refinement?" He replied with disdain, "It's nothing more than a bunch of clowns putting on a little performance." Elder Huin Tan had no choice but to continue, but he still shot Lu Tianguin a cold look and warned loudly, "Since you're so arrogant, don't end up empty-handed later and try to stall for time with some cheap trick." The next moment, from the Fan Tin Immortal Cauldron, a translucent purple dragon-shaped stream of chi rose into the air. Someone cried out excitedly, "Success! The breakthrough pill is complete." Elder Huin Tan retrieved the pill. Holding the breakthrough pill high, he said triumphantly, "Brat, my pill is complete. Where is yours?" The crowd was stunned when they saw the pill in his hand, and they began discussing it. "This color is already close to the quality of a first-turn immortal pill. Elder Huin Tan is truly remarkable. It seems that apart from Dan Lao, Van Dan Pavilion now has another talent capable of shouldering its future." Qian Dada burst into gleeful laughter. "Haha, done pretending now? Elder Huin Tan's immortal pill is already complete. There is only enough time left for 1 stick of incense. Even an immortal wouldn't make it in time." "What? Are you planning to run? Lu Tianwen merely glanced at him indifferently. By now, the crowd had already surrounded him from behind. Standing in the best spot, Qian Dada proudly declared, "Now, even if you want to run, it's too late." Up front, Elder Huan Tan pointed straight at Lu Tianwen's face and barked, "Brat, surrender now and offer your neck for execution." Lu Tianwen completely ignored the shouting. He took out several pill bottles, then clenched his hand shut. Instantly, two streams of qi, one blue and one red, appeared, winding around and merging into one another. The onlookers were utterly shocked and could not make sense of what he was doing. "What the hell is he doing?" One person blurted out. Another stammered, "I've never seen a void pill refining method like this. This technique may be even more profound than the legendary Heaven and Earth Cauldron Shift. Could it be? This man isn't just a grandmaster of alchemy, but the legendary Great Grandmaster?" Elder Huan Tan's eyes widened as he muttered in denial, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Using pills as ingredients to refine another pill? I've never heard of such a thing. He's just gone mad because he knows he's about to lose." From Lu Tianwen's clenched hand, green, gold, and red light fused together, creating a dazzling sight. When he slowly opened his palm, something even more astonishing appeared. A pill engraved with intricate patterns and radiating brilliant golden qi had been completed. A horrified voice suddenly rang out, tearing through the silence. "That's a first-turn immortal pill." That exclamation shook the entire hall. Everyone looked at one another in stunned disbelief. "What? We didn't hear that wrong, did we?" Qian Dada rubbed his eyes hard and thought to himself, "I must be seeing things. Or am I dreaming in broad daylight?" He hurriedly ordered his subordinate, "Pinch me and see." The subordinate showed no mercy and used all his strength to pinch Qian Dada's plump bun-like cheek. Qian Dada yelped in pain. "Ow, ow, it's real. That's real." Enraged from the pain, he immediately smashed his subordinate with a mighty punch. Qian Dada's face turned deathly pale as he stared at Lu Tianwen and trembled. "I can't believe it's actually a first-turn immortal pill." Elder Huan Tan mumbled like a man who had lost his soul, his eyes vacant. "Impossible. I needed the Fan Tien Immortal Cauldron just to have a chance." How could he possibly do it? The crowd instantly erupted into discussion. Isn't the result obvious? You're still asking who won? No matter how powerful the breakthrough pill may be, it can't compare to the absolute medicinal effect of a first-turn immortal pill. The truth before his eyes only drove Elder Huan Tan further into madness. He pointed straight at Lu Tianwen and loudly accused him. How could anyone refine a first-turn immortal pill so easily? It must be fake. Qian Dada chimed in. "That's right. Has anyone here ever actually seen a real first-turn immortal pill with their own eyes?" That suspicion is completely reasonable. The people around them nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we've never seen a real one before. We've only heard that when a first-turn immortal pill forms, pill clouds appear, but that aura just now was truly extraordinary." At that moment, a calm voice rang out, startling Qian Dada. "I can prove that this is a genuine first-turn immortal pill." The one who spoke was Dan Lao, standing protectively in front of his daughter. Elder Huan Tan immediately accused him. "Dan Lao, this man came to Van Dan Pavilion and relied on his alchemy skills to slander us, falsely claiming that Van Dan Pavilion's pill formulas are flawed. I ask that you immediately activate the killing array and suppress this madman." Unexpectedly, Lu Tianwen used his spiritual power to gently draw the pill from Huan Tan's hand. Elder Huan Tan cried out in shock, "What are you doing?" In the blink of an eye, the breakthrough pill was already in Lu Tianwen's hand. He used the medicinal force of his own first-turn immortal pill to activate the other pill. Someone exclaimed in astonishment, using the medicinal power of a first-turn immortal pill to strike back against a breakthrough pill. Is that even something a human can do? A black stream of qi mixed with strange red, qi rose from the pill in Huan Tan's hand. Qian Dada was stunned, as if all strength had drained from his body, standing motionless like a wooden statue. After a moment of silence, the black qi dissipated, leaving only a faint red stream behind. Lu Tianwen spoke calmly. "The refinement method is far too abnormal, and medicinal properties conflict with one another. On the surface, it seems effective, but in truth, it conceals a hidden danger. If used for a long time, it will inevitably produce abnormalities." Only then did everyone fully believe his words. They whispered among themselves, so what he said was true. Elder Huan Tan's immortal pill really did have side effects. effects. When the two immortal pills collided, the pill poison was forced out and evaporated into black smoke. Elder Huin Tan still stubbornly refused to believe it. He insisted on defending himself and denounced Lu Tianguin. He's slandering me. He's slandering me. Dan Lao coldly cut in, whether it's slander or not. The truth is already clear before our eyes. Then Dan Lao cupped his hands and respectfully said to Lu Tianguin, Mr. Le, what happened today was the misconduct of petty men. Van Dan Pavilion failed in its supervision and caused you trouble. Elder Huintan's face turned purple with rage as he ground his teeth. Dan Lao, what are you doing? Petty man, are you talking about me? Dan Lao shot him a sharp, icy look and said in a freezing tone, as an alchemist of Van Dam Pavilion, you used poisonous medicine to harm people. The black scale powder was under your management to begin with, and you still dare claim you don't know how it appeared? Then Dan Lao declared decisively, from this day forth, Huintan is stripped of all positions and expelled from Van Dam Pavilion, never to be recruited again. Huintan showed no remorse at all, and instead shouted a warning fine. Nan Kai, you dare drive me out of Van Dam Pavilion? I only hope you won't regret this later. I'll go to Chancellor Lam and demand justice. With that, he turned and strode away decisively. But before he could reach the door, Lu Tianguin blocked his path and uttered only 2 words, the wager. At that, Huintan completely lost control. Pointing at Lu Tianguin, he screamed, the wager? Do you really intend to take my life? Before he could finish, he spat out a huge mouthful of blood. With just a single finger, Lu Tianguin took Elder Huintan's life. Dan Lao and everyone present stared in horror, mouths hanging open. Elder Huin Tan collapsed silently to the floor. The entire space fell deathly still. No one dared make a sound. Lu Tianguin looked at Dan Lao. The young woman beside Dan Lao spoke up fearfully. It seems calling father here was the right decision. Otherwise, with this man's temperament, he definitely wouldn't have stopped until everything descended into chaos. Dan Lao shook his head lightly. Huintan was simply blinded by bottomless greed and brought death upon himself. Fortunately, things have not yet reached an irreparable point. Dan Lao had someone bring over a tray of medicinal ingredients. Cupping his hands respectfully, he said to Lu Tingwin, here are the Nether Spirit, Ganoderma, 1,000-year blood ginseng, 9 heavens jade dew, and soul-severing grass that you needed. All of them are the finest quality. I hope you will kindly accept them. I only ask that you ease your anger. The precious herbs were neatly arranged on the tray. Litien Nguyen nodded in satisfaction. Dan Lao kindly reminded him, Sir, although Huintan is dead, behind him stands Chancellor Lam of the current court, whose power reaches the heavens. I'm afraid he may cause trouble for you later. Moreover, Chancellor Lam has always been full of ambition. He even interfered repeatedly in Van Dan Pavilion's affairs today. Who knows how many alchemists he has secretly bought over? His intentions are unfathomable. At this point, he shook his head wearily, especially for the sake of refining an elixir of immortality for his majesty. He persuaded the emperor to issue a decree forcing this burden onto me. Lu Tianguin suddenly spoke. An elixir of immortality? Lu Tianguin coldly flicked his sleeve and said calmly, Chancellor Lam is beneath my notice. This place is crowded and complicated. Let's speak somewhere else. I need to deal with Xiao Deep's problem. Dan Lao quickly agreed. Very well. Then please, Mr. Lu and the ladies, come upstairs to rest and talk. In a private room upstairs, Xiao Deep was focused on cultivating while Lu Tianwen used the medicinal ingredients he had just obtained from Van Dam Pavilion to refine a pill. Not long after, a pellet appeared in his palm. He gently placed it into Xiao Deep's mouth. After the boy swallowed the pill, Lu Tianwen infused spiritual power into his body. Xiao Deep concentrated on absorbing it, and a pure green aura enveloped his body. Watching from the side, Dan Lao nodded in admiration. So that's how it is. Even incompatible medicinal ingredients can, through a special technique, reach the root source and produce miraculous effects. Perhaps even the elixir of immortality can be made this way. He bowed. I humbly ask for your guidance. Lu Tianwen lightly shook his head and cut him off. No need. If you can gain enlightenment from this, then that is your own fortune. Tian Han looked at him worriedly and asked, Xiao Deep. Understanding what she meant, he replied decisively. His internal force is already flowing smoothly. He only needs to regulate his breathing for a while, and he'll be fine. Hearing this, her mood brightened immediately. Her eyes shone as she looked at him and said, That's wonderful. Suddenly, Dan Lao dropped to his knees before Lu Tingwen and spoke sincerely. Sir, Your divine abilities are vast. In the past, Nankai thought he had some small attainments in the Tao of alchemy. But after witnessing your skill, I now know that beyond every mountain lies a higher one. I beg you to accept me as your disciple. Nankai is willing to serve by your side and listen to your teachings. Lu Tianguin arrogantly shook his head and refused. Dan Lao did not give up and continued, trying to persuade him. I know my knowledge is shallow and my talent dull, but this disciple is willing to offer up all the alchemical methods I have gathered over my lifetime. All the rare immortal pills, even the entire foundation of Van Dam Pavilion. I ask only that you give me a little guidance. Even after the old man had shown such sincerity, Lu Tianguin remained completely unmoved. Suddenly, Dan Lao, Nankai, cried out loudly, his voice filled with grief and indignation. If you refuse, then Nankai's alchemical path in this life is finished. There will be no meaning left in living. I might as well die here. The moment he finished speaking, he raised his hand, preparing to kill himself, causing the young woman beside him to turn pale with shock and hurriedly cry out, "No." At that very moment, Lu Tianguin acted in time to stop Dan Lao's reckless move. Xiao Deep, standing nearby and seeing how pitiful the situation was, pleaded, "Dad, please accept him." Xiao-Chi also chimed in and begged earnestly, "Yes, yes, Dad. Dan Lao is a good man. He even took very good care of us on the road before." Lu Tianguin turned to look at Nankai, meeting the old man's steadfast and determined gaze. Then he looked at the four shining eyes, full of expectation from the three people beside him. He let out a helpless sigh. He truly had no way of dealing with these three. In the end, Lu Tianguin could only accept his fate. With a light wave of his hand, he said, "Fine, I will take you as a registered disciple." Hearing his agreement, Nankai joyfully dropped to his knees and performed a grand salute. This disciple Nankai pays respects to Master. The young woman rubbed her temples and muttered helplessly, "I really don't know what to do with Father." Nankai looked toward her worriedly. She lowered her head, her voice sounding somewhat tired. "Sorry, I suddenly feel a little exhausted. I'll go back and rest first." Xiao-Chi watched her back and curiously asked Tian Han, "Mom, that big sister." Tian Han gently shook her head, indicating that she also did not know. When only Lu Tianguin and Nankai remained, he asked calmly, "She is your elder sister, isn't she?" Hearing the question, Nankai was startled and turned around in alarm. "Master, why you noticed?" Xiao-Chi was struck as if by lightning and asked loudly, "That big sister just now is Dan Lao's real older sister? But Dan Lao's hair is already completely white, while that big sister is so young." Lu Tianguin explained gently, "There's nothing strange about it. She suffers from a peculiar illness that leaves her appearance forever unchanged." Unlike the children's surprise, Nankai lowered his head and explained bitterly, reporting to Master, "This disciple's elder sister remains asleep all year round. She only wakes once every 10 years, and even then stays conscious for just a little over a month. This disciple has studied alchemy all my life, and my original purpose was to refine a pill that could cure my sister's illness and let her live like a normal person." At this point, he gave a self-mocking laugh. Ridiculous, isn't it? Though this disciple is called the foremost authority in alchemy in the Dong Tuesday Kingdom, I am helpless before my own sister's illness. I can only watch as she sinks into endless slumber year after year, then wakes for a brief reunion, only to fall into another unbearably long sleep. This disciple is truly useless. As he spoke of it, he said that at the time, the two siblings could only look at each other helplessly through tears. Hearing this, the two children also began sobbing. Xiao-Chi cried as she said, "That old grandpa is so pitiful. His sister stays forever young, but he has already grown old." Xiao Deep nodded in agreement. "That's right. If you only get to see your mother for 1 month every 10 years, how could anyone live like that?" Tian Han patted the two children on the shoulders to comfort them. Lu Tianguin asked Nankai, "How long has she been awake this time?" Nankai replied sorrowfully, reporting to Master, "It has already been more than 20 days. He instructed him, "Keep a close eye on her condition over the next few days." I've already found a few clues about this illness. Nankai seemed to see the only glimmer of hope after so many years of despair, and asked in a trembling voice, "And Master, are you telling the truth? Can my elder sister really be cured?" He nodded in confirmation. "That's right. But before that, I need to look into someone." Nankai immediately asked curiously, "Who is it?" Lu Tianguin replied in a cold, decisive voice, "Array Master Manhwa." Nankai recounted the information he knew. As far as this disciple knows, Mr. Manhwa seems to be at the military camp outside the city, helping the Emperor set up some important formation. Why is Master looking for Mr. Manhwa? Lu Tian-Gwen walked past him and said, "No need to ask so many questions. Just stay here and wait for me. I'll return shortly after I leave." Nankai cupped his hands and replied, "Yes, this disciple obeys." Xiao Qi and Xiao Deep called out in unison, "Dad, come back soon." A short while later, Lu Tian-Gwen had already arrived at the city gate.